High-tech disaster interstellar war hot-blooded bandit system superpowers Lin Luo, an intern on the verge of being fired, obtains a super gene system, allowing him to modify human genes. When the United States gleefully develops its 18th generation supersonic machine, the Chinese fly on swords, overtaking other vehicles in the air, shocking the world. When the invading Level 9 alien civilization arrives on Earth with extreme arrogance, they are utterly bewildered to find a group of atavistic superhumans. Therefore, when Lin Luo leads all of humanity out of Earth, the entire universe trembles in fear. My genes are worthless. My family has nothing good either. Really nothing. Run. That Chinese guy is coming again. Chapter 1 Hidden Genes. Good news, bad news. Which do you want to hear first? In the conference room, General Manager Liu Chaochuan adjusted his glasses, glanced at everyone at the conference table, and finally at Lin Luo standing at the back, before quickly looking away. As the company's only intern, there was no place for him in the conference room. To put it nicely, he was an intern, but everyone knew Lin Luo was just a temporary worker. His education level was too low. He'd be fired sooner or later and couldn't stay at the research institute. However, Lin Luo didn't care, standing there seemingly lost in thought. Brother Liu, let's hear the good news first, Deputy Manager Li Xiao said with a slight smile. Liu Chaochuan actually smiled as well, then said, the good news is, no overtime tonight. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, some even applauding. Lin Luo, lost in thought, was also taken aback, thinking that this old man Liu had finally come to his senses. You see, the company he worked for, called Oriental Bio, was actually a research institute researching viruses. 10 years ago, a meteor shower fell on Earth, creating a strange poisonous gas that could alter the composition of the air, called G3 gas. This poisonous gas was specifically designed for humans, extremely destructive, causing genetic degeneration, rapid aging, and ultimately death. For 10 years, the whole world had been trying to conquer this poisonous gas. Oriental Bio was born out of this struggle. In research institutes like this, overtime is commonplace, sometimes 12 hours, sometimes 24. Here, 996 is truly a blessing. Liu Chaochuan raised his hand, and everyone fell silent again. Li Xiao, standing beside him, asked with a smile, Brother Liu, what's the bad news? The bad news is, Liu Chaochuan's face instantly darkened. He said, we won't have to work overtime anymore. Yay! Hearing this, postdoctoral researcher Li Ru excitedly clapped her hands. But after looking around and seeing the silent crowd, she realized what she meant and weakly asked, shouldn't this be good news? Everyone was speechless, and Lin Luo sneered inwardly. Li Ru usually acted arrogantly in the institute because of her postdoctoral status, but her brain was truly slow. Liu Chaochuan, out of consideration for Li Ru's status, didn't make things difficult for her, and said, since we haven't made any progress in 3 years, the higher-ups will no longer allocate funds. Our institute will be disbanded. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared at each other in disbelief, but Lin Luo wasn't surprised. He came to Oriental Biotechnology because he had awakened a super gene system, and his purpose in coming here was simply to use the Research Institute's data to refine his human genome map. Actually, a year ago, Lin Luo had already sensed that this poison gas attack was not as simple as it seemed. As the human genome map became more complete, Lin Luo discovered a major problem. That is, this poison gas was extremely complex, primarily targeting the human brain, and it was simply impossible to solve with current human medical technology. While thinking, Liu Chaochuan waved his hand and said, go back and pack your things. The Vank National Standards team will be here to collect the data later. Remember the rules. No one is allowed to take anything from the Research Institute out. With his wave, everyone got up one after another. Lin Luo returned to his seat, looking at the 3 sheets of paper in front of him. These contained Lin Luo's conjectures about the G3 poison gas, and also contained many records about hidden human gene sequences. These were things that even the world's top biological scientists had not yet mastered. They had only been discovered after Lin Luo gradually refined his human genome map. Too bad, just one step away. Lin Luo sighed. Just one step away, and he could have developed a cure for G3, completely eradicating the virus. However, he was just an intern with a college diploma. He was only able to get here thanks to the kind-hearted general manager, Liu Chaochuan. What are you doing? A sudden shout snapped Lin Luo back to reality. He looked up and saw Li Ru's eyes fixed on the 3 documents in his hand. She said, you're not allowed to take anything from the Research Institute out, didn't you hear me? Lin Luo turned around and saw Li Ru's disdainful gaze. Yes, the Research Institute was disbanding. Li Ru could go to a better institute, but a college graduate like Lin Luo wouldn't have that opportunity. Therefore, Li Ru showed no mercy. But what she didn't know was that in Lin Luo's eyes, She was nothing more than a highly educated but useless person disguised as a returned overseas student. Just then, several armed soldiers entered. The first one to enter interrupted Lin Luo, saying, "Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately." Lin Luo knew it was the Vank National Standard Research Institute. This institute was of a very high level. Oriental Bio was a T3 level institute, while Vank National Standard was a T1 level institute, among the nation's top research institutes. Lin Luo glanced at the 3 documents, but ultimately stood up, picked up his small backpack, and headed out the door. On the way, he had to undergo checks by several soldiers. Once they confirmed he wasn't carrying anything, Lin Luo left. He wasn't worried about the 3 documents. The knowledge was already in his mind, and besides, it was something an intern had written. No one would likely notice. Li Ru, watching Lin Luo's departing figure, automatically ignored what Lin Luo had said afterward. Her eyes filled with disdain, and she muttered a sarcastic remark under her breath. College graduates are useless. They don't even deserve to be in a place like this. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside the door, and an elderly man entered. Li Ru's expression immediately underwent a 360-degree change, because Li Ru recognized the elderly man. Fang Zhenghua, one of China's top biological scientists, holding an extremely high position. Li Ru smiled and quickly walked up to him. Naturally, she wanted to get to know Fang Zhenghua to advance her career. "Professor Fang," Li Ru said with a slight smile. Fang Zhenghua also remembered Li Ru somewhat. In his view, the most valuable person in this research institute was her, the postdoctoral researcher. He was also someone who cared about mentoring younger colleagues. He nodded slightly, glanced around, and finally noticed Li Ru picking up the documents she was about to throw in the trash. He asked, "Did you write this?" Li Ru paused, glanced at the documents in her hand, and quickly thought it over. Naturally, she wouldn't admit that something written by a junior college student was her work. With a standard smile, she said, "Some junior college student who didn't graduate from the research institute wrote this rubbish. I was just about to throw it in the trash. I've already had the important documents prepared, especially those related to G3. Anything needs to be checked before throwing it away." Fang Zhenghua listened as he took the documents, glanced at them, and his initially indifferent gaze instantly turned serious, even to the point of completely ignoring Li Ru's voice. The next second, his breathing became rapid, and he seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Chapter 2. S-Class Confidentiality. Such a scene was hardly fitting for a man over 60. Li Ru, standing nearby, hurriedly inquired, "Old Fang, are you all right?" However, Fang Jinnin seemed oblivious to her words, only turning around several seconds later to say, "Wait here, and remember, do not go anywhere." "All right," Li Ru was taken aback. She watched as Fang Jinnin briskly walked away, and before departing, he admonished the soldiers beside him, "Without my orders, no one is to enter or leave this research facility. Remember, no one." Instantly, 2 soldiers approached Li Ru, indicating that she was to be placed under house arrest. Anxiously, she swallowed hard and muttered through clenched teeth. Could Lin Luo have written something anti-government? Ding. Paramecium gene collection completed. Ding. Mouse gene collection completed. Ding. Cockroach gene collection completed. Ding. Reward points, 10,000. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the ability, Rapid Healing, Level 1. Lin Luo glanced at the Rapid Healing skill, his eyes lighting up upon reading. Your body can slightly accelerate healing after sustaining injuries. Indeed, human genes could be rewritten. A surge of joy filled Lin Luo's heart. Although this skill seemed trivial, he could sense the changes occurring within his body, validating the system's claims. The more gene maps he could collect and refine, the stronger his abilities would become. It was worth noting that Paramecia were among the most primitive organisms, and their gene maps were relatively simple. If he were to work with higher-level organisms, the situation would be entirely different. With this thought, Lin Luo glanced at the system. Ding. Human gene map progress, 70. 70% seemed impressive, but it had taken Lin Luo nearly a year of effort, as the complexity of the human gene map was staggering. His research did not concern the known human genes, but rather the hidden ones, which held the key to fully unlocking human potential. Lin Luo was curious about the classification of the human gene map and what rewards the system would bestow upon him. He then checked the point store, and after a year of hard work, he had accumulated only 50,000 points, enough to unlock the Level 1 store. Although it was merely a Level 1 store, it was still formidable, offering world-class equipment like the CNC gene analyzer, which was virtually priceless in the global market. However, the points required were exorbitant, with prices exceeding 100,000 for most items. Just as Lin Luo contemplated leaving, he noticed new items had been unlocked in the point store. Rapid Healing, Level 21000. 000 points note. Advanced healing capability enhancement micro strength. Level 110, 000 points note. Slightly enhances strength micro speed. Level 110. 000 points note. Slightly enhances speed. The system could function in such a manner? Lin Luo was taken aback. Without hesitation, he purchased all the level 1 upgrades. In that instant, he felt a mild warmth coursing through his body. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! Ouch! Lin Luo, you little rascal. Are you trying to murder your old father? A scream was followed by a barrage of curses. Lin Luo snapped back to reality. Watching his roommate Zhang Ming clutching his stomach in pain, he quickly asked, "Are you all right? What do you think?" Zhang Ming, sweating from the pain, replied, "What was that about? I came back to kindly invite you to the graduation ceremony." Lin Luo hastily assisted him, but Zhang Ming waved him off, saying, "It's fine. It's fine." However, he remained seated for quite some time before catching his breath, stating, "How did your strength suddenly increase? You never exercise. You've been hiding something, haven't you? Hurry up and get to the graduation ceremony. We're the only ones left. I couldn't reach you on your phone." Lin Luo suddenly recalled that today was indeed his graduation ceremony after 3 years at the college. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. He had always possessed a good memory and excellent grades. Yet, inexplicably, he had performed poorly on the college entrance examination, achieving a score so low that even his teachers and classmates were incredulous. "What are you still dawdling for? Let's go? Are you expecting me to carry you?" Zhang Ming slapped Lin Luo on the shoulder, producing a resounding sound. Lin Luo winced at the pain in his shoulder and retorted, "Are you seeking revenge, Zhang? Of course not. Stop being ridiculous. Let's go already, no more chatter." As they spoke, Zhang Ming rubbed his palm and muttered, "Why does it feel like your bones have hardened too? That hurt like hell." Clattering footsteps echoed as Fang Jingqiu observed an elderly man approaching, even older than himself, Qin Yuan, a distinguished academician of Huaxia biology and Fang Jingqiu's mentor. The 80-year-old moved with surprising agility, urgently asking, "Where did you obtain this document?" Before Fang Jingqiu could respond, Qin Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This document reveals the direction of the 24th chromosome in humans, indicating that humanity may explore new gene sequences and developmental directions. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Fang Jingqiu swallowed hard. At first glance, he found the material too profound to grasp entirely. Some of it eluded his understanding. He had not anticipated Qin Yuan's high regard for it. "Tell me quickly, where did this document come from?" Qin Yuan pressed. Fang Jingqiu quickly replied, "It originates from a T3 Research Institute, authored by a Lin Luo." Lin Luo? Qin Yuan paused, having never heard of the name, instinctively asking, "Which school did he graduate from?" Fang Jingqiu answered, "Jiangbei Biological Institute." Jiangbei? Qin Yuan pondered the name of esteemed institutions, ultimately halting. "How come I've never heard of it?" "A rather large vocational college." Fang Jingqiu coughed lightly, providing a reminder. "A vocational college?" Qin Yuan was taken aback, pointing at the document. "Are you telling me this is the work of a vocational student?" I can't explain it either," Fang Jingqiu stammered. As they spoke, Li Ru entered under the protection of 2 soldiers, gazing at Qin Yuan with disbelief. It was astonishing to see someone who belonged in elite textbooks standing before her. "Qin Lao," Li Ru promptly bowed her head in greeting. "You are the chief research officer at Dongfang Biology?" Qin Yuan inquired. "Yes," Li Ru quickly affirmed. Upon hearing that, Qin Yuan spoke only a few words about the document, prompting Li Ru to hurriedly add, "This document was written solely by Lin Luo, and his actions are entirely personal, having nothing to do with me." Li Ru felt an overwhelming sense of panic, constantly assessing their expressions. She emphasized her last statement to dissociate herself from Lin Luo. Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu exchanged knowing glances, and Fang Jingqiu immediately understood, stating, "I will investigate this at once." As Fang Jingqiu turned to leave, Qin Yuan called out to him. Upon turning back, Qin Yuan instructed, "Have the Confidentiality Bureau handle this matter. It must not leak. I want to know everything about this Lin Luo." The Confidentiality Bureau. Fang Jingqiu gasped, while Li Ru remained oblivious to its significance. Fang Jingqiu, however, knew that involving the Confidentiality Bureau meant this matter had escalated to a national security level, S-Class. Chapter 3. The Supercriminal at the Huaxia Confidentiality Bureau. Li Dong was pacing back and forth, surveying the scene. At that moment, thousands of computers and personnel within the building were frantically searching for keywords, Lin Luo. The Confidentiality Bureau was one of the highest-level operational departments in Huaxia, primarily responsible for safeguarding national information security. As the highest-ranking official of the Confidentiality Bureau, Li Dong found it perplexing that Qin Yuan had issued such a high-level action request without providing any explanation. Just then, a beautiful woman with her hair tied back approached him, saluting sharply and respectfully, presenting a dossier. All the materials have been compiled. Read it, he instructed. Li Donglei cast a glance at the large screen before him and spoke without turning his head. The handwriting analysis had been completed. It was confirmed to be written by Lin Luo. Lin Luo, aged 22, had graduated this year from Jiangbei College of Biology, having lost his parents at an early age. By the time the woman reached this point in her report, Li Donglei had already seen the clear visage of the young man displayed on the screen. Li Donglei was taken aback. How could a college student, merely 22 years of age, pose a threat to national security? A scar on his wrist marked a knife wound he sustained at the age of 13. During high school, he exhibited no signs of cheating and maintained excellent grades. Yet for reasons unknown, his college entrance examination results were dismal, leading him to Jiangbei. If Lin Luo were present, he would surely be drenched in cold sweat. For the Security Bureau had indeed demonstrated its prowess by uncovering such details within mere minutes. Upon hearing this, Li Donglei raised his hand, prompting the woman to cease her narration. How far is Jiangbei? He inquired. 3 hours by car, she replied, momentarily taken aback before adding, we have already dispatched personnel. No, Li Donglei asserted as he strode towards the door, continuing, I will go personally. I will prepare the car, she responded. The car is too slow, he declared, stepping out of the hall without looking back. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. What manner of identity did Li Donglei possess that he would personally seek out a student? However, upon reflection, it was worth noting that for 5 years, the Security Bureau had not executed such a large-scale operation in Huaxia. In such departments, tranquility often suggested that all was well. If something were amiss, it would surely be of monumental significance. Yet, what turmoil could a mere college student incite? Could it be a blunder? The woman raised her gaze once more to Lin Luo's photograph, her face betraying a hint of confusion. Life is a dream, each to their own. In the blink of an eye, you shall leave your alma mater and soar into society, the president of Jiangbei College of Biology proclaimed, standing before the students. The president expressed a desire for everyone to actively contribute to the construction of a robust nation. The students below listened with heavy eyelids. Lin Luo sat at the edge of the gathering, surrounded by his roommates and classmates. Xiao Luo, I heard your company went bankrupt. What a disastrous start. Lu Tao, seated nearby, laughed heartily and remarked. At his words, many turned to cast derisive glances. Hush, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Ming scolded Lu Tao, a dorm leader known affectionately as Boss by Lin Luo and his friends. Lu Tao ranked third among them, while Lin Luo held the 5th position. Lin Luo shrugged it off, replying, given my current plight, why not help me secure a position at your father's company? Lu Tao sighed in response. Don't even mention it. Getting into my father's company is a challenge. I can only wait until I am in control of it. So, you're plotting a coup, Lin Luo teased, displaying a glimmer of gratitude. The 5 of them burst into laughter, while the class camaraderie was lukewarm. The bond among the 5 roommates remained strong, often engaging in banter, yet all was understood in good humor. Zhang Ming continued to inquire, what will you do now? Can you still obtain your internship certificate? Lin Luo hesitated. In truth, he had never considered pursuing an internship certificate, nor had he even mentioned it to Lu Kaoken. His future endeavors would undoubtedly lead him to delve deeper into advanced genetic technologies. Noticing the concerned expressions of his friends, Lin Luo hesitated to speak, finally stating, rest assured, you needn't worry about me starving. Just as he finished speaking, their advisor shot them a disapproving glance, indicating they should silence themselves. At this juncture, the graduation ceremony reached its zenith. Each year, Jiangbei College would highlight a few extraordinary students as exemplars. Although it was merely a vocational college, many students hailed from influential families and were privy to certain privileges, such as studying abroad or receiving special honors. As these exceptional students took the stage, a convoy of 20 police cars blared their sirens as they approached the gates of Jiangbei College of Biology, startling 2 security guards who were idly smoking outside. Recognizing the situation, they hurried to greet the first vehicle, from which emerged Zhao Xinliang, the director of the Jiangbei Municipal Public Security Bureau. The guards, familiar with him, rushed forward, only to witness dozens of officers disembarking and dispersing in all directions, while Zhao Xinliang, with a grave demeanor, stated, the Jiangbei branch has completed the lockdown of Jiangbei College of Biology and awaits further instructions from higher authorities. The 2 guards trembled at this revelation. Lockdown? Higher authorities? Did Jiangbei College of Biology harbor some nefarious supercriminal? Anxiety gripped their hearts, yet they understood that something significant was unfolding within the institution. Meanwhile, At a villa in Jiangbei, Li Ru remained unaware of the commotion until a group of soldiers in distinctive uniforms, adorned with a dragon insignia, entered. Without delay, they approached her and placed handcuffs on her wrists. "What are you doing?" Li Ru exclaimed, panic rising as she struggled, but her efforts were futile against their strength. Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu paid her no mind as she shouted, "My advisor is a professor at Qinghua University, and my uncle is the mayor of Sanjiang City." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's expression remained impassive as he asked, "You have seen this document, haven't you?" Li Ru, confused, could only stare until she met Qin Yuan's gaze, which was laced with a deadly intent. She was roughly escorted by two soldiers, trembling with the bewilderment of why everything had suddenly escalated. Did this mean she was to be placed under house arrest merely for glancing at a document? What was its content? She hastily stammered, "I actually have a poor memory." "A returned PhD, and you claim to have a poor memory?" Qin Yuan retorted coldly. "My doctorate was acquired through connections," Li Ru admitted, having completely lost her composure. This only fueled Qin Yuan's ire. He loathed individuals who engaged in academic fraud. He gestured for them to take her away. Once she had been thoroughly removed, Qin Yuan instructed, "Seal off all information regarding this matter. Nothing must leak." Li Ru has seen this content. Investigate her background thoroughly. If necessary, we cannot take risks. If this information is released, it could ignite a world war. Fang Jingqiu, listening to his words, felt the weight of Qin Yuan's resolve and stood frozen, as if he were seeing his mentor, who had educated him for 20 years, in a new light. Li Ru had just mentioned her formidable background, yet Qin Yuan appeared entirely unfazed. Furthermore, to Fang Jingqiu, Qin Yuan had always been a gentle character. Yet this document seemed to hold such gravity that it stirred within him a desire for secrecy. At that moment, a soldier entered, saluting as he announced, "The handwriting analysis confirms it belongs to Lin Luo. Personnel from the Security Bureau have already departed for Lin Luo's college." The head of Dongfang Biology, Lu Kaoken, was also brought in. Upon hearing the first part of the announcement, both Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu struggled to maintain their composure. Indeed, it was written by Lin Luo. As the words settled, Lu Kaoken was led in, visibly anxious, pondering what ill fortune had befallen him this year. Not only had the research institute been disbanded, but had he also erred in some way and faced repercussions? Recalling the earlier mention of Lin Luo, he blurted, "All matters concerning Dongfang Biology are under my leadership and are unrelated to anyone else. If there's an issue, let it be directed at me." Chapter 4, Special Department. Lu Kaoken's declaration quickened his heartbeat. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu exchanged glances, a newfound respect glimmering in their eyes for Lu Kaoken. At the very least, the director displayed a sense of responsibility. "Do you know Lin Luo?" Fang Jingqiu inquired. "I do." Lu Kaoken also realized the situation and quickly responded. "He is an intern from my research institute. Do you know much about him? For example, his background and capabilities?" Qin Yuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Kaoken was taken aback, contemplating certain possibilities. He hastily replied, "I am not aware of his background, but this young man, Lin Luo, is quite impressive. I hired him after witnessing him assist an elderly lady across the street. If there's been some misunderstanding, we can clarify it slowly, so please remain calm." Qin Yuan shook his garments. Lu Kaoken glanced at Qin Yuan, who was clad in an academic robe, and swallowed hard. It was only natural to feel anxious. After all, he was a national-level scholar, while Lu Kaoken was merely a bankrupt general manager. Lin Luo is not in trouble. On the contrary, he might have achieved something significant. Qin Yuan remarked with a smile. "If this matter is true, perhaps your research institute will not be disbanded and may even gain recognition." Lu Kaoken stood frozen, thinking about how Lin Luo often slacked off at work and how he had caught him doing so. "May I ask what this is about?" At this moment, Fang Jingqiu squinted and smiled. "Do you truly wish to know?" The look in his eyes sent a chill down Lu Kaoken's spine. Understanding the implications, Lu Kaoken cleared his throat and quickly stated, "A year ago, I received Lin Luo's resume." Fang Jingqiu's cryptic words hinted that if he were to know more, it could pose a threat to his life. However, upon reflection, he realized the gravity of the situation, especially with a national-level figure standing before him. On the stage, 10 individuals stood tall and proud. Some were born of privilege, while others were heirs of wealth. Although they shared the same starting point with the crowd, their destinations would undoubtedly differ. They reveled in the envious gazes directed at them, their postures reminiscent of penguins. The principal praised them, while whispers circulated among the audience, with only Lin Luo slightly raising his head to gaze at the sky. "Lin Luo, are you all right?" Zhang Ming noticed that Lin Luo had been staring at the sky for a while. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. hearing a thunderous sound from above. Yet, when he looked up, he saw nothing. Could it be an illusion? Lin Luo rubbed his temples, and Zhang Ming called out, "Hey, can you hear me?" That voice pierced his ears like a loudspeaker, prompting Lin Luo to rub his ears and respond. "Are you trying to deafen me?" "It's not that loud." Zhang Ming chuckled, not believing his voice to be overly loud. At that moment, Lin Luo asked, "Did you hear any sounds?" "Sounds?" Zhang Ming was taken aback, then shook his head. Lu Tao stood up, exclaiming, "What's that?" Before he finished speaking, the sound of approaching vehicles could be heard. Lin Luo looked up and saw a convoy of at least 40 police cars arriving. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. What's happening? Could they be here to arrest the principal? Nonsense. Deploying so many police cars is more than enough for a top-wanted criminal. The principal, with his rotund figure, would find it hard to escape. Do they really need this many? As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the principal felt the most anxious. If trouble arose, his position would be in jeopardy. He quickly signaled the teachers to quiet the students and hurriedly made his way down. In the throng, he spotted Director Zhao Xinliang and rushed over, asking, "What brings you here?" Zhao Xinliang glanced at the principal and then at the sky, instructing, "Clear the crowd in the southeast corner, quickly." The principal paused, nodded, and instructed the school leaders to comply. As the southeast corner was cleared, a deafening roar erupted from the sky, prompting everyone to look up in unison. It was a helicopter. Indeed, it appeared to be a military aircraft. Judging by the model, it resembled the latest 7th-generation military helicopter. This time, even the teachers could not suppress the students' excitement, as they too were captivated by the aerial display. The principal and the leaders grew increasingly pale. Deploying the police was one thing, but involving the military was a grave matter that could cost them their positions. The leading helicopter circled before finally descending in the southeast corner. Once it reached a certain altitude, it lowered a rope, and 3 individuals slid down. True soldiers. Their uniforms were striking, belonging to a specific unit? The dragon emblem? Could they be special forces? The crowd erupted in awe. Even the military enthusiasts among the students struggled to identify the uniforms, while some girls swooned at the sight. Lin Luo, however, was deep in thought. It seemed he had not been hallucinating. Rather, his hearing had become remarkably acute. He had previously spent 50,000 points in the system's point shop to exchange for numerous first-level enhancements, and it appeared to be yielding results. Could it be that he was truly transforming into something beyond human? Lin Luo glanced at his hands, then pondered, "No, it should be a superhuman." At that moment, Zhao Xinliang hurried forward, encountering the leading figure, Li Donglei. He quickly saluted and nervously reported, "All personnel have been secured, awaiting further instructions." Li Donglei surveyed Zhao Xinliang, who felt a lump in his throat under the intensity of his gaze. "Are we apprehending someone?" Zhao Xinliang mustered the courage to ask. "We're looking for a student." Li Donglei replied nonchalantly. His words astonished both Zhao Xinliang and the principal. What student could possibly warrant military involvement? Meanwhile, the crowd's chatter escalated as they realized something serious was unfolding. Some attempted to record the event, only to find their phones malfunctioning, displaying static with no visuals. They weren't foolish. They understood this was due to military-grade jamming equipment. Some military enthusiasts in the crowd lit up with excitement, while the principal, noticing the rising commotion, felt his face flush with urgency. He quickly gestured for the leaders to manage the situation and turned to ask, "Which student has offended you?" "I will hand him over immediately." However, Li Donglei scanned the densely packed crowd, donned a pair of glasses, and the lenses flashed with a glimmer of light as he fixated on Lin Luo. This advanced facial recognition technology was nothing new to him. Coincidentally, Lin Luo was also looking at him. "No need. I found him." Li Donglei smiled faintly and strode forward. At that moment, Zhao Xinliang and the principal's hearts raced, fearing that if someone who had offended the military was indeed present, they would be implicated as well. Chapter 5. The son of a big shot Li Donglei approached step by step, causing the students to swallow hard. So impressive. Witnessing the aura of a special forces soldier up close stirred a wave of fervor and reverence within them. Yet, Li Donglei's gaze was fixed solely on Lin Luo. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. Upon hearing the helicopter, he had already surmised that they were there for him. However, he couldn't fathom how he had been discovered. After all, he had previously sent several papers regarding hidden genes to the Biological Bureau's email, seeking better assistance, but unfortunately, they had met with silence. Li Donglei approached Zhang Ming directly and halted abruptly, causing Zhang Ming to be startled, struggling to articulate, "I am a law-abiding citizen." At that moment, Lin Luo and Li Donglei locked eyes, with the latter clearly more intrigued by Lin Luo. Few dared to meet his gaze. After all, he was a soldier, having fought on the battlefield for decades, exuding an aura that no student could withstand. "Greetings, Mr. Lin Luo. I am Li Donglei. Here is my identification," Li Donglei said with a smile, extending his credentials. Lin Luo glanced at it and felt his pupils constrict. The Security Bureau, an agency he had never heard of. Naturally, he would not voice his thoughts. The lack of disclosure about the department indicated its secretive nature. Were they searching for Lin Luo? The surrounding Zhang Ming and classmates were utterly stunned. Lin Luo was not particularly remarkable in class, yet here he was being approached by a high-ranking military figure. In an instant, they felt as though they were blind. "There are matters not suitable for discussion here. I wish to speak with you," Li Donglei stated. Lin Luo pondered. At this juncture, with the human genetic map still incomplete, the arrival of such an official could indeed expedite its completion, utilizing the power of the state. After all, based on Lin Luo's keen insights over the years, he foresaw a turbulent future ahead. Therefore, he needed to accelerate his efforts. "Lead the way," Lin Luo replied coolly. The two agents beside him were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Lin Luo could maintain such composure in front of Li Donglei. They quickly forged ahead. While the other students parted, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Luo. He did not appear to be a fugitive. His demeanor was quite courteous. Could it be that Lin Luo was the son of some influential figure, coming to experience life in the countryside? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Perhaps he was returning to inherit a fortune. "You've watched too many dramas," someone remarked. "Then explain what's happening here," others whispered. Glancing at the trio as they walked away, while Zhao Xinliang and the principal trailed behind, uncertain of how close to approach. After walking a few hundred meters, Li Donglei suddenly halted, prompting Lin Luo to stop as well. "Aside from you, do others at this school know about those 3 documents?" Li Donglei inquired. Lin Luo paused. Raising his eyes to meet Li Donglei's gaze, his brow furrowed. He understood the implication behind Li Donglei's words. However, he hadn't anticipated such firmness from the other man. In that fleeting moment, he realized why he had been sought out. After considering, he replied, "Those 3 sheets are incomprehensible to the average person and are not the crux of the matter." Upon hearing this, Li Donglei felt a deeper admiration for Lin Luo. A simple statement encapsulated everything. Li Donglei's previously serious expression broke into a smile as he said, "In fact, I can't comprehend them either. So I intend to take you to someone who can." The two agents exchanged incredulous glances. Li Donglei, known as the Eastern Demon, had smiled. This was almost unbelievable. The agents quickly feigned ignorance, as witnessing such a scene was not favorable for them. Lin Luo, however, felt no discomfort, thinking merely that Li Donglei's smile was somewhat unappealing. At that moment, Li Donglei waved for Zhao Xinliang to approach. "This matter does not concern you. I prefer to keep it low-key. I do not wish for any media to report on today's events," Li Donglei instructed. "Understood," Zhao Xinliang replied, nodding vigorously. "The helicopter is inconvenient. As for your vehicle." Li Donglei hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Xinliang interjected, "We have as many cars as you need." Li Donglei nodded, took their car keys, and departed with Lin Luo. As the vehicle started and gradually drove away, Zhao Xinliang's legs weakened, nearly collapsing, prompting the principal to support him. "Are you all right?" the principal asked. Zhao Xinliang remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with the principal. They both recognized that they had just experienced the most perilous day of their lives. "Let us return to host the graduation ceremony. Remember to destroy all of Lin Luo's information," Zhao Xinliang warned. "Destroy? What if they need it later? Do you think they won't be able to find it?" Zhao Xinliang scoffed. The principal was taken aback. The two men parted ways in silent agreement, neither daring to mention the question of Li Donglei's true rank. Meanwhile, in the plaza behind them, the crowd buzzed with speculation, and amidst the throng, Lin Luo's dormitory brothers stood out prominently. At that moment, the 4 stood tall and proud. "I tell you, when I first saw Lin Luo at the start of the school year, our dorm's 5th member, I knew he was extraordinary. This kid doesn't snore at night. I knew he was not an ordinary person. You see, Lin Luo is quite mysterious. He once shared some information with me," one of them declared. As they spoke, the other students gasped, their expressions indicating a dawning realization. In the distant, silent convoy, Lin Luo and Li Donglei sat in the back seat. Li Donglei was well acquainted with Lin Luo, the only secret being how Lin Luo had procured the 3 documents capable of causing a stir with Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Luo remained entirely unaware of Li Donglei's background. After a moment's reflection, he broke the silence, asking, "What exactly is this security bureau?" Knowing that might cost you your life, Li Donglei chuckled. "Is it typical for agents to speak so assertively?" Lin Luo retorted, exasperated. "Aren't you afraid?" Li Donglei asked, surprised. I believe my life is currently more valuable than yours, Lin Luo replied, surveying Li Donglei with a surprisingly assertive demeanor. The agent driving the car gripped the steering wheel, breaking into a cold sweat upon hearing Lin Luo's words. Had Lin Luo always been this brave? How audacious to speak such to the Eastern demon. The last person to dare speak to Li Donglei in such a manner was now buried beneath grass taller than a man. Chapter 6. A divine revelation. Li Donglei gazed intently at Lin Luo, yet Lin Luo remained unflinching. Li Donglei's expression shifted abruptly as he said, "You are correct. If someone were to attempt to assassinate you now, I would be the first to perish. However, you have no idea how much I know, or what I possess." Lin Luo replied, "That is inconsequential." Li Donglei regarded Lin Luo earnestly and stated, "What matters is that you can assist this nation." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo fell silent, then regarded Li Donglei with newfound respect. What does it mean to be a soldier? They always place their country first. Their lives belong to the nation. They remained silent until they arrived at a seemingly unremarkable building. However, once inside, Lin Luo beheld a different world. "This is one of the secret branches of the Security Bureau," Li Donglei explained. "The Security Bureau is akin to the intelligence agency of Huaxia. Yet our primary responsibility lies in safeguarding certain individuals and managing affairs concerning national security." Although Li Donglei spoke casually, Lin Luo instantly grasped the Bureau's high-ranking status. "You truly hold me in high regard," Lin Luo said with a wry smile. As the car halted, Lin Luo prepared to open the door when he noticed it swung open on its own, revealing Lu Kaoken. Director, Lin Luo was taken aback. Not expecting him to be present, he held Lu Kaoken in high esteem. After all, Lu's management skills were commendable, coupled with a strong sense of responsibility and exceptional social acumen. "Please, don't call me that," Lu Kaoken quickly urged in a hushed tone. "You're hiding your talents. Trying to give me a fright." Realizing Lin Luo's current status, Lu Kaoken also softened his tone. Just then, as Li Donglei walked past, Lu Kaoken promptly straightened up, obediently falling silent. "After you," Li Donglei gestured. Lin Luo cast a glance at Lu Kaoken, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Luo reciprocated and proceeded ahead. Upon entering the elevator, they ascended directly to the 18th floor. Exiting, they were greeted by a world of wonder. Each small division was equipped with an array of advanced machinery, many of which Lin Luo could not name. Upon entering the conference room, he spotted two elderly gentlemen, who stood up simultaneously upon his arrival. "You've come," exclaimed Fang Jingqiu, visibly elated. As Qin Yuan rose, he trembled slightly, prompting Fang Jingqiu to assist him. "I am fine. Just help me over," Qin Yuan insisted, his excitement palpable. Lin Luo, however, was taken aback by the scene before him. Fang Jingqiu was a paragon of academia, while Qin Yuan stood as a towering figure in the biological sciences. "Lin Luo, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed seniors," he said. Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu regarded Lin Luo's unwavering demeanor with admiration, and Qin Yuan remarked, "Please, have a seat. In the realm of academia, it is knowledge that commands respect, not age." In fact, Qin Yuan even attempted to assist Lin Luo in sitting down. Yet, Lin Luo, modest as ever, gestured for them to take their seats first before finally sitting down himself. With eagerness, Qin Yuan seized 3 documents and, resembling an eager student, urged, "Do share how you discovered the 24th chromosome." Lin Luo turned to the 2 elder statesmen and inquired, "What proportion of human genes do you believe our current technology has explored?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuan responded, "Perhaps around 70%. It was a conservative estimate." Fang Jingqiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the human body structure was not overly intricate, thus the exploration was nearing completion. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo raised a finger. 1%. Fang Jingqiu stammered, swallowing hard. Lin Luo countered, "No, it is less than 1/1000th. The 2 elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The admiration they had previously held was replaced by disbelief. Although they treated him with respect, such an audacious claim was hardly acceptable. Li Donglei was uninterested in their discourse, opting instead to head to the adjacent command room, where numerous tasks awaited his attention. Once Lin Luo's background was verified, no unsavory expenditures, no unusual income, and no questionable affiliations, the personnel of Dongfang Biology had been thoroughly vetted, examining each individual associated with the documents in question. Media influence had been employed to erase all video content related to today's events in Jiangbei across all platforms. Listening to the agent's report, Li Donglei remained silent until he interjected after the 3rd statement. "What is the higher authority's stance?" "Everything is as per academician Qin Yuan's directives," the agent replied. Li Donglei nodded and took a seat, casting another glance at Lin Luo's dossier. The agent continued. As for how Lin Luo acquired this information, there are no updates yet. Perhaps. Li Donglei narrowed his eyes and uttered a single word. Wait. The agent paused. Li Donglei continued thoughtfully. Not all matters require immediate knowledge. The agent quickly saluted and departed. At that moment, Li Donglei glanced toward the adjoining conference room. The trio's meeting today could potentially lead to a significant decision, namely, the addition of a new name to the protection list of the Confidential Bureau. It was worth noting that the current list contained fewer than 5 individuals, and even someone of Qin Yuan's stature was not included. The ire of the two elders was not without justification. Lin Luo's statements had trivialized the advancements of biological technology. Lacking in respect, Fang Jingqiu was on the verge of expressing his outrage when Qin Yuan interjected. Why do you say that? Even if the 24th chromosome has been discovered, it merely adds one more to our understanding. Lin Luo remained silent, rising to circle around Qin Yuan as he asked, how many years do you believe you can live? Elder Qin? Fang Jingqiu was incensed, ready to reprimand Lin Luo for such an outrageous question. Sit down. Qin Yuan commanded firmly, prompting Fang Jingqiu to comply. He pondered aloud. Following my examination, I would estimate a normal lifespan of 8 years, but my dedication to work might reduce that to 5. He added, modern biological technology is quite advanced. Predicting a person's lifespan is not particularly challenging. We can even anticipate diseases 30 years in advance. Before he could finish, Lin Luo swiftly approached Qin Yuan's side, producing 3 silver needles in a flash. He proceeded to insert them into 3 critical acupoints on Qin Yuan's head. Fang Jingqiu gasped in horror, recognizing the danger of targeting those vital points. Call for help, he shouted, preparing to confront Lin Luo. Meanwhile, Li Donglei, having overheard the commotion, rushed into the conference room, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. Fang Jingqiu's eyes were fixed on Qin Yuan's head, where the once white strands of hair were visibly darkening at an astonishing rate, accompanied by the gradual fading of age spots. This scene resembled a miracle. Chapter 7. The limits of humanity. Li Donglei understood that the answer had been revealed. Lin Luo had validated everything. The name of Lin Luo would soon grace the list of the Confidential Bureau. Fang Jingqiu swallowed hard, struggling to find his voice. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan gazed at his hands, his body trembling significantly as his heart rate soared, overwhelmed with an indescribable excitement. The limits of humanity were not confined to the brain, but rather to the lifespan. For a leading scientist, longevity equated to everything. He could scarcely believe that he was on the brink of rejuvenation. Lifting his gaze to Lin Luo, he looked upon him as if he were a deity, exclaiming, how did you achieve this? Lin Luo glanced at the documents on the table and replied, this is the power of the 24th chromosome. He had long since unlocked all information regarding the 24th chromosome. This technique was a reward from the system upon completing a task, known as retrace. While it was widely acknowledged that these 3 acupoints were critical, no one had ever attempted to needle all 3 simultaneously. Fang Jingqiu and Qin Yuan remained in a state of disbelief. If Lin Luo's claims were indeed true, then the world was on the brink of a monumental transformation. In Tianjin City, the capital of Huaxia, life bustled as usual, vibrant and lively. An agent of the Confidential Bureau exited a vehicle, hastily carrying a large metallic box toward a towering edifice. Yet, as he advanced, dozens of soldiers emerged from seemingly nowhere, intent on intercepting the agent with the box. It was only when the agent produced a token that all the soldiers halted, refraining from any further obstruction. Minutes later, the agent stood at the entrance of an office, marked by a sign reading, Strategic Bureau. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, who, upon glancing at the agent's token, paused in surprise and inquired, where's Li Donglei? To address Li Donglei by name indicated that this man held a position of equal or greater authority. His name was Wu Wenbo, the head of the Strategic Bureau, which oversaw various national sectors and wielded considerable influence over economic and developmental matters. The agent bowed slightly, presenting the box without uttering a word. Wu Wenbo understood that silence signified either ignorance or confidentiality. As he accepted the box, he noted its construction. It was no ordinary container, crafted from the world's highest precision diamond, capable of withstanding molten conditions for extended periods. Only a nuclear explosion could destroy it, ensuring that its contents were of the utmost secrecy. Upon receiving the box, the agent executed a military salute before exiting and closing the door behind him. It was only then that Wu Wenbo entered the password and opened the box. Inside, rather than the precious items he had anticipated, there lay but a single piece of paper. Curiosity swelled within him. A mere sheet of paper in such a secure container was evidently irregular. He picked it up, unfolded it, and instantly felt his hands tremble. In haste, he grabbed the phone and dialed a number he believed was reserved for times of war. "This is Wu Winbo from the Strategic Bureau. I request a personal meeting." Lin Luo observed the two men gazing at him with awe and remarked, "In simple terms, the 24th chromosome allows one to regain youth, yet it does not alter lifespan." Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu, however, displayed no signs of disappointment. The fervor in their eyes even made Lin Luo feel a tad uncomfortable. This was a breakthrough. Humanity's advancement relies on the creativity found in its most vigorous moments. Yet, aging and lifespan impose significant limitations. If top scientists could extend their periods of vitality by 10 or even 5 years, how much could their creativity evolve? Qin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Fang Jingqiu nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as they were caught up in their enthusiasm, Lin Luo's next statement nearly swept them away. "I merely stated that the 24th chromosome does not alter lifespan. I did not say it cannot." In that moment, a ripple of excitement surged forth. If Qin Yuan appeared to have aged backward slightly, Fang Jingqiu was in disarray, prompting Li Donglei to step forward and support him. Casting a reproachful glance at Lin Luo, "Careful with your words, they could be deadly." Clearing his throat, Lin Luo continued, undeterred by Fang Jingqiu's disregard. "What you mentioned is true. Can humanity's future truly rewrite the history of lifespan?" Lin Luo replied, "The hidden gene chain can completely dismantle humanity's previous limitations. You have seen the data, lifespan, capability, even modes of action. Consider this. Why are we, as humans, weaker than tigers and inferior to lions, yet we dominate the continents? We have barely scratched the surface of our limits." His words ignited a fire within both scientists. They comprehended deeply that if this were true, it would alter the course of history. Humanity was on the brink of soaring, and the first to take flight would be Huaxia. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Luo, realizing that this young man had not simply been summoned. He had already devised a comprehensive plan. Lin Luo exhaled softly, thinking that conversing with intelligent individuals was far less exhausting. He looked at Qin Yuan and stated, "I want personnel, a new department, a new plan, a new strategy." Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu immediately understood. However, given the magnitude of the matter, they were not in a position to make decisions. They knew that while establishing a standard department was within their capabilities, Lin Luo sought much more than that. They turned to Lin Luo and said, "We need time to research your proposal." "No problem." Lin Luo nodded in agreement. At that moment, the two elderly gentlemen rose and offered a slight bow to Lin Luo. He paused, quickly lowering his head, feeling unworthy of their profound respect. Subsequently, they made their way toward the exit, requiring no further instructions. The remainder was entrusted to Li Donglei. After they departed, Lin Luo turned to ask, "Why do you not follow them?" Li Donglei stood firm and serious. And at that moment, a man and a woman approached, both wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of coolness. Indeed, it appeared that agents had a penchant for dramatics. Especially as night fell, Lin Luo muttered under his breath. Li Donglei and the others heard him, yet neither displayed any change in expression, pretending not to have heard. "What is this?" Lin Luo inquired as Li Donglei handed him a black ring adorned with an incredibly lifelike black dragon. "In times of need, you can present this in any department, and they will assist you," Li Donglei explained, omitting the fact that only 5 individuals currently possessed such a ring in Huaxia, with Lin Luo being the 5th. Additionally, Li Donglei informed Lin Luo, "You may choose one of the 2 bodyguards." Still preoccupied with examining the ring, Lin Luo absent-mindedly remarked when he heard Li Donglei clear his throat, "What a joke. I'm just a student. Who would wish me harm?" To his surprise, Li Donglei replied with utmost seriousness, "Lin Luo, I am not seeking your opinion. You may either select one or take them both." Chapter 8. Brotherhood. Lin Luo sensed Li Donglei's gravity and coughed lightly, saying, "I was merely joking. No need to take it so seriously." He pondered that this soldier was indeed not one to jest. He added earnestly, "I merely wish to convey that no one would wish me harm." "Do not assume that Huaxia is entirely safe," Li Donglei cautioned. "The number of spies we resolve in a year rivals the total student population at your school." Lin Luo's pupils dilated. "Your current status is far from ordinary," Li Donglei continued. "All your records have been erased, and aside from the highest-ranking officials, no one can access any information regarding you." Lin Luo cast another glance at the 2 bodyguards, who had remained silent and expressionless throughout. Another pair of wooden figures. He mused, pointing to the male bodyguard. The male bodyguard stepped forward, his demeanor serious and solemn. Yet Lin Luo declared, "You excluded. I am a normal man. Why would I choose a muscle-bound fellow? If I must select, it shall be a woman." The 3 exchanged glances, rendered speechless by Lin Luo's boldness. Li Donglei gestured, and Xia Qian stepped forward, undeniably beautiful, her military bearing lending her an air of elegance. Xia Qian, she introduced herself, though her voice was cool. Lin Luo regarded her and remarked, however, having a woman protect me seems rather amusing. Would you like to test that theory? Li Donglei said with a sly smile. At that moment, Xia Qian gazed intently at Lin Luo, and in the blink of an eye, she raised her hand. Her speed was astonishing, surpassing even the most thrilling scenes on television. Just as her hand was about to make contact with Lin Luo's shoulder, he exclaimed in mock terror, "Stop!" Seeing Lin Luo's expression, both agents felt a sense of satisfaction, even pride. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Luo had observed her movements with clarity and could easily evade and counterattack. Yet, he felt it prudent to allow these agents their dignity. This moment had merely been a test, and the results indicated that the 50,000 points he had spent in the system were well worth it. His physique now likely surpassed that of these special forces operatives. Nonetheless, they were professionals, and while he might not fear them, they could not be entirely at ease with him. As long as you require it, she can ensure your life remains undisturbed, Li Donglei assured. Lin Luo maintained a facade of feigned anxiety, replying, all right, she can accompany me. Afterward, Lin Luo inquired, before the results are out, I would like to go for a walk. Of course, that is not an issue, Li Donglei replied. No one can restrict your movements. Once the results are in, someone will notify you and arrange a private plane for you. And if the upper echelons disapprove? Lin Luo asked. Li Donglei contemplated briefly before responding without hesitation. You will receive a confidentiality agreement. Because your background is sufficiently clean, you will not be under surveillance. Lin Luo smiled faintly, satisfied, and glanced at his HW phone, only to discover it was black-screened. This indicated a notably high level of confidentiality. No wonder they had not mentioned turning off their phones upon entry. As Lin Luo stepped out the door, he suddenly turned back, with Xia Qian closely following him. Lin Luo took a step forward, and she mirrored his movement. He paused in surprise, halting in his tracks. She too ceased her advance. Lin Luo turned his head, and she followed suit. Yet Lin Luo instructed, you stay right here. Xia Qian remained motionless. Lin Luo then pivoted and walked towards Li Donglei, contemplating quietly before murmuring, that Li brother, is Xia Qian your disciple? How do you know? Li Donglei replied, bewildered. No wonder she seems as stiff as a log. Lin Luo felt a sudden surge of frustration, thinking to himself that it was truly a case of flowers blossoming from dung as he departed, muttering under his breath. Meanwhile, Li Donglei was left in a state of confusion. His relationship with Xia Qian was purely that of teacher and student. What nonsense was Lin Luo spouting? At Jiangbei Academy, Lin Luo was unlikely to return. Zhang Ming gazed at the entrance, a flicker of worry and sorrow crossing his face. He was concerned for Lin Luo's safety, and saddened by the impending separation. This guy won't even join us for a farewell meal, pretending to be a brother, Lu Tao fumed. Enough of that. Let's not dwell on it, sighed the second brother. If he doesn't come back, the four of us will eat, and we'll send him the bill later. Ha ha. You really are wicked, second brother. Makes sense. After all, that rascal isn't coming back. With that, laughter erupted among the four, though the undertone of sadness, regret, and reluctance was palpable. Eventually, they packed their belongings, and the only item left in the dormitory was Lin Luo's bed. Zhang Ming was the first to step out. He turned back for a moment, then pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking deep puffs. Watching the smoke drift away, he reflected on the 3 years of youth they had shared and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Give me one, the second and fourth brothers approached, taking a cigarette and lighting it expertly. Lu Tao joined them, but he clearly lacked experience. His first puff ended in a fit of coughing, drawing laughter from the others. The four men leaned against the railing, enveloped in silence. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Suddenly, a raspy voice broke the stillness. You lot do realize smoking is prohibited on campus, right? The four were startled, instinctively crushing their cigarette butts. Zhang Ming sensed something was amiss. The dormitory supervisor's voice was not typically so harsh. He turned around and was instantly filled with excitement upon seeing Lin Luo standing at the end of the corridor, beaming at them. You little rascal, daring to tease me. Zhang Ming dashed over, and the other three snapped back to reality, following suit. In that moment, the 5 men were locked in a playful scuffle, laughter echoing through the air. The only one outside this joyous scene was Xia Qian, observing them with an impassive expression. Was the joy of men truly so simple and childish? Chapter 9. Academic disputes. I thought you weren't coming back, Zhang Ming said, wrapping an arm around Lin Luo's neck. The third brother promised us a farewell feast at a 5-star hotel. If I didn't come back, would I still be a person? Lin Luo chuckled. That was just drunken talk. It doesn't count, Lu Tao interjected, his eyes reddening with urgency. Roars of laughter erupted from the group. The observant fourth brother then noticed Xia Qian's presence and whispered, "Fifth brother, what's the situation? Is she hiding some treasure?" Zhang Ming and the others turned to look, their expressions filled with astonishment. In Xia Qian's presence, even the most beautiful campus flowers seemed to pale in comparison. Lin Luo merely smiled and said, "Just pretend she doesn't exist." Upon hearing this, the four understood immediately. Clearly, with Lin Luo being taken by the military, his identity was no ordinary one. They felt no envy, only a sense of reassurance. At the very least, Lin Luo's future seemed secure. Lu Tao, however, teased, "Well, now I feel a bit intimidated talking to you. What if you send troops to capture me tonight? Last time I lost in ranked matches, it wasn't an act. I really was that bad." As soon as he finished, laughter erupted again. Xia Qian frowned, perplexed by the humor in their words. In the most luxurious barbecue joint in Jiangbei, the 5 men drank beer, boasting and reminiscing about the past, yet no one inquired about Lin Luo's activities that day. As the night deepened and intoxication set in, it was time to part ways. They embraced, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. This farewell left them uncertain of when they might reunite. "I'm leaving," Zhang Ming, as the eldest brother, maintained his sobriety. Having cared for them like a father over the years, he embraced each of them before departing. "I'm off too," the second brother said, dragging his modest suitcase. Coming from a rural background, he had always faced hardships. In his freshman year, when he failed to secure financial aid, it was Lin Luo who approached the counselor and, along with Zhang Ming and the others, provided the funds, having the counselor pretend it was the second brother's application. To this day, he remained unaware of the truth. "Don't forget to come visit me," Lu Tao said with a mournful face. He was usually impulsive and talkative, hailing from a privileged background, making him the least concerning of the group. With tears in his eyes, he climbed into a BMW, not daring to look back. Finally, the fourth brother shared an embrace with Lin Luo, who personally saw him off in a taxi. The fourth brother was headed west to participate in construction, a dream he had long held. Once they all departed, Lin Luo sat on the roadside's greenbelt, covering his face with his hands. Xia Qian stood quietly beside him, her peculiar behavior attracting the attention of passers-by, making it seem as though she had bullied Lin Luo. However, Lin Luo remained unconcerned, and Xia Qian was even less so. Time passed, and eventually, Lin Luo stood up, his demeanor transformed entirely. While sadness may linger, his future should not be shackled by it. Observing this revitalized man, Xia Qian paused before speaking. "With your current authority, as long as you desire, you could live and work together indefinitely." Lin Luo merely smiled, glancing at Xia Qian. "If you remain silent, I might mistake you for a mute." Xia Qian's expression remained unchanged, showing no reaction to his words. "Let us go," Lin Luo gestured, and she followed him to the hotel reception. "Hello, welcome. Would you like to book a room?" "A single room with a double bed," Lin Luo requested. Pulling out his money, the receptionist paused, casting a glance at Lin Luo and Xia Qian, her expression suggesting understanding. "I'm sorry, but we only have a single king-sized room available. I sincerely apologize." Under normal circumstances, Lin Luo might have grasped her implication, but intoxicated and overwhelmed by the day's events, he simply replied, "Then we'll take that." He opted not to book 2 rooms, knowing Xia Qian would likely choose to stay closed for protection. "All right then." The receptionist accepted the payment, watching them leave with a look of envy, though she muttered under her breath, "He helped him, yet didn't he even say thank you? How rude." Lin Luo led Xia Qian into the hotel, and as they entered, she immediately moved to the front, scanning the surroundings and becoming alert. "Wait a moment," Xia Qian instructed tersely before proceeding to inspect the corners, the restroom, and beneath the bed. Finally, her cold voice rang out, "All clear." But when she turned back, she found Lin Luo sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. Xia Qian closed the door and sat on the sofa, quietly observing the room. This night would be marked by silence. In the 12 hours following Qin Yuan's departure, the entire Tianjin and even the nation descended into turmoil. Senior researchers and biologists had already labored for 12 hours, striving to meticulously analyze the data on Lin Luo's 3 documents, necessitating the collaboration of 91 research institutes across the country. And there were only 9 of those nationwide. Ultimately, all the data converged into a singular piece of information, encrypted and transmitted to the Strategic Bureau in Tianjin. At this moment, 20 individuals were seated around the round table of the bureau. Among them were Wu Wenbo, Li Donglei, Qin Yuan, and Fang Jingqiu. Besides these prominent figures, The remaining 16 were either of ministerial rank or esteemed scientists in the field of biology. Each of them could stir significant waves if released into the public domain. Yet, tension filled the air as they prepared to deliberate on matters that could influence the fate of the nation. I still oppose this. An elderly man stood up resolutely. This young man's origins are dubious. These materials might very well be a deliberate ploy by the Eagle Nation to mislead us. He was Zhou Hai, a figure of considerable standing, yet notably conservative. Are you questioning the integrity of our intelligence agency? Li Donglei retorted, his discontent palpable. Zhou Hai remained unfazed, responding, "We are merely discussing whether we should invest such substantial human and material resources into exploring something that may not even exist." "And what am I then?" Qin Yuan interjected, his raven hair already speaking volumes. Zhou Hai hesitated momentarily before continuing. "But why is it that, despite our combined efforts, we still cannot locate the 24th chromosome? Having only garnered relevant theoretical data? Hence, we need him, Lin Luo. He is merely a 22-year-old, yet to fully mature. Since when did our academic community measure merit by age?" "Zhou Hai, you seem to have lost your clarity." The argument escalated, and Wu Wenbo felt overwhelmed. Just then, the door was thrust open, prompting Li Donglei to instinctively rise. "Who dares to enter without my command?" Chapter 10. The dust settles, everyone turned to see a man clad in a suit, standing at the entrance. In that instant, Wu Wenbo promptly stood, and Li Donglei stood at attention, saluting. The newcomer, though of modest rank, bore a document of significant weight. As the others realized the gravity of the situation, they all rose. The suited man approached, handed the document to Wu Wenbo with a slight nod, and then departed. Wu Wenbo carefully grasped it. It was the national order, a symbol of the highest command of the Huaxia nation. After a brief scan, he addressed the assembly, finally fixing his gaze on Li Donglei. "Li Donglei, present." Li Donglei saluted. "Summon Lin Luo to the capital." "Understood." Li Donglei lowered his hand and exited. The others exchanged glances, now comprehending the weight of the moment. Everything had settled. When Lin Luo awoke, he spotted Xia Qian seated on the sofa, her eyes wide open. "Did you not sleep the entire night?" he inquired, rubbing his eyes. "You didn't allow me to," she replied. Lin Luo sighed, thinking that Li Donglei had caused quite a bit of trouble. He poured himself a glass of water and asked, "Do you not even have a phone? If you're keeping watch, you could at least play on your phone." Xia Qian remained silent, prompting Lin Luo to suggest, "Then you should rest now." She glanced at him, about to close her eyes when her phone rang. Lin Luo, seated on the sofa, observed her briefly before she answered and hung up. He already knew the content of the conversation. "Let us go," Xia Qian stood, stating, "They want you upstairs." Lin Luo did not rise. Xia Qian frowned, wondering what he was up to, only to hear him say, "My last order to you was to sleep." Xia Qian paused, about to protest, but met Lin Luo's gaze. In that moment, she approached the bedside and lay down, closing her eyes. Lin Luo smiled slightly before getting up to wash up. Nearly 5 hours later, when Xia Qian awakened, she noticed a thick stack of documents on the table, with Lin Luo engrossed in writing. "Congratulations. You have successfully deciphered the hidden gene R13. The human genome progress chart is now 71 complete. 50,000 points awarded. 50,000. Lin Luo paused at the sudden announcement. Points were only awarded for significant breakthroughs. In the past, Lin Luo had worked tirelessly, and after accounting for purchases and recent expenses, he had accrued nearly 200,000 points from this stingy system. Yet this time, he had received such a substantial reward. The R13 gene seemed remarkable. Lin Luo, already aware that Xia Qian had woken, did not turn around and asked, "Why did you look away? The documents in your hand are confidential. I cannot view them until authorized by my superiors. Besides, you wouldn't understand them." "But I have an excellent memory," Xia Qian replied matter-of-factly. Lin Luo set down his pen, rubbing his forehead, realizing that having such a bodyguard was indeed a challenge. He organized his materials and declared, "Let us go to the capital." "Excuse us, law enforcement is on duty. Please step aside." At Tianjin International Airport, a team of uniformed personnel entered, swiftly taking control of all airport access points. "Is a celebrity arriving?" "Nonsense. A celebrity wouldn't warrant such treatment. I suspect it's a foreign leader." Speculation buzzed among the crowd, though such occurrences were not uncommon in Tianjin. However, the scale of this operation was unprecedented. With even the regular departure channels completely sealed off, numerous flights were delayed, and many were forcibly restrained from moving. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and Xia Qian traversed a secluded passageway, and upon reaching the end, they encountered Li Donglei and another man awaiting them. Wu Wenbo, the director of the Strategic Bureau, Li Donglei introduced. Lin Luo paused. taken aback that such a prominent figure had come personally to greet him. He extended his hand, saying, Lin Luo. Wu Wenbo's gaze was far sharper than Li Donglei's. He scrutinized Lin Luo, quickly gathering much information. A 22-year-old who could exhibit such composure upon hearing his name indicated a solid foundation of confidence. Everything is prepared. We await your arrival, Wu Wenbo stated. Lin Luo nodded. Upon exiting the airport and entering a vehicle, they were escorted directly to the headquarters of the Strategic Bureau. This way, please. The entire headquarters was deserted until Lin Luo stepped into the conference room. This room featured a circular table capable of accommodating hundreds. Lin Luo surveyed the assembly, aware that those present were no ordinary individuals. He confidently approached the center stage. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. A mere 22-year-old was poised to spearhead a national-level project, a task only he could undertake. It seemed absurd, yet the scene was unfolding before them. Without a script in hand, Lin Luo scanned the room and began, I am aware that what I am about to present will shatter your preconceptions. Yet, the advancement of humanity is inherently about continually redefining our former beliefs. Thus, we have achieved modern technology, developed nuclear weapons, and advanced modern medicine. Our vision must extend deeper, farther, and even transcend tradition. Lin Luo's words resonated powerfully, delivered with clarity and conviction. If not for Li Donglei's prior knowledge of his background, one might have assumed he was a seasoned orator. Yet, regrettably, Lin Luo had never given a speech throughout his growth. To those present, Lin Luo had become increasingly enigmatic. At that point, Lin Luo produced a document, and Xia Qian entered, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Luo commenced, in your computers, there exists a plan identical to the one I hold. The audience hastily opened their devices, accessing the transmitted folder. The Hidden Chromosome Project, the Hidden Gene Project, the G3 Gas Project, the Human Lifespan Extension Project, the Talent Rescue Project, the Gene Completion Engineering. All these are merely the inception of the next undertaking. Upon reaching the conclusion, a sense of trepidation filled the air, and everyone swallowed hard. These concepts sounded as if they were plucked straight from the pages of science fiction. How could they possibly be realized? Such notions seemed to defy theoretical principles. Ultimately, as they perused the final pages and returned to the cover, all eyes were fixated on the 6 words inscribed there, hearts pounding with shock. The Human Completion Plan. Chapter 11. The first case in Huaxia Ding. The Human Completion Plan has been initiated. Ding. You have received national support, and a reward system buff has been activated. Ding. For each completed milestone, the host is entitled to accelerated progress. Lin Luo paused momentarily, pondering the nature of this phenomenon. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He succinctly summarized his thoughts before exiting the stage. The name Human Completion Plan resonated with him deeply. After much contemplation, it felt like the most fitting title. Humanity today requires completion. Only through such completion can evolution be achieved. As the meeting adjourned, attendees rose and made their way outside, for a multitude of tasks awaited them. In that instant, biologists across the nation were summoned to the capital, creating ripples of excitement. Your facilities are still under construction. Grant us 3 days. Wu Wenbo stated to Lin Luo. Only a nation like Huaxia, renowned for its infrastructure prowess, could dare to propose erecting a massive research institute in such a short span. Lin Luo, unperturbed, replied, I lack in-depth access to G3 gas data at Dongfang Biology. I need to meet the relevant authorities. Wu Wenbo nodded, and Qin Yuan inquired, are you planning to tackle G3 first? G3 represents the foremost global threat, capable of contaminating the air and leading to cognitive decline or death. Historically, the approach to G3 has been to identify, isolate, and ultimately allow it to claim lives, a cruel but deemed effective strategy. Should you pursue this angle, I can take you to this Hongyan laboratory, where we have conducted all our research. Wu Wenbo paused before continuing. As for the person in charge, Qin Yuan's expression turned peculiar. The overall leader of the G3 project is Zhou Hai. Although the higher-ups have made their decision, Zhou Hai is bound to comply. However, both Qin Yuan and his colleagues are well aware of Zhou Hai's tendencies. Should he disagree with any matter, he would be a source of considerable difficulty. Lin Luo had no time to analyze their expressions and pressed on. Additionally, several of you are quite busy. I cannot expect to have every matter relayed to me. There are numerous tasks ahead, so I require an assistant. What sort of assistant do you desire? Wu Wenbo and Qin Yuan, rather than opposing, expressed admiration for his initiative. Lin Luo, as the chief engineer of the Human Completion Plan, recognized the significance of management alongside technical prowess. Lu Kaoken, Lin Luo declared. Wu Wenbo was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. I do not support this choice. He glanced into the distance and added, "The assistant you seek must command respect." I am unsure of Liu Keoken's managerial capabilities, especially since he has not interacted with individuals of this caliber. Lin Luo merely smiled at this remark. He understood the rationale, but believed Liu Keoken was exceptional. Has Liu Keoken's background been investigated? Wu Wenbo asked Li Donglei upon entering the office. Yes, the investigation is complete. Li Donglei replied. He is quite clean. Wu Wenbo frowned. For this matter, being clean is insufficient. Li Donglei countered. This project is inherently an improbable task, operating within a realm of the unknown. I believe we should heed Lin Luo's judgment. Wu Wenbo was taken aback. Such words were uncharacteristic of Li Donglei, suggesting a newfound appreciation for Lin Luo. As the two conversed, the phone on the desk rang. Wu Wenbo glanced at it and immediately stood. Li Donglei understood who was on the other end. He stood upright, exuding respect. Yes, yes. After two affirmatives, Wu Wenbo swiftly opened his computer, accessed the internal Huaxia website, and entered a document code, CH1001, codename, Hope, Human Completion Plan, Level, SSS. Officially initiated. Seize the day, indulge in joy, and sing merrily. Liu Keoken reclined on his sofa at home, munching on peanuts and sipping liquor, feeling quite pleased with himself. His mind was occupied with thoughts of recent events. As long as it didn't blow back on him, he reasoned, he would be fine. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his musings. Liu Keoken hurriedly rose to answer it, only to find Lin Luo standing at the threshold, with Xia Qian following closely behind. What brings you here? Liu Keoken asked. Tension rising. It's just me, Lin Luo replied. Xia Qian frowned slightly. Despite being a reticent operative, she was still a person. Liu Keoken exhaled in relief, but noticed Xia Qian's presence and quickly said, What nonsense. How can you say you're alone when there's a fine young lady behind you? Come in and sit. As he invited them inside, he discreetly assessed Xia Qian, quickly deducing her identity. Lin Luo chuckled as he entered, glancing at the peanuts and alcohol on the table. Liu, you're living quite well. Don't call me Liu. Liu Keoken rolled his eyes. Your rank has risen, hasn't he it? Lin Luo cast a fleeting glance at Liu Keoken, who quickly interjected, Let us not dwell on that. If you've come to drink, that is fine, but let us steer clear of other topics. I don't want to know anything. With a smile, Lin Luo noted that had this been anyone else, they would likely be panicking at his visit. Liu Keoken, however, was adept at reading the room. After a moment, he continued, How much do you intend to drink? Liu Keoken felt his frustration rise. Why did you specifically seek me out? I'm practically bankrupt. Because I lack time. And the nation lacks time. I need someone who understands me. Lin Luo replied earnestly. Liu, the country needs you. At those words, Liu Keoken froze, gripping the bottle tightly. In a fit of anger, he slammed the bottle down on the table, declaring, You've got me completely in your grasp. Lin Luo smiled. What do you need me for? Liu Keoken asked, tossing a peanut into his mouth. Lin Luo glanced at Xia Qian, who surveyed the surroundings and nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu Keoken swallowed hard. Liu Keoken, what you are about to hear is a top-secret plan, Lin Luo stated gravely. What level is it? Liu Keoken sensed the seriousness of the matter. SSS level, Lin Luo replied. At this revelation, Liu Keoken's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Such a project is beyond my capabilities. You need not be involved in the technical aspects. Your role will be to coordinate personnel and manage logistics as an engineer's assistant. Lin Luo clarified. Liu Keoken tapped his fingers on the table, suddenly locking eyes with Lin Luo, the chief engineer 1TB. Lin Luo smiled subtly. The answer was clear, leaving Liu Keoken feeling as if the world had just spun out beneath him. Lin Luo, age 22, engineer of an SSS-level project? The first of its kind in Huaxia. Chapter 12, a groundbreaking discovery. The following day, accompanied by Qin Yuan, Lin Luo arrived at the Zhongguan laboratory, one of only two G3 gas research facilities in the country, filled with various samples and data. Upon entering, Lin Luo scanned the surroundings, but found no one to greet him. It was only when Qin Yuan cleared his throat that someone approached. Where is Zhou Hai? Qin Yuan demanded angrily. It was evident that the staff dared not ignore him, likely under Zhou Hai's orders. Academician Zhou is not present, a staff member replied. Head bowed and visibly anxious. Does Zhou Hai no longer wish to continue? Qin Yuan exclaimed with anger. The staff stood in a line, too intimidated to speak. Lin Luo interjected, smiling as he said, Since Senior Zhou Hai is absent, please lead me to the data repository. The staff member spoke hesitantly. Qin Yuan frowned, ready to unleash his fury, but at that moment, Lin Luo produced an official decree. This decree, The golden dragon seal represented the pinnacle of authority in Huaxia. While ordinary individuals might not recognize it, those present were far from ordinary. The leading staff member trembled in fear, taken aback by Lin Luo's sudden display of power, which contrasted sharply with his earlier demeanor. "This way, Chief Engineer Lin," he stammered, not daring to delay for even a moment. Lin Luo walked in expressionlessly, uttering not a single word. As he surveyed the dense repository of information, he finally spoke. "Within 5 minutes, I require a comprehensive report and core content regarding G3. Otherwise, this laboratory's existence will be rendered unnecessary." Qin Yuan paused momentarily, but soon regarded Lin Luo with newfound respect. A true powerhouse cannot afford to be overly merciful. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from outside. "What audacity! Do you truly believe that possessing a piece of obscure documentation can shield you from the might of the state?" Zhou Hai strode in with commanding presence. Throughout, Lin Luo did not cast a glance in his direction. He merely scanned the surroundings and declared, "The countdown has already begun." As his words resonated, they reverberated like thunder. The staff exchanged bewildered glances. No one doubted Lin Luo's capability, yet on the other side stood the laboratory's head, academician Zhou Hai. "You dare? No one is to move," Zhou Hai commanded. This left everyone in a state of awkwardness. Qin Yuan, agitated, his voice hoarse with emotion, exclaimed, "Zhou Hai, do you wish to stand against the nation?" This statement jolted Zhou Hai back to reality. Lin Luo dares. Indeed, he does, for he is backed by the state. Reluctantly, Zhou Hai waved his hand, prompting the staff to spring into action. In no time, documents were being organized and handed over. Lin Luo perused the materials, engrossed in his reading. Hours slipped by unnoticed. Ding. You have gained an opportunity to decipher the extraterrestrial gene map. You have 3 days to decode the G3 gene map to receive your reward. Extraterrestrial. Lin Luo was not surprised by the system's sudden notification. Rather, he was astonished by the term itself. Extraterrestrial. What could it mean? A storm of thoughts began to swirl in Lin Luo's mind, his brow furrowing deeper. It seemed he needed not only to understand the principles of G3, but also to uncover its origins. He turned to Zhou Hai and stated, "I require a quiet office." Immediately, Zhou Hai hesitated, but begrudgingly complied, relinquishing his office. Lin Luo then addressed Xia Qian, saying, "Within 3 days, no one shall enter this room except you." "Understood," Xia Qian replied, standing upright and nodding. As Lin Luo closed the door, Qin Yuan and Zhou Hai exchanged glances, both filled with resentment. "I refuse to believe that after a decade of research on G3, we could not find a solution, yet Lin Luo arrives and resolves it," Zhou Hai scoffed. Qin Yuan ignored him. "You are truly misguided," Zhou Hai continued. Still, Qin Yuan remained silent, knowing from experience the miraculous nature of Lin Luo's abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he found a place to sit. Thus, a day and a night swiftly passed. Inside the room, there was not a sound, save for the occasional disappearance of food from the windowsill. At that moment, Lin Luo finished his meal, his gaze quickly fixating on an image. The conventional method of viral invasion involves seizing human cells and utilizing their internal substances to replicate extensively, ultimately wreaking havoc on the body. G3, however, was different. It required but one entity to prove fatal. A decade of research had yielded no remedy. An overwhelming amount of data and information caused Lin Luo's head to throb. Rubbing his temples, he scanned the data affixed to the walls, his gaze suddenly halting upon the G3 structural diagram. This seemingly simple diagram was familiar to him. 19. Lin Luo's realization struck him. He recalled having encountered a similar structure while deciphering 50% of the human gene map. His eyes widened in disbelief as a chilling hypothesis emerged in his mind. Someone is researching humanity. Indeed, someone is studying humanity. The system's earlier prompt referencing extraterrestrial. Could it be? Lin Luo inhaled deeply, rapidly searching through the human gene map within the system, and indeed discovered data corresponding to 19. It was nearly identical, save for one small red dot present on G3. This dot was the key to unraveling everything. No wonder nations had spent a decade with no results. They could not detect the presence of this hidden gene. Lin Luo gasped in astonishment. Because of G3, the world order was in turmoil. Tensions among nations were escalating. Who could have imagined that the true enemy might not be human? Lin Luo understood that this truth must be uncovered. Yet first, he needed to ascertain a solution to G3. If the issue lay with 19, applying reverse thinking would not suffice. Forcibly severing this gene chain was also not viable. Lin Luo's mind began to simulate extensively. Hours later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression as he proclaimed, "I comprehend it." Simultaneously, the system chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the G3 gene map, advancing the human gene map progress by 3, current status, 74. Ding. Awarded 100,000 points. Ding. You have acquired immunity to G3. Ding. New task, assist humanity in resolving G3. Lin Luo was elated. He knew he was on the right track. He rose and pushed open the door, whereupon he was met with the gaze of over 100 staff members, including Qin Yuan and Zhou Hai. However, no one anticipated that a miracle could occur within just 3 days. I wonder what you'll have to say, Zhou Hai remarked with a cold smile, having already prepared his mockery of Lin Luo. Chapter 13. Overcoming the toxic gas. Lin Luo stepped outside, casting a glance at Xia Qian, noting her dark circles under her eyes, and couldn't help but frown. This woman was truly obstinate. He had neglected to remind her earlier. He addressed her. Can't you adapt a little? It was your instruction. However, adequate sleep is still crucial. If someone were to intrude unexpectedly and it affected you, I would be derelict in my duties. My professional integrity does not allow for such negligence, Xia Qian replied calmly. You'd be better off remaining silent, Lin Luo said, feeling overwhelmed as he waved his hand. It's all over now, go rest. No one here would dare harm me. Xia Qian surveyed the surroundings, nodded, and then departed. At that moment, Qin Yuan approached, observing Lin Luo's troubled expression. Perhaps you should rest for a while, he suggested. Though Qin Yuan recognized Lin Luo's exceptional nature, he did not believe Lin Luo could solve this global conundrum in such a short span. In truth, Qin Yuan felt Lin Luo was under immense pressure. This was merely the first hurdle. If he faltered here, the subsequent path would become increasingly treacherous. Zhou Hai, trailing behind, could not suppress a smile, and said, Youngster, you should heed the advice of your elders. Not everything can be accomplished by sheer bravado. As his words settled, Lin Luo's calm yet profound voice interjected, Elder Qin, I believe we will soon be able to hold a press conference. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan paused. Zhou Hai halted as well. The personnel working behind turned around in unison, astonished as they gazed at Lin Luo. What did you say? Qin Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively grasped Lin Luo's hand. The fervor within him palpable. G3 was the greatest enigma in the world. Once infected by its toxic gas, death was the only fate awaiting them. The international medical community deemed it an unsolvable conundrum. Lin Luo smiled and spoke, enunciating each word. Indeed, I have deciphered the entirety of the G3 toxin. His declaration sent ripples through the crowd, resonating within the 300-square-meter hall. Some individuals, upon hearing this, felt their legs weaken, while others wept into their hands. They were frontline researchers of G3, having witnessed their colleagues succumb to the torment of the toxin, their bodies reduced to mere skeletons in a fleeting moment. Living in constant dread, they pressed on, yet hope eluded them. Today, however, this young man proclaimed that he might have discovered the answer to their insurmountable dilemma. Preposterous. Absurd. Zhou Hai, after a brief moment of shock and silence, laughed incredulously. You claim to have unraveled a problem that has stumped 300 of us. No, workers worldwide. In just 3 days? Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, anxiety creeping in. He desperately wished for Lin Luo's words to be true, yet Zhou Hai's skepticism jolted him into clarity. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo produced a piece of paper, remaining unfazed, and said, TPC, the marker you recognize? Zhou Hai remembered it well. However, he paid no heed to the gene's location, as such things were far too common. Within the TPC, there existed a gene chain labeled 19, which mirrored the human gene but had mutated. This anomaly obstructed modern technological exploration, as it was widely believed that G3 invaded the brain. No one considered that it was. In fact, the heart that G3 invaded, Lin Luo elucidated. The heart. Zhou Hai trembled upon hearing this. He snatched the paper from Lin Luo's hand and scrutinized it repeatedly, his joy eventually manifesting in tears. 1919. He truly wept before everyone present. Zhou Hai should have retired long ago. 10 years prior, when the meteor fell and G3 emerged, he had been summoned back by the government. That year, he was 66. Now he was 76. Time had not been kind, leaving him with a head of white hair. He had longed for the day he could decipher this enigma and return peace to the world. Alas, 10 years had passed in vain, and he feared he might not live to see it. Yet today, this young man had fulfilled a wish for him. Before Zhou Hai's emotions could stabilize, Lin Luo had already led Qin Yuan into the office. I will contact the medical department immediately, Qin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Let us formulate a medical plan. Lin Luo took a seat and responded, Please, Qin Lao, do not rush. This concerns lives, and we need a successful case. Yes, Yes, you see, I'm quite overwhelmed. Qin Yuan awkwardly chuckled. Once an esteemed academician, he now appeared as giddy as a child before Lin Luo. Lin Luo urged Qin Yuan to sit down, inquiring, "Are there any patients infected with G3? Just as Qin Yuan was about to speak, Zhou Hai entered the room. Lin Luo glanced over. While Qin Yuan expressed his displeasure at Zhou Hai's lack of courtesy in entering without knocking. To his surprise, Zhou Hai bowed deeply to Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly stood, noticing that everyone from the laboratory had gathered at the entrance, bowing in reverence. This scene stirred something within Lin Luo. "I apologize for my previous disdain and rudeness. I will resign from my position, but I implore Chief Engineer Lin to allow me to participate in this medical plan. I beg you." Zhou Hai's voice trembled as he kept his head lowered. Lin Luo rushed forward to help him stand straight, saying, "You would not wish to belittle your junior, would you?" Zhou Hai stood firm. Despite his advanced age, his posture remained resolute. Lin Luo felt a surge of admiration. Was this the dignity of the elder generation? Truly, the talent in Huaxia is abundant. Lin Luo's expression shifted as he remarked, "Yet you still harbor discontent towards me." Zhou Hai looked up, his face a mixture of anxiety and confusion. He struggled to find the right words to explain. Lin Luo continued, "You see, there are numerous projects behind that may require your assistance, yet you speak of leaving once they are completed. Does that not imply dissatisfaction with me?" Zhou Hai paused. Then a smile broke across his face. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. "Old Zhou, what are you still dawdling for?" Zhou Hai finally reacted, saying, "Then I shall not resign." Lin Luo smiled and invited Zhou Hai to take a seat. "The mortality rate of G3 is alarmingly swift. Individuals will surely succumb within 3 hours of infection." Zhou Hai stated, "Just an hour ago, we received a report from Anyang City, though we are uncertain if we will make it in time." Lin Luo immediately stood, exclaiming, "Why did you not mention this sooner? This is a matter of life and death." His tone carried an urgency. Zhou Hai remained silent. It was not out of indifference, but because one must don a spacesuit before approaching G3 patients. Indeed, only in absolute vacuum can one achieve isolation. "Our spacesuits are still under maintenance at the aerospace department," Zhou Hai explained. "They are not available for use at present." Lin Luo, however, asserted with unwavering confidence, "I trust my judgment. We will not need such apparatus." Chapter 14. The Death Zone. 1 hour later, in Anyang City, Lin Luo, Zhou Hai, and Qin Yuan disembarked from the helicopter, greeted by 2 soldiers. Before them lay the quarantine zone. Every city harbored such regions. Those infected with G3 could only come here to await their grim fate. It was a cruel reality, but there was no alternative. "Has she already entered?" Zhou Hai inquired. The soldiers, fully aware of the situation, nodded. "Yes, it's a little girl, holding a teddy bear," one soldier said, his voice choked with emotion. They had witnessed too many deaths through the monitors during their prolonged watch. "Please, step back," Lin Luo instructed as he retrieved a box containing propofol, an anesthetic, trace elements of iron, and finally, a common gas, carbon dioxide. "You intend to go in?" Qin Yuan frowned upon hearing this. Lin Luo's life was of utmost importance. He should not undertake such a risk. Zhou Hai attempted to snatch the box away, insisting, "Let me go." Yet Lin Luo countered, "You may go, but do you know the precise dosage? Are you equipped to handle adverse reactions?" Zhou Hai fell silent. "Then let her go," Qin Yuan coldly suggested. "We can wait for the next." Lin Luo held a document detailing the little girl's information. Age 5, an orphan, blood type O, and her name, Shen Xiaoa. "She cannot afford to wait," Lin Luo stated calmly. "Qin Lao, do you recall what you once taught in textbooks?" Qin Yuan paused. "A physician must prioritize the world. The world must prioritize humanity." Lin Luo smiled. "I have confidence. If I cannot conquer this, I will not succeed in the 3S project." With each step Lin Luo took toward the quarantine zone, Qin Yuan, Zhou Hai, and the 2 soldiers watched in awe. In the next moment, the soldiers stood at attention. Saluting Lin Luo, Zhou Hai gazed ahead, stating, "Old Qin, our Huaxia has hope." Qin Yuan remained silent, his fists clenched tightly as sweat trickled down. Regret washed over him. He wished he had incapacitated Lin Luo to prevent him from entering. At this moment, Lin Luo stepped through the entrance of the forbidden zone, where an automatic sensor awaited. However, these were pre-programmed. Upon detecting Lin Luo's identity, it responded accordingly. Upon entering, he was met with a chilling sight of heaps of white bones, evoking a sense of dread within him. This was a scene one would only witness in films, a genuine realm of death. Suddenly, Lin Luo sensed a peculiar change in his body. His hands were rapidly aging. He realized that he too had contracted G3. Yet, the sensation subsided swiftly, and he felt no surprise. When he deciphered the G3 genetic map, the system had already granted him immunity. However, this was not information he could share with Qin Yuan and the others. As he walked further in, he observed numerous bones of varying sizes. According to the data, over 30,000 lives had been lost in the forbidden zone of Anyang City alone. Lin Luo endeavored to locate the little girl, but soon heard the sound of weeping. He turned to see her in a corner, her face turned towards the wall, clutching her teddy bear. At merely 6 years old, she was acutely aware of the death that awaited her. As Lin Luo approached, the little girl heard his footsteps and became even more frightened. If an adult could feel discomfort at the sight of so many bones, how much more terrified would she be? "Please don't eat me. My flesh isn't tasty," she cried. Upon hearing her words, Lin Luo felt no amusement. Instead, he gently reassured her, "Xiaoya, I'm a doctor. I'm here to help you." When Chen Xiaoya turned to look at Lin Luo, her initial joy quickly faded into fear, and she instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, "Don't come near me. I'm sick." The pain in Lin Luo's heart deepened. What a sweet girl she was. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoya. I'm a doctor, here to help you," he repeated. Despite his words, she remained skeptical, scanning Lin Luo with innocent eyes. "Then why aren't you wearing a white coat?" Lin Luo felt a bead of sweat form. The simplicity of a child's thoughts was often surprising. For instance, they would be astonished to see their teacher eating snacks or a police officer out of uniform. After several minutes of gentle persuasion, he finally managed to explain himself. He drew closer to Chen Xiaoya, observing her tightly clutching her teddy bear, and noticed the signs of aging in her hands. Lin Luo understood that soon her body would follow, and then her mind, leading to inevitable death. He produced propofol and asked, "Xiaoya, are you afraid of needles?" "Not afraid," she replied, but her body betrayed her, instinctively flinching. Lin Luo smiled, choosing not to expose her fear. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. When you wake up, we'll go home." "Really?" Chen Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with hope. She missed her friends from kindergarten, even though she was in an orphanage. After administering the injection, Chen Xiaoya slowly closed her eyes. Seizing the moment, Lin Luo discreetly injected trace elements, while simultaneously enveloping her in a cloud of carbon dioxide. Inhaling a substantial amount of carbon dioxide would induce a state of unconsciousness. Lin Luo aimed to create a facade of death. If he succeeded, it would confirm that G3 was indeed artificially engineered. Once his task was complete, he settled down to wait. At that moment, the system chimed again, ding. Acknowledging the host's benevolence, you have received a reward of 50,000 points. Lin Luo paused, feeling a surge of joy. After an hour of anxious waiting, Lin Luo was thrilled to see the age spots on Chen Xiaoya's arm fade away, indicating that the treatment was effective. He gently shook her awake. Administering anesthesia to a child was inherently risky, but if she awoke, it would signify success. Approximately 2 minutes later, Chen Xiaoya groggily opened her eyes. Feeling pain in her face, she saw Lin Luo, who wore a beaming smile. "Am I okay?" she mumbled. "You're fine," Lin Luo reassured her. After a moment of confusion, she looked at her hands and suddenly leapt with joy. Previously, her illness had rendered her unable to walk, but now she was fully restored. Overjoyed, she jumped, only to step on a bone, which startled her into Lin Luo's embrace. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she cried. Lin Luo chuckled, gently patting her swollen face, amused by her innocence. Chapter 15. Igniting the world. 4 individuals stood anxiously by the door, desperately wishing to see the silhouettes of an adult and a child emerge. Yet, as an hour passed, their anxiety grew. Frustration clouded the minds of the 2 elders. "Damn it!" Zhou Hai punched the wall, the sound echoing loudly, revealing the force behind his frustration. Yet, he remained silent. Qin Yuan admonished, "It's only been an hour. What's the rush?" Silence engulfed them once more until a tall soldier suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Look!" Their expressions shifted, and they all gazed into the distance, where they beheld the sight they had longed for. Beneath the setting sun, an adult was leading a little girl clutching a teddy bear, slowly approaching them. Have they succeeded? Zhou Hai felt an overwhelming rush of excitement as he assessed the little girl and confirmed Lin Luo's safety. It was almost unbelievable. Lin Luo chuckled. "It seems your eyesight isn't what it used to be. I'll give you a couple of injections when we return." "How dare you speak like that?" Qin Yuan glared at Lin Luo, relieved. "Hello, Grandpa. Hello, soldier brother." At that moment, Chen Xiaoya greeted them with a crescent moon smile. "Hey there, little one." Qin Yuan replied with a smile, only to notice that her face resembled a swollen peach, prompting him to glance at Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly covered Chen Xiaoya's ears, saying, "I didn't know how to wake a sedated patient, so I had to give her a little shake." Everyone paused, then laughter erupted, the 2 soldiers laughing heartily. Lin Luo, unperturbed, remarked, "By the way, Does this count as child abuse? Their laughter grew even louder. Lin Luo released Chen Xiaoya's ears, stating, "What we can confirm is that G3 does not attach to inanimate objects or animals. It only targets humans. Therefore, once she is healed and her body produces antibodies, she will no longer have to fear it. For the sake of thoroughness, let us all undergo a health check." Zhou Hai proposed. Lin Luo had no objections. They proceeded to the inspection station within the Forbidden Zone, where the results showed that Chen Xiaoya was in good health. And the others were as well. With such results, their excitement intensified, and Zhou Hai was moved to tears. Lin Luo explained, "The treatment plan and dosage are as I've outlined. The rest is up to you." Zhou Hai paused, then nodded vigorously. Realizing Lin Luo's intention was to remain in the background, the significance of his contributions was evident to all. Zhou Hai and Qin Yuan rushed out to make calls. And upon their return, they found Chen Xiaoya calmly playing with her teddy bear, while Lin Luo had fallen soundly asleep at the table. "Shoo," Chen Xiaoya, with her adorable round face, made a shushing gesture and smiled sweetly at them. Zhou Hai and Qin Yuan exchanged glances, remembering that Lin Luo had been tirelessly present throughout this ordeal. As the two stepped outside, Qin Yuan remarked, "The higher-ups have already consented. They will comprehensively seal off the news and conduct research. Soon, someone will arrive to escort Chen Xiao back." Zhou Hai nodded in agreement. "The superiors expect you to take full responsibility for leading this endeavor," Qin Yuan stated. However, Zhou Hai hesitated. He understood that this was a significant accolade. If successful, it would produce an individual of remarkable merit. Yet, he believed in the principle that one should not reap rewards without toil. This was Lin Luo's achievement. "This is an order," Qin Yuan insisted. "Old Zhou, do you not comprehend? Lin Luo's identity is far more significant than this honor." Zhou Hai was taken aback, suddenly enlightened. He had read about the Human Completion Project. The G3 gas engineering was merely a small facet of it. Immediately, he rendered a military salute, declaring, "I will comply with the directives of the higher-ups." When Lin Luo awoke, he was surprised to find Xia Qian beside him. He yawned and inquired, "Has everyone left?" Xia Qian nodded. Lin Luo glanced at the bear on the table, and then at Xia Qian, who explained, "That little girl left you a token of affection." Lin Luo's lips twitched as he picked it up, brushing off the dust. "Not bad. You've learned to joke," he quipped. Xia Qian ignored him. He tossed the bear to her, saying, "Let us go. It's time to return." As Xia Qian followed him onto the helicopter, Lin Luo took out his phone and saw a news headline. According to the latest reports, the Central Research Institute has made a significant breakthrough with G3. Academician Zhou Hai stated that they will conquer G3 within a week. Lin Luo noticed that the article had just been published, and the comments were already pouring in, surpassing 100,000. "I truly believe the world would descend into a cinematic apocalypse. I hope this news is true. Can G3 genuinely provide a complete cure?" Academician Zhou Hai, a national treasure. Long live China. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile at the news. Just then, a message arrived on WeChat from the 618 dormitory group. The first message read, "It exploded. G3 can be resolved." Another chimed in, "I saw it. Academician Zhou Hai is truly my idol." A third added, "Haha." The second continued, "What about the fifth? He used to boast about this. Now he has gone quiet, pretending to be aloof." Lin Luo chuckled, ready to reply, when a fair hand pressed down on his. He turned to see Xia Qian shaking her head. "Are we not even allowed to contact the outside world?" Lin Luo expressed his dissatisfaction. Xia Qian coldly replied, "Correct." "Correct about what? I didn't come here to be imprisoned." Lin Luo frowned, his temper flaring. Xia Qian responded, "While you were leaving, 3,000 personnel from the Confidential Bureau are in this city, erasing any trace of your and academician Zhou Hai's presence here." Lin Luo paused, his keen intellect grasping the implication. The news about G3 would undoubtedly ignite global interest, and China had gathered spies to ensure Lin Luo's identity remained concealed. Contemplating this, he glanced at the pilot and then at Xia Qian. "In this world, tranquility is but an illusion. While you relish in peace and prosperity, others toil silently in the shadows for your sake. May I borrow your phone for a moment?" In just a second, Lin Luo's demeanor shifted from serious to jovial. Xia Qian hesitated before turning away, exchanging few words with him. Meanwhile, he mused aloud, "Is it that you fear I might discover something you shouldn't be viewing?" Chapter 16. Classified information. Upon returning to the Central Research Laboratory, everyone was already busy at work. Yet, each individual stood at attention and saluted Lin Luo, greeting him with "Good day, Chief Engineer." Initially, Lin Luo felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he quickly adapted, nodding in acknowledgement. As he traversed the hall, a smirk crept onto his face, and he remarked, "I had no idea being a leader felt like this." Xia Qian rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage with him. Where are you headed? Lin Luo asked. Here. No one will harm you, Xiaqian replied without looking back. Lin Luo thought to himself, isn't that my line? He muttered about how women hold grudges and entered his office, where Qin Yuan and Zhou Hai were engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Lin Luo's arrival, they promptly stood. Please, sit down, Lin Luo urged. The two insisted on waiting until Lin Luo was seated before they themselves took their seats. Zhou Hai appeared apprehensive in Lin Luo's presence. Although the news of a complete cure for G3 had yet to be announced, Zhou Hai had already become the most renowned academician online. Confronted with such an achievement, he felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, we detected antibodies within Qin Xiao. Based on these antibodies, we can produce a drug to combat G3. Soon. It won't be as complicated as it was for you, Qin Yuan explained. This is beyond my understanding. You handle it, Lin Luo smiled, taking a bite of an apple from the table and glancing at them. What I wish to know, however, is the truth about G3. What truth? Qin Yuan asked, perplexed. Lin Luo turned his gaze to Zhou Hai, who stammered, I also don't know. Both Lin Luo and Qin Yuan were not naive, the latter urged. Old Zhou, speak your mind. We are not outsiders. It's not that simple, Zhou Hai stammered, his discomfort evident. Suddenly, someone entered from outside. Lin Luo turned to find Xiaqian. Her expression was grave as she announced, the director of the Confidential Bureau wishes to meet with you. Eagle Nation, as a superpower on Blue Star, boasts unparalleled military, technological, and economic prowess. At this moment, an encrypted message was being dispatched to a place known as the Black Palace. Nearly overnight, the Black Palace convened all high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation to collectively decipher the critical information contained within. This message was sourced from spies embedded within China. The information was irrefutable. China was preparing to fully conquer the G3 drug. The situation was enigmatic, though publicly led by Zhou Hai. FAI documents indicated that Zhou lacked the requisite capabilities. A week prior, a multitude of biologists had gathered in Tianjin, a peculiar occurrence warranting further investigation. I hope we can swiftly formulate a countermeasure, concluded the report, designated codename 008. The FAI minister of the Eagle Nation placed the letter down, stating, this encapsulates the entirety of 008's report. Silence enveloped the room as panic flickered in the eyes of various departments. G3 posed a formidable challenge. If China were to be the first to overcome it, the implications would be monumental. It would signify that China possessed biological technologies surpassing those of the Eagle Nation. A truly terrifying prospect. For centuries, they had led technological advancement on Blue Star. Accepting such news was a bitter pill to swallow. This matter must be clarified, if possible. They should dispatch personnel to sabotage the drug's development. Do you believe China is still the same as it was a century ago? Our ability to acquire this information is already commendable. Preventing it is impossible. An elderly man with white hair narrowed his eyes, remarking, I find the second piece of information particularly intriguing. If Zhou Hai is not a key player, then who is? Why is China concealing this? The others snapped back to attention, contemplating the implications with astonishment. The FAI minister immediately stood, declaring, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. As Lin Luo entered the conference hall, he spotted an elderly man in military attire awaiting him. Though advanced in years, he exuded vitality. Most striking were the stars adorning his shoulders. He was a general. Indeed, without such a rank, one could not oversee matters of the Confidential Bureau. You have arrived. The elderly man smiled, gazing at Lin Luo, and said, Please, take a seat. Lin Luo nodded slightly, and, upon sitting, the old man remarked, It seems you are acquainted with me. Lin Luo immediately stood and bowed slightly. This man was renowned as one of the 10 great war gods of Huaxia. He had once single-handedly eliminated hundreds of enemies on the battlefield with just a gun. He had demonstrated to the world that the Huaxia army was the finest. His surname was Yang, with Jun as his given name, perfectly embodying the saying, Who in the world does not recognize Jun? Please sit. Do not be so formal, Yang Jun said, his face radiating a kind smile, entirely uncharacteristic of a general. He continued, I have heard that you seek information regarding G3. It is impossible that the meteor shower 10 years ago was merely a coincidence, Lin Luo replied. Yang Jun's smile faded, replaced by a weighty seriousness. This matter is classified. It has been predetermined that so many know about it in this country. If anyone leaks information, it would mean death. Lin Luo paused. Even if you are the leading contributor to G3, you still do not have the right to know, Yang Jun stated firmly. Thus, you must persuade me. Lin Luo was taken aback once again. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Very well, I possess information that you are not entitled to know. But now I can share it with you. Yang Jun paused, then chuckled. For many years, who would dare speak to me in such a manner? Please, go ahead. He was intrigued to hear what this younger generation would say. This segment contains a gene chain related to G3, specifically human, Lin Luo declared. Yang Jun looked perplexed. As a soldier, he loathed reading. Lin Luo continued without holding back. I have confirmed that this gene chain is artificial. However, no one on Blue Star is capable of creating it. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of shock. Are you certain? His voice had altered. Lin Luo nodded. Yang Jun, visibly agitated, struck the table forcefully, his face betraying an indescribable tension. Clearly, he understood the gravity of the situation. He rose and said, "Follow me." Chapter 17. The secret of the meteorite. As they approached a tightly sealed door, several sensors continuously scanned Yang Jun and Lin Luo. Identity verification complete. Access granted. Lin Luo looked up to see that Yang Jun's identity had been approved, alongside his own. The display read, Lin Luo, engineer of the Human Completion Project, Level S. Access granted. Yang Jun, seemingly perceiving Lin Luo's astonishment, smiled. The information of the state is interconnected. Your access is actually greater than you might imagine. After saying this, he gestured, "Come with me." Upon entering the hall, a man dressed in a suit approached, appearing to be around 40 years old. He cast a surprised glance at Lin Luo before immediately addressing Yang Jun. "Old Yang. Yi Jianzhong," Yang Jun casually mentioned, without further introduction. Lin Luo was taken aback. Yi Jianzhong was once the most renowned genius of Tianda University, his intelligence and knowledge having gone viral online. Regrettably, it was rumored that he had perished in a plane crash years ago. Yet here he was, just as Yang Jun was about to introduce Lin Luo. Yi Jianzhong extended his hand with a smile. "Lin Luo, you are someone I have recently come to greatly admire." The way Yi Jianzhong looked at Lin Luo reflected his words. Although Yi Jianzhong held a high position, representing the elite of the nation's scientific forces, he felt like a mere novice in the presence of Lin Luo, who had deciphered the G3 gas. "Greetings," Lin Luo replied with a slight smile. Yang Jun approached a computer and said to Lin Luo, "The truth you seek is all here." Li Ru was still detained. And regardless of how much her uncle or mentor had invested in inquiries, the only response received was that she could not be bailed out. Days had passed without anyone being allowed to visit her, and absurdly, the authorities informed her that she did not even have the right to hire a lawyer, which led her to lash out repeatedly. As footsteps echoed, Li Ru instinctively stood up, facing the surrounding enclosure, shouting, "Is there no law left? Let me out." Huaxia was no better. No wonder other countries looked down on us. However, when she saw who was approaching, she paused in shock. It was Liu Kaoken. "Mr. Liu, have you also been implicated?" Li Ru exclaimed with a hint of surprise. She then added, "These people are lawless. They can arrest anyone they please. I should have never returned." "Then why did you come back?" Liu Kaoken replied coldly. Li Ru faltered. At that moment, Liu Kaoken produced a key, unlocking the door, and said, "You returned to Huaxia for money, to leverage your uncle and mentor's connections." Li Ru trembled with rage upon hearing this. "Liu Kaoken, do you realize what you are saying?" Unfazed, Liu Kaoken handed her a piece of paper, stating, "Sign it." Upon glancing at it, Li Ru saw it was a confidentiality agreement. A glance at the back left her in shock. It indicated that she was to undergo hypnosis and brainwashing. "I refuse," Li Ru exclaimed, visibly agitated. "I am a PhD, a highly educated individual. My mind is my everything." Liu Kaoken sneered. "Originally, none of this was your concern. But the mistake lay in your meddling, in seeing what you should not have." Li Ru's eyes were filled with shock. It was indeed those 3 documents that had caused the trouble. "But I couldn't comprehend them," she cried, desperately finding a glimmer of hope. "My knowledge is limited. The content is far too complex. Yet your memory is exceptional, even if you ascended through connections," Liu Kaoken remarked. "After all, working with you for so long. Did you think I was unaware?" Li Ru paused, her doctoral background allowing her to quickly grasp some concepts. "How can you know?" she inquired. Liu Kaoken chose not to elaborate further, stating, "Sign this, and you can return. As for your uncle and mentor, they are in even greater trouble than you." Upon hearing this, Li Ru understood the implications. This ordeal was undoubtedly instigated by her. "Tell them I will not speak. I refuse to be brainwashed or hypnotized," she pleaded passionately. However, Liu Kaoken turned away without a backward glance. Despair washed over her. Suddenly, she called out, "Mr. Liu." Liu Kaoken halted and turned back. "Was it really Lin Luo who wrote that document?" Li Ru asked urgently. "Indeed," Liu Kaoken confirmed with a nod. This revelation was far from inconsequential. Li Ru would inevitably be subjected to brainwashing. Although she was relatively capable, knowing such classified information would not lead to her downfall. At worst, she would join as a logistical member. However, the higher-ups had discovered her poor attitude towards Lin Luo, along with allegations of favoritism, lying, and academic fraud. This meant she could not be accepted. As Liu Kaoken nodded, Li Ru felt as if she had been struck by lightning, staggering back, her legs weakening. Clearly, she could not accept this reality. She, a postdoctoral researcher, had been outdone by someone merely an intern with a diploma, the very person she had held in contempt. As Liu Kaoken turned to leave, he remarked, "No matter how flawed this country may be, it owes you nothing. Li Ru, this is all your own doing." Lin Luo surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of the most advanced equipment in Huaxia. Yang Jun glanced at Yi Jianzhong and nodded. The latter promptly pressed the play button on the computer, and the hall was suddenly enveloped in darkness. A panoramic video began to unfold. In that moment, Lin Luo felt as if he had entered a three-dimensional realm. He raised his head to gaze at the sky, where a vast nebula unfolded before him. This was an image captured by a satellite, and just as Lin Luo was curious to immerse himself in the experience, a blinding light erupted, causing him to shut his eyes. He sensed something whizzing past him. With a sudden effort, he opened his eyes to confront the brilliance and beheld a colossal meteorite hurtling towards him, its surface pulsating with a mechanical crimson glow. He watched as this gigantic celestial body collided with the atmosphere, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The invisible barrier of the atmosphere clashed with the meteorite, creating a violent sound, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended, sending ripples across the atmosphere. The visuals began to blur. Then, the scene shifted, the perspective transitioning to the ground, where countless shooting stars traversed the night sky. Lin Luo had previously witnessed such a sight on Duyan, and each viewing had left him profoundly moved by its grandeur and beauty. However, standing here now, he felt no awe, only trepidation and a chilling sense of foreboding. Chapter 18. The Land of Radiation. As the screen dimmed, Lin Luo seemed to return to reality. Yang Jun observed Lin Luo's expression and remarked, "It appears you have made a discovery." Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, the crimson glow on the meteorite was unmistakably mechanical in nature. Lin Luo replied, "Indeed." The two fell into silence before Lin Luo probed further. "Since you were already aware, why?" "Because we have not found any relevant clues. If this truly is an extraterrestrial disaster targeting Blue Star, why not simply allow that massive meteorite to fall?" Yi Jianzhong responded. "Such a colossal meteorite could devastate all life on Blue Star, even obliterate half the planet. We have conducted simulations estimating that its impact would equate to 5 million tons of TNT or thousands of nuclear warheads. We speculated that perhaps they underestimated the atmosphere's significance. But upon deeper contemplation, a civilization capable of interstellar travel would not fear a mere atmosphere." Lin Luo remained silent. If extraterrestrial life existed, perhaps they were merely passing through. Or perhaps humanity was being deceived, but science would not lie. Lin Luo abruptly interrupted, fixing his gaze on Yi Jianzhong. "Isn't that so?" Yi Jianzhong fell silent, bewildered, while Yang Jun found himself ensnared in doubt and indecision. He had long been reluctant to admit that Blue Star might be under the scrutiny of a superior civilization. Thus, they endeavored to explore and prove their theories, ultimately employing the aforementioned rationale to explain everything. Yet today, Lin Luo presented them with a segment of DNA identical to that of humans, revealing that their fears might indeed have a basis in reality. "I wish to see the meteorite samples you have collected," Lin Luo stated, looking at Yang Jun. "Do not say you lack them." For a moment, Yang Jun and Yi Jianzhong exchanged bewildered glances. The cold, silvery moonlight illuminated the earth as Lin Luo tread upon the sandy terrain, feeling a sense of unreality. This was a tropical coastal region. How could it bear a desert landscape? Ultimately, he paused before an iron fence, where a sign reading "Restricted Area" stood alongside a solitary gravestone. 10 years prior, a meteorite had struck this place, transforming what was once a lush rainforest into ashes in an instant. 3,000 firefighters had perished in that disaster. Yang Jun instinctively clenched his fist as he spoke. "Fire? Radiation?" Yi Jianzhong interjected. "All the flora, trees, and even microorganisms here have perished." Fear tinged his words. He had been invited to investigate and witnessed the ground strewn with bodies. The sight had made him vomit. He understood that all those on the ground were heroes. Yet he could not suppress the nausea that the scene had induced in him. This moment had become his life's greatest burden. He yearned to unravel the mystery and provide these fallen firefighters with the truth. The three donned custom space protective suits and ventured inside. Lin Luo inquired, "What is the area?" "Over 3,000 square kilometers," came the reply. "And the meteorite size?" "Roughly elliptical, with a diameter of no more than 2 meters. Lin Luo gasped at this revelation. The radiation emitted was terrifyingly potent. 3,000 square kilometers was equivalent to a small city. He continued his questioning. What are the research findings? After multiple studies with machinery, we concluded that it is merely an ordinary meteorite, indistinguishable from those collected by humanity over the years. Yi Jianzhong stated. Do you believe that? Lin Luo pressed. Yi Jianzhong remained silent. He could not accept this assertion. How close can one approach? 1,000 meters away. Yi Jianzhong answered. That's about as far as we can go. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. The system had endowed him with G3 defense capabilities. But he needed to ascertain whether this ability could withstand the radiation. I require the bones of those firefighters, Lin Luo stated without inquiring if they had been preserved. He continued. Is there only one meteorite within Huaxia? Yes, most fell into the sea. Yang Jun hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately refrained until Lin Luo's gaze urged him on. The Eagle Nation must have acquired a significant number, according to some investigations. They have likely made some progress. Lin Luo was unsurprised by this revelation. The Eagle Nation was a superpower on Blue Star, with technological prowess surpassing all other nations. This led the nation to focus solely on dominance and internal strife. It seemed necessary to engage in discourse with them. Lin Luo smiled faintly. In the past, he might have felt powerless to alter such a situation, but with Huaxia's completion of the human supplementation plan, the revival of Huaxia and its return to the pinnacle of the world was no longer a mere dream. Ding. Would you like to exchange for micro-fist power, level 2? Lin Luo gently tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. With a significant amount of points accrued, he needed to contemplate enhancing his abilities. Clearly, Lin Luo had two options. The first was to save enough points for future unlocks in the shop, while the second was to indulge now. He was uncertain about the conditions for unlocking subsequent abilities. Reflecting on his past experiences, he recalled that he had earned points to unlock further capabilities. Thus, he believed that a specific threshold of points must be reached to access advanced skills. It was also predictable that the abilities unlocked later would be increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, Lin Luo felt it prudent to invest these points in strengthening his fundamentals. While he recognized that later abilities might be powerful, he still needed to solidify his foundation. These micro-fist powers were aimed at enhancing his physical prowess. Exchange for micro-fist power, level 2. Lin Luo exhaled, promptly spending 100,000 points to confirm the exchange. At that moment, he felt a warm surge coursing through him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for micro-fist power, advancing to subtle power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed over 200,000 points, earning one lottery opportunity. Lin Luo paused, pondering the significance of this. Suddenly, a lottery-like interface appeared before him, displaying various prizes and their probabilities. Lin Luo's frustration mounted. As an educated individual who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, his worldview was firmly established. This faulty system, which operated a lottery within his own body, was essentially a form of gambling, reprehensible, utterly reprehensible. He had once proclaimed that he would not coexist with the malevolence of drugs. Yet, what did gambling have to do with him? Lin Luo cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with eagerness at the prospect of the rewards. Chapter 19. An alternative truth, a golden sports car. 100 million in cash. Lin Luo chose to bypass the earlier details, deeming them of little significance. However, the two items caught his attention, each boasting a probability of 45%. Following that was a CNC gene analyzer, an apparatus Lin Luo greatly coveted, as its description promised rapid exploration and sequencing of genetic chains. With this device, Lin Luo could expedite his research on numerous hidden genes, thereby enhancing his progress. He had verified that such equipment was unavailable domestically, as the technology was firmly restricted by foreign entities. Regrettably, the cost was exorbitant, requiring 100,000 points. Probability 9. Lin Luo then turned his gaze to the final item, the power of flight. Probability 1. Could it be that winning this would grant him the ability to soar? Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement. The power of flight undoubtedly belonged to the realm of superior abilities. It seemed that winning this would be akin to hitting the jackpot. Yet, a mere 1% probability felt rather disheartening. As an avid gamer, Lin Luo was quite familiar with the probabilities involved in games of chance. He pressed the lottery button, and the machine whirred to life, a golden sports car. 100 million in cash. As the machine neared a halt, Lin Luo felt a rush of adrenaline, for at the current speed, the outcome might indeed be the power of flight. However, the momentum abruptly ceased. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the CNC gene analyzer. Lin Luo was infuriated. trembling at the sight of the pointer just shy of the power of flight. Nevertheless, 100,000 points was still a remarkable gain. He sighed, aware of his substantial fortune, yet human nature is inherently greedy. His thoughts lingered on the tantalizing prospect of mastering the power of flight. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Lin Luo promptly opened it to find Yi Jianzhang. The bones of the heroes had been prepared. Yi Jianzhang's tone was somewhat subdued as he spoke. Lin Luo noticed, but chose not to comment. Donning protective gear, they entered the laboratory, where Lin Luo was taken aback by the massive bones laid out on the table. These bones were enormous, not resembling those of a human. Could there have been a mix-up? Lin Luo inquired. No, Yi Jianzhang replied. These have been confirmed through DNA comparison to be theirs. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo fell into contemplation. Is there anything I can assist with? Yi Jianzhang asked. No, Lin Luo shook his head. Yi Jianzhang appeared somewhat disappointed, but took a step back. He genuinely wished to be involved, as these were corpses he had personally retrieved. However, he was a mechanical scientist, not a biological one. Lin Luo walked around the table, quickly jotting down notes. Skull bones increased by 30. Foot bones increased by 20 to 30. If radiation were the cause of death, it would likely lead to cancer and mutations, resulting in these bones darkening. Yet clearly, that was not the case. Lin Luo recalled G3. G3 caused brain atrophy and eventual death, yet there was no alteration in the bones. It was evident that G3 and these meteorites were interconnected. After some thought, Lin Luo took out the CNC gene analyzer he had just acquired. As he did, Yi Jianzhang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice rising. What is that you hold? From his perspective, Lin Luo had merely pulled it from his pocket. The CNC gene analyzer was relatively small, akin to the size of a flashlight. The CNC gene analyzer? Yi Jianzhang was taken aback. Lin Luo suddenly remembered that there was someone else present, and realizing the rarity of this device in China, he quickly smiled and explained, I acquired it through special channels. Although Yi Jianzhang was curious about the nature of these special channels, he understood the unspoken rule and refrained from asking further. There are likely fewer than 10 of these devices in the world, all under stringent security. As a specialist in mechanical technology, Yi Jianzhang was well aware of this. He fell silent, eagerly anticipating the results of Lin Luo's forthcoming research. Lin Luo began scanning with the gene analyzer. Data was being inputted. Lin Luo observed as countless genetic fragments flashed rapidly on the screen, his mouth muttering along. Yi Jianzhang, standing nearby, dared not breathe, astonished by Lin Luo's remarkable eyesight and memory. After a while, Lin Luo recorded all the data and turned to Yi Jianzhang. I need to conduct some research. Please assist me in comparing the size of these bones with those of a normal human. I require precise data. No problem, Yi Jianzhang replied with delight. He had longed to contribute in some way. Lin Luo nodded and headed towards the exit. If this continued to develop, his strength would undergo a significant evolution. Lin Luo pondered. What does this imply? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu remained in awe of the CNC gene analyzer, and upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Qin Yuan seemed to awaken from a dream, asking, could this be the result of mutation? Lin Luo contemplated before responding. Qin Lao, what is your perspective on evolution? Which aspect are you referring to? Qin Yuan's foundational knowledge of biology undoubtedly surpassed Lin Luo's. That was beyond question. Why has the theory of evolution shaped our current form? Upon hearing the question, Qin Yuan paused for thought and replied, environment and habits, or rather survival, have driven our evolution. Evolution is not an overnight phenomenon but the result of long-term efforts. For instance, transitioning from quadrupedalism to bipedalism, driven by our pursuit of convenience and speed. Lin Luo experienced a moment of clarity, stating, precisely, therefore this should not be termed as mutation but rather evolution. Evolution? The two were taken aback, questioning Lin Luo's sanity. Consider these bones. Each comparison with peers or their original bones shows a similar growth rate, fluctuating within 1 to 2%. Lin Luo continued, if this were a mutation, why would such consistency occur? Mutations could even lead to a reduction in bone size. The two men, absorbing Lin Luo's words, grew even more perplexed. Fang Jingqiu gazed at Lin Luo, bewildered, and asked, are you suggesting that the meteorite intended for us to evolve? That notion seemed utterly absurd. These individuals perished due to the meteorite, some even exploding in a gruesome manner, prompting the authorities to suppress news of the incident from the outset. While I am merely speculating, all evidence points towards this conclusion. Lin Luo gazed at them, delivering a statement that left them confounded. It desires our strength to evolve. Yet regrettably, we are unable to accept such evolution. Chapter 20, Humanitarianism. This assertion was utterly outrageous. Had it come from anyone else, Qin Yuan would likely have lost his temper. Lin Luo handed them a set of data, stating, not only do the bones within their bodies exhibit consistent growth, but their strength genes are also uniformly enhanced. The two were stunned. Lin Luo's explanation, combined with the data, indeed suggested this possibility. However, on one hand, there was a regression of cognitive function, while on the other, an enhancement of physical strength. What could be the rationale? What connection lies between the two? Huaxia Hotel in Tianjin City. A hotel bearing the name Huaxia is undoubtedly a state-owned establishment. At this moment, it was bustling. As the hotel is typically not open to the public, its primary function is to host foreign dignitaries. However, today was an exception. A press conference was about to unfold, and the venue was teeming with reporters. Every individual entering was subjected to rigorous security checks, almost to the point of disrobing. Peng Jing from Huaxia News had arrived early, impeccably dressed and made up, even though the press conference was still an hour away. She was filled with excitement, as the content of today's report was notably different. Suddenly, a loud foreign voice erupted, and Peng Jing turned her head to see a Caucasian man, microphone in hand, berating the security personnel with harsh words. Sir, please present your invitation. The security staff maintained a calm demeanor. Don't you recognize CBS? The man raged, pointing frantically at his badge and exclaiming in a foreign tongue. You uncultured dog. The security personnel frowned but still politely responded, please show your invitation. The man grew more agitated, and at that moment, Peng Jing stepped forward and coldly remarked, Davis, please be aware that you are in Huaxia, not a place for you to run rampant. At that moment, several more security personnel appeared, seemingly ready to take action. Davis, likely a bully who feared the strong, turned around with a smile and said, well, if it isn't Miss Peng Jing. Long time no see. Peng Jing felt his lecherous gaze and was filled with disgust. CBS, a media outlet notorious for tarnishing Huaxia's reputation, was well known to all. Upon seeing Davis actually produce an invitation, Peng Jing felt perplexed. Why had the higher-ups invited such a media outlet? Davis entered the room and stated, I've heard news that you are about to announce something regarding G3 today. I don't believe it. If our Eagle Nation couldn't achieve it, how could you Huaxia? Peng Jing chose to ignore him and turned away. After waiting for about 50 minutes, with a multitude of journalists arriving, the press conference was finally about to commence. Peng Jing noticed that among the invited guests were numerous foreign media representatives. What was the higher-ups' intention? They are here, a photographer announced. Peng Jing turned to see the head of the Ministry of Health, Zhang Yong, leading the procession, followed by Zhou Hai, with several others of high rank trailing behind. Instantly, various media outlets began snapping photos, with keen journalists sensing that this press conference was extraordinary. Domestic reporters were filled with excitement, eagerly gazing at the stage. Under the spotlight, Zhang Yong spoke. Welcome, friends from the media. Today, we have an important announcement. A decade ago, a gas attack altered the world. For 10 years, the biological research community in Huaxia has been working tirelessly. After a decade of research, we have achieved a breakthrough. Under the leadership of academician Zhou Hai, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has successfully conducted experiments on 1,000 individuals. The results indicate that we have succeeded. The drug we developed, Blueberry, can effectively counteract all negative effects caused by the gas. Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in a frenzy of discussions. Minister Zhang, may I ask, does this imply that G3 has been conquered? Academician Zhou, could you elaborate on the specifics of the process? Questions poured in one after another. Zhang Yong, experienced in such scenarios, smiled at Peng Jing and said, you ask first. Peng Jing stood up, slightly bowed, and with an excited tone inquired, Minister Zhang, does this mean we no longer need to fear G3? Yes, Zhang Yong nodded. As his words echoed, the discussions grew louder and more fervent. Everyone knew that this news would undoubtedly send shockwaves around the globe. Peng Jing continued to pose several questions, though they were of little significance. She realized there was no need to delve deeper into other matters at this moment. After allowing several media outlets to ask questions, Zhang Yong finally pointed to CBS. Minister, I would like to ask whether Huaxia will share this achievement with other countries? Davis, with keen eyes, posed a question that foreign media were keenly interested in. Zhang Yong smiled and replied, I'm afraid due to limited resources, we are currently only considering assistance to friendly allied nations. This statement incited a tumultuous reaction. Some sighed in relief, while others were agitated. You Huaxia always speak of humanitarianism. This is inhumane. If your resources are limited, then you should share the formula. Davis exclaimed loudly. However, Zhang Yong feigned ignorance, choosing to ignore him. We will be awarding academician Zhou Hai for his contributions the day after tomorrow, and you are all welcome to attend. This concludes today's press conference. Zhang Yong and Zhou Hai stood up, but the journalists still had numerous questions. Yet, the security personnel had already intervened. Only Peng Jing remained, observing closely. She was not focused on Zhang Yong, but rather on Zhou Hai. Throughout the event, Zhou Hai had said little. Although he wore a happy expression, there was a hint of guilt in his smile. He was about to receive an award for his accomplishments. Why did this situation seem so perplexing? She couldn't comprehend it. When the press conference concluded, the nation rejoiced, and the internet erupted with excitement. Academician Zhou Hai is incredible. After 10 years, do you know how I've endured these 10 years? G3, quickly vanish. Huaxia has indeed lived up to our expectations. I wonder who will dare say Huaxia scientists are inadequate. Clearly, the citizens were filled with pride, elated beyond measure. Meanwhile, the attitudes of various nations shifted dramatically. Some friendly countries, like Alpaca Nation, called in the night, hinting at their wealth. However, there were other nations that called but received no answer, such as the Eagle Nation. Chapter 21. Another player, damn it. In the Eagle Nation's Black Palace, a high-level meeting was convened late into the night. Huaxia had indeed announced this news. The unanswered calls signified their exclusion. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable. The two nations had been in constant confrontation across various fronts, and they had previously imposed technological blockades on others. How could they possibly hand over anything without cause? A group of incompetent fools. Sitting in the foremost position was the man who occupied the throne of this empire, Timuse. He slammed the table and shouted, "Where are the people from the Research Institute? Speak." The head of the Research Institute trembled, not daring to utter a word. The analysis of the drug retrieved from spies left them astounded, as it contained a component they could not replicate. It wasn't that it was impossible, rather, they simply did not understand. This component was derived from traditional Chinese medicine, a legacy of Huaxia's ancestors, and could only be found within Huaxia. Amidst the silence, a figure stood up. His name was Blake, the FAI minister. He snapped his fingers, and a video began playing, the recording of the press conference. What are we watching this for? Timuse seethed, his body trembling with anger as he glared at Blake, wondering if this man was courting death. Now, he was merely reliving his frustration. Observe closely. During Davis's questioning, he was actually observing Zhou Hai. He informed me that he attempted to inquire further, yet Zhou Hai responded evasively. What does this signify? Blake questioned. It signifies that Huaxia is disregarding us. Timuse replied coldly. Incorrect, Blake countered. Mr. National Leader, take another look at this. With another snap of his fingers, a different scene emerged. This was a video of Zhou Hai from a previous press conference, shortly after he had produced a new product. Davis interviewed him then as well. The audience watched the footage, where Zhou Hai appeared vibrant and confrontational, a stark contrast to his demeanor in the recent video. I consulted behavioral experts, and they informed me that such drastic changes in a person's character are implausible. I also investigated extensive materials concerning Zhou Hai, Blake stated, fixing his gaze on Timuse. I believe our previous suspicions may be coming to fruition. Zhou Hai is merely a facade they presented. The true researcher remains hidden from view. Lin Luo reclined in his office chair, while Xia Qian sat beside him. As his bodyguard, she was virtually on call 24 hours a day. Lin Luo pondered over the perplexing issue for several days, his mind in disarray, eventually deciding to cease his futile contemplation. Suddenly, Xia Qian stood up, preparing to leave. Lin Luo inquired, "Where are you going?" Standing upright, Xia Qian replied, "A soldier must maintain their training. I haven't trained for 2 days and need to get back to it." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo promptly rose and stated, "I'll accompany you." Xia Qian hesitated. Lin Luo pressed, "What's the matter? Am I not allowed to go?" "It's not that," Xia Qian clarified, "but the intensity of this place is quite high." Lin Luo grasped her implication, responding, "You mean I'm better suited for the gym?" Xia Qian refrained from answering directly, but her eyes conveyed everything. Lin Luo was merely curious to test the limits of his strength, though he did not articulate this desire, instead smiling and saying, "I'll just observe and soak in the atmosphere." Xia Qian nodded and turned to head outside. After an hour's journey by car, they finally arrived at the training base of the Confidential Bureau. After confirming their identities and undergoing stringent security checks, they entered. Xia Qian said, "I'll go change." Lin Luo nodded, taking in the unique equipment around him. The traditional weightlifting gear was astonishing, with weights exceeding standard levels by more than double. Furthermore, there were specialized tools for combat armor training and assassination drills. As Lin Luo was observing, a muscular man approached, his dark skin gleaming and a bright smile revealing his white teeth. Lin Luo merely smiled in response, not engaging. The man assumed his silence was acquiescence and remarked, "With that physique, You must not have trained. You can't be here. What kind of physique is needed? A muscular one. He flexed his muscles and lifted a nearby dumbbell, declaring, this one weighs 100 kilograms, and anyone entering here must start with at least 200. Impressed, Lin Luo approached, asking, is this one 200 kilograms? The muscular man was about to boast that it was 250 kilograms when he noticed Lin Luo bend down. He rushed forward to intervene. This was no trivial matter. Despite his curiosity to see Lin Luo falter, he had no desire to cause serious injury. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Luo effortlessly lifted the 220-kilogram dumbbell, displaying no signs of struggle. The muscular man was left dumbfounded. Lin Luo gave a slight shake of the dumbbell, leaving the man speechless. After 8 years of training, he had barely managed to lift such weights, let alone play around with them, as Lin Luo did. That wasn't too challenging, Lin Luo remarked, causing the muscular man to break into a sweat. Finding the situation dull, he set the dumbbell down just as Xia Qian returned, missing the entire spectacle. She had changed into training attire that accentuated her perfect physique. Please wait here for a moment, she instructed. Lin Luo smiled slightly. Once she departed, the muscular man suddenly realized, are you her friend? Is that a problem? Lin Luo replied, no wonder, you're both extraordinary, the man muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Lin Luo asked in surprise, is she really that impressive? The muscular man, startled that Lin Luo had caught his whispered comment, said, since joining the confidential bureau, she is ranked first in all categories, except for the written exam. Lin Luo chuckled. You're so big, and you can't even handle a woman? The muscular man, serious now, replied, you haven't seen her in action, let me show you. They moved forward, where Xia Qian was practicing her combat techniques. Each punch she threw resonated with a sound that hinted at the immense force behind it. At her level, power was less critical than speed. A single strike could incapacitate an ordinary soldier before they even realized what had happened, the muscular man explained. Yet Lin Luo observed with a contemplative demeanor. He perceived her movements as somewhat slow. After 10 minutes, Xia Qian seemed to finish her combat training and prepared to work on the punching bag. Spotting them, she said, the equipment here is top-notch. You should try the punching bag. With that, she struck the bag, producing a thunderous sound as it deformed dramatically. The muscular man trembled at the sight, while Lin Luo felt a surge of curiosity. He yearned to discover how much power he could generate with a single punch. Approaching the bag, Xia Qian stepped aside, taking a bottle of water to quench her thirst, her sweat-soaked attire accentuating her allure. The muscular man dared not stare, while Lin Luo remained indifferent to such distractions. Xia Qian observed him with a calm demeanor, perhaps even a hint of disdain. In matters of intellect, even 1,000 Xia Qians could not compare to a single Lin Luo, but in this realm, it was indeed Xia Qian's domain. Chapter 22. The hunter and the prey. Lin Luo prepared to test his grip strength. Noticing his stance, Xia Qian smiled subtly. Your grip technique is incorrect. Such a posture cannot unleash your maximum potential. This is merely external martial arts. As Lin Luo spread his feet slightly, stabilizing himself, he threw a punch. The sound echoed, accompanied by heavy friction against the air. Just as he brought the water bottle to his lips, Xia Qian paused at the sound, startled. This required incredible speed to execute. Her eyes were glued to Lin Luo's hand, revealing a trace of astonishment. In the next moment, a soft thud resonated as Lin Luo's fist met the punching bag. Both Xia Qian and the muscular man shared a moment of disappointment as the sound indicated a lack of force, the bag's deformation minimal. How can a 250-kilogram muscle man be so weak? The muscular man muttered, only to be startled by water splashing onto his face. He turned, ready to admonish whoever had such poor manners, but was instead met with the sound of Xia Qian coughing, having been choked by the water. Upon turning back, they were taken aback by an astonishing sight. Sand was pouring out from the bag Lin Luo had just struck. They stood frozen, staring in disbelief. Is the quality really this poor? Lin Luo mused, still holding onto the bag. Xia Qian, coughing violently, rushed to the side, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing a large hole in the back of the bag. Clearly, it was not a matter of quality. Xia Qian stared at the seemingly harmless youth in front of her, utterly speechless. You just burst the punching bag, something I could never do. Lin Luo smiled lightly, prompting Xia Qian to demand, why keep this a secret? Secret? What are you talking about? You clearly possess such formidable strength. Lin Luo replied, so? Are you suggesting you want to resign? Xia Qian immediately straightened, insisting, I have no such intention. The muscular man was left astounded, grappling with the realization that this young man was under Xia Qian's protection. Wait a moment, is she protecting someone named Lin Luo? The muscular man suddenly understood. The Confidential Bureau was aware of Lin Luo's identity, knowing he was the one who had unraveled the G3 crisis. He quickly straightened up, saying, "I was unaware of your identity, Sir Wang. Please forgive my previous rudeness." Awe filled his gaze, for in his eyes, Lin Luo was nothing short of a deity, both scholarly and martial. Upon hearing their words, Lin Luo felt a wave of irritation wash over him. "You people from the Confidential Bureau have truly been misled by that old man Li Donglei. Everything is so rigidly structured. You only focus on muscle and brute force. If you used your brains, you'd realize I'm not like that." Suddenly, Lin Luo halted, his eyes lighting up. At that moment, it felt as though a profound understanding had been achieved. "I comprehend now. I understand," he exclaimed. The true intentions of these individuals were becoming clear. Everything that had occurred was not merely coincidence, but rather meticulously orchestrated. Lin Luo became fervent and excited, rushing out without hesitation. The two behind him were still in shock. And Wang Gang exclaimed, "What are you waiting for?" Upon realizing the urgency, Xia Qian hurried to follow. Only Wang Gang remained, staring blankly at the shattered sandbag. Could it be that he possesses inner strength? Qin Yuan, Fang Jingqiu, Zhou Hai, and all the biologists involved in the Human Completion Project were summoned. Among those present were Li Donglei, Zhang Yong, Yang Jun, Yi Jianzhang, and Wu Wenbo. "Did you discover something urgent?" Qin Yuan promptly inquired. All eyes turned toward Lin Luo. If there were any dissenters before, the resolution of the G3 issue had transformed their perception entirely. The G3 was a component of the Human Completion Project, and Lin Luo had resolved it in a remarkably short time. "I have come to comprehend the connection between degeneration and evolution," Lin Luo stated earnestly, while others remained perplexed. Qin Yuan and Fang Jingqiu's expressions shifted. In ancient times, rulers maintained control over the lower classes through cultural domination, restricting education to prevent the liberation of thought and advancement of intellect. Lin Luo spoke rapidly. Everyone listened in confusion. What would the consequences be if the human brain were to degenerate? Lin Luo swiftly articulated, "We would become akin to gorillas. We possess brains yet would no longer engage in thought as we do now. What they desire is precisely this type of individual, a slave. One devoid of intellect, but endowed with strength." As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone astonished and speechless. They were not fools. If they still did not grasp Lin Luo's meaning at this point, they might as well leave the conference room. With a crash, Qin Yuan's tightly gripped teacup fell to the floor. Trembling, he had yet to recover from Lin Luo's revelations. What did Lin Luo mean? It implied that this meteor shower essentially aimed to induce the degeneration of the human brain while fostering the evolution of strength, slavery. They sought to reduce humanity to mere subjects of their dominion. Although this was merely speculation, it made perfect sense. This potentially advanced civilization did not wish to annihilate them, but rather to enslave them. The sound of the shattered cup did not disrupt the silence of the meeting. Each person clenched their fists, exchanging glances filled with anxiety, fear, and uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, Yang Jun turned to Lin Luo, his brow furrowed in deep thought, and asked, "What do you believe we should do?" All eyes were fixed on Lin Luo. The emergence of this young man had altered everything within the Chinese biosphere. He boldly proposed the Human Completion Project and uncovered this suffocating crisis. Lin Luo paused momentarily before raising his head to declare, "First, we must ascertain the authenticity of this crisis. I require all data and information regarding that meteor. If it truly pertains to an extraterrestrial civilization, it must contain relevant information. Second, the Human Completion Project must accelerate. We must mobilize the entire nation, even at the expense of our economy. Third, Lin Luo scanned the room and expressed, "Let us hope that all of this is merely conjecture and not reality." Despite having anticipated this, the encroaching truth was still difficult for Lin Luo to accept. Unbeknownst to them, humanity had become prey in the eyes of others. Chapter 23. Rare animals. Long ago, humanity survived by hunting, identifying themselves as hunters. Now, suddenly declared as prey, it was challenging to adjust swiftly. That afternoon, many citizens in China noticed unusual occurrences. Numerous companies and enterprises were abruptly suspended or reorganized, with some even deploying military forces for takeover. Consequently, the stock market in China was rife with unease. Many speculated whether something significant had transpired. "This is yours." Wu Wenbo approached Lin Luo, presenting him with a golden card and a contract. Lin Luo stared at it, momentarily taken aback. It indicated that he owned 80% of shares in Blueberry Biotech Company, with the remaining 20% belonging to the state. Wu Wenbo explained, "It is yours by right." Lin Luo chuckled, "I am not in need of money. Besides, if I desired it, would you refuse me?" Wu Wenbo countered, The world is shaped by money, desire, and more. What is rightfully yours should be yours. Lin Luo dismissed the topic, casting it aside as he stated, "The basic plan is ready. I must initiate the layout." "Speak." Wu Wenbo gestured for his assistant to enter. "Our nation has far too few biological research institutes. I need to gather the genetic material of all species present in China," Lin Luo declared. "All, as comprehensively as possible, including some lower-tier species," he added. Although Wu Wenbo did not fully grasp the implications, he recognized the magnitude of the task. "No problem. We are already establishing numerous biological laboratories across various provinces and will send biologists from the Human Completion Project to assist." Lin Luo nodded, assigning the project to Feng Jingqiu. "Good," Wu Wenbo acknowledged, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Lin Luo replied, "This is foundational work for the Human Completion Project. Until it progresses, further actions are meaningless. Although time is of the essence, we must proceed step by step." Wu Wenbo paused, then nodded in understanding. Science inherently requires time for accumulation. Lin Luo took a seat and offered a glass of water to Wu Wenbo, inquiring, "What information does the Eagle Nation have regarding the meteor?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wenbo narrowed his eyes and pondered. "They possess nearly 300 laboratories worldwide. According to our intelligence files, over 90 of them are tasked with researching relevant information. Indeed, they are financially formidable," Lin Luo sighed. "The disparity between the two nations remains vast. If needed, we can—" Wu Wenbo began, but Lin Luo interrupted, "No need to rush. We are not in a hurry. They will be." Wu Wenbo paused, then realized, casting an appreciative glance at Lin Luo as he asked, "Have you made your decision?" "Rest assured," Lin Luo affirmed, "we will not be at a disadvantage. The times have changed." Upon hearing this, Wu Wenbo clenched his fists tightly. Such words, when spoken by others, might seem arrogant or even comical. Yet before him stood a person who had achieved miracles. International United Organization as the world's largest international organization. It comprises over 90% of nations. Initially, we signed the Human Community Agreement, advocating for the establishment of a peaceful, free, and democratic human home. However, some nations, possessing the means to restore humanity to an era of peace, refused to share. At a vast conference table, the representative of the Eagle Nation passionately articulated, his trembling beard reflecting his emotional turmoil. In an instant, all eyes turned to the Chinese representative. Everyone knew what he was alluding to. Indeed, the solution to G3 is a collective achievement that should be shared. Is it not too selfish for China, as a major power, to withhold it? If not surrendered, I propose impeachment of its standing within the organization. Agreed, several nations echoed, aligning with the Eagle Nation's stance. These were merely the sycophants of the Eagle Nation. The Chinese representative remained silent, yet the representative from Bear Country stood up, exclaiming, "You people dare to call us selfish? When you banded together to blockade their technology. Did you ever consider such a day? Did you ever utter a word?" The hall was enveloped in silence as the representative from the Bear Nation sat down with a smug smile, exuding a sense of triumph. Let them make their noise. The Bear Nation's cordial relations with the Huaxia had already resolved the G3 issue. If you refuse to comply, it equates to a detriment to humanity. I propose that the representative from the Eagle Nation stand and speak once more. At this moment, the Huaxia representative finally rose. Surveying the room with a smile in his eyes, "The concept of a human community was initiated by us, and we shall not forget it. We have already stated that resources are limited. Only a select few nations can resolve this matter, yet we shall not overlook the others. However, there is a sequence to everything. With that, I must attend to some matters with my superiors and take my leave." Upon finishing, the Huaxia representative departed, leaving behind a chaotic conference hall. That night, the door to the Huaxia representative's hotel room was nearly battered down. Some arrived openly, while others crept in stealthily. 14,354 species. The representative from the Square Nation handed Lin Luo a densely packed document. Within were the genetic blueprints of existing animals. Lin Luo glanced over it, feeling overwhelmed. It seemed his desire for a shortcut was futile. He needed to collect new genetic blueprints or hidden genes to achieve results. The absence of system prompts for these genetic blueprints indicated their uselessness. Noticing Lin Luo's troubled expression, the representative from the Square Nation inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Luo, while perusing the documents, asked, "Which animals do you believe hold potential or exhibit peculiarities?" The Square Nation representative paused before quickly responding, "Certainly." Lin Luo was reminded that the Square Nation had spent decades researching genetic engineering, primarily focused on animals. The speed of the cheetah, although we have extracted its diverse genetic chain, seems exaggerated in the reports. As for the South China tiger, We have yet to extract its strength gene chain. Most astonishing of all is the panda. Our genetic extraction remains minimal, with much yet to be deciphered. Chapter 24. A new breakthrough. Upon hearing his words, Lin Luo felt as though he had found his direction. For every complete genetic blueprint he acquired, he could accelerate the human genetic map. Let us begin with the cheetah, Lin Luo declared. Is there a backup available? Indeed, we have captured numerous wild specimens. Not those from artificial breeding, the Square Nation representative quickly replied. Lin Luo chuckled. I am not here for consumption. No, the Square Nation representative insisted. The genetic material from wild specimens vastly differs from those bred in captivity. He elaborated, and Lin Luo absorbed much knowledge. In traditional biological understanding, Lin Luo could not compete with them. As he listened, Lin Luo's eyes suddenly sparkled with a bold idea. Elder Fong, procure the most extraordinary specimen for me. The Asian eagle leopard, adept in nocturnal combat, has a hunting range of 1,000 meters. Its hearing is acute, and it can reach speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, far surpassing other cheetahs. While typical cheetahs can maintain their speed for only 3 minutes, this one can sustain it for 5, the Square Nation representative explained. Gesturing towards the cheetah, Lin Luo examined the data, filled with anticipation. After a brief blood and fur extraction, the staff commenced their work. Presently, Lin Luo had entrusted them with his CNC genetic instrument. After a few hours, a staff member approached him with the results. As usual, we found no distinctive features compared to other cheetahs, the staff member expressed with disappointment. The Square Nation representative handed Lin Luo the documents. Lin Luo scanned through them, seeking any anomalies. With 18 documents in total, he needed to identify the differences. If this were Lin Luo's first attempt, it might have been daunting. But it was not his first time. To locate the hidden gene, familiarity with their genetic chains was essential. This task was challenging, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After 3 thorough reviews, he still found nothing. Lin Luo stood and approached the Asian eagle leopard, instructing the staff. Let it run. The staff released the beast from its cage, and the Asian eagle leopard roared before swiftly darting away. Its speed was mesmerizing. A true champion of land sprinting. The Square Nation representative and the staff watched in awe, while Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, focusing on the leopard's abdomen. Everyone believed that the legs were crucial for running. However, the energy in the abdomen might be the key to the Asian eagle leopard's prowess. Lin Luo hastily reviewed the documents and quickly identified the critical point. Bring me the CNC genetic instrument, Lin Luo commanded. Hurry. The Square Nation representative's eyes widened. Lin Luo's insight was remarkable. Ordinary scientists typically required at least 6 months to explore new genes, yet Lin Luo's speed was akin to a cheat code. He began his meticulous examination. First pass, second pass, and by the 78th pass, just when Lin Luo thought there would be no results, the CNC genetic instrument revealed a wavy genetic chain. This segment was circular in nature. Lin Luo's spirit soared, and he slapped the table in celebration. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Asian eagle leopard genetic map. This species is classified as a sub-high-level genetic species. Ding! You have mastered the genetic chain, subspeed. Note: the genetic chain can be injected into humans for use through certain means. Ding! You have achieved a 3 increase in the human genetic map progress, gaining a national buff acceleration of 1. Ding! You have unlocked the human genetic chain, power of speed. Ding! You have obtained the power of wind speed, level 2. Ding! Reward: 150,000 points. Lin Luo was elated, not only witnessing a 4 increase in the human genetic map, but also earning 150,000 points. More importantly, this method proved effective. Consequently, the subsequent tasks would be manageable. According to the system, the genetic chain of the cheetah could indeed be utilized by humans. Lin Luo began to grasp the true significance of the human completion plan. Fortune, the Square Nation representative, and the staff were left bewildered. Lin Luo snapped back to reality, quickly clarifying, I meant discovery. The two paused, but chose not to dwell on it. Lin Luo displayed the genetic findings, leaving them astonished. The Asian eagle leopard indeed possessed hidden genes. They were profoundly shaken, simultaneously igniting their anticipation for the hidden human genes Lin Luo had mentioned. What would humanity ultimately become? In the dead of night, within the hotel, the representative from the Fuzang nation smiled at the Huaxia representative, speaking in a tone devoid of sincerity. Money is not an issue, we are willing to acknowledge. The Huaxia representative, expressionless, rose, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. The representative from the Fuzang nation grew furious. Standing abruptly and speaking in his native tongue, do not presume to be ungrateful. The Huaxia representative, pouring himself a drink, asked, care for a drink? Even if you possess a solution for the G3 issue, what of it? This world still belongs to the Eagle Nation, locked down for another decade or two, and your technology will regress to the 1960s. I wonder how you will cope then. You have come today, I see, to negotiate on behalf of your masters. The Huaxia representative smiled. The Fuzang representative abruptly knocked the Huaxia representative's cup away, declaring, "We are offering you an opportunity, and you have only this one chance. I have stated, resources are limited. There is nothing I can do," the Huaxia representative replied coldly. He was unaware of how his nation was orchestrating matters. But the directive from above was clear, to maintain neutrality and await further instructions. The Fuzang representative was incensed. At that moment, the Huaxia representative's phone rang. He glanced at it, saying, "I must take this call." Upon witnessing his emergence, the nation of Fuzang could not help but smirk, bewildered by the perspectives of the Huaxia people. Technology, after all, is the future of Blue Star. Even if they chose to impose a blockade, G3 would ultimately be addressed by the Eagle Nation. Approximately 3 minutes later, the Huaxia representative returned, announcing that the upper echelon had relented, stating that resources had unexpectedly surged. Hearing this, the representative from Fuzang clenched his teeth in frustration, asking, "What is your price?" He was prepared for a significant expenditure. Yet, all of it seemed worthwhile. G3 had to be dealt with. However, to his astonishment, the Huaxia representative poured a glass of wine, sipping it while remarking, "If I recall correctly, your nation is an island country, seemingly devoid of rare fauna." A moment of silence fell over the Fuzang representative. What did this imply? Thus, your nation is at a disadvantage. The Huaxia representative continued. It appears that the Eagle Nation possesses quite a number of rare animals, does it not? Upon hearing this, the Fuzang representative trembled. If Huaxia were to engage directly with the Eagle Nation, Fuzang would find itself sidelined. After all, conversations among adults leave no room for children to interject. Chapter 25. The arrival of a mighty man the following day. Representatives from the vicinity of the joint organization were abuzz. Huaxia had spoken, conveying the essence of their message. Huaxia has always advocated for a human community. However, given the limitation of resources, it is imperative for all parties to contribute resources for exchange. Among these, rare animals are of paramount importance. Upon hearing this, countries in the desert continent of the southern hemisphere rejoiced. Being impoverished nations, they lacked much, but they certainly had an abundance of animals. Following this announcement, the Eagle Nation dispatched another representative to approach the Huaxia envoy, only to receive the same response. "We regret to inform you, resources are limited. Perhaps next time." It was Lin Luo's decision to use the world's scarce animals as a bargaining chip. When this policy was proposed, a multitude of economists opposed it vehemently. Of course, they were unaware that it was Lin Luo's idea, as many were not privy to his name. Thus, they expressed their disdain, questioning the intelligence of the individual behind such a plan, which they deemed a waste of foreign currency. They collectively declared, "We cannot agree to this. We can leverage G3 and reap the rewards of the world." These economists appeared frantic, with some seeking media coverage, only to subsequently vanish. On that very day, some were summoned for tea, while others lost their titles as experts. This spectacle rendered the remaining economists compliant and silent. Wu Wenbo sat in the strategic bureau, perusing the reports with a sigh. These individuals were solely fixated on monetary gain, oblivious to the impending crisis that loomed. While acquiring some foreign currency was acceptable, the more pressing matter was the need for materials, Lin Luo remarked. Wu Wenbo chuckled, replying, "If these matters require your scientific insight, I might as well appoint you as the head of this strategic bureau." Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. Indeed, the strategic vision of the nation's leadership must be far-sighted. "How do you plan to address the Eagle Nation?" Wu Wenbo inquired. "Let us hold off for now. No need to rush," Lin Luo responded with a smile. "I shall first tend to my giant pandas." Wu Wenbo could only smile helplessly. Once Lin Luo departed, he pulled out a dossier from his drawer. Lin Luo, 22 years old, associate degree, abilities unknown, academic background unclear. Wu Wenbo contemplated before ultimately smiling and putting it away. Before Lin Luo's arrival, Li Donglei had personally delivered this investigative report, and Wu Wenbo had issued the final command. No further inquiries are to be made. As he handed it to his secretary for permanent sealing, he muttered to himself, "Perhaps it is heaven's blessing for Huaxia, sending forth a mighty man." This land spans an impressive 4,000 square kilometers, now undergoing extensive construction. Huaxia's reputation as an infrastructure powerhouse is well-deserved, with the central area already completed and rapidly extending outward. This location is known as the Hope Biological Base, situated in the outskirts of Tianjin. Although the land itself is not particularly valuable, its proximity to the capital makes it a coveted asset. Good, good, little Ming is the best. A woman in work attire cooed as she petted a black and white panda nearby. At that moment, Lin Luo walked in. Allow me to introduce, Lu Kaoken guided him. Pointing to the woman, this is Chun Qing, with 23 years of experience in animal husbandry. Lin Luo cast a glance at the panda, which unexpectedly displayed a fierce demeanor. Baring its teeth, unfazed, Lin Luo approached, while Chun Qing, astonished, scrutinized him. Is this the prominent figure Lu mentioned? She wondered. Hello, Lin Luo extended his hand. Hello, hello. Chun Qing promptly reciprocated. Despite being merely a caretaker, she recognized Lin Luo's exceptional nature. What is its name? Lin Luo inquired. Xiao Meng, 3 years old, Chun Qing replied. Her smile revealing a maternal affection for the panda. Lin Luo cautiously approached, causing Chun Qing to exclaim, Young man, wait. Although Xiao Meng's name suggests cuteness, this panda can be quite fierce. Only I have been able to approach her over the years, thus I am her exclusive caretaker. However, she was taken aback to see Xiao Meng not only accept Lin Luo's touch, but also display a submissive demeanor. Yet, Chun Qing could sense the fear in the panda's eyes. Is this young man formidable? She pondered, only to be met with Lin Luo's approachable demeanor. Lin Luo and Chun Qing engaged in extensive conversation about the panda's diet, habitat, and more. Eventually, he asked, is Xiao Meng different from the others? Chun Qing nodded. A hint of embarrassment gracing her features. This little one lacks other talents, but she certainly loves to eat. Eat. Lin Luo was surprised to learn that this was the panda's unique trait. Across the ocean, in the Eagle Nation, a dense cluster of buildings stood on the eastern coastline, not a bustling metropolis, but a military base known as the Pacific Base. Here resided the world's most advanced computers, machinery, equipment, and weaponry, constituting one of the few supersized bases where the Navy, Army, and Air Force convened. Today, the national leader, Timuz, visited this site. Accompanied by the base commander, Admiral Toss of the Pacific, and Black. The news has arrived. Huaxia has declined our request, while simultaneously ramping up aid to other nations. Black reported with a frown. Timuz, upon hearing this, could not suppress his anger, exclaiming, are they courting disaster? According to their analysis, this situation was peculiar. Huaxia was not demanding a vast amount of foreign currency, but was primarily interested in rare animals, with materials like oil and gas being secondary. We are still investigating the specifics, Black replied. What of the clandestine affairs surrounding G3? Timuz inquired. Black fell silent. Incompetent fool, Timuz fumed. ISNTFAI supposed to be the world's most powerful intelligence agency? Black bowed his head, unable to respond. It was then that Admiral Toss, who had remained silent, spoke up. Leader, please take a look. Timuz raised his gaze to observe an aircraft under construction. This plane was 3 times smaller than a conventional aircraft. Yet its wings and tail exhibited a remarkable design, lightweight, agile, and possessing formidable combat capabilities. It operated on a nuclear energy system, capable of circumnavigating blue stars several times. While nations were still researching the 6th generation of fighter jets, the Eagle Nation had already advanced to the 18th generation. Indeed, they had leaped from the 6th generation straight to the 18th, due to its overwhelmingly powerful performance. This represented an epic breakthrough, akin to transitioning from the era of explosives to that of nuclear weapons. It does not yield, so we shall fight. The fervent desire for battle gleamed in Tosi's eyes. Beside him, Timuz let out a cold chuckle upon hearing this. The emergence of this supersonic aircraft would signify that the Eagle Nation once again leads the world. Contemplating this, a smile crept across his face as he proclaimed, I vow to make the Eagle Nation great again. Chapter 26. The mettle of the nation. The rhythmic tapping of Lin Luo's fingers on the keyboard occasionally drew the attention of Xia Qian, who looked up. Do you have a question for me? Lin Luo inquired without turning his head. Xia Qian paused, contemplating, before responding. Given your impressive capabilities, why do you not share them with others? Lin Luo smiled. Xia Qian nodded in understanding. Lin Luo stood up, stretching his body, and said, first and foremost, I am a researcher, not a combatant, and in many areas, you possess greater expertise than I do. It is prudent to entrust specialized matters to those well-versed in them. Xia Qian reflected for a moment before admitting, I regret it. Regret what? I should read more books, so that I can speak as eloquently as you do. Xia Qian said earnestly. Lin Luo chuckled, advising, just avoid getting too close to that fool of your director. Before he could finish, he noticed Xia Qian stand up and salute, only to hear Li Donglei's voice from behind. Are you talking about me? Lin Luo's lips twitched as he turned around, unabashedly stating, it is quite rude to enter without knocking. However, the meticulously Donglei did not hold a grudge against Lin Luo. Instead, he stepped forward and handed him a document. Upon inspecting it, Lin Luo discovered it contained reports on extinct animals from previous years, as he had previously requested. Xia Qian, step outside for a moment. Li Donglei waved his hand. Xia Qian glanced at Lin Luo, nodded, and exited. As the two strolled along the research base's grounds, Li Donglei asked, "How is it going?" Xia Qian hesitated, not quite understanding. "Being with an old stubborn like me, you might only learn about martial prowess. I am not proficient in conversation." Xia Qian composed herself, responding, "Lin Luo was merely speaking casually. The director need not take it to heart." Li Donglei forced a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Be cautious in the near future. I have received intelligence that the Eagle Nation suspects G3 was not created by Zhou Hai, and we have dealt with some spies. Lin Luo's unique identity poses a risk. Should it be fully exposed, the consequences could potentially lead to war between the two nations." This is no exaggeration. The biotechnological advancements proposed by Lin Luo would revolutionize human understanding. Given the nature of the Eagle Nation, should they be unable to obtain it, they would resort to any means necessary to destroy it. Xia Qian, truly a stoic, remained composed despite the shocking revelation, standing upright and nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes. Go on." Li Donglei waved his hand. Xia Qian nodded again and walked away. At that moment, Li Donglei gazed in the direction Xia Qian had departed, his expression revealing a hint of anger as he muttered, "That little rascal dares to tarnish my reputation in front of my subordinate. It's utterly unacceptable. It seems I must find an opportunity to put him through military training." All comparative images have been compiled. The panda, a national treasure of Huaxia, holds significance that is self-evident. Thus, pandas are extremely precious. However, despite their plumpness, pandas exhibit a remarkable human-like quality, even leading some to joke online about whether they are merely actors portraying a certain persona. Lin Luo meticulously compared all the genetic data but found no anomalies. Huaxia places immense importance on its national treasures, resulting in thorough research on their genetics. Lin Luo compared several panda genetic profiles and discovered that Xiao Ming bore no differences from the others. "We have a theory in traditional biology known as regional biology," Qin Yuan stated. Lin Luo, without looking back, asked, "What is traditional biology?" Qin Yuan cleared his throat and explained, "What you propose now is a new biological theory. My colleagues and I refer to it as such." Lin Luo was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently establish a new school of thought. He remarked, "Why has Lao Zhou been avoiding me lately? Getting popular has inflated his ego. He has grown disdainful of others." Qin Yuan laughed. Lin Luo paused but quickly grasped that Qin Yuan was speaking ironically. Initially, Zhou Hai had some misunderstandings with Lin Luo, but the underlying reason was his inflated self-esteem. Such individuals typically possess a strong sense of pride. Due to recent circumstances, Zhou Hai was compelled to acknowledge Lin Luo's contributions regarding G3, yet only a select few within the organization were aware that Lin Luo was the mastermind behind it all. Now, he is the most celebrated figure online, an idol to countless individuals. Naturally, he feels a sense of guilt and is unable to face Lin Luo. "Old Qin, why not offer him some guidance?" Lin Luo suggested. "This matter is of no use to me," Qin Yuan replied. "Moreover, a national medal is about to be awarded." Initially, he was not included, but considering his current popularity, failing to award him would raise suspicions from other countries. One must complete the performance in its entirety. Lin Luo nodded. "Then perhaps I shall invite him for a drink someday to congratulate him." "Are you trying to make him feel guilty?" Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Then inquired, "Lin Luo, having contributed so much to the nation, do you truly not desire the national medal?" Lin Luo, without a moment's hesitation, replied with a smile, "If a person does not care for glory, then they are no different from a salted fish. However, if an individual requires glory to embellish their strength, then they are indeed a weakling." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuan could not help but express his admiration. "You've digressed. You still haven't explained what regional biology is," Lin Luo pointed out. "In simple terms, it refers to symbiotic traits." Qin Yuan elaborated. "For instance, a highly venomous snake. Once it bites a person, there is no antidote. However, if you search in its vicinity, you are likely to find medicinal herbs. This is also known as adaptability." Lin Luo pondered thoughtfully. Qin Yuan's point was that people living in the same region tend to share similarities in adaptability. Just as the two were delving into this theory, a series of resounding footsteps echoed, orderly and powerful. Lin Luo turned curiously, while Qin Yuan appeared unfazed as he gazed towards the door. At that moment, Xia Qian pushed the door open and saluted Lin Luo. As the footsteps grew closer, Lin Luo beheld a contingent of soldiers led by Yang Jun. Two soldiers followed Yang Jun, one bearing the Huaxia national flag, the other a gleaming medal. Lin Luo recognized the medal from television, and his eyes lit up with fervor. As he had stated, this medal represents a profound acknowledgement of an individual. To claim indifference towards such an honor would be utterly hypocritical. This is a specially crafted medal. The national leader expressed regret for not being able to present it personally, and has authorized me to bestow this honor upon you, and he extends his apologies. Yang Jun stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo straightened his posture, standing erect. Salute. Yang Jun also stood tall, returning a military salute. The two rows of soldiers saluted in unison. Academician Lin Luo, in recognition of your contributions to the nation, in accordance with National Order No. 735, we hereby award you the National Medal. Your achievements are unparalleled, and your loyalty is beyond measure. The nation is fortunate to have you, and Huaxia thrives because of you. As Yang Jun's words resonated, he marched forward with a distinctly military stride, bearing the emblem of Huaxia's highest honor and the national flag. In that moment, Lin Luo's emotions were tumultuous. Chapter 27. Suture Genes. The moment the national medal was placed upon him, Lin Luo clenched his fists tightly, his blood boiling with excitement. Yang Jun, observing Lin Luo, adjusted his attire and asked, "Do you have anything you wish to say?" Lin Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "Next time you come, could you perhaps lessen the volume of your footsteps? It disrupts our discussions." Yang Jun rolled his eyes in response. "You little rascal, can't you say something nice?" Lin Luo smiled. Others laughed, but only Xia Qian maintained a stoic expression throughout. "All right, let us get down to business," Yang Jun said. "There is one more matter to discuss today." "What is it?" Lin Luo inquired. "Although blueberries have a significant impact on the world, it is still technology that the world relies upon," Yang Jun asserted. "Is someone trying to take advantage of this to revive the economy?" Lin Luo grasped the implication. Yang Jun nodded in affirmation. Lin Luo continued, "I never intended to conceal the blueberries. This is not an advanced biotechnology." Then, with a shift in tone, Lin Luo chuckled. "However, if certain nations desire it, they must lower their demands to negotiate." Upon hearing this, Yang Jun appreciatively gave a thumbs up, remarking, "You, my friend, are truly wasted in the realm of technology. What is wrong with pursuing technology?" Qin Yuan, overhearing, grew displeased and exclaimed loudly. Yang Jun, momentarily forgetting Qin Yuan's presence, felt a pang of regret. In the presence of this elder, his title as general held little weight. "I spoke too freely," Yang Jun quickly added. "What is wrong with pursuing technology? Does that make one inferior?" Qin Yuan pressed, refusing to relent. The two elderly gentlemen began to bicker, while Lin Luo chose to observe, refraining from playing peacemaker. Suddenly, Yang Jun's expression changed, and he collapsed straight down. Xia Qian and Lin Luo were startled. Lin Luo reacted the quickest, swiftly catching Yang Jun. "Old Yang," Lin Luo shouted. "I'm fine," Yang Jun gasped. "Just an old ailment. I walked a few extra steps." Lin Luo called for a doctor to examine him. And only after confirming Yang Jun was all right did he breathe a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death," Qin Yuan remarked. "You said you were fine. Why are you panicking, old man?" Yang Jun rose, assisted by his aides, and slowly departed. As he exited, he turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Did you see that?" "What?" Lin Luo's skills. Yang Jun's keen eye had noticed everything, even in his unwell state. A trained fighter, the soldier suddenly realized. He was a special forces operative, a personal guard to the general, yet he could not match the prowess of a scientist. Unbelievable. It appeared that Lin Luo harbored many secrets. Zhou Hai stood on the stage during the award ceremony, his aged frame erect despite the years. He faced the presenter and offered a formal salute, though his mind was a blank canvas. It felt akin to harboring a guilty conscience. After the speech concluded, he descended the stage, where Fang Jingqiu, his junior, awaited him as one of the award presenters. However, Fang's accolade was based on achievements from a year prior. Observing Zhou Hai's expression, he was not oblivious to his thoughts. Uncle Zhou, Fang Jingqiu, being a generation younger, nudged him when he noticed his silence. "What is it?" Zhou Hai replied with irritation. Fang Jingqiu, undeterred by Zhou Hai's temperament, continued, "In truth, you are assisting Lin Luo." Zhou Hai looked puzzled. "Consider this. If Lin Luo were to be exposed now, it would be detrimental to him and to the nation." "I understand," Zhou Hai sighed. "However, what if one day all of Lin Luo's plans come to fruition?" Fang Jingqiu's tone shifted, his gaze becoming piercing. Zhou Hai's body trembled slightly. "On that day, we shall have nothing to fear," Fang Jingqiu declared. "This honor will be returned to him by the nation." Zhou Hai felt a surge of excitement. "Yes, that day will come," he proclaimed. I have decided to temporarily halt the gene collection issue, Lin Luo announced. Qin Yuan, standing nearby, asked, "Why is that?" Lin Luo gazed at the award presentation on the television and remarked, "How many people in our country are like them?" Qin Yuan was taken aback. "You are aging. You have given so much to the nation, yet time is relentless," Lin Luo lamented. "With each passing day, another elderly scientist departs. I aim to change this situation." Qin Yuan paused and said, "You could employ the 3 acupuncture method like I do. That addresses only the symptoms," Lin Luo countered. "As I have stated, the issue of human lifespan is concentrated on the 24th chromosome. I now possess 90% of its genetic chain and am confident I can alter everything." Qin Yuan, upon hearing this, could not contain his excitement. Did this not imply they could transcend the limitations of human lifespan? Once Lin Luo's plan was unveiled, it immediately ignited a fervor among the personnel at the Hope Biological Base, each member brimming with motivation. Lin Luo divided the 24th chromosome into 5,483 segments, and all staff worked tirelessly day and night. Achieving this was no simple feat. Although Lin Luo had mastered all the hidden genes, to fully possess this chromosome required comprehensive dissection. In such an environment, the base dedicated an entire 7 days to the task. These 7 days were a revelation for the 3,488 individuals within the base, who came to realize just how remarkable their 22-year-old chief engineer truly was. One individual had deciphered a hidden chromosome. Oftentimes, they were merely cross-referencing data. 7 days later, a complete report landed on Lin Luo's desk. He glanced at it while Qin Yuan looked on, eager. "Excellent," Lin Luo remarked. "Everything is prepared." Qin Yuan rejoiced, quickly asking, "Does this mean we are not yet at that stage?" Lin Luo interjected. "Though we understand, I am not a doctor. I will request a physician immediately. Even a professor won't suffice." Lin Luo shook his head, stating, "I have already reviewed the qualifications of all top domestic doctors. None are suitable. I need not just a doctor, but one proficient in biological genetics." Qin Yuan hesitated and queried, "What precisely needs to be done?" "Under advanced nanotechnology, we will stitch the genetic chains," Lin Luo explained. "What?" Qin Yuan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Stitching genetic chains? Not even science fiction dares to depict such a thing." Chapter 28. The psychiatric hospital. Setting aside the conceptual issues, the very notion of such advanced nanotechnology was beyond anything he had ever heard of. Although Qin Yuan did not fully comprehend, he held an unwavering belief in Lin Luo. Half an hour later, this information was dispatched to various departments. Immediately, confidential files nationwide were scrutinized. Operation codename, Dr. Lin Luo gritted his teeth, exhausting his points. "Ding. Would you like to spend 150,000 points to exchange for an ultra-nano genetic device?" "Exchange," Lin Luo declared. This machine was of utmost importance. In truth, Lin Luo concealed one detail. He was fully capable of personally executing this genetic stitching. However, he did not clarify this. For Lin Luo understood that to realize the plan for human enhancement, he could not rely solely on himself. He required someone who comprehended his vision. Clearly, while Qin Yuan and the others had a solid foundation, they were unfortunately shackled by their past knowledge. Thus, Lin Luo sought to cultivate an individual who could assist him, much like Liu Kaoken. Today, Liu Kaoken had garnered the respect of all, having adeptly organized all personnel relations at the Hope Biological Base so that whenever Lin Luo sought someone, they were readily available. Even those who had previously opposed him, like Qin Yuan, were compelled to acknowledge his capabilities. However, time was of the essence. 7 days had passed since the initiation of the doctor operation, and there were still no results. At the Strategic Bureau, Wu Wenbo frowned as he perused the densely packed documents on the desk. These were sent over in recent days from the Confidential Bureau, the Security Bureau, and various regions. They had cross-referenced a multitude of individuals, yet none matched the criteria. "Should we consult academician Lin Luo on how to proceed?" an assistant suggested. "No," came the firm reply. Simultaneously, Wu Wenbo, Li Donglei, and Yang Jun spoke up. The assistant was startled. If such trivial matters were to trouble him, what distinguished them from mere ornaments? Yang Jun exclaimed. "Indeed," Wu Wenbo nodded vehemently. However, Li Donglei remarked earnestly, "We are men. We cannot be referred to as mere ornaments." Before he could finish, both Wu Wenbo and Yang Jun glared at him. Li Donglei felt a bead of sweat trickle down. In terms of rank, he was indeed their junior. Nevertheless, he had merely followed Lin Luo's advice to speak more, particularly to tell more jokes. Yet, why was no one laughing? "That little rascal has once again led me astray." Li Donglei silently attributed this misfortune to Lin Luo. At that moment, someone stepped through the door and whispered into Wu Wenbo's ear. Suddenly, Wu Wenbo sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Really? Is it true? Where is this person?" He inquired. The individual hesitated before finally responding. "In the psychiatric hospital." Upon hearing psychiatric hospital, the three men were momentarily dumbfounded. They were searching for someone in a psychiatric hospital? These are his doctoral thesis and some theoretical notes. This matter even made the newspapers back in the day. The individual continued. Wu Wenbo and the others picked it up and were immediately at a loss. They naturally could not comprehend it. However, it was now time to seek out Lin Luo. As long as he could confirm whether this person was viable, it would suffice. But would academician Lin Luo think they were toying with him, considering this individual was from a psychiatric hospital? The assistant remarked. The three men exchanged glances. And Wu Wenbo said, "If there is scolding to be done, I will bear it." "I shall," Yang Jun added. After saying this, the two began to bicker. While Li Donglei quietly muttered, "I feel that with his mischievous nature, even if he is dissatisfied, he wouldn't scold you. Why are you arguing over this?" "What did you say?" Yang Jun and Wu Wenbo turned in unison. Nothing, Li Donglei stammered, realizing he had spoken too much. In the future, it would be best to speak less. "That little rascal, it's all your fault." Li Donglei mentally noted another grievance against Lin Luo. Thus, when Lin Luo encountered the three of them, Yang Jun and Wu Wenbo wore ingratiating expressions, while Li Donglei resembled a ticking time bomb. "Look at this person." Yang Jun handed the document to Lin Luo. Lin Luo took it and saw the following written. Zhu Yuhui, 39 years old. College entrance examination champion in East China 20 years ago, PhD student at 24, joined the National Medical Academy at 25, awarded a doctorate in biology at 27. The resume was quite impressive. Lin Luo picked up the thesis and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was titled Speculations on Human Genes. He believed that the pinnacle of medicine could indeed revolutionize humanity. Humanity was diligently researching genetically modified organisms and medical genetics. This individual could be deemed a madman. He posited that humans could even combine with animals to produce superior genes. This could not merely be classified as madness. It was more akin to perversion. "Where is this person?" Lin Luo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The three exchanged anxious glances, and finally, Wu Wenbo said apprehensively, "The psychiatric hospital." After speaking, the three of them cast wary looks at Lin Luo. However, Lin Luo stated, "It is indeed necessary to go." The three felt even more uneasy. Lin Luo then asked, "Who sent him there?" His former mentor, Wu Wenbo, replied. Lin Luo nodded, stating, "Neither he nor Zhu Yuhui is at fault." "So, you mean the three of us should indeed go to the psychiatric hospital to retrieve him?" The East China Psychiatric Hospital is the largest in the country. A disheveled middle-aged man wearing glasses lay on the balcony, listening to two patients nearby discussing chess. The scene of mentally disturbed individuals playing chess was naturally quite vivid. Crying, "You can't take my baby. These are my pieces. Dare you move?" As they spoke, the two were about to come to blows. The middle-aged man felt agitated and turned away in an attempt to escape the familiar quarrel. However, at that moment, he noticed the sun being obscured. He was displeased. He loved sunlight, despised rain, and loathed gloomy days, just as he cherished the outside world. Just as he was about to pick up his stool and head back inside, a voice from the medical staff called out, "Patient C39978 Zhu Yuhui, someone is looking for you." He did not turn around, for he wished to avoid any encounter. He had been like this for years. Yet, the subsequent words from the medical staff made him pause. "Zhu Yuhui, if you do not meet this person today, you will not be allowed to eat dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuhui turned around to see the staff member smiling, and he immediately lost his temper. These medical staff knew his Achilles heel. "Who is it?" Zhu Yuhui inquired listlessly. Deep down, he was evading all things. Chapter 29. Changing the era. Zhu Yuhui was actually quite articulate and a decent person. The head of the psychiatric hospital nervously observed Wu Wenbo and Lin Luo before him. He was astonished to see that Wu Wenbo, with several stripes on his shoulder, seemed to revolve around the words of this young man, Lin Luo. "Has he said anything over the years?" Lin Luo inquired. "Nothing," the head replied with a forced smile. The words of the patients in this psychiatric hospital are often peculiar and incomprehensible to the average person. "Then how did he end up here?" "He was diagnosed with a mental disorder," the head explained. "He exhibits hidden criminal tendencies. You should be aware of the events from back then." Lin Luo nodded. And just then, footsteps approached the entrance. He looked up to see Zhu Yuhui standing there, scanning them, and saying, "Are you the ones looking for me?" The head immediately turned back, stating, "How dare you speak like that?" "They are." Lin Luo interrupted, "Uncle, thank you. You may leave. I would like to speak with Mr. Zhu." The head was taken aback, but upon seeing Wu Wenbo's gaze, he quickly departed. Zhu Yuhui glanced at Wu Wenbo. Recognizing him as a government official, and with a hint of disdain, he said, "If you have something to say, please do so quickly." Wu Wenbo found his attitude somewhat intolerable, but Lin Luo remarked, "You are attempting to conceal your inner evasion with words. What are you talking about?" Zhu Yuhui retorted coldly, "I have read your papers. They are rather perverse, as they touch upon ethics and the moral boundaries of humanity." Lin Luo continued, "Everyone would consider you a deviant." "Shut your mouth," Zhu Yuhui shouted. "After that incident, your wife chose to separate from you, and your son no longer acknowledges you. They know you are a good father, but they fear societal judgment." Lin Luo pressed on. "Thus, on numerous occasions, you had the opportunity to prove you are not mentally ill. Yet you still refuse to leave because you no longer wish to return to a society that has disappointed you. I do not know what you are talking about." Zhu Yuhui turned to leave. At that moment, Lin Luo called out to him, "Zhu Yuhui, will you resign yourself to living your life like this? In this psychiatric hospital? Listening to those people quarrel, continuing to confine yourself?" Zhu Yuhui halted in his tracks. He fell silent. Ultimately, he clenched his fists, turned back to Lin Luo, tears streaming down his face, and said, "So what? I am a deviant." "No," Lin Luo responded. "You are merely articulating potentially existing viewpoints. But you do not genuinely harbor such thoughts. Speculation is innocent. Countless scientific theories and laws have emerged from seemingly impossible hypotheses. Your papers have been cast aside by society. Yet that does not imply they are erroneous." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuhui's eyes turned red. "Zhu Yuhui, your mentor is not at fault. You are not at fault. The fault lies with this era." At this moment, Zhu Yuhui could no longer restrain himself and broke down in tears. Indeed, he had written something that violated ethical norms. But that did not make him a deviant. It was a realm of speculation. His original statement did not pertain to the mating of animals, but rather aimed to elucidate the potential for superior genes to emerge from the interbreeding of different species. The phrase deemed aberrant was merely an example he casually cited. He even emphasized that the existence of this theory should be confirmed through extensive experimentation with a multitude of other animals. Lin Luo gazed at him and inquired, "Now? You have the opportunity to prove yourself. Are you willing?" Zhu Yuhui paused. In that fleeting moment, he glanced at his hands. 10 years. He had spent a decade here. He had lost 10 years. Did he still have a chance? "Stand up and tell those who sent you here," Lin Luo observed. "You are not in the wrong." Zhu Yuhui abruptly lifted his head to meet Lin Luo's gaze and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Luo exchanged a glance with Wu Wenbo, the former narrowing his eyes into a smile. He perceived that the spark had returned to Zhu Yuhui's eyes. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "I am Lin Luo. Welcome to our team. The era may be flawed, but what we aim to do next is transform this era." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuhui found himself momentarily stunned, his hand still clasped in Lin Luo's grip. Transform the era? Surely he must have misheard. 5 days later, after perusing all available information about Lin Luo, Zhu Yuhui was profoundly shaken. Hidden genes in humanity? What nonsense! This notion completely upended his understanding. Yet, he was open to accepting it and learned rapidly. However, apart from Lin Luo, others regarded him with trepidation, given the label of aberrant that loomed over him. "How do you feel?" Lin Luo inquired. I am uncertain," Zhu Yuhui replied while gazing at his hands. "I am here," Lin Luo assured him. "You require a period of adaptation. Can I fail?" Zhu Yuhui questioned again. "No," Lin Luo replied. "If you falter, it could cost a life. And that life belongs to a national academician." At this revelation, Zhu Yuhui felt a wave of panic wash over him. "But I will bear all the consequences," Lin Luo proclaimed. "Even if it leads to imprisonment, it shall be I, not you." Zhu Yuhui turned to Lin Luo, disbelief etched across his face. "Do you truly have such faith in me?" Lin Luo smiled gently and replied, "I do not place my faith in you, but rather in my own discernment." With that, Zhu Yuhui paused, his fists clenched as he regarded the younger man before him. It seemed he had suddenly found hope. "No more running," Zhu Yuhui declared earnestly. "I have evaded for a decade. This time, I shall not escape." 3 days later, in an entirely sterile environment, an elderly man struggled to breathe. His surname was Yuan, known nationally as the Elder, for he had revolutionized the food production issues in China. His accomplishments were recognized worldwide. Now, he lay on the brink of death, mere hours away from the eternal slumber. He had only 24 hours left. How could it be him? Zhu Yuhui trembled upon seeing the Elder. This was one of the few scientists he held in the highest regard. At that moment, his heart raced. He finally grasped what Lin Luo had meant. In his hands rested not merely a life, but something far greater. He understood, at last, why their base was named Hope. "You can do this," Lin Luo's voice echoed. This time, Zhu Yuhui did not turn back or respond. He stepped forward, eyes fixed on the fantastical nanogene device that seemed to belong in a science fiction film, and began to operate it. Chapter 30. Medical miracle. Lin Luo watched closely. He could not allow anything to happen to the elder. Yet, Zhu Yuhui was indeed a prodigy. After 3 days and nights of practice, he initiated the surgical process. Anesthesia at 40. Wait, the patient's vital signs are showing anomalies. They waited. Zhu Yuhui's palms were slick with sweat. Beside him stood several top-tier surgeons, but they were merely responsible for basic tasks such as administering anesthesia. They waited anxiously for 2 hours before Zhu Yuhui finally spoke. Continue the anesthesia. The anesthetic process resumed. When the elder was finally in a semi-comatose state, Zhu Yuhui commenced the genetic work. The first step was to sever the gene chain. The so-called gene stitching involved bringing to light the concealed 24 gene strands. Essentially, it required cutting a portion of the 23rd chromosome and attaching the 24th. This process also necessitated rewriting the sequence of the 24th chromosome. While it sounded straightforward, the execution was exceptionally challenging. Considering the significance of the individual before him, Zhu Yuhui took a deep breath. He maneuvered the ultra-nano gene surgical knife to locate the 23rd chromosome. Precision was paramount. No, that was wrong. He realized he had slightly miscalibrated the angle. He quickly adjusted. Lin Luo, observing from behind, was fully aware of Zhu Yuhui's hesitation. Had Zhu Yuhui proceeded with the operation, Lin Luo would have intervened. The main switch for the machine was in Lin Luo's hands. Zhu Yuhui proceeded with utmost caution. Click. The gene was severed. At that moment, the elder's breathing quickened. Tension enveloped the room. Once severed, they had less than an hour to complete the procedure. If not finished within that time frame, the elder would be beyond saving. Yet at that moment, Zhu Yuhui felt a peculiar calm wash over him. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Gene engineering was indeed miraculous. This was all real. Lin Luo, Zhu Yuhui mused, was a true genius. As he spoke, he began to seek out the 24th chromosome, needing to deploy a superlight wave to reveal this concealed strand. Simultaneously, he had to rewrite, organize, and correct the DNA within 3 minutes. This was the most arduous step. It required not only a profound understanding of genetics, but also experience. Each DNA pair had unique pairings, and Zhu Yuhui might need to observe tens of thousands of combinations within those 3 minutes. An arduous task indeed. Ultimately, he needed to execute with precision to achieve the stitching. At that moment, a deluge of information flooded in. Human gene pairing, chromosomal adhesion, and equivalent biological factors. Zhu Yuhui focused intently, sweat cascading down his back. He could not afford a single mistake. A misstep would cast a shadow over the rest of his life. Yet, his gaze held no fear, only determination. He could do this. He possessed unwavering confidence in himself. He swiftly input the data into the ultra-nano gene device, while simultaneously maneuvering the nanosurgical knife with careful precision for the next step. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Success and separation. The next step was to fuse the DNA. Success. Zhu Yuhui's eyes sparkled, but he held his breath. The operation was not yet complete. Superlight wave stitching. As the machine emitted a green light wave directed at the junction of the 2 chromosomes, Zhu Yuhui felt his anxiety heighten. The theoretical knowledge Lin Luo had provided surpassed anything within his comprehension, all he had learned in his lifetime. If this procedure succeeded, Zhu Yuhui knew it would herald a monumental change for humanity. At that moment, under the influence of the superlight wave, Zhu Yuhui's eyes widened. He could see it, the 24th chromosome gradually surfacing. In that instant, his heart raced with exhilaration. He was passionate about science and utterly captivated by its mysteries. Thus, it was at that moment that he penned a scientific paper that contravened ethics. A smile graced his lips as he witnessed, beneath the machine, the wondrous genetic chain, a nascent life emerging. However, at that instant, an alarm blared. Zhu Yuhui abruptly halted, returning to reality, and saw the surgeon hastening to his side. The life support monitor emitted a frantic beeping. Elder. Respiratory rate escalating. Unstable pulse. Requesting emergency defibrillation. A physician urgently seized the nearby resuscitation device, while Zhu Yuhui, gazing at the pallid figure of the elder on the bed, felt his mind go blank. Had he failed? Had he truly failed? I was certain I was correct. Fear, helplessness, and an overwhelming guilt consumed him. In that moment, his heart felt as if it had ceased to beat. Yet just then, a voice rang out from behind. No defibrillation. Everyone turned to see Lin Luo. A surgeon glanced back, clenching his fist, his displeasure evident as he regarded Lin Luo. He was the elder's attending physician. Had he not brought the elder here, he could have enjoyed his final day of life. What was this man saying? In the eyes of the physician, life was always paramount. He yearned to strike Lin Luo but understood the urgency of saving a life. He turned and declared, "Initiate level 2 defibrillation." The assistant physician remained unresponsive, prompting him to repeat, "Quickly, I am in charge here." Lin Luo cast a glance at Xia Qian, who swiftly approached the doctor, pinning him down. The doctor, now thoroughly incensed, bellowed, "I care not for your identity. Do you not realize the contributions the elder has made to us?" Just then, a dry cough echoed. All fell silent. The life support monitor, which had been nearly flatlined, began to display a series of peaks. The surgeon stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Life has been revived." No, his life force is on the rise. Eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were witnessing a miracle, a medical marvel. "Care for a smoke?" At the entrance of the research institute, Zhu Yuhui sat on the ground, gazing skyward, lost in thought until a voice interrupted him. Zhu Yuhui paused, truly seeing Lin Luo standing there with a cigarette and lighter. "Smoking damages brain cells and inflicts great harm on the body," Zhu Yuhui earnestly explained. "So will you indulge?" Lin Luo inquired with a smile. Zhu Yuhui hesitated, then ultimately smiled back and accepted the cigarette. Chapter 31. Shaking the nation. The two men lit their cigarettes, and Lin Luo remarked, "You see, you ought to smile more. Otherwise, you'll end up like my bodyguard, wooden and lifeless." Xia Qian, overhearing this, frowned but remained silent. Zhu Yuhui, bracing himself on the ground, confided, "You know, just a moment ago, I contemplated suicide." 10 years ago, did you not?" Lin Luo queried. "I did," Zhu Yuhui replied. "But at that time, I still had my wife and son. If I were to fail this time, I would have nothing left. Should I congratulate you then?" Lin Luo chuckled. Zhu Yuhui surprisingly nodded, tears welling in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks as he choked back sobs. Lin Luo remained silent. The hardships and grievances of the past 10 years turned to ashes in that moment. He rose, but to his surprise, Zhu Yuhui also stood, declaring, "Academician Lin Luo." Lin Luo turned. Zhu Yuhui wiped his tears, standing tall, and slightly bowed, addressing Lin Luo. "I, Zhu Yuhui, request to join you." Lin Luo paused, a slight smile appearing as he patted Zhu Yuhui's shoulder, saying, "At the celebration banquet tonight, do not be absent. Many in the lab wish to see what this extraordinary doctor looks like." Zhu Yuhui hesitated, then offered a wry smile. Lin Luo waved, departing with Xia Qian, leaving Zhu Yuhui to earnestly call after him, "Thank you, Academician Lin Luo." That evening, the research institute was ablaze with light, everyone reveling in the celebration. Most may not have contributed directly, but they certainly bore their share of toil. When Zhu Yuhui arrived, he was the last to enter. "He's here," Liu Keoken exclaimed, leading the applause as everyone turned to Zhu Yuhui. He paused, feeling somewhat awkward under the collective gaze of the assembly, all of whom were at least doctoral candidates. His past glories paled in comparison to those present. "Dr. Zhu, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Kai." "Dr. Zhu, I previously underestimated you," others chimed in, approaching him. Zhu Yuhui, though not adept at navigating social interactions, managed to respond thanks to Liu Keoken's extensive network, who handled the introductions with finesse. Yet, Zhu Yuhui understood that genuine human connection only flourished in adversity. "This way, please," Liu Keoken guided him to the head table. Zhu Yuhui was about to take a seat, but immediately stood up. "I cannot sit here. This is for Academician Lin Luo," he stated earnestly. He could not entertain the notion that he deserved any accolades. Without Lin Luo, he was nothing. "He is not here. He personally instructed you to sit," Liu Keoken insisted. Zhu Yuhui hesitated and ultimately declared, "I cannot sit." Liu Keoken recognized the stubbornness of scientists and guided him to a seat nearby. At that moment, a figure clad in a white coat rushed in, capturing everyone's attention. The elder has awakened. It was the attending physician. Really? The crowd erupted in joy. Applauding once more, the physician entered, bowing to Zhu Yuhui with palpable excitement. "Thank you. Thank you for saving him." Zhu Yuhui rose, speechless, merely returning the bow. "The elder wishes to meet you and Mr. Lin Luo to express his gratitude in person," the physician added, glancing around. "Where is Mr. Lin Luo?" In truth, the physician had come not only to share the good news, but also to offer an apology to Lin Luo. Confused glances were exchanged, for no one knew Lin Luo's whereabouts. Beneath the gravestone lay the remains of a departed soul. Xia Qian watched from a distance as Lin Luo sat before the gravestone, sipping wine. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Father of Lin Luo, Mother of Lin Luo." Lin Luo's father had been a soldier, tragically lost in battle, while his mother succumbed to illness under the weight of grief. This was what inspired Lin Luo to pursue a career in the biological sciences, to learn how to save lives. Much of his philosophy stemmed from his military father's legacy. Thus, It was no surprise that people spoke of Lin Luo's unblemished background, for no one dared question the descendant of a soldier. What is today's date? Lin Luo inquired. Xia Qian hesitated before replying, the 6th. Indeed, Lin Luo smiled faintly, rising. At that moment, a military vehicle approached, and Xia Qian remarked, I'll have them wait a bit longer. No need, Lin Luo stood, casting one last glance at the gravestone before walking away. A soldier descended from the vehicle, saluting Lin Luo, Academician Lin. Everyone is assembled and awaiting your arrival. By the time Lin Luo returned to Tianjing, it was late at night. Yet, within the Grand Hall, many of Huaxia's top officials awaited him. If G3 merely acknowledged Lin Luo's achievements as an engineer, the current Human Lifespan Extension Initiative was destined to reverberate through the higher echelons of power. Regardless of whether Lin Luo's subsequent proposal succeeds, the mere act of altering human lifespan represents a monumental breakthrough in history. Upon entering this place, Lin Luo observed the individual seated at the head of the table rise. Chen, a figure of immense authority, stood as a testament to his unparalleled status. Everyone promptly stood in surprise at his unexpected action. Lin Luo paused momentarily before returning a respectful gesture. We may commence directly, Chen said with a gentle smile and a soothing tone. Lin Luo rose to his feet. The primary focus of this meeting was the discussion of trade issues with the opposing side of Taiyang, as well as matters related to the Human Completion Plan. The first order of business was the announcement that henceforth, all economic activities would be directed to support Lin Luo and the Human Completion Plan. In other words, whatever is needed, the state shall provide. Is there any issue with the list of academicians? Chen inquired. Lin Luo glanced over it and replied, You may finalize this. The one who will be directly handling it is Zhu Yuhui, who needs to acclimate and cultivate some new talents. Chen nodded and asked, Is there anything else you require? Lin Luo responded, Talents. Without hesitation, Chen replied, Specify the type of individuals you seek, and we will facilitate it. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Chen inquired with a smile. Are they possibly abroad? Lin Luo shook his head, stating, The talents I desire do not exist on this planet. Chapter 32. An astonishing revelation. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in speculation. So, do you mean we need to venture into outer space to procure them? Someone jested. However, Chen frowned. Lin Luo was no fool. He would not make such a statement lightly. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Lin Luo quickly added, Not everyone can be Zhu Yuhui, but we can cultivate countless individuals like him. Indeed, Chen agreed. I shall promptly allocate some individuals with strong learning capabilities to you. No, Lin Luo interjected, the Human Completion Plan is a long-term strategy, and we do not know how many years it will take to complete. Therefore, I wish to establish an academy dedicated to the Human Completion Plan. Chen eyes widened as he regarded Lin Luo, revealing a meaningful smile. It seems you have a well-structured plan. I require the nation's top talents. Though 99% will inevitably be eliminated, Lin Luo stated. No problem, Chen assured him, I will personally arrange the specifics. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo felt a sense of reassurance. At present, major universities were fiercely competing for talent, and without someone of his caliber to intervene, it was unlikely that the situation would change. Next, let us discuss the trade issues with that nation, Chen proposed. I have heard you have a plan. Lin Luo replied, Our true adversary is not them, but rather outer space. We possess minimal information about them, yet they seem to know us intimately. Chen nodded. I wish to know if our nation has ever captured or witnessed extraterrestrial beings, Lin Luo inquired, fixing his gaze on Chen and faced with Lin Luo's scrutiny. Chen did not immediately respond, but nodded affirmatively. This nod allowed Lin Luo to exhale a sigh of relief. What lies before you is a dossier on extraterrestrials spanning nearly a century, Chen said, handing Lin Luo a thick stack of documents in an office. Lin Luo glanced through the materials, noting they contained various records. For instance, there were accounts of unidentified flying objects witnessed in certain cities during specific years. The documentation from earlier times was sparse, as China's technology was not advanced. However, as the 21st century approached, records became more precise, including numerous clear photographs and even bodies. Did you kill them? Lin Luo asked. Of course not, Chen replied with a wry smile. At that time, our military had the capability to capture and even engage, resulting in considerable casualties on our side. However, we never intended to harm them. Faced with potential extraterrestrial life, we dared not be negligent and sought to coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, the creature we captured was found dead upon our arrival. The spacecraft was also destroyed. Our biological experts immediately began their research, but regrettably, as you know, we could not even decipher G3, let alone glean anything from this. If you hadn't sought me out, I would have intended to discuss this matter with you personally. Chen added. Lin Luo nodded, asking, what is the condition of the body? It has been many years. It is unclear now, Chen replied. Lin Luo nodded again and continued to peruse the documents, noticing that the pages grew fewer toward the end. He tentatively asked, is something amiss? What do you mean? Chen inquired. Logically, as we entered the 21st century and technology advanced, we should have obtained more documentation, Lin Luo remarked. We have also conducted research on this front. Chen indicated a report signed by a certain Du Xinlin. I believe it is precisely due to rapid technological advancements that extraterrestrials have become increasingly cautious in their interactions with us. I suspect they have been observing us for many years. Given historical circumstances, I feel that much of the extraterrestrial data has fallen into the hands of the Eagle Nation. During that time, we were in a backward phase, while the Eagle Nation possessed the most advanced technology, enabling them to uncover more secrets. My personal conjecture is that over 80% of the world's data lies in their hands. The report concluded with the signature of Du Xinlin. Upon reading this, Lin Luo could not help but find the expert's reasoning quite persuasive. We attempted to use scouts to probe for related information, but as you know, these matters are exceedingly clandestine. The Eagle Nation would not be inclined to share such intelligence, Chen stated. Lin Luo produced a piece of paper from behind and handed it to Chen, saying, I believe our dealings with the Eagle Nation should be based on this. Chen glanced at it, then smiled. Though it may be difficult to negotiate, we will do our utmost. Lin Luo smiled in return. Uncle Chen, times have changed. We are no longer the ones seeking their favor. Rather, they are the ones in need of us. Chen paused for a moment, then vigorously nodded, as if releasing pent-up frustration. The following day, the News Center, along with the National Newspaper and Education Journal, jointly issued a statement declaring the establishment of a new higher education institution in Tianjin named the Huaxia Biological Academy. Initially, the public paid little heed to this sudden announcement, but some astute journalists sensed the underlying implications. At that moment, the Huaxia Biological Academy was highlighted as a key project in the nation's 5-year plan, with significant land acquisition efforts underway in the central area of Tianjin. 3 days later, construction of the Huaxia Biological Academy commenced. This development left many astonished. On the same day, the Education Department issued a statement asserting that the academy would be completed before the start of the academic year and called upon students nationwide to apply. Initially, the public was indifferent. Education is rooted in tradition, and few were willing to embrace something new, fearing that the academy might be subpar, rendering their college entrance examinations futile. However, that very evening, a piece of news sent shockwaves across the internet. It was rumored that those accepted into the Huaxia Biological Academy would receive a reward of up to 200,000 yuan, with all tuition fees waived. Moreover, it appeared that graduates would be guaranteed job placements, with opportunities to secure positions within the system. Are you joking? I heard there's even a chance to receive a housing unit in Tianjin after graduation. Speculation spread throughout the Huaxia online community, leaving everyone amazed at the true nature of this extraordinary academy. On that day, an insider revealed that the information circulating online was not entirely accurate. The acceptance rewards were not merely 200,000, but rather began at that amount. Simultaneously, academician Zhou Hai was set to take on the role of vice president of the Huaxia Biological Academy. Upon this revelation, the news shattered expectations. If Zhou Hai could only serve as vice president, who would assume the position of president? Chapter 33. Suppressing the world, is this real? Can the universities of the Qing nation tolerate such blatant poaching of student resources? It is said that several institutions jointly signed a petition demanding clarification, only to be met with stern opposition from above. With such generous rewards on offer, I am determined to have my child apply here this year. Wait, is academician Zhou Hai merely the vice president? Who could possibly take the position of president at this school? Indeed, one can only hope that a person of genuine understanding will not mismanage the educational affairs of the institution. There are rumors circulating that numerous academicians and doctors have already been listed as honorary mentors there. The online buzz has reached a fever pitch, with everyone engaged in fervent discussions. Such news has shattered the conventional norms of the educational sphere. Some secondary schools have also received directives from higher authorities, urging them to counsel certain high-caliber students, although coercion is forbidden. Consequently, this has left this year's college entrance examination candidates in a state of anxiety. While they are not being forced, an ominous air has begun to permeate the atmosphere. Often, the first to partake may be the one to savor the richest rewards. With a sudden burst, Lin Luo sprayed his drink, glancing at Qin Yuan's amused expression and exclaiming, "What? Me as the president? Is there a problem?" Qin Yuan responded with an air of nonchalance. You must be mistaken. Lin Luo retorted. I hardly have the time to assume such a role. Not to mention my identity is supposed to be confidential. No one has disclosed it yet. Let's keep it under wraps for now. You can't remain in the shadows forever. Qin Yuan chuckled. But I truly cannot be a president, Lin Luo insisted. Just a nominal title. It's nothing to fret over. Qin Yuan smiled. Noticing Lin Luo was about to protest further, he added, Don't discuss this with me. It's not my decision. If you have concerns, speak to Chunin. Lin Luo cast a glance at Qin Yuan's dark hair and his noticeably youthful demeanor, chuckling. Qin Lao, after your surgery, you seem to have transformed entirely. Your voice has grown louder too. You little rascal, are you mocking me? Qin Yuan glared. I'll leave this matter to you. Come with me to the space department. Oh, and bring that peculiar doctor along. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the space department, where individuals were already awaiting them outside. A man with glasses, looking refined yet lean, approached with a sense of purpose. Du Xinlin, he introduced himself, extending his hand to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, he replied, gesturing to his companions. Qin Yuan and Zhu Yuhui. Naturally, academician Qin recognized him. Du Xinlin smiled and turned to Zhu Yuhui with a newfound respect. Dr. Zhu Yuhui saved several of our senior academicians in the space department, so I am also aware of his contributions. Zhu Yuhui paused. Having not encountered such admiration in quite some time, he knew this was Lin Luo's doing. Bowing slightly, he said, I'm merely a peculiar doctor. Indeed, Lin Luo replied, leaving Zhu Yuhui speechless, as did Qin Yuan. Only Lin Luo dared to refer to Zhu Yuhui in such a manner. However, Zhu Yuhui took no offense. Instead, the term now felt somewhat endearing. He had once been sensitive about being labeled peculiar, but now it seemed less significant. Only Qin Yuan understood Lin Luo's underlying intentions. He wished for Zhu Yuhui to view him not just with gratitude, but as a comrade. Du Xinlin smiled gently. Please, gentlemen, come inside. Upon entering, Lin Luo remarked, I've reviewed the reports from the predecessors. I came today to gain further insight. As you requested, we have prepared the remnants of the spacecraft, the skeletal remains, and high-resolution images, Du Xinlin replied. As they approached, the trio beheld a massive skeleton, appearing one-third larger than a human. Nearby lay photographs captured at the time, prompting all three to draw a deep breath. This world truly harbors extraterrestrial beings. Meanwhile, on an island somewhere in the ocean, military martial law was in effect. All unrelated personnel had been cleared from the area, leading to a complete lockdown of land, air, and sea surrounding the island. Here, a significant meeting was about to take place, a meeting between Huaxia and the Eagle Nation. The leading representative from the Eagle Nation was named Robertson, while Huaxia was represented by Chun, and Chun's personal involvement indicated the gravity of the situation, as his counterpart held an equally high rank. A total of 20 representatives were dispatched from both sides, encompassing a wide array of industries. On the first day, tensions nearly escalated into violence at the conference table, as Robertson deemed Chun's demands excessive. Not only did he seek the unfreezing of technological and economic ties, but he also insisted on a public acknowledgement of their errors. Furthermore, they were required to contribute all scarce species to Huaxia without compensation. These were not the only issues. Chunin also demanded that, if necessary, Huaxia's experts be allowed to travel to the Eagle Nation to investigate matters related to extraterrestrial affairs. Robertson's proposals were met with outright refusal from Chunin, nearly leading to a physical altercation. That night, Robertson fumed in his hotel room, while a fellow representative remarked, given their eagerness for information regarding extraterrestrial matters, could it be that they have uncovered the truth behind G3? This suggestion caused Robertson to furrow his brow. The G3 gas had inflicted significant stress on their populace. Many nations had found solutions, yet they remained under the threat of death. The FAI has informed us that Huaxia has recently established a new biological institute. I suspect it may be related, the representative continued. I propose we test their limits. After a few moments of contemplation, Robertson responded, agreed. On the second day, discussions resumed, but Chunin maintained a resolute stance. Firstly, he refused to sell the formula. Secondly, the terms remained unchanged from the previous day, with additional stipulations added. This led to another night of frenzied anger from Robertson, who could not fathom which nation would dare to utter such words to them. However, the representative continued to analyze the situation. It appears that Huaxia is indeed desperate to learn about extraterrestrial matters. Perhaps we should entertain their requests. What did you say? Robertson was incensed. Such things cannot be agreed to. They are the world's foremost power. The representative remained undeterred, asserting, they undoubtedly possess secrets we are unaware of, the identities of those behind the scenes, and the technologies they hold. We might as well set a trap. Robertson narrowed his eyes. The representative continued. Everything must be built upon formidable technology. Once our 18th generation fighter jet is unveiled, we will be able to dominate the world. At that point, they will have no choice but to submit. Robertson was intrigued by his words. Indeed, since it will eventually belong to us. What harm could come from yielding to them now? Moreover, with FAI's extensive investigations yielding little, and Huaxia's frequent large-scale operations without clear motives, these are matters for concern. Very well, he resolved, steeling himself for the days ahead. On the third day, Chen loosened the buttons of his suit and took a seat. All right, we agree, Robertson declared. As the words left his lips, Chen was momentarily taken aback. In business negotiations, one typically starts high and gradually negotiates down. The conditions he proposed were far more generous than what Lin Luo had offered him. He had anticipated lowering the price today, but they accepted? What an unexpected turn of events. Ahem, his assistant cleared his throat, drawing Chen back to reality as he noticed Robertson's scrutinizing gaze. Chen, I have consented, yet. You seem dissatisfied. Are you seeking to renegotiate? Luckily, Chen's quick thinking prevented any further price hikes. The conditions from the previous day, with additional improvements, would suffice. There was no need for further negotiations. Robertson's stance remained unyielding. Chen paused, contemplating before finally stating, "Oh." A look of misfortune crossed Chen's face. Robertson, elated, declared, "Come, let us prepare to sign the agreement, though some details require amendment, such as our need not to apologize to you." Chen cast a glance at the document, deeming its contents trivial. Only children require apologies. Adults prioritize their interests. As long as the benefits are secured, all matters are negotiable. The super gene system exhibited no response, indicating an absence of genes within, or perhaps my current level is insufficient. Lin Luo gazed at the bones, lost in contemplation. In the photographs, the extraterrestrial being appeared bipedal, possessing 2 hands, yet its cranial structure differed significantly from that of humans, featuring 2 container frameworks. Could they possess 2 brains? Zhu Yui suggested. Lin Luo observed thoughtfully, stating, "What we confront is an entirely new domain. The human anatomical structure we are accustomed to may not be applicable to them." Academician Lin Luo's assertion was affirmed by Du Xinlin, who recounted a previous discussion with another medical doctor prior to the corpse's decomposition. He had been responsible for the autopsy, and they were astonished to discover that certain vital organs, such as the heart, were encased in remarkably hard bone. While speaking, Du Xinlin pointed out images to Lin Luo. Their bones are even harder than iron. Subsequently, they examined photographs depicting bent iron rods, the result of the collision, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the group. Lin Luo remained largely unfazed, already aware that the trajectory of technological advancement was misguided. The only correct path lay in the continuous exploration of human potential. Seal some of these bones and return them to the base, Lin Luo instructed. He did not expect to complete everything on the first day. At that moment, a soldier approached, saluted them, and whispered a few words to Lin Luo. "Really?" Lin Luo exclaimed with delight. "He said you can go over at any time." The soldier informed. "I will go immediately." Lin Luo nodded, addressing Qin Yuan beside him. "You two return first." They acknowledged him with a nod. Lin Luo turned to Du Xinlin, saying, "The protective suits we retrieved from Eagle Country have arrived. I hope you will accompany me to the meteorite site." Du Xinlin was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised, but he nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival at the irradiated area, they were met by someone holding protective gear. As Du Xinlin donned the suit, he remarked, "Ultimately, we are lagging behind others." Lin Luo countered, "Everything is temporary. Being ahead is also transient." Du Xinlin shook his head. Looking at Lin Luo, "That's not my point. I was merely contemplating that if we require this gear just to approach them, if they truly harbor intentions against us." He paused, gazing into the distance. Can we truly halt their advance in the future? Unbeknownst to Lin Luo and his companion, this protective suit could have been developed by Huaxia. However, in recent years, Huaxia had been overly focused on economic matters. Had Lin Luo not brought it up, few would have considered the irradiated area. When Lin Luo and Du Xinlin reached the meteorite crater, they both inhaled deeply. The meteorite, measuring no more than 2 meters, had created a depression over 100 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. After some effort, they finally descended into the deep pit. Du Xinlin, well versed in meteorites, having studied numerous specimens and even handled UFO debris, examined the surface. Normal. This meteorite is no different from previous ones. Yet he pondered, why does it emit such extensive radiation and possess such formidable impact capabilities? Du Xinlin was perplexed. At that moment, Lin Luo stepped forward and touched the meteorite. Du Xinlin gasped. It was an extremely dangerous act. Do you hear any sound? Lin Luo inquired. Sound. Du Xinlin hesitated. What sound? Lin Luo, however, was certain. His auditory senses had been enhanced by the system. Beep, 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 a faint yet persistent sound. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and, in the next moment, directed his gaze toward the point of contact between the ground and the meteorite. Step back, Lin Luo commanded. Du Xinlin hurriedly complied as Lin Luo pulled with both hands. Du Xinlin swallowed hard. Despite the meteorite's modest size, cosmic materials often outweigh terrestrial ones. A 2-meter meteorite could weigh 400 to 500 pounds. Yet Lin Luo effortlessly pushed it aside. The moment the meteorite was displaced, the soft yet urgent beeping intensified. Du Xinlin looked closer and saw a miniature metallic device atop the meteorite, continuously emitting alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Du Xinlin lifted his eyes to the distant starry sky. A chill running down his spine as his body trembled violently. It's a signal. This is not a meteorite. It's a locator. They are coming. They are truly coming. Chapter 35. Imperial Ambition, July 18th, 7 p.m. Tianjin. A confidential letter swiftly reached the secret bureau, leading to a lengthy meeting of the national think tank within half an hour. Following this assembly, it was revealed that military forces had been dispatched to airports, train stations, and ports. Major media outlets maintained a conspicuous silence regarding these events, while the online community erupted in chaos. What is happening? Martial law has not been declared in ages. Do not fear. The nation will provide an explanation. We must trust the state. Are we on the brink of war? Anxiety gripped the populace. Concurrently, international observers noted unusual developments, with some global titans poised to capitalize on Huaxia's financial landscape. As midnight approached, gamers attempting to access foreign networks were astonished to find themselves unable to log in. Acceleration tools indicated a disconnection. In response, major acceleration companies worked overnight, revealing the disconnection was intentional. Such an outcome suggested a singular possibility. The entire nation had effectively transformed into a local network. Are we truly on the verge of war? Fear rippled through the minds of many. In times of peace, no one desires conflict. Yet, it had been years since Huaxia had experienced such circumstances. Nevertheless, Huaxia's media maintained a facade of calm, leaving the outside world rife with speculation. What was Huaxia plotting? Countries like Fashilan, the sun never sets empire, and Fuzang braced themselves in alarm. The most anxious were the nations bordering Huaxia, particularly the southern nations of Asan and Monkey Country, both of which had previously faced Huaxia's wrath, with the former recently causing disturbances. In a flurry, numerous spies were dispatched to Huaxia in search of the truth. Across the ocean in Eagle Country, despite the night, the lights shone brightly. The leader, Timuse, surveyed the scene, noting only 2 individuals present, FAI Director Blake and Congressional Leader Owen. What are your thoughts? Timuse inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Huaxia's bold actions had taken them by surprise. Blake and Owen exchanged glances, and after a moment, Blake suggested, if we analyze this carefully, we might consider what Huaxia has previously sought from us. Reflecting on issues surrounding G3, they were already aware of connections between G3 and meteorites. Moreover, the meteorite issue was of paramount importance. Has the Sir not forgotten? Timuse and Owen simultaneously exhaled deeply. If one were to rewind memories to an earlier time, a terrifying truth would inevitably surface. The advancement of science cannot leap forward instantaneously. Even the mightiest of nations cannot achieve such feats. Here, the world's most esteemed and numerous scientists converge. Yet can they truly propel their nation from the 6th-generation fighter jets directly to the 18th? Certainly not. The evolution of fighter jets is not a trivial matter. Each generation that earns the title of the next must exhibit a qualitative leap in functionality, speed, and combat capability. In the past, when this nation first demonstrated modern military warfare in the Asia-Pacific region, it was with their 2nd-generation fighter jets. The world anticipated a protracted conflict. Yet within just 3 days, they dismantled an entire nation. This revelation exposed the terrifying nature of modern warfare and the formidable prowess of their military. Consequently, fighter jets have become the cornerstone of every nation's military arsenal. Should the 18th-generation fighter jet ever be unveiled, it would dominate the globe. All of this owes its existence to the meteorites. A decade ago, prior to their descent, these celestial bodies were detected by this nation from far beyond the stars. In a timely manner, they dispatched military forces worldwide, acquiring over 60% of the meteorite fragments. They have long since extracted invaluable knowledge from these remnants, alien life forms, and extraterrestrial technologies. Indeed, their scientists are remarkable. having spent a decade harnessing technology far superior to that of Earth from the machines embedded within the meteorites. They have named this technology metamorphosis. Returning to the present, Timuse gazed at Blake and remarked, "You were in agreement when the protective suits were sent to Huaxia." Blake replied, "Huaxia possesses the capability to develop such protective gear. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, do you truly believe that you have forgotten the potential crisis that looms?" Upon hearing this, Timuse fell silent. Huaxia must have anticipated everything. However, our alliance would never permit their inclusion. Blake chuckled, "I believe they will soon plead for our protection. What is a nation with 5,000 years of civilization compared to us? Ultimately, this world belongs to us." On July 19th, at 4 a.m., Lin Luo had just entered the base when he noticed a vehicle parked at the entrance. An officer saluted him and opened the car door, saying, "Mr. Lin Luo, please." Lin Luo cast a brief glance at the medals adorning the officer's shoulder, purple gold dragon. Such accolades belonged solely to that man, the pinnacle of Huaxia, who had ushered in peace and prosperity. His iron will and wisdom commanded Lin Luo's deep respect. This was a great man. Nodding, he entered the vehicle. With a thud, as the door closed, Lin Luo's emotions became intricate. He understood that war had begun. Huaxia was faced not only with the potential alien conflict, but also with the undying imperialistic heart of Earth. What choices would this man make? The outcomes would dictate everything regarding the forthcoming plans. Upon arriving at the Tianlong building, Lin Luo spotted Chun and waiting at the entrance. A subtle nod acknowledged their presence, and the two exchanged no words as they walked together. On the 7th floor, when the elevator came to a halt, they exited and approached an office. Chun informed him, "He is waiting for you inside." Lin Luo glanced at the time. It was now 5 a.m. He recalled that this man was nearing 70 years of age. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Aren't you going in?" Chun merely smiled, offering no reply. Lin Luo pushed the door open to find an elderly gentleman seated quietly. Upon the door's opening, the man lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes sharp and commanding. Yet, with a benevolent smile, he greeted, "Welcome." Chapter 36. The Order of Isolation. The elderly man rose, scrutinizing Lin Luo, then remarked, "At 22 years old, you are truly a remarkable figure of your generation." He extended his hand, which Lin Luo shook sincerely, replying, "Thank you for the compliment." As they sat, a servant entered, delivering 2 cups of tea before departing swiftly. The elderly man surveyed Lin Luo and picked up the documents on the table, saying, "Take a look." Lin Luo nodded and examined the papers. This report had not been authored by him. It was from the national think tank. Behind every nation lies a group of exceptionally intelligent teams, operating in the shadows, yet capable of forecasting various matters. Extraterrestrial civilization has been confirmed. It is likely that this nation has long been aware of this reality. A decade prior, information indicated that they had appeared in regions where meteorites had fallen. Based on the data collected by Mr. Lin Luo, it is suspected that the meteorites may harbor alien technology. We suspect that they have already mastered extraterrestrial technological advancements. All of this has been meticulously concealed by them. The subsequent pages outline potential solutions. One of the most substantial documents bore the title, Cooperation. Upon reaching this point, Lin Luo felt no surprise. He had anticipated such developments. The expression on his face did not escape the elderly man's notice, prompting the question, "What is your perspective?" Lin Luo replied, "You are aware that their imperialistic ambitions remain unquenched." The elderly man furrowed his brow slightly. Huaxia has always adhered to principles of peaceful development, treating all with equality. Unfortunately, not everyone shares this sentiment. He continued thoughtfully, "What do you believe should be done?" Lin Luo took a sip from his teacup, his gaze sharpening as he spoke with newfound vigor. This world is home to 4 ancient civilizations. Yet, today, only Huaxia's lineage continues to thrive. The others have either perished or been assimilated. Some have even devolved into lesser peoples, willingly submitting to others. The reason Huaxia endures is not due to favorable geography, nor divine protection. The only saviors for us are our ancestors, and we are the next generation of those forebears. We are Huaxia people. Our survival depends solely on ourselves. As Lin Luo concluded, his eyes shone with determination, his voice resonating with conviction. The elderly man remained silent, narrowing his eyes. "You have not yet finished the documents. Do you not intend to complete your review?" "There is no need," Lin Luo stated. "The best counsel from the think tank undoubtedly suggests exchanging the genetic data in my possession and all secrets of G3 for a protective agreement from this nation." At this, a hint of amusement flickered in the elderly man's eyes. Chenin was correct. This young man was not merely a scientist. He inquired, "What do you believe I should do?" "I am not in a position to instruct you," Lin Luo replied. On the contrary, I will adhere to all your commands. Even if it means relinquishing everything? Yes, Lin Luo affirmed, clenching his fist slightly. In truth, he was reluctant. However, he trusted the elderly man's judgment. He was taking a gamble. Your expression suggests reluctance, the elderly man observed with a smile. Lin Luo wished to explain, but the elderly man waved his hand, saying, "The dawn is approaching, and you must be weary. Return and rest." Lin Luo swallowed his words, rising to leave. At that moment, the elderly man's voice echoed once more. "Only when you are rested can you muster the energy to fight." Hearing this, Lin Luo turned abruptly, meeting the elderly man's steadfast yet gentle gaze. Once Lin Luo departed, Chunin finally entered the room. "You speak wisely," the elder remarked. "This young man is a formidable talent bestowed upon us by heaven." Chunin maintained a stoic expression as he gazed at the elder and inquired, "What is your final decision?" The elder responded, "He informed me that the survival of the Huaxia people relies not on others, but on themselves." The elder chuckled, "Chunin, it seems I have received an unexpected lesson." A faint smile finally graced Chun's lips. In an instant, the elder's smile faded as he adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "Chunin." Chunin stood at attention. Saluting, the elder swiftly grasped the purple gold dragon seal and pressed it onto a piece of paper, which bore the bold inscription, "Seal the nation." At 7 a.m., the morning news began. Welcome to the morning news. Yesterday, the stock market plummeted by 7. Experts advise against panic. The actions taken by the state yesterday may simply be. The financial news host was abruptly interrupted as the screen flickered and went blank. The host paused, a look of confusion crossing their face. Is there a power outage? But the central air conditioning is still operational. The director was equally puzzled when a staff member rushed in, exclaiming, "Cease all reports." "What is happening?" the host questioned. There were no notifications regarding this. Half an hour later, a staff member announced, "We are connecting to Huaxia News Network." Both the host and the director exchanged bewildered glances. This was a financial channel, entirely unrelated to Huaxia News Network. "Today's ratings are excellent," the director remarked, feeling somewhat torn. "Should we not communicate about this?" Unexpectedly, the staff member interjected, "I received a call stating this is an official notice." The room fell silent as they realized the gravity of the situation. A notice? In this context, it was tantamount to a command. Could it be that their fears regarding yesterday's events were indeed coming to fruition? At that moment, the internet exploded with activity. People discovered that not only could they not connect to external networks, but all television channels were displaying static, including Huaxia News Network. What is going on? Could it be that our nation's network has been compromised by another country? Stop speculating. Let us await official announcements. Anxiety gripped the populace, and rampant rumors spread like wildfire. Numerous companies informed their employees that there would be no work today, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Is it a Monday? Have the capitalists finally had a change of heart? Finally, at 7:30 a.m., someone noticed that the static-filled television screens had begun to display an image. All channels showed the same scene. Huaxia News Network, the most influential broadcaster in the nation. People began to sense that the situation was far more serious than they had anticipated. Chapter 37. Accelerating the plan. As the image cleared, an ordinary podium emerged before the public, and an elderly figure stood upon it. Though his hair was white, he exuded vigor and authority. As he faced the camera, the audience recognized him instantly, the leader of Huaxia. The atmosphere grew solemn as they understood that this elder had come forth to announce significant news. "Comrades, friends, and 1.3 billion compatriots, good morning." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through countless households, filling every street and alley. After extensive research and investigation, our nation is facing the most severe crisis in its history. For the sake of our country and our people, I have decided to enact National Order No. 993. Effective immediately, all airspace and maritime zones are to be sealed. Overseas Huaxia citizens may contact their nearest consulate within 7 days. We will facilitate their return home. For the next 7 days, all transportation will remain unobstructed. Foreign friends residing in Huaxia may choose to stay or leave. Regardless, Huaxia will ensure their safety. Citizens of Huaxia may also choose freely, and no one shall obstruct them. Today, our nation stands at the brink of survival. We must unite and overcome this challenge together. As the broadcast concluded, the screen froze, leaving only a static background, and the elder's image faded from view. Yet, his words reverberated in the ears of the entire nation. What is happening? No details were provided, and we are faced with a survival crisis? Could it be that we are indeed heading toward war with that nation? Panic ensued. Supermarkets and grocery stores across the country witnessed frenzied buying. Many young and determined individuals flocked to local military offices, eager to enlist. Former soldiers dusted off their long-neglected uniforms, awaiting the call to arms. It echoed the saying, "When summoned for battle, we shall return." That morning was destined to be tumultuous. This turmoil extended beyond Huaxia, encompassing the entire globe. The moment the news broke, friendly nations such as the Bear Country promptly reached out, but their responses were merely formalities. Meanwhile, nations like the Sun Country feigned concern, primarily probing for information. Some of these calls went unanswered. However, Huaxia was resolute in its actions. Following the announcement, various departments sprang into coordinated action. The first step involved the evacuation of Huaxia citizens. Numerous individuals boarded yachts and military vessels, embarking on a long journey back to their homeland. The second step involved food procurement. The Foreign Exchange Department exhausted all reserves, purchasing vast quantities of food and energy from various countries. The third step entailed executing previously arranged trade agreements, with a plethora of rare animals, food, and energy en route. The resources obtained through these actions surpassed those acquired through foreign exchange purchases. Following these three steps, it became apparent to the world that Huaxia was serious. This was not a mere drunken revelry. What was Huaxia truly planning? Were they genuinely on the brink of war with another nation? As a citizen of that nation, I can attest that we are doing quite well and have not observed any signs of imminent action. Media reports indicated that not a single military vessel from that nation had left port. What was Huaxia up to? The world was stunned. Yet the people of Huaxia received no reasonable explanations. Who could possibly know the truth? Across the ocean, the Eagle Nation maintained a silence that only fueled speculation, igniting intense discussions. Numerous videos and media analyses began to scrutinize the military capabilities of both nations. Meanwhile, in a dark office within the White Palace, Timuse sat quietly, repeatedly watching the footage. After several viewings, he, along with Owen and Blake, burst into laughter. They have made the most foolish decision. Had they been willing to share their biotechnology, we might have considered compliance. Yet, they chose self-preservation. Utterly foolish. July 19th, 8 p.m. Lin Luo lay in bed, suddenly awakening with wide eyes. He sat up, and beside him, Xiaqian approached with a notebook, playing a news segment. Lin Luo remarked, "I just watched that before falling asleep." Xiaqian paused, quickly closing the notebook. "How did the tasks I assigned fare?" Lin Luo inquired. "Before you fell asleep." "I had already given the orders," Xiaqian replied. "Everyone is awaiting your instructions." Lin Luo rose, changed his attire, and asked, "Why did you not wake me?" "You have not slept for 3 consecutive days," Xiaqian explained. Lin Luo remained silent, picking up documents from the table and heading outside. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hope biological base, he found it already surrounded by military forces. As he entered, everyone stood at attention, saluting him. He proceeded smoothly to the command center of the Biological Research Institute. At this moment, the atmosphere was alive with animated discussions. The assembly gathered here comprised the elite from across the nation, predominantly biologists, but also experts from various other fields, including technology. As the door swung open and Lin Luo stepped in, a profound silence enveloped the room. Attendees gazed at the young man before them, some astonished by his youth. Lin Luo walked gracefully to the forefront, surveying the audience. "I am delighted to see you all here. I trust you have all received the relevant materials," he stated, prompting a hush to fall over the crowd. The revelation that extraterrestrial beings indeed existed was staggering, and the imminent necessity to confront and even overcome them loomed large. However, in their eyes, humanity appeared feeble in the face of such threats. "Can we truly achieve this?" a voice questioned, eliciting a sharp glance from Lin Luo that sent a shiver through the speaker. This 22-year-old's gaze was piercing and formidable. "This battle is not for others. It is for ourselves. You may doubt your own capabilities, but you must trust in me." His voice resonated in the ears of everyone present, evoking a sense of awe. What a confident individual he was. Lin Luo continued, "I hereby announce the acceleration of the Human Completion Project." Qin Yuan, present. Qin Yuan responded with vigor. "I appoint you as the genome engineer, responsible for overseeing all genetic processing matters." Zhu Yuhui, present. "I designate you as the genetic research engineer, tasked with managing all gene development issues. The timeline is 6 months. Remember, the Human Completion Project is merely the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead is long and arduous." Thus concluded the briefing on the Human Completion Project. Chapter 38. The genetic shackles. As Lin Luo's words hung in the air, everyone sprang into action. This plan was undoubtedly classified, yet the ambition to enhance and transcend the human body could not remain a secret. The greatest obstacles would come from foreign spies and interference. In such circumstances, closing the borders seemed the most prudent course of action. Lin Luo realized that the higher-ups shared this perspective. China required tranquility, stability, and time. While Lin Luo contemplated on stage, Qin Yuan approached with a document, but paused before speaking. Chief Engineer Lin. Lin Luo turned, inquiring, "Is there something on your mind, Qin?" Scanning the room and noticing only Xia Qian present, Qin Yuan raised his head and expressed, "Thank you." Lin Luo paused, a smile breaking across his face. He understood the weight of that gratitude. Qin Yuan bowed slightly and assured, "Within 6 months, all genetic maps will be on your desk." July 26th. Midnight, the resounding horn of a luxurious cruise ship echoed as it carried thousands of passengers. As the vessel docked, several warships set sail into the sea. Airports and train stations followed suit, closing all routes potentially linked to overseas travel. In these 7 days, many Chinese citizens returned to their homeland, including ordinary laborers, overseas students, and accomplished scholars and scientists. Though unaware of the nation's circumstances, they felt compelled to return and partake in the unfolding events. However, many others chose to leave in fear. Concurrently, significant capital flight occurred as international businesses withdrew. Reports indicated a substantial outflow of funds within that brief time frame. Various authoritative international bodies assessed China's actions, expressing bewilderment over the perceived miscalculation. "It is a pity. They could have truly risen," they lamented. Closing the doors to the world was indeed a foolish move. Yet, this mattered little to China, as the world remained oblivious and uncaring. Instead, curiosity reigned regarding the nation's unexpected decision. August 26th, a month had elapsed, and China had entered a state of complete lockdown. This month was primarily focused on stabilization. People noticed life returning to a semblance of normalcy. Although finances were tighter than before, the government began distributing resources. Consequently, many felt a sense of relief, even expressing gratitude for a life devoid of financial worries. Meanwhile, at the Hope Biological Base, laboratories had commenced operations, and Lin Luo's genetic maps were frequently advancing. Ding. Congratulations on conquering the East African elephant gene. Ding. Progress on the human genetic map increased by 5. Ding. You can now find strength-related gene modules within the human genetic map. Ding. Reward points, 300,000. Lin Luo observed his genetic map surged to 85%, a wave of excitement washing over him. Strength was paramount. The cheetah represented speed, the elephant embodied strength. While seemingly straightforward, locating these analogous gene modules proved exceedingly challenging. Over the month, Qin Yuan's genetic team had successfully unraveled approximately 6 animal genes, yet none proved useful. Finally, on the 7th attempt, a notification from the system emerged, prompting Lin Luo to exhale in relief. Only the final 15% remained. On this day, Chen personally visited Lin Luo. "The basic situation is as follows," Lin Luo disclosed, recounting the strength and speed genes. Chen, somewhat puzzled, queried, "What purpose do these serve?" Qin Yuan and others turned to Lin Luo, equally perplexed. Lin Luo rose, and at that moment, Zhu Yuhui retrieved some documents from a nearby table, handing them to the group. "Have you all heard of the King of Beasts?" Lin Luo inquired. Before they could respond, he elaborated, "In nature, it is survival of the fittest. Humanity has evolved from ancient times to the present, and we are undeniably the rightful rulers. Yet, did our ancestors possess no other genes? For instance, how did we conquer the cheetah? Might we even fly? Fly?" Qin Yuan and others paused, finding the notion exceedingly fantastical. They believed Lin Luo's genetic reforms could enhance human strength and agility, but the idea of flight seemed far-fetched. Lin Luo continued, "According to my current research, the human body harbors layers of genetic shackles. For instance," he declared, striking the table with his fist, leaving a dent in the solid wood. The audience gasped in astonishment, particularly Li Donglei, who was left speechless. "Who taught you that?" Li Donglei directed his gaze at Xia Qian, who appeared equally bewildered. Just a month prior, this individual had only been capable of striking a sandbag. How had he become so much stronger in such a short span? Noticing the rapt attention of those around him, Lin Luo snapped his fingers to regain their focus. "I refer to these genetic constraints as genetic locks. Currently, I do not know how many layers of these locks exist, but this is a confirmed theory." Qin Yuan, with palpable excitement, inquired, "How can we unlock these shackles?" "This is precisely why I urged you to extensively study the genetic maps," Lin Luo explained. "Completing the human genetic map is merely the beginning." Chapter 39. The project announcement. If traditional biologists struggled to comprehend, then to Zhu Yuhui, Lin Luo appeared almost godlike. As the leader of the genetic research team, he had access to far more information. The fusion and development of genes is the essence of his research. The gene associated with speed resides on the M10 gene chain located on the 25th chromosome. It is believed that the genomic basis for strength will also be unveiled in the near future. Lin Luo gazed at them and asked, "Do you understand?" The crowd shook their heads in confusion. Lin Luo sighed, recognizing the complexity of the explanation. It was akin to persuading an atheist to believe in the divine existence of this world. Yet, this was not a miracle. It was the power of biological science. Lin Luo then addressed Chunin, stating, "I am aware that you are here by the arrangement of the national leader. Please convey to him that the first phase of the human completion project has been completed and we are ready to proceed to the next step." "What preparations?" Qin Yuan inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Zhou Hai approached and handed a document to Chunin. Upon glancing at it, Chun An's expression transformed to one of shock, anticipation, and concern. "Very well, we will return and deliberate thoroughly." Chunin nodded and subsequently took his leave. After Chunin departed, Qin Yuan eagerly asked Zhou Hai, "Old Zhou, what was that?" Zhou Hai glanced at Lin Luo, who nodded in affirmation. Zhou Hai, undeterred by any awkwardness, understood that such matters were bound by discipline. No one dared to disclose anything without Lin Luo's directive. "We will announce the achievements of the Human Completion Project nationwide." "What?" The revelation left Qin Yuan and the others in stunned silence. Was this not too hasty? Qin Yuan turned to Lin Luo, seeking clarification. In the scientific community, there exists an unwritten rule that results are not disclosed until they are fully realized, especially for significant matters. The borders had closed. Those who wished to leave had departed. Yet spies from various nations remained. In this era of peace, espionage is rarely mentioned. Yet, one might be surprised to discover that the individual standing before them could very well be a spy for a foreign nation. Guan Jianwen, the owner of a printing factory in Tianjin City, managed operations that included printing books, newspapers, and even some official publications. This industry was quite lucrative. However, Guan Jianwen's rise to this position was not without its challenges. 20 years ago, at the age of 25, he encountered an American who was destitute. Initially, he held on to his principles, but under the influence of money and self-interest, he ultimately betrayed his country within a year. The United States fulfilled its promises, facilitating his ascent. While the printing factory seemed inconsequential, it granted access to confidential documents and advanced knowledge of significant events. Prior to the border closure, representatives from the U.S. had approached him with various proposals, one of which involved a clandestine passage along the border between the southern Monkey Nation and Huaxia. Upon reaching that location and signaling with fireworks, he would be rescued and transported to the United States. However, this was contingent on the message being of great importance. Guan Jianwen believed this secret passage would never be utilized, until one day he awoke to find officials from the Tianjin City Propaganda Department seeking him out. For the next 3 days, all other printing operations were to be suspended. "Your printing factory will be temporarily requisitioned." "Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements," Guan Jianwen responded. Fully aware that significant events were on the horizon, it appeared that Huaxia was preparing to announce news regarding the border. His heart raced with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. In truth, he did not wish to remain in this country. Now that he had wealth, he yearned for a land of freedom and democracy. This was an opportunity. At noon on August 28th, people finished work and school, clutching their bowls of food. Some sat before computers, others in front of televisions, and some with their phones. At that moment, the screen crackled to life before abruptly switching on. It was once again the Huaxia news channel. Many widened their eyes. The state had regained control of all networks, indicating a momentous announcement was imminent. What was the truth behind the border closure? Just then, the elder reappeared, standing at the podium, his hair flowing dark. He appeared remarkably different from the image held by the public. He surveyed the audience, fixing his gaze on the camera. "Comrades, friends, and 1.3 billion compatriots, good afternoon." A smile graced his face as he continued. "Since the announcement of the border closure, we, the children of Huaxia, have united in purpose. I am delighted that you have chosen to remain with the country. Among you are farmers, workers, and merchants. In Huaxia, you are all equal. You have chosen to stay and return. Congratulations." At this proclamation, the audience was left bewildered. "Congratulations for what? I can barely afford to eat." One exclaimed. "Indeed. Don't complain. Has the state wronged you?" Another added. "While we are willing to contribute to the nation, economic development remains paramount." In an instant, the barrage of comments on the live stream exploded, causing servers on platforms like Douyin and other streaming services to nearly crash. Lin Luo, uncharacteristically seated at the computer, rubbed his eyes as Lu Kaoken handed him a cup of tea. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Lin Luo smiled. Lu Kaoken chuckled wryly. You truly surprise me. Yet I too possess my own prowess. What is the matter? You must remember that I used to oversee you. Lu Kaoken gazed at the elder on the screen. Pride evident in his expression. Lin Luo shook his head in resignation. Despite Lu Kaoken's words, his gaze towards Lin Luo was filled with respect. He was grateful for the opportunity Lin Luo had afforded him. What do you think will happen when they learn of this plan? Lu Kaoken inquired. Lin Luo remained silent. The screen flickered back to life, and the elder's voice resonated, imbued with vigor and authority, yet tinged with excitement. Look at my hair. Has it not grown darker? This question momentarily stunned the crowd. The tone was unexpected for a national leader to pose such a query. However, some noticed that not only had his hair darkened, but his complexion also appeared remarkably healthy. I have not dyed my hair. I have grown younger. The revelation ignited a frenzy in the comments section. Chapter 40. The nation erupts. You have grown younger? What does this mean? The audience was perplexed. Yet, some sensed the implications. The phrase growing younger resonated like thunder. The elder continued. We have resolved all issues related to G3, and in doing so, we have uncovered the hidden genes within humanity. Yes, indeed. We possess latent genes within our bodies. It is precisely for this reason that we must fully develop them. However, this world is not so peaceful. You wish to progress. Yet imperialism seeks to hinder your advancement. Fellow compatriots, our country now requires your cooperation. What? Hidden genes? Could it be that I possess some extraordinary ability? Someone exclaimed. No. I believe I might be capable of cultivating immortality. Another laughed. I have always felt I possessed a unique capability that others lack. The comments section exploded. A cacophony of excitement reverberating across the nation. Were it not for the collective viewing, the reality of the moment might seem unfathomable, yet the vividness of the elder's glossy dark hair affirmed the authenticity of his words. We, as humans, are not merely terrestrial beings. We are not confined to a life of just a century. It is time for humanity to undergo transformation. With these three statements, the fervor ignited within every individual, stirring their spirits to a boiling point. Humanity. Is it destined for transformation? How many years has humanity existed? It was once believed that the power of technology marked their ultimate destination. Who could have anticipated that humanity had strayed from the right path from the very beginning? We do not subscribe to theology, nor do we adhere to its doctrines. All our transformations are derived from the realm of science. I hereby announce the 1001 Initiative, the Human Completion Plan, which primarily encompasses the following. Today, we have already achieved remarkable results in the first phase. Citizens of all nations must cooperate with the relevant authorities in their actions and investigations. The elderly must cherish life, registering their names at major hospitals and awaiting further instructions. The elderly and those with severe illnesses will be prioritized. As for the youth, it is best to refrain from meddling. The elderly smiled, their demeanor lightened, yet they added, however, everyone must adhere to a specific program, the 6-hour fitness regimen, effective immediately. All citizens are welcome to engage in fitness and other activities, guided by designated leaders from various departments. Soldiers from different regions are already prepared to assist you. They are professionals, so rest assured. All food supplies will be funded by the state. This initiative aims not only to enhance your physical well-being, but also serves as the foundation for the next grand plan. Such words stirred a wave of excitement among the populace. Foundation? Is this merely a foundation? Could it be that one day they might truly possess abilities that transcend humanity, akin to those depicted on television? This, then, is today's proclamation to our compatriots. Upon concluding, the broadcast abruptly ceased, igniting a fervor across the internet in Huaxia. Goodness! Can someone please tell me this isn't a dream? I just woke up. What has transpired? Queries arose. Does anyone have elderly relatives? Perhaps they should visit the hospital. Without further ado, I'm off to exercise. I trust in my country. The discussion ensued relentlessly, causing a stir across various online platforms. And the streets buzzed with chatter regarding this announcement. Emerging from the crowd was a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with dark skin, known as Uncle CMO, who appeared before the camera. His identity was far from trivial. He was CMO, the foremost streamer with over 10 million followers. His videos garnered millions of views within a single day. Given the nation's announcement today, I shall represent you all and investigate firsthand. Stay tuned. We shall depart shortly. CMO mounted his 1998 bicycle, its bell ringing as he set off, embodying a simple yet unpretentious style. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found it relatively empty, with 2 young nurses stationed at the entrance. Approaching them with a grin, he greeted, "Hello, ladies. Good day, sir. The nurse replied with a smile. As it happens, CMO interjected, I heard there is no chaos here. The nurse chuckled, Sir, there is no chaos. This is a national policy. Laughter erupted among the viewers. Just ask her if she is capable, someone quipped, prompting a flurry of comments. Not one to shy away, CMO continued, Now? Do you think I'm eligible to register? The nurse assessed him briefly before responding. Sir, you're likely only 50. You need not worry. I'm just a bit darker-skinned and perhaps a tad anxious, he retorted, feigning indignation. The other nurse, still smiling, remarked, Uncle CMO. Don't put the young lady in a tough spot. You don't meet the criteria, but if you wish to observe, we can seek approval. Really? CMO exclaimed. Astonished. Can this be live-streamed? Shouldn't be a problem, the nurse replied. We're not concerned about leaks, she added with a sweet smile. This revelation left CMO and the audience momentarily stunned. The chief engineer? Who might that be? Academician Zhou Hai. But isn't he preoccupied with his school? As the crowd pondered, CMO inquired further. Who is the chief engineer? The nurse waved her hand. I cannot disclose that. Even if you approached our dean, he might not have an answer. Meanwhile, the nurse named Xiaoqin concluded a phone call, stating, Uncle CMO, our dean has granted permission. You may enter now. Someone will attend to you. We have an elderly patient scheduled for surgery, and you can observe. Really? CMO gasped in disbelief. Initially, he had merely aimed to scout the situation, but now found himself on the brink of witnessing a live surgery, a rejuvenation procedure. Chapter 41. The Day of Destiny. As CMO followed the nurse, the audience abuzz with speculation on the identity of the elusive chief engineer. Zhou Hai was a leading contender, yet if it were him, the state would have already made an announcement. I doubt it's academician Zhou. Consider the president of Huaxia Biological Institute. This comment jolted the viewers into realization. The establishment of the institute had been urgent, shrouded in mystery, and significant actions had been taken. However, apart from Vice President Zhou Hai, the identity of the president remained undisclosed. Yet, the heavenly eye indicated the existence of such a position. Could it be him? While the audience deliberated, CMO entered the operating room, where an 85-year-old gentleman awaited. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, CMO settled down. A doctor glanced at him, stating, You may stay, but please remain silent during the procedure. Of course. I won't interfere, CMO assured, nodding vigorously. At that moment, two security guards entered, casting wary glances at CMO. Their presence indicated precaution, rather than feeling offended. CMO appreciated the doctor's commitment to safeguarding life. As the doctors prepared, CMO noticed a black dragon emblem on the doctor's chest, faintly inscribed with a word. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it, whispering, Hope. The guards shushed him, and CMO quickly nodded. The doctor began the operation. The elderly man being wheeled onto the surgical table as anesthesia was administered. Following the doctor's command, the machines synchronized and activated. This apparatus was not the gene stitching machine utilized by Lin Luo, but an exceptionally advanced gene detection device. With the precedent of the first case, subsequent procedures and equipment had been streamlined. As Lin Luo's understanding of human genetics deepened, it was conceivable that future humans might achieve such effects through medication. The doctor deftly manipulated the machine, and CMO respectfully shifted the camera to the side. Soon, he witnessed the doctor injecting a serum into the elderly man's arm. Finally, the doctor nodded to the nurse, announcing, The operation is complete. Startled, CMO abruptly stood, confusion etched across his face. The surgery is already finished? His sudden movement alerted the guards, but the doctor reassured him with a smile. It's fine. Just direct the camera towards the patient. This is where the miracle unfolds. CMO hesitated, then redirected the camera to the elderly man, witnessing a scene that sent chills down his spine. The elderly man's white hair swiftly transformed back to black, and his age spots vanished at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. CMO rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the doctor. The doctor merely smiled gently and addressed the audience through the camera, stating, Dear viewers, see? Guozhang has not deceived you. In an instant, the entire livestream audience was shaken. My goodness, what am I witnessing? This is no mere medical skill. It is evidently sorcery. Who could have uncovered such a thing? My heavens, the fate of humanity is truly on the brink of transformation. Within a mere half hour, this video surged beyond the live streaming platform, spreading like wildfire across the internet, amassing billions of views in just 3 short hours. Concurrently, a plethora of discussions regarding the Human Completion Project emerged. The Huaxia Daily published a declaration to the people of Huaxia, with all newspapers synchronously disseminating it. The misunderstandings were resolved, and I finally comprehended why the nation had closed its borders. This phenomenon suggests that Huaxia is indeed ahead of the world, a notion that is nothing short of astounding. I never anticipated witnessing such a breakthrough in human lifespan. We should feel fortunate to remain in Huaxia. Various forums exploded with discussions titled The Fortune of Huaxia, The Great National Strategy, and similar posts, garnering readings and interactions in the hundreds of millions. Topics lamenting those who had left were especially prevalent. Moreover, some began to instruct on how to train effectively to enhance physical fitness. This day was destined to be a momentous one for Huaxia, an unforgettable day in this era. History will remember this day. Lin Luo attentively absorbed the entirety of this speech. To be precise, it was an assembly for mobilization. However, to prepare for this event, the personnel at the biological base worked tirelessly, often exceeding 12 hours daily. Nevertheless, diligence bore fruit, and the first phase concluded flawlessly. Next came the final stage of the human completion project, the mapping of the human genome. Once implemented, the metamorphosis of humanity would officially commence. Lin Luo aptly named this initial step the first gene lock. Yet, he pondered when the threat from beyond the stars would arrive. As he mused on this, he glanced at the date. Presently, the Ministry of Science and Technology was engaged in the comprehensive decryption of machines retrieved from the meteorite site. However, whether they could crack it with current technology remained a formidable challenge. Yet, this was not a concern for Lin Luo. Let them have a day off, he stated. Lifting his gaze, Liu Kaoken paused, regarding Lin Luo thoughtfully. Time is of the essence. I doubt they wish to rest. Lin Luo shook his head and replied with a smile. Even the most steadfast resolve requires a healthy body. Furthermore, this will be a day worth commemorating for Huaxia. They deserve a proper respite. Upon hearing this, Liu Kaoken glanced at Lin Luo as he stood to leave and inquired, "Where are you going?" "I need to confirm a few matters," Lin Luo replied as he departed. "What about your bodyguard?" "She requested a day off," Lin Luo said, continuing on his way. Liu Kaoken observed Lin Luo's retreating figure, his expression a mixture of complexity. On this day, the unannounced crisis from outer space loomed. Liu Kaoken understood that in Lin Luo's eyes, the Eagle Nation was hardly a worthy adversary. They were simply unworthy. Yet, human nature is intricate. He must surpass this empire to reach farther horizons. In the southern borders of Huaxia, at the junction with the Monkey Nation, a furtive man navigated through dense thickets. Arriving at a hilltop, dressed in a suit and dragging a small suitcase, his corpulence caused him to sweat profusely, his breath quickening. He was Guan Jianwen. At this moment, his emotions surged, for the information he had received, if transmitted to the Eagle Nation, could yield immeasurable consequences. Furthermore, he would use this as a stepping stone to become a hero in the Eagle Nation. He glanced around cautiously. The surroundings were desolate, filled with flora. After observing for a considerable time, he finally produced the bundle of fireworks given to him by the Eagle Nation. Taking a deep breath, excitement coursed through him. If he could ignite them, his success would be assured. He retrieved a lighter. Click, click. The flame ignited. Just as Guan Jianwen prepared to bring the fire to the fuse of the fireworks, he suddenly felt something press against his head. In a panic, he turned around. Feeling the cold metallic touch above him, and under the moonlight, he could clearly see the dark muzzle of a gun. At that moment, his body trembled uncontrollably. He exclaimed, "I'm not setting the forest ablaze. Today is the anniversary of my mother's passing. I merely wish to." Guan Jianwen had spent years as a spy in Huaxia, enduring countless perils, and had honed his formidable reflexes. The assailant remained silent. Guan Jianwen looked up, aided by the moonlight, and discerned the features of his captor. A woman, strikingly beautiful, clad in simple attire, her expression cold. This was Xia Qian, who had taken a leave of absence from Lin Luo. Guan Jianwen relaxed slightly, smiling nervously. "I truly am not setting the forest ablaze. I wouldn't dare." He endeavored to present himself as a normal person. He could not discern the origins of this individual, but her possession of a firearm indicated her significant status. Click. The trigger moved slightly. This sound sent beads of sweat streaming down Guan Jianwen's forehead. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. "Xia Qian, how could you frighten our boss Guan?" Accompanying the voice was Li Donglei's figure, striding leisurely towards them. Upon hearing the title Boss Guan, Guan Jianwen's heart sank with realization. "I've been exposed. Everything has been revealed." Intelligent individuals do not speak in riddles. Yet, Guan Jianwen clung to a sliver of hope. Gazing at Li Donglei, "Sir, I truly am just Guan Jianwen, a Tianjin native with a bachelor's degree, born in." Li Donglei methodically continued, his voice low but resonating in Guan Jianwen's ears like thunder. How did you discover my identity?" Guan Jianwen asked, bewildered. He had believed he had remained inconspicuous. Li Donglei replied, "In truth, we had identified you long ago. We simply chose not to act immediately. Guan Jianwen suddenly comprehended, terror flooding him. You utilized me to relay information to the Eagle Nation. Indeed, Li Donglei affirmed. Without your involvement, how could our fighter jets and aircraft carriers be produced safely? Guan Jianwen was stricken with fear, realizing the magnitude of his nation's strength. Grant me another chance. I can continue to relay false information to them. Li Donglei narrowed his eyes, firmly patting his head. No need. You have fulfilled your historical mission. You are a hero of Huaxia, yet no one will remember you. Guan Jianwen was left in despair. However, Li Donglei had already turned to leave. At that moment, Xia Qian approached Guan Jianwen, drawing her weapon. Guan Jianwen gasped, pleading, you can't kill me. You can't. I have yet to face legal judgment. Just then, Li Donglei's voice floated back. The first rule of the Secret Service. Traitors may be killed by anyone. Guan Jianwen felt utterly hopeless. Xia Qian prepared to pull the trigger. But Li Donglei added, however, do not use a gun. With a stoic expression, Xia Qian holstered her weapon. Guan Jianwen thought he had found an opportunity to escape and fought back desperately. Yet, Li Donglei did not even glance back as he walked away. 3 minutes later, Li Donglei turned to Xia Qian as she approached him, nodding in acknowledgement. He expressed his satisfaction, saying, on to the next destination. Yes, she replied. Xia Qian nodded and followed him closely. In recent days, Lin Luo and his associates had been exceedingly busy, far more so than the Secret Service. With the emergence of the Humanity Completion Project, numerous spies had surfaced, necessitating the Secret Service to eliminate this batch of infiltrators. Consequently, even Xia Qian had been dispatched to assist. The house has become filthy. It is time to clean it up. Li Donglei remarked as he entered the vehicle and drove away. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, a lifeless body lay with wide-open eyes, silently resting there. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Luo typed away at the keyboard, finally discovering something on a strand of chromosome, the hidden 28th. He exhaled deeply. If he could complete this gene, his human genome map would surpass 95%. Currently, Lin Luo's points in the rewards shop had amassed to nearly 900,000, and the progress of the human genome map had reached 92. Lin Luo was generous, elevating his fundamental abilities such as speed, strength, and healing capabilities to above level 2, with healing and strength reaching level 3. Consequently, Lin Luo's attributes transformed into rapid healing, level 3, super speed, level 2, primate fist strength, level 3, hearing power, level 2, visual power, level 2, physical enhancement, level 2. Upon reflection, Lin Luo realized that he had indeed evolved into a superhuman. A month ago, Xia Qian, a special forces soldier, could compete with him through skill, but now, in another match, she would stand no chance. Ding. The host consumption has exceeded 1 million. A reward draw is available. As the voice echoed once more, Lin Luo felt a rush of surprise. He had anticipated that the system would unlock the second stage of the shop. Yet he was granted merely a chance to draw a reward. A glance revealed new items. Flight ability, level 15,000,000. 5 million. Lin Luo gasped. This flight ability was the same item from the previous draw, and he had not expected it to be so costly. Naturally, he could not afford it now, so he turned his attention to the lottery pool. Golden sports car, 45. Exquisite beauty, mixed race, 45. Lin Luo mused that the system even offered beautiful women. Further down, his eyes narrowed. Flight ability, 9, at an enhanced probability of 8. Lin Luo beamed with delight. He pondered the last item, deeming it unnecessary to check. Given its mere 1% probability, let the gamble begin. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled. After all, a true gambler knows one rule. At the gaming table, it is always a 50-50 chance. Ding. The wheel spun. Lin Luo fixated on the spinning wheel and noticed that the final 1% probability label seemed quite lengthy. However, the wheel spun too rapidly for him to discern the words. The spin accelerated further until it slowed down. Lin Luo's eyes lit up, for the pointer was about to land on the flight ability. Ha ha. Lin Luo laughed outright. He watched the pointer as it gradually came to a halt. In the next moment, Lin Luo's expression shifted dramatically, for the pointer had shifted slightly forward. Damn system, are you playing with me? Lin Luo cursed vehemently, filled with rage. Yet, the next second, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a super reward, artificial human. Lin Luo squinted, instinctively expecting it to be a mixed-race beauty, perhaps harboring a hint of careless anticipation. Ahem. Lin Luo then realized that the pointer had indeed landed on the final item, which read, capable of creating a human. To be honest, Lin Luo was dumbfounded for quite some time. He had not anticipated that he would stumble upon such luck. drawing a 1% probability item. However, was this item even more valuable than the flight ability? Apologies for my earlier outburst. If given a choice, Lin Luo would still prefer the stylish flight ability. Yet the super reward was undoubtedly something different. Lin Luo examined the so-called artificial human carefully and noted a plethora of descriptions. The host can conjure a human from thin air and set attributes such as personality and gender. Additionally, the host can exchange new abilities for the individual at a significantly reduced cost of points. Upon reading this, Lin Luo felt a surge of indignation. Why should he be able to exchange attributes for a mere few points? After the exchange, the exclusive shop for the artificial human would automatically unlock. Lin Luo's interest peaked. Evidently, it was not a shared shop. Ding. If the host chooses to decline, it can be converted to 1,000,000 points. 1 million. Lin Luo squinted. Ding. Do you wish to cash out? Get lost, Lin Luo cursed. With the flight ability priced at 5 million, do you take me for a fool? Exchange for the artificial human, Lin Luo commanded. Ding. Exchanging for the artificial human. Please select appearance. The host is required to visualize. Lin Luo thought for a moment. Was it not akin to character creation in online games? He recalled a face from an ancient-style anime he had once watched. Successful creation. Please select gender. Male. Lin Luo mentally chastised the system for its redundancy. He had already envisioned a male face. However, given the current ambiguity between genders, it made sense. Please select attributes. Attributes? Lin Luo realized that the pivotal moment had arrived. Intelligence, strength, jumping ability, speed. The host may select only one of the aforementioned. Note that the initial choice is extremely significant and will impact the artificial human's foundation. Lin Luo, increasingly intrigued, noted that this system possessed some merit. It implied that the artificial human would develop singularly. Intelligence. Lin Luo ultimately chose intelligence. In the current research landscape, assistance was most crucial. Ding. You have selected intelligence. Please choose personality. Cheerful. With Xia Qian, a rather dull companion, already by his side, Lin Luo sought to avoid a second. Ding. Should it be designated as a slave? Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood that since a human was being created, the system intended for that individual to maintain absolute loyalty to him, the host. No, Lin Luo replied firmly. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he understood that binding a person's nature would strip them of their humanity. Ding. All settings complete. The creation is in progress. Please provide a name. A name? Lin Luo pondered briefly and then chuckled. Let us call him Yi. Ding. Yi is being generated. Damn it. Lin Luo wanted to curse. I said Yi. Ding. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to modify the name? Lin Luo felt angered but powerless. It wouldn't be ideal for Yi to be born with an unappealing name. Reluctantly, he conceded, change it. Ding. Yi is being generated. A burst of light appeared, and Lin Luo beheld a handsome youth before him, sporting a hairstyle that required no styling, exactly as he had imagined. Ding. Yi expresses gratitude for the host's salvation, affection level, 100. Note, before the slave personality is set, the affection level will determine the relationship between the two. The host can also spend points to modify the affection level. Lin Luo thought to himself that Yi would undoubtedly be a financial burden. Regretful. Am I awake? Yi murmured, groggily opening his eyes, glancing at his hands, and then at the world around him. This was his first glimpse of existence. You're awake, Lin Luo said from beside him, tossing him some clothes and instructing, put these on. Yi, still somewhat bewildered, quickly dressed. No longer exposed to the elements. Lin Luo observed Yi closely as he donned his clothes, and once dressed, Yi stared back at Lin Luo. What's wrong? Lin Luo inquired, eyeing the financially burdensome individual. Yi scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, I'm a bit hungry. Ah, truly a costly endeavor, Lin Luo mused. He proceeded to the refrigerator, retrieving some food to prepare a meal for him. Yi savored each bite, relishing the dish fervently. Lin Luo, filled with pride, asked, is it delicious? Yi, his mouth full and unable to chew properly, smiled and replied, no, it's quite unappetizing, but I'm very hungry. Lin Luo was speechless, wondering if Yi could exhibit a modicum of emotional intelligence, especially since he was clearly enjoying the meal. Lin Luo thought to himself that his culinary skills must have improved, so he took a bite of the dish, only to grimace at the taste. He wiped his brow, feeling truly sorry for the lad. After all, none of his 4 former roommates had ever appreciated his cooking, and there was a reason for that. Haha, I'm full, Yi declared, rising with the same cheerful demeanor. My stomach hurts a bit. Where's the restroom? Lin Luo pointed in the direction, left speechless. Yi chuckled and hurried off, while Lin Luo wiped his brow again, reflecting on Yi's remarkably carefree nature. Chapter 44, Planetary Initiative. Half an hour later. Lin Luo was typing away at his computer when Yi suddenly spoke up. I can help you research the locator. Lin Luo paused, turning to see Yi wearing that upbeat expression again. He quickly approached, smiling. However, I'm not well versed in signals yet, but I am willing to learn. Lin Luo recalled that when Yi was first activated, his intelligence quotient exceeded 250, a truly formidable figure. How long will it take? Lin Luo inquired. If all goes well, 1 or 2 months, Yi replied with a grin. Lin Luo nodded and said, all right, I'll have the materials sent to you. No, I will arrange for a professor to teach you personally. Okay, Yi agreed with a nod, adding, perhaps next time, you should refrain from cooking. All right, fair enough. As Lin Luo spoke on the phone, he stepped through the doorway, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. A man and a woman were grappling on the floor, the man pinned down by the woman. Don't think too much of it. It's merely a fight, he thought, though it was more of a one-sided thrashing. Xia Qian had Yi pinned, her posture resembling that of a captor. Yet, the simple-minded Yi wore a broad smile. What is going on? Lin Luo rushed over, recalling that Yi's combat prowess was rated a mere 8, akin to that of a fighting chicken. Is he yours? Xia Qian looked up at Lin Luo. Of course, who else could enter here? Lin Luo replied. Only then did Xia Qian release him, coldly stating, I just walked in and saw him using your computer. It's all right, sister. Yi continued to smile. Xia Qian remained expressionless, while Lin Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking, you haven't received an apology yet. How can you forgive so readily? Lin Luo felt overwhelmed, realizing he should have considered his character settings more carefully. However, he did not blame Xia Qian and said, I just contacted the science department. I'm busy right now, so please take him over later. Xia Qian nodded. As Lin Luo entered the room to retrieve some documents, he noticed Xia Qian still lingering and asked, why are you still here? Didn't you say you would wait? She replied flatly, I'm still waiting. Lin Luo felt a mix of amusement and irritation, waving his hand dismissively, only for Xia Qian to interject. Aren't you going to ask what I've been up to these past few days? Lin Luo paused, then chuckled. You seem to be radiating an aura of menace. Xia Qian was taken aback, finally turning to leave with the grinning Yi. Who exactly are you? Xia Qian asked Yi. This individual is so young. He surely cannot be a scholar. And without any combat skills, what is he doing alongside Lin Luo? As someone hailing from the Bureau of Secrets, she maintained a heightened vigilance towards all people and matters. I don't know, Yi replied innocently. You don't know? Xia Qian frowned, unimpressed by such a response. She glanced at Yi, who wore a sunny smile. Sister, are you going to strike again? I promise I'm not lying. His radiant smile and constant address of her as sister could almost thaw the icy mountain that was Xia Qian. She pondered Lin Luo's numerous secrets, recalling Li Donglei's caution against probing too deeply, and then heard Yi say, Sister, could you refrain from slapping me next time? Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The isolation of Huaxia had led to significant changes in the global landscape. With a substantial shift in capital, numerous nations experienced robust economic growth. Huaxia is truly foolish. I suspect they will soon be unable to endure, one foreign commentator mused. Even if they reopen, what difference will it make? Their capital has already been secured in other countries. They lamented the dire state of Huaxia's economy, which had surely regressed by over 50 years. International netizens, particularly those from the neighboring nation, expressed their disdain, exacerbated by Huaxia's plight. They began to boast of their own achievements, proclaiming themselves the world's third largest nation and claiming they would achieve developed nation status within 50 years. Yet, amidst all this, others remained silent, especially in developed countries that would rather choose products made in Huaxia over those produced by their neighbors, whose quality was notoriously poor. Even 3 months after Huaxia's closure, it remained the focal point of global discourse. Nevertheless, it seemed that the world was gradually returning to its previous state of peace. At this juncture, Russia's radar detected numerous aircraft carriers from the Eagle Nation traversing the Pacific, coinciding with the Eagle Nation's launch of 7 rockets within a week. This news alarmed Russia, which, having lost an ally due to Huaxia's isolation, realized it could no longer thwart their quest for global supremacy. In the Eagle Nation's Black Palace, Temuse sat in his office, addressing Owen and Blake. I believe the time has come, he stated. Both men paused, understanding the significance of this moment. The Eagle Nation had long been aware that one day, an extraterrestrial invasion might occur. They had derived tremendous technological progress from meteorite research, developing the 18th generation of fighter jets and airborne aircraft carriers, with plans for powerful spacecraft in the future. Their recent launches indicated breakthroughs in crucial technologies. Temuse was referring to the Planetary Initiative, a plan devised 5 years prior at the Black Palace aimed at leveraging this impending catastrophe to reap global benefits. The Eagle Nation would offer protection to other countries, but at the cost of their resources, meaning that the world would have to serve the Eagle Nation. Should any nation dare to resist, military action would ensue. Currently, the Eagle Nation had forged agreements with countries like France and the United Kingdom, effectively gaining control over a majority of their governmental powers. The next step was to extend their influence to other nations. Their recent maneuvers against Huaxia stemmed from this very initiative, as Huaxia had been the sole nation capable of obstructing the plan at its inception. Chapter 45. Global Discourse in the Present Day. As the Huaxia nation has withdrawn from the world stage, there is no force that can stand in their way. The Bear Country has already discovered something and is taking action, Owen remarked. With a look of disdain, Temuse replied, if it were 30 years ago, the Bear Country could have challenged us, but what are they now? Owen then turned to Temuse. We shall convene a summit of the coalition, Temuse declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Tell them, this world belongs to our Eagle Nation. 3 hours later, in the International Coalition Organization conference room, the representative from the Bear Country slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, there is no way our nation could ever agree to such terms. Regrettably, the Eagle Nation representative merely stood there, a smile adorning his face. You may refuse, but please vacate this conference room at once. The Bear Country looked around, met with indifference from all present, some representatives even turning their backs. They had previously been on amicable terms with the Bear Country, but this time, the matter at hand was an international issue, a matter of life and death for the Blue Planet. Had Huaxia still been present, perhaps they could have united. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. The Bear Country representative felt a chill of despair wash over him. He sighed and shook his head. He took a step forward, then another, ultimately turning to say, what you are doing is akin to becoming slaves to the Eagle Nation. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. He chose not to speak further, exiting the grand hall. Gazing up at the array of national flags displayed outside the International Coalition Organization building. Originally, 5 flags flew high, but one was now missing. Narrowing his eyes, he felt a pang of nostalgia before shaking his head and departing. Meanwhile, within the conference hall, the representatives of the Eagle Nation, buoyed by the earlier events, smiled even more broadly. I have distributed a contribution form to each nation. Remember, this is not a request for aid to the Eagle Nation, but a means for us to combat external threats. The future of the Blue Planet is assuredly safe. Your lives, we shall protect. At these words, the assembly fell silent once more. Everyone understood the underlying principle of the Eagle Nation. Their own nation comes first. In the face of true peril, they would prioritize their own survival. Yet this was an unavoidable reality, for the Eagle Nation possessed the most formidable military might on the Blue Planet, alongside a looming threat hidden in the depths of space. 7 hours later, nearly every nation's news network switched to the Eagle Nation's official news center. How do I look in this attire? Temuse turned to Owen and Blake beside him. Owen smiled, replying, very dapper, Mr. President. Blake added, Mr. President, today your dream is about to be realized. Our Eagle Nation is once again rising to greatness. Hearing this, Temuse felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Clutching his speech, he ascended the stage, the cameras focusing on him. At that moment, the entire world was watching. Why is the leader of the Eagle Nation being broadcast? Is there some mistake? Aren't we at odds with them? The global audience buzzed with confusion. Temuse stood at the podium, gazing ahead. Greetings to friends across the globe. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. I am Temuse, the president of the Eagle Nation. It is an honor to meet you. 10 years ago, we proclaimed a motto, one Earth, one home. Today, I believe it is time to realize that motto. Humanity is on the brink of facing a monumental threat. I am not indulging in alarmism. This threat could potentially lead to the extinction of our species. As his words hung in the air, the world's networks erupted in chaos. Extinction? The extinction of humanity? Surely they must have misheard. On the moon, orbiting the Blue Planet, legends abound. Some say it was once an ancient civilization satellite, while others claim it housed deities who protected the Blue Planet. At this moment, over 100 individuals clad in Eagle Nation protective gear were on the lunar surface, operating machinery. These machines assembled methodically, a testament to the Eagle Nation's rapid technological advancements over the past decade, quietly developing in the shadows. Wary of a formidable nation in the East that could easily replicate their technology and even surpass it, the assembly was swift, as the machines had been prearranged, requiring only their assembly on the moon. Once fully integrated, a colossal cannon emerged before them. Blue planet, this is the moon. The planetary cannon has been assembled. Please await further instructions. Moon, this is the blue planet. Calculating the trajectory of the incoming meteor. The live broadcast prepared for a transition. Please be ready. Good luck to you all. Extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial civilization. Yes, you heard correctly. The threat we are about to face may come from beyond the stars. As Tamuse's voice resonated, global panic ensued. People understood that the blue planet was but a minuscule fragment of the universe, even smaller than an ant hill on its surface. Curiosity about the existence of extraterrestrial life surged, but upon hearing the reality, an instinctual fear erupted within them, including the so-called UFO enthusiasts. They were intrigued yet terrified, as one might admire a dragon while fearing its lethal capabilities. But, dear friends, do not be afraid. The fate of humanity will not end here. Our technology is formidable enough. If any extraterrestrial civilization dares to approach, we shall stand and fight. As Tamuse spoke, his eyes sparkled with conviction. He proclaimed with fervor, "The Eagle Nation will safeguard this blue planet, our shared home. The Eagle Nation will protect you." His declaration ignited renewed discussion among the populace. Can the Eagle Nation truly offer such protection? Their might is not without justification. They are indeed the guardians of our world. Stop boasting. Can the Eagle Nation really withstand extraterrestrial threats? If such civilizations truly arrive, are we not doomed? Chapter 46. Space Broadcast. Standing at the podium. Tamuse could not see the murmurs of the crowd, but he could surmise their thoughts. Just then, Owen approached him, saying, "Mr. President, all preparations are in place." Tamuse squinted and smiled. Clearing his throat, he addressed the camera. "Perhaps many of you are wondering what capabilities we possess to defend against extraterrestrial threats. I assure you, it is our technological prowess. The Eagle Nation is the most technologically advanced nation in the world. We have consistently contributed to the advancement of humanity. Today, we have achieved a monumental breakthrough. What you are about to witness is not a science fiction film. This is reality. However, feel free to view this live broadcast as a cinematic experience. Remember, my friends, this is a historic moment for humanity." As confusion swept through the audience, the screen flickered, revealing the vast expanse of the cosmos. Is this the universe? The moon? This is indeed the moon. Many quickly realized they were witnessing a scene from the lunar surface. But why was the broadcast originating from here? Soon, they noticed numerous flying vehicles and an enormous machine on the moon. Had the Eagle Nation truly established a base on the lunar surface? Could humanity genuinely venture into space? They felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The Eagle Nation had concealed such advancements so deeply. However, what is the purpose of this? Although the camera has shifted here, the voice of Tamuse can still be heard. A month ago, our B-35 probe detected a meteorite traveling from the constellation of Lyra. As you may recall, 10 years ago, a meteorite fell upon our blue planet, bringing with it a threat from outer space. They unleashed a virus upon us, seeking to regress our civilization and enslave us. They are aware of this secret, yet refuse to assist the world. They are unwilling, but we, the Eagle Nation, are ready to act. Friends, let those extraterrestrials feel the might of us, the inhabitants of the blue planet. Tamuse's words ignited a wave of anger across the globe. This was undoubtedly an act of deflection. Indeed, they are currently isolating themselves and will not come forth to rebut. Moreover, the nations of the Eagle Nation have always reveled in such defamatory accusations. Just as the public was in heated discussion, the screen displayed a meteorite engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, a trajectory simulation of the meteorite was presented. Blue planet. A collective pause ensued. This meteorite possesses an impact equivalent to 30 nuclear bombs. Yes, you heard correctly. If this meteorite were to strike the Eagle Nation, nearly half of our cities would be affected, with most facing obliteration. However, do not be afraid, just watch. We see personnel on the moon bustling about, and the camera shifts to the control room of the planetary cannon. The meteorite's path has been detected. Initiate. The planetary cannon is now online. Energy is being harnessed. Target locked. The target is moving too swiftly for a lock. Relocking. Locking complete. Energy fully charged, requesting permission to fire. Fire. With Tamuse's commanding shout, a crimson beam gathered at the planetary cannon, and the screen trembled momentarily. The image became fuzzy, clearly indicating signal interference. Nevertheless, the audience could still discern a colossal, fiery projectile laden with an indeterminate number of nuclear warheads hurtling towards the trajectory aimed at the blue planet. The screen crackled with noise. Boom. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, illuminating the dark expanse of the starry sky. Sparks cascaded throughout the cosmos like a dazzling display of fireworks, shattering the audience's perceptions. Before their eyes, the massive meteorite was utterly reduced to ashes. The spectators were left in awe. Could this truly be real and not a science fiction film? The Eagle Nation is indeed formidable. Long live the Eagle Nation. Long live Timuse. This scene captivated countless individuals who erupted in fervent chants for another nation. Beneath the Arctic, the leader of the Bear Nation, Jonaliev, quietly observed the video, his two aides hesitant to speak. All three shared an expression of astonishment. The Eagle Nation has indeed harnessed extraordinary technological prowess. This force has transcended the capabilities of our era. Leader, the emotions outside are running high, one aide remarked. Jonaliev remained silent, his eyes reflecting a complicated mix of thoughts. The Bear Nation Space Department had also detected this meteorite, but their analysis concluded that it was merely an ordinary meteorite that would disintegrate upon entering the atmosphere, posing minimal threat to the world. It was simply employed as propaganda by the Eagle Nation. Should we take some action? The aide cautiously suggested. The think tank advises us to seek peace. Jonaliev, taken aback, slammed the table, declaring, signing that agreement would be tantamount to becoming slaves to the Eagle Nation. Can we truly overcome extraterrestrial civilizations? The two aides fell silent. They were well aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. However, the Bear Nation, being weaker and economically struggling, lacked the technological means to develop new weapons. One aide, summoning courage, said, "Sir, they have become unreliable. We must begin preparations." At this moment, the people of the eastern lands remained oblivious to the fact that the world, aside from themselves, was already aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Instead, they were immersed in their own world. "Look, I've gained another muscle today. Impressive, my dear. You know, after exercising, I've extended my stamina by several minutes. Stop bragging. When do you think we can truly transform ourselves? Don't rush. We must trust our nation." Who is the overall leader? Don't ask. Trust the country. Chapter 47. The final step, November 23rd. Ding. Human gene map completion rate, 99. Lin Luo gazed at the gene map presented by Qin Yuan, unable to suppress his excitement. Qin Yuan also noticed the good news and inquired, "Is it useful?" "Extremely useful." Lin Luo replied, looking toward Qin Yuan. "We are just one step away." Hearing this, Qin Yuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "I will start researching immediately." The personnel at the biological base worked tirelessly, often clocking in long hours. However, their compensation was exceptionally high, placing them among the nation's elite. Qin Yuan rushed off with enthusiasm. A week later, he returned, brimming with excitement, and 8 animal gene maps. Unfortunately, none proved beneficial. Not useful? Qin Yuan felt a hint of disappointment. Lin Luo shook his head. Qin Yuan sighed but continued, "I will research further." However, Lin Luo stopped him this time. "Let us give it a try. There may still be a way." Qin Yuan suggested, "Perhaps with a stroke of luck, we can decipher a crucial part." Lin Luo gestured for him to sit, instructing Xia Qian to pour him a glass of water. "We have gathered invaluable data from various gene maps, which can be applied to humanity. Currently, we have developed genes for strength, speed, reaction, and defense." "Exactly," Qin Yuan nodded. Most of these advancements were his contributions. Higher species provide significant enhancements for humanity, such as gorillas, sharks, dolphins, etc. Lower species offer negligible improvements. They concluded that the higher the species, the more critical the gene pool. In my view, if this is the first phase of the gene lock, it should primarily focus on enhancing these 4 abilities. Lin Luo stated. Qin Yuan paused, quickly saying, "Then we have already completed development." Lin Luo pointed to the chart, stating, "However, we are missing a crucial step." "Stuck?" Qin Yuan forced a smile. The human enhancement plan was nearing its conclusion, yet the standstill was indeed disheartening. Lin Luo remarked, "Qin, let the research team take a rest. I'll think it over." Observing Lin Luo's vexed demeanor, Qin Yuan rose and said, "All right, call us anytime you need." Lin Luo nodded. As Qin Yuan reached the door, he turned back and added, "By the way, that old fellow from the technology department called me recently, mentioning that the talent you sent over, is indeed exceptional. He has nearly mastered all the techniques, but they cannot trace his background and wanted to ask if he can be trusted." "Completely trustworthy," Lin Luo replied without surprise. Yi was originally designed as a high IQ talent. Over the past month, Lin Luo had also checked the point store for artificial humans, but was surprised to find that Yi's store was still empty. "All right," Qin Yuan smiled and departed. That evening, Chenin arrived with Li Dong, and the 4 gathered around a table. Chenin glanced at Xia Qian and quickly remarked, I heard from academician Qin that you have reached a critical step. Lin Luo nodded. Xia Qian poured a glass of wine for each of the three men. After taking a sip, Chunin inquired, when will we be able to complete this? He quickly added, Lin Luo, we may not be in a hurry, but the granary is anxious. Our country has a large population. Although we have restored a significant amount of farmland, this is not a sustainable solution. The meat supply remains insufficient. How long can we hold out? Lin Luo asked. 6 months. That should suffice, Lin Luo replied. Upon hearing this, Chunin sighed with relief, saying, come, let us drink. The three clinked their glasses, and Lin Luo set his down, saying, in fact, we will soon be able to transport supplies in. Chunin and the others paused. And Li Dong remarked, Lin, you've always said that my old man is like a block of wood, but even I, an economic illiterate, know that we have exhausted our foreign currency reserves. Who will supply us with goods? Chunin nodded in agreement. Lin Luo, however, countered, but we have blueberries. Don't we? I believe many countries will be in need of this medicine during the 6-month embargo, especially the Eagle Nation. The others fell silent. And Chunin suddenly realized, so you sold half of our population to the Eagle Nation in anticipation of this? Lin Luo smiled, you're quite cunning. Chunin laughed heartily, but I like that about you. Lin Luo, however, wore a frown and replied, I'm not fond of men. Oh, come on, said Chunin, shooting him a glare, while Li Dong remained silent. The only one who dared to joke with Chunin like this, aside from the head of a nation, was Lin Luo. But Lin Luo, you're not a child anymore. Have you considered? Chunin tentatively asked, are you trying to push me into marriage? Lin Luo chuckled. How about the state arranges it? Sure, Chunin exclaimed, even a bit excited. I have a daughter. But she is a bit overweight and not suitable for you. I'll look for someone else. Lin Luo sighed. Please, don't bother me. I'm quite busy these days. Chunin was instantly disheartened. Late at night, just as Lin Luo was about to rest, Yi returned, exclaiming, I'm back. After nearly 2 months, Yi appeared unchanged. Even his hairstyle was the same. Your hair hasn't changed at all, has it? Lin Luo remarked in surprise. Reaching out to touch Yi's hair, Yi laughed heartily. What are you talking about? Nothing, Lin Luo replied as he sat down. Tell me, what have you learned? Those things were too simple. They weren't interesting, Yi said. Too simple? Lin Luo asked, astonished. You can't be boasting. Don't tell me you learned something as complex as nuclear technology in just a month or two. After saying this, Lin Luo raised his teacup to sip. But Yi interjected, is it really that difficult? Lin Luo almost spat out his tea in surprise, staring at Yi. You've learned it? Yi nodded. Lin Luo's heart soared with joy. He finally understood why Yi's value surpassed that of mere flight capabilities. He quickly asked, can you change human technology? Yi pondered and replied, Lin Luo, I've reviewed your human completion plan. In my estimation, humanity no longer needs to develop technology. We just have to wait for you to finish developing it. No, it is very necessary, Lin Luo said firmly. In the initial stages, it is absolutely essential. Yi paused, soon grasping the implication. One can become stronger, but not overnight. Chapter 48. The sudden realization in the morning. Xia Qian brought breakfast and found the two men huddled over the table, scribbling notes. From their appearance, it seemed they hadn't slept all night. Xia Qian approached, glancing at Lin Luo and then at Yi. Lin Luo was fine, robust as ever, but Yi's eyes resembled those of a panda. She placed the breakfast on the table, and Lin Luo noticed, saying, let us eat breakfast first. Sure, Yi yawned widely. And it was then that Lin Luo noticed his condition. Indeed, Yi seemed to be in poor health. However, with Yi's marketplace still undeveloped, Lin Luo found it impossible to exchange any attributes for him. As they ate breakfast, Lin Luo said, you just need to research the plan and submit it to the tech department. Okay, Yi responded, laughing, Sister Xia Qian's cooking is far better than yours. Lin Luo felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, while Xia Qian stifled a giggle. Lin Luo's dishes are fit for dogs, he thought. Feeling a bit flustered, Lin Luo said, don't digress. I mean, if you have time, let Sister Xia Qian help you with some physical training. What? Yi recoiled at the suggestion. No, I think I'm just fine as I am. Lin Luo insisted, I didn't ask for your opinion. Yi's smile vanished for the first time. Ding. You have pressured the android Yi. Affection decreased by 10. The system's notification startled Lin Luo. Is that called pressure? Lin Luo didn't care much. Everyone has emotions, especially someone like Yi who dislikes exercise. However, this aligned perfectly with Lin Luo's initial characterization of him. Yi was a person, not a mere tool. Since he had come to this world, he should enjoy it. Sister, you won't be too hard on me, will you? Really? Why can't you look me in the eyes while you speak? Promise me, Don't deceive an innocent 18-year-old boy. I'll do my best. After breakfast, Lin Luo headed to the Hope Biological Base, where the genetics team was wrapping up their work. Most of them had gone to the Huaxia Biological Academy to teach the next generation of tech personnel. You're here, Zhu Yuhui exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Luo. Everyone had recognized Zhu Yuhui's talent over these past few days. In traditional biology, 10 Zhu Yuhuis wouldn't match a single Qin Yuan. However, in terms of creativity and imagination, Zhu Yuhui was exceptionally strong. Thus, he had pinpointed the exact locations of genes related to speed, strength, and defense within just 3 months. Of course, he knew that if Lin Luo had undertaken this task, the results would have been even quicker. Yet, Zhu Yuhui understood that Lin Luo had more crucial matters to address. He needed to lead the way for others, unveiling the mysteries of human genes. Gather all the managers, Lin Luo instructed. Zhu Yuhui nodded and quickly summoned Zhou Hai and others, totaling 18 individuals. Today, we will hold a seminar, Lin Luo announced. Feel free to speak openly. Initially, the group was somewhat reserved, but they soon engaged in lively discussions. We have researched a total of 4,388 advanced species. Yet the majority of the genes we have obtained are quite similar, spoke the deputy leader of the genetics team, a once-renowned academic. He turned to Lin Luo. Do you think there are higher-level species still existing on Blue Star? That possibility cannot be ruled out, Qin Yuan replied. There may be hidden genes, or even undiscovered species. A team leader interjected, we do have higher-level species, but we cannot study them. Everyone paused, and Zhou Hai pointedly remarked, are you referring to the alien skull? The team leader nodded. Lin Luo countered, I believe that these aliens may not necessarily be more advanced than us. How so? The group inquired, intrigued. A species being powerful does not automatically classify it as a higher-level species. We are akin to the flying beasts soaring in the sky. They may seem more promising. But truly, there aren't many higher-level species up there. They merely happen to exhibit the gene for flight, Lin Luo explained. Suddenly, everyone understood. The discussion grew increasingly heated. The human completion plan had reached its final stages, yet Lin Luo felt completely at a loss. However, he had now come to realize which step they were missing. The endeavor to apply these concealed genes to humanity stands as the most formidable challenge. Hours passed, and traditional medications and injections were meticulously ruled out one by one. Just as despair loomed, Xia Qian entered, nodding towards Lin Luo. Is there something you need? Lin Luo inquired. Someone wishes to see you, Xia Qian replied. Upon rising, Lin Luo saw that it was Chen Qing, the caretaker of the panda Xiaoming. As she bent slightly outside, a gentle smile graced her lips, seemingly pleading. Lin Luo turned back and said, everyone, please have your meal first. All right. The group rose, though appetite eluded them. Lin Luo stepped outside, where Chen Qing approached him. He asked, is there something on your mind, Qingjie? Hesitating, Chen Qing ultimately found her courage and spoke with a hint of excitement. Leader, I know this is inappropriate, but I have been pondering this for quite a while. Her words were somewhat disjointed, and Lin Luo urged, is someone troubling you at the base? Take your time. After saying this, he assisted her in sitting down. Once seated, Chen Qing swallowed hard and said, recently, Xiaoming has been rather irritable. He never used to bite or hit, but now he even struck me. At this, Lin Luo noticed the bruises on her hand, furrowing his brow. Yet, Chen Qing quickly added, it's nothing serious. Xiaoming is simply having a bad temper. One cannot blame him. Children can be temperamental. Listening to her, it was evident that she held a deep affection for Xiaoming, treating him as her own child. How is your research progressing? I wish to take Xiaoming back to Sichuan, where it is his true habitat. Tianjing is pleasant, but the climate is too arid, and it lacks a natural environment. Chen Qing stated. Lin Luo displayed an expression of indecision. In truth, they had already studied the genetic makeup of pandas, but regrettably, they had not made any significant discoveries. Nevertheless, an instinct within Lin Luo suggested that there was great potential within panda genetics, yet they had simply not uncovered it. After all, many genes in pandas are akin to those in humans. Leader, I implore you. Chen Qing began to rise to kneel. Lin Luo quickly helped her up, saying, Qingjie, please stand. I have not refused your request. Chen Qing's eyes glistened, and she said, I am unaware of what you are researching. But Xiaoming merely enjoys eating and possesses no special abilities, so, eating. At this revelation, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with surprise. As the fog in his mind dissipated. Chapter 49, Substantial Reward. In that moment, all doubts appeared to vanish. Lin Luo's mind became clear. No wonder he had always felt that the answer was within reach, yet elusive. Eating. Humans have an inherent affinity for food from the moment of birth. Food serves as energy, akin to how oil fuels machinery. Without energy, how can one operate? Lin Luo erupted into laughter, startling Qin Qing, who exclaimed in alarm. You cannot mean to consume Xiaoming. That is unacceptable. Pandas are protected by the state. Lin Luo snapped back to reality, assuring her, rest assured. Who would dare consume a national treasure? Qin Qing exhaled in relief. Lin Luo continued, I will promptly arrange for you to be escorted home. And there will be a special gift for you. A gift? Qin Qing paused, not thinking much of it. However, the prospect of returning home filled her with joy, unaware that the gift Lin Luo mentioned would ensure her financial security for the rest of her life. All of this stemmed from her uttering a single word, eating. At the Ministry of Science and Technology, Yi rubbed his panda-like eyes, observing the machine before him emitting a series of beeps. Are you certain this will work? An elderly academic inquired. Indeed, a chorus of older scholars echoed. Once mentors to Yi, they now resembled students. Such is the essence of the saying. The student surpasses the master. Yet, the elder scholars felt a sense of pride. Yi responded, do not rush, patience is key. At that moment, he powered up the device, stating, previously, we could not discern certain signals, but we found inspiration from bats, which advanced our technology. However, consider this. If we struggle to study their signals, how can we possibly compete with their technology? I can assure you that the adversaries we are about to confront are extraterrestrial beings with technology far superior to ours. The academics could not help but feel disheartened. They had hoped to vindicate the Ministry of Science and Technology. So, we must rely solely on Chief Engineer Lin Luo? An elderly scholar sighed. Yet, Yi chuckled. Do not lose heart, Master. We can still accomplish some things. As he spoke, he connected the power, and a massive machine whirred to life. As the machine activated, all the scholars turned their attention to the flickering signals. A long line appeared on the supercomputer before Yi. The scholars, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Yi, we have succeeded. Yi remained silent. Hey, we're asking you a question. The scholars urged. Yi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his expression unusually grave. The scholars quickly discerned the situation. An elderly scientist clenched his fist, trembling with excitement, and declared, they are approaching. Yes, eating, Zhu Yu, we suddenly realized. After some explanation, Qin Yuan and the others also grasped the concept. We overlooked it. Fortunately, you thought of it. Zhou Hai laughed heartily. Lin Luo shared with them how Qin Qing had enlightened him. However, none of them were foolish enough to attribute the credit solely to Qin Qing. Eating is a common phrase among many, but if not for Lin Luo's quick thinking and clarity of thought, it would all be mere chatter. Soon, Qin Yuan and the genetic team worked tirelessly, and by the following morning, a new genetic map of the panda lay on Lin Luo's desk. This time, the focus was not on the panda's strength, speed, or appearance, but rather on its stomach. Subsequently, they withdrew. All the concealed genes were uncovered solely by Lin Luo. Although they did not understand how he accomplished it, they had no choice but to rely on him. Upon exiting, Qin Yuan remarked, do you think this will succeed? You may doubt yourself, but you must trust the chief engineer, Zhou Hai teased. Rarely did Qin Yuan refrain from retorting. He smiled and replied, true. He has never let us down. Sometimes, I genuinely wonder what extraordinary thoughts occupy his mind, enabling him to uncover such marvels. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Luo had already commenced his research. He surveyed the data, once, twice, countless times, until he finally discovered it. In the region of the stomach, a sequence of symbols emerged. This is it, Lin Luo exclaimed with delight. Just then, the system chimed, ding. Congratulations, host. The human genetic progress chart is complete. Ding. The secrets of humanity are boundless. Congratulations, host, for initially completing the genetic map. Ding. Reward, 5 million points. Ding. Reward, new special skill, Dragon Fist. You have now learned this skill. Ding. Reward, 1 chance for a special talent lottery. Note, special talents can provide immense assistance to the host. Upon hearing the 5 million points, Lin Luo was momentarily stunned. While he knew that completing the human genetic map would yield substantial rewards, he did not anticipate such a magnificent sum. Moreover, what were the special skills and talents? As Lin Luo pondered, the system chimed once more, ding. Please proceed with the lottery. A countdown of 3 minutes begins. Lin Luo was taken aback. Previously, there had been no timer during the lottery. This indicated that this special talent was indeed formidable. With this thought, Lin Luo's anticipation grew. He beheld the familiar lottery wheel reappear. Infinite enlightenment. Note, the recipient gains an enhanced capacity for enlightenment. Divine defense. Note, the recipient will find it exceedingly difficult to perish. The final option, unknown. Lin Luo mused, wondering if the system was playing tricks. Nonetheless, he was quite fond of both abilities, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, the system had offered a perfectly balanced probability of 1/3 for each option. Though not a superstitious individual, Lin Luo washed his hands before returning. The countdown ticked down to 1 minute. Finally, he pressed the lottery button. The wheel began to spin, and Lin Luo's eyes gleamed, whether it was enlightenment or defense. Both were extraordinary talents. The wheel whirled, a dazzling sight. Ultimately, it prepared to halt, and Lin Luo's pupils dilated in anticipation. The next moment, Lin Luo found himself donning the mask of a pained clown. All his expectations turned to ashes in the instant the wheel stopped. He had not received enlightenment, nor defense. When the wheel landed on unknown, his heart sank. Ding! Congratulations. Lin Luo's mood soured considerably. The host has acquired a super hidden talent, Infinite Devour. Lin Luo paused, utterly bewildered. A super hidden talent? Why hadn't they mentioned it sooner? It turned out that the true treasures lay within the unknown option. His spirits lifted as he sought to explore the details of Infinite Devour, only to find a single sentence. Do not look further. This talent is too powerful, with functions too numerous to describe. Please explore it independently. Lin Luo thought to himself how impressive the system was. However, based on the wording, it seemed that Devour would not entail directly consuming others for evolution. At least, that was how it appeared. But Lin Luo speculated that the hidden talent must encompass more than just that. He decided to shelve it for later consideration. With 5 million points, the Dragon Fist, a hidden talent, and a complete human gene map, this round was a significant profit. In the Research Institute, numerous individuals anxiously watched the entrance. Essentially, everyone from the Biological Research Institute had gathered, eagerly awaiting a result. Yet, none dared to speak. Their hearts were restless and tense. They had labored for nearly half a year, awaiting Lin Luo's emergence to provide answers. After several hours of silence, Qin Yuan and others contemplated approaching but refrained, fearing they might disturb Lin Luo. As night approached, Qin Yuan considered sending everyone home, just as footsteps echoed. All eyes turned to see their chief engineer striding toward them. Though his expression was grave, this sight sent a chill through the crowd. It seemed their hopes were misplaced. After all, how could consumption be the ultimate solution? The answer felt too simplistic. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Luo reached the entrance and surveyed them. His serious expression instantly transformed into a smile. Everyone, congratulations to us. The crowd's pupils contracted. We did it. Many remained momentarily stunned, while Qin Yuan and the others excitedly inquired, what did you say? Lin Luo's smile widened, his voice resonating with clarity as he pronounced, the human gene map is complete. The Human Enhancement Project has successfully concluded. The moment his words fell, the Research Institute was initially enveloped in a profound silence, which was quickly shattered by resounding applause and jubilant cheers, echoing throughout every corner of the institute. Every person present had devoted themselves tirelessly over the past 6 months, whether as researchers or in logistical support. They had nearly lived within these walls. Yet they cherished their work, for it allowed them glimpses into the unfathomable. And remarkably, all of it was indeed real. The applause persisted for several minutes until Lin Luo raised his hand, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work. The human gene map represents an immensely vital step. I have long stated that this is merely the beginning. However, once this step is taken, the sky is no longer the limit for humanity." The crowd swallowed hard at his words, each statement reverberating with awe. Could humanity truly transcend the limits of the sky without relying on technology? They had previously doubted, but now they believed. However, we are all human, and thus, we require rest. I declare today a holiday. As his words concluded, a whistle echoed through the room, prompting a shift in Lin Luo's expression. Who whistled? A profound silence enveloped the space. One individual timidly raised a hand, swallowing hard. Lin Luo's smile returned, and he remarked, "That was a fine whistle. Do keep it up next time." Laughter erupted among them. Lin Luo rarely smiled before them, yet he bore no airs. And they realized he was, after all, just a person. Nonetheless, in their eyes, he had already become a deity. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Yuan and a few others found themselves in Lin Luo's office. Rest was meant for them, but Lin Luo could not afford to rest. With the gene map completed, the next step beckoned. Shortly thereafter, Chunin rushed in, accompanied by several high-ranking officials from various nations. Upon entering, Chunin confirmed several times before clenching his fists and laughing heartily. After a while, they took their seats. The first phase is complete, and we accomplished it sooner than anticipated, but we do not know how much time remains. Lin Luo stated, "Thus, I need to formulate the second plan immediately." The others paused. "Give me some time. I need to organize my thoughts." Lin Luo added, Zhu Yuhui, stay behind. The rest may disperse. The others nodded, aware that remaining would not significantly aid Lin Luo. Once they departed, Zhu Yuhui remarked, though we understand that consumption is the solution to human evolution, executing it is quite challenging. The beginning is always the hardest. Lin Luo smiled and replied. The two leaned over the table, engaging in fervent discussion that lasted a full day and night. This led to Xia Qian, who had been standing outside for an entire day and night, deciding that if they did not emerge soon, she would break down the door. After all, their safety was paramount. As dawn broke the following day, the door creaked open, and Xia Qian turned to see Lin Luo. Though his physical condition was robust, traces of fatigue were evident. Nevertheless, excitement and exhilaration brightened his weary face. Please deliver this. They must be waiting, Lin Luo instructed. Understood, Xia Qian nodded, hastily grabbing the document and rushing out. She adhered strictly to the protocols of an agent. She would not pry into matters not meant for her eyes. Yet she could glean from the cover that Lin Luo had inscribed, Human Evolution Plan. Shonen observed that although he did not engage in much, the affairs of the nation required his decisive input, truly a man burdened with countless responsibilities. With a smile, he remarked, You seem to be sleeping quite soundly. No worries, I have just arrived. Beside him, Xia Qian merely nodded lightly before taking her leave, naturally refraining from revealing that Chuan had been present for 2 hours. Let us eat first and converse while we dine, Chuan suggested. Glancing at the food on the table, Lin Luo nodded, picking up a piece of chicken to savor. Suddenly, a chime rang out. Lin Luo halted, instinctively thinking he had bitten into something hard, until the system's voice declared, You have consumed a low-grade biological food. No attribute growth. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's expression turned peculiar. Could this be the concept of infinite devouring? He picked up another piece of chicken, casting a glance at it. Chuan, visibly anxious, inquired, Is there something wrong with the chicken? If there were an issue with the food, Chuan would certainly pursue the matter. Lin Luo snapped back to reality, dismissing thoughts of the talent, and replied, No, I just find today's chicken particularly fragrant. Chuan sighed in relief, his demeanor growing serious as he stated, The upper management has approved your human evolution plan. Lin Luo set down his chopsticks, not surprised by this news. Chuan continued, Is it true that you intend to gather over 100 test subjects? Lin Luo pondered for a moment, responding, Everything undergoes change, currently. The human genetic map is progressing smoothly. We need to test various physical conditions and genders to derive conclusions. The secret of the genetic lock remains unknown to anyone, myself included. Chuan hastily reassured him, It's not that I doubt you. I only wish to emphasize the safety of these individuals. Lin Luo replied, You need not worry. When lives are at stake, I will ensure their absolute safety. That is good to hear, Chuan nodded, watching Lin Luo resume his meal. He added, Recently, we plan to dispatch some individuals to procure supplies. Indeed, Lin Luo acknowledged, having previously discussed this with Chuan. Here, Chuan handed Lin Luo a notebook, declaring, Hua Xia is becoming excessively arrogant. Inside the Black Palace, Tamuse was seething with rage. The reason? Hua Xia's shamelessness was beyond measure. They had initially thought they would remain sealed off, reverting to an agrarian society. Yet, after 6 months, these Hua Xia individuals astonishingly dispatched envoys bearing G3's special blueberry medicine for resource exchange. This enraged the Eagle Nation immensely. However, there was little they could do. Previously, Hua Xia had claimed a lack of production capacity, stating they had only a limited quantity of medicines. Now, they were selling another batch. According to the Eagle Nation's investigative data, Hua Xia had managed to secure at least 10 trillion worth of supplies through the blueberries. This figure was undeniably alarming. Given the Eagle Nation's current financial dominance over the world, they should not have been overly concerned about such sums. Yet the thought of Hua Xia outsmarting them infuriated Tamuse. After all, it was once only the Eagle Nation that could operate in such a manner. Beside him, Owen chuckled, remarking, Mr. National Leader, why be so agitated? Consider this. Hua Xia's isolation has provided us with an opportunity to initiate the planetary project. We now control over 50% of the world's nation's powers and economies. We are at the pinnacle of our glory. Indeed, Blake concurred, adding, There is no need to concern ourselves with Hua Xia. Let us first handle several troublesome nations and finalize the planetary project. Tamuse calmed down slightly, nodding, Hua Xia is indeed not a significant threat. However, the Bear Nation is refusing to compromise. Let us exclude them from the game. Their people are madmen. Should they choose to use nuclear weapons in a mutual destruction scenario, all discussions would be in vain. As he spoke, Tamuse's eyes hardened. As for those nations that once allied with Hua Xia, if they dare to resist again, Tamuse's voice grew resolute. Then we shall strike. Owen and Blake nodded slightly, devoid of any fear of war. At present, Eagle Nation's warships were virtually omnipresent across the globe. While Huaxia and the Bear Nation appeared formidable, conquest was merely a matter of time. By the time the planetary project concluded, it would be their downfall. Lin Luo, absorbed in the data on his computer, fell into a brief silence. The Eagle Nation had prematurely disclosed information regarding extraterrestrial matters, undoubtedly inciting global panic. Moreover, the planetary cannon demonstrated on the moon was indeed awe-inspiring. This confirmed our previous suspicions. The Eagle Nation had indeed deciphered much extraterrestrial technology, Shannon remarked. The Eagle Nation had attracted a plethora of the world's finest talents. A fact that could not be denied when compared to Huaxia. Lin Luo, however, was unconcerned, asserting that humanity's trajectory was evolution, not technology. With mere trickery, they cannot hope to contend with an invading alien civilization. They are far from sufficient, he stated. Shannon paused, contemplating. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that if others dared to launch an attack, they likely already possessed technology that surpassed this domain. The planetary project was, in essence, a veiled proclamation of their global domination, Shannon remarked coldly. In recent years, the Eagle Nation's priorities have been known to all. Lin Luo pondered for a moment before asking, how long has the planetary project been underway? A few months, Shannon replied. Lin Luo frowned. What troubles you? Shannon inquired. Lin Luo remarked, when one has absolute control, they cannot tolerate even a grain of sand. Shannon was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this detail. It is not merely about closing the borders, but ensuring safety. I shall return to strategize, he declared, rising, with Lin Luo seeing him off. Lin Luo's unspoken thought lingered. Unless that grain of sand could potentially crush a person, Lin Luo contemplated that the human evolution plan must accelerate beyond expectations. At that moment, footsteps and labored breathing echoed from outside the door, revealing the slender figure of Yi leaning against the doorframe, breathless as he gazed at Lin Luo, exclaiming, Brother Lin Luo, they are on their way. Initially, Lin Luo did not grasp the gravity of the situation, but then he looked skyward. All he saw were blue skies and white clouds. Were they already approaching? Chapter 52. Do not answer. Yi sat down, presenting a map. However, Lin Luo found it incomprehensible. It was a cosmic directional chart drawn by Yi. This is the direction of the M13 nebula, Yi explained. A distance of 50,000 light-years. Based on the fluctuations and signals detected, they may be nearing the solar system. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. To traverse interstellar distances undoubtedly implied that the other party possessed technology that transcended stellar limits. Consider this, 50,000 light-years. A light-year is a unit of length, representing the distance light travels in a vacuum over the span of 1 year. 50,000 light-years is an unimaginable distance. Therefore, they must possess the capability to exceed the speed of light, perhaps even space-time jumps. Why has Blue Star been exposed? A question arose in Lin Luo's mind. Humanity had existed for so long without revealing its presence. Why now? Coincidence or not? It is no coincidence, Yi stated with startling clarity. The timeline rewound to 1963, an era when modern technology was just beginning to take shape. The Eagle Nation constructed the largest telescope of its time, named a Duo. This type of telescope, now also present within Huaxia, could not only monitor and analyze signals from the universe, but also emit signals into the cosmos. This radar transmitter could send encrypted human messages into space as signals. That year, the Eagle Nation's astronomical organization initiated a new plan named SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. In the same year, Eagle Nation scientist Frank utilized a Duo's transmitter to send a 169-second signal to the M13 nebula in the constellation of Perseus. Many years have passed, and many have forgotten this matter. Yi gazed at Lin Luo and said, My mentors from the Academy of Sciences, and I speculate that this is certainly not a coincidence. It is the Eagle Nation once again. Lin Luo felt overwhelmed. Over the years, the people of Blue Star have been curious if there are other forms of life beyond their planet. However, as a certain scientist once stated, if one day humanity truly detects or receives signals from extraterrestrial civilizations, remember one answer: do not respond. While it is true that the Eagle Nation's planetary program aims to harvest the world for its own service, they are also diligently constructing space weaponry, albeit with limited technological capabilities. Among the plans is the triangular cannon formation, utilizing the International Space Station, the Moon, and the burgeoning Starlink initiative. In due time, Blue Star will form a remarkably robust defense system. The scientists of the Eagle Nation are astute, recognizing that their advantage lies in their understanding of Blue Star's strengths. Unable to master more formidable offensive strategies, their best approach is to intercept adversaries in outer space. The triangular cannon boasts 3 forms of attack: nuclear projectiles, electromagnetic rays, and laser beams. In addition, they continuously launch small probes into space. This is a significant military defense structure, and in terms of agile combat, the 18th fighter jet will possess formidable combat capabilities, transcending supersonic speeds and nearing light speed, becoming the Eagle Nation's greatest reliance and fighting force. Dr. Michelle, please take a look. At that moment aboard the International Space Station, the computer beeped incessantly. A staff member handed a report to the nearby astronomer, Dr. Michelle. Upon examining it, Michelle's brow furrowed, and he inquired, "When was this discovered?" "Just now," the staff member replied. "Which probe received the signal?" Michelle asked. "It was Vanguard 3. The staff member responded. Hearing this, Michelle's face turned pale with panic. He immediately opened his computer and began to calculate, considering Vanguard 3's speed and its signal reception range. In the next moment, Michelle suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "They are approaching the solar system." At this revelation, everyone aboard the International Space Station froze. Then, as if awakening from a dream, varied expressions adorned their faces, some with fear, others with joy, much like the people of Blue Star. Some were terrified of the potential abilities of aliens, while others were curious about their appearance and capabilities. After a deathly silence, Lin Luo looked up and asked, "According to your calculations, what is the time frame?" Yi replied, 1 year, 2 years, or perhaps 3. Lin Luo's brow furrowed deeper. It was not that Yi's answers were inaccurate, but rather that all 3 were too brief. Uncertain of the adversary's strength, Lin Luo could only strive to bolster his own power and that of humanity. "Are you familiar with the planetary program?" Lin Luo inquired of Yi. "Yes." Yi considered for a moment and replied, "In a certain sense, the plan is indeed valid. It is merely that a certain nation wishes to exploit it as a mere tool. Can you create a weapon akin to the planetary cannon?" Lin Luo looked at him with anticipation. Yi, born from the system, shook his head in response to Lin Luo's hopeful gaze. Lin Luo felt no disappointment, as he had anticipated this. Unexpectedly, Yi said, "However, I can create a weapon that surpasses theirs." Lin Luo paused, then erupted in joy. Yi's eyes, now fervent like those of an elderly scientist, gleamed as he spoke. "Brother Lin Luo, what we are likely to face is a collective of technologically advanced civilizations. Even if your human evolution plan progresses flawlessly, it will be challenging to combat large-scale weaponry in the short term. I can assist you as much as possible, but..." Yi looked at Lin Luo and added, "The rest relies on you." Lin Luo gazed at this mature, yet somewhat innocent youth and nodded vigorously. At that moment, the system chimed, "Ding. You have successfully assisted the artificial human Yi in integrating into the world. Ding. You have gained Yi's favor, current level 100. Ding. Artificial human marketplace unlocked. Ding. You have absorbed Yi's intellect. Ding. You have absorbed Yi's knowledge." Lin Luo was astonished, but at that moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind: astronomy, technology, and more. At that instant, Lin Luo felt the world was truly marvelous. It turned out one could become cultured without reading books. Chapter 53. The Might of the Dragon Fist. Regaining his composure, Lin Luo hurriedly checked Yi's intellect, discovering it remained at 250. This indicated that Yi's knowledge was likely intact. The system's mention of absorption seemed to indicate a form of replication. With this thought, Lin Luo felt elated and glanced at Yi's artificial human marketplace. Strength, 10 points, 10,000 points speed, 10 points, 10,000 points stamina, 10 points, 10,000 points currently. Only 3 attributes had been unlocked, but there was one skill, Model Student, which enhances learning capacity. Lin Luo pondered and decided he should not be stingy, promptly exchanging for 200,000 points. Simultaneously, he increased Yi's stamina directly to 100. After all, his previous stamina was below 10, which was quite pitiful. Ding. Yi's stamina has reached its limit. Further enhancement may endanger life. Lin Luo paused, realizing that this attribute could not be infinitely increased. Yet, this aligned with the system's meticulousness, considering the artificial human market attributes were indeed economical. "Brother Lin Luo, I must take my leave," Yi said, his expression peculiar as Lin Luo exchanged points for him. But he quickly added, "All right." Lin Luo nodded. He felt that Yi must be aware of the existence of something akin to the system. However, he did not inquire further. After Yi departed, Lin Luo attempted to exit the marketplace, only to find new items unlocked. Enhanced Dragon Fist. The Dragon Fist can unleash a modicum of dragon energy. 2 million points. Flight power, level 2 increases flying speed, 2 million points. Brute force, strength system level 4, 2 million points. Lin Luo gulped. He had thought 500,000 points made one wealthy, yet the subsequent items were so exorbitant. Lin Luo exited the system and gazed at his right fist. Ever since acquiring the dragon fist, he had yet to test it. He looked at the table and, with a sudden motion, raised his fist. At that moment, he felt a surge of energy, and yet his hand felt intensely heated. Dragon fist. Bang! Lin Luo's fist crashed onto the table, producing a resounding noise. He felt a tingling in his hand, yet thankfully, he could still feel the solid wood beneath his touch. Upon looking again, he noticed a hole had formed in the table. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. This dragon fist was far more powerful than he had imagined. After all, this was merely a foundational skill. After a brief rest, he finally made up his mind. Dragon fist. Flight, level 1. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Lin Luo felt a wealth of information flooding his mind, and his body began to adjust automatically. He raised his right hand once more. The enhanced dragon fist. Said to be capable of emitting slight dragon energy. Could it be used at a distance? Lin Luo was extremely eager about the dragon energy. He tilted the table, facing its surface toward himself, and then stepped back a meter. Is that too far? Lin Luo assessed the distance and decided to have it. If he could not achieve this at half a meter, he would be losing 2 million points. With such thoughts, he raised his right hand. Dragon fist. Lin Luo forcefully swung his right hand forward, and his body, just having recovered, was instantly rendered completely clean. However, his fist was thrust forward, and the table exhibited no change. Just as Lin Luo felt a wave of disappointment, a low dragon's growl echoed in his ear, albeit briefly, followed by a sudden sound. Puff? As Lin Luo pondered the situation, he witnessed the table unexpectedly crash against the wall with astonishing speed, resulting in a loud bang as it splintered into pieces. This was not the end. The scattered wood pieces embedded themselves directly into the sturdy wall. One piece flew upright toward Lin Luo, narrowly missing him, causing his heart to race. This dragon fist is invigorating. Lin Luo laughed heartily. Outside, Xia Qian heard the commotion and hurried over, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. It was evident that she was bewildered by what had transpired. Yet her professional instincts prompted her to scan the surroundings cautiously. Lin Luo reassured her, it was merely a tremor, do not worry. A tremor? Xia Qian paused, perplexed. She had been merely 5 meters away, engrossed in her phone, and had felt nothing at all. The following day, Lin Luo entered the Hope Biological Base, where all personnel had returned. A new journey, a new beginning, the Human Evolution Project. Lin Luo, naturally, was not idle. Although he yearned to explore the effects of infinite devouring, the Human Evolution Project took precedence. These were the volunteers summoned back. Qin Yuan looked at the individuals before him and said to Lin Luo, they were a mix of men and women, young and old. Typically, experiments prioritize the youth. But this time, Lin Luo aimed for the evolution of all humanity, hence the deviation from the norm. I understand you received relocation fees upon your arrival, but rest assured, we are not conducting any terrifying experiments. Rather, this is an endeavor to grant us strength, so there is no life-threatening risk, Lin Luo assured. Before he could finish speaking, an elderly man suddenly turned to Qin Yuan and inquired, Academician Qin, is this the individual you referred to as the chief engineer? Qin Yuan confirmed. Upon hearing this, all 10 individuals present raised their heads in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. They had assumed the chief engineer would be an elderly man, never expecting him to be merely a 22-year-old youth. The eldest among them stepped forward and knelt before Lin Luo. What are you doing? Lin Luo exclaimed, quickly moving to assist him. However, the elder insisted, had it not been for your development of the longevity surgery, my spouse would have already passed away. Just prior to the government's announcement, she was terminally ill and at death's door. Thank you, truly thank you. As he spoke, the elder repeatedly bowed. His eyes reddened with emotion. Lin Luo hurriedly helped him up, but the elder persisted, completing 3 bows. He was already 90 years old, but had undergone the longevity surgery. Deeply grateful to the state for saving his wife, which motivated him to volunteer for this experiment. The others looked at Lin Luo with expressions of profound gratitude. After all, who does not have 1 or 2 elderly relatives? Lin Luo had changed everything, allowing them to continue enjoying life. Once they had recorded their physical conditions and professions, Lin Luo watched them depart, increasingly convinced of the significance of the human completion plan. At that moment, Zhu Yuhui approached, saying, Chief Engineer Lin, take a look at this. Chapter 54, Selecting the Elite. Eating represents the final and most crucial stage of the human genetic map. Thus, Lin Luo and Zhu Yuhui immediately identified their objective, consumption. However, the question lay in how to consume. There is a saying in the Huaxia diet, to supplement form with form. Zhu Yuhui sat down and remarked, "Some people enjoy eating kidneys or organs, and I have previously researched this. It is not without reason. Look here, as recorded by Hua Tuo during the Three Kingdoms period." Lin Luo glanced and inquired, "Are you suggesting that everything is contained within food?" He had heard this notion before, but later, Western medicine had dissected these components into proteins and other scientific concepts, leading this belief to be dismissed as unscientific. Zhu Yuhui passionately stated, "I believe if this logic holds true, then humanity could potentially rely on the body to subtly absorb unique genes from animals. Our task is to liberate this characteristic, meaning we need to unlock this genetic code." As Zhu Yuhui spoke, he grew increasingly excited, but upon noticing Lin Luo's calm demeanor, he suddenly realized that Lin Luo must have already contemplated this. "What do you plan to do?" Lin Luo inquired. Zhu Yuhui replied, "I intend to have them train for a period while feeding them high-quality animal products." Lin Luo nodded in agreement. A month later, Zhu Yuhui, reviewing a stack of reports, felt disheartened. Despite a month of training, the 10 individuals had only improved their overall health and blood circulation, with no significant changes. Throughout this month, they had been fed bear meat, specifically raised for this project. Observing Zhu Yuhui's disappointment, Lin Luo chuckled. "Have you given up?" "Not at all. But it feels like a fruitless endeavor," Zhu Yuhui replied. A considerable amount of work had been accomplished at the Hope biological base, and aside from data comparisons, they needed to continue researching other genetic maps. More importantly, they had to focus on developing genetic agents. Lin Luo closed his book and said, "If we are mistaken, we shall change direction. How much longer until the next genetic agent is ready?" The purpose of completing the human genetic map was to create this genetic agent, which would induce the activation of humanity's hidden genes. Therefore, it was essential. However, over the past month, 5 different genetic agents had already been utilized. "The results will be ready tomorrow," Zhou Hai interjected. This project was under his and Qin Yuan's supervision. Lin Luo gazed at the 5 genetic agents before him and remarked, "We have the capability to complete the human genetic map and effectively guide the hidden genes related to longevity, which indicates that my direction may not be wrong. So the agents themselves might be sound. The issue may lie with the experimental subjects." Everyone paused, and Zhu Yuhui asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Luo looked at them and said, "What we need may be the elite among the elite." "Elite?" The group echoed. Lin Luo continued, "Your earlier comment reminded me that if humanity has already shown signs of unlocking genetic codes, allowing for the subtle absorption of superior genes, then this ability may manifest more vividly among certain elites." That evening, while Lin Luo was reviewing the genetic agents, he suddenly noticed Xia Qian standing at the door, saluting with an expression in her eyes that sparkled as if gazing at an idol. This caught Lin Luo by surprise. Xia Qian is a fan. When he turned, he saw Yang Jun at the entrance, which no longer puzzled him. Yang Jun, one of Huaxia's top 10 generals, known as the Eastern Azura, was a stark contrast to Li Donglei, who preferred secrecy and often eliminated important figures without a trace. Yang Jun earned his title from his prowess on the battlefield. "What brings you here?" Lin Luo, now in a higher position, still maintained respect for these veterans. Xia Qian straightened up and walked toward the door, her gaze frequently drifting toward Yang Jun. It was evident that, as a military person, she had once idolized Yang Jun. Yang Jun smiled and said, "You have helped this old man regain his youth and resolve the human completion plan. On behalf of the nation, I thank you." Lin Luo poured him a cup of tea and replied, "Do you expect me to believe that?" Yang Jun paused, then laughed, saying, "Li Donglei is right. You are quite the schemer." Lin Luo teased, "Director Li is such a wooden fellow. Does he really enjoy talking behind people's backs?" Yang Jun's smile faded as he looked at Lin Luo, sighed, and said, "In truth, this matter is a debt the country owes him." Lin Luo was taken aback. Those engaged in intelligence work typically operate in secrecy. Once exposed, not only they but also their families are in peril. Yang Jun continued, 7 years ago, he was a vibrant and cheerful person, but after exposing a spy for the country, misfortune struck his family. His wife was murdered, and his daughter narrowly escaped death. Yet now she has become a vegetative state. Hearing this, Lin Luo held his cup suspended in the air. After a few moments of silence, he set it down and said, "You should have informed me of this sooner. Don't take it to heart. Li Donglei has never been bothered by your words. On the contrary, he is grateful to you, claiming you have allowed him to see his former self. He placed his beloved disciple, Xia Qian, by your side, hoping to influence her character," Yang Jun remarked. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. "It seems Director Li has some hidden intentions." Yang Jun laughed heartily, took a sip of tea, and said, "Let us get down to business. I've heard you are looking to recruit volunteers. What do you think of me?" Lin Luo, still contemplating Li Donglei's situation and how the human gene map might assist him, was startled by this proposal and inadvertently sprayed tea, splattering some onto Yang Jun's clothing. Yang Jun remained unfazed. Having faced gunfire and flames, such trivialities were nothing to him. "Please, don't joke with me," Lin Luo urged. "Didn't you say you were seeking elites?" Yang Jun narrowed his eyes and queried, "Do you think I am not an elite?" Lin Luo's lips twitched, quickly responding, "Of course not. However, your status as a compatriot does not set you apart." Yang Jun insisted, "Your contributions to the motherland are ample. If something were to happen to you, soldiers like Xia Qian would undoubtedly come after me." "That is true," Yang Jun nodded. Lin Luo exhaled in relief. While he had absolute confidence in himself, being a test subject still harbored inherent risks. "It seems I cannot handle this. It must fall to the national leader," Yang Jun declared. Lin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you just say?" "The national leader wishes to participate as well. He was once a fierce warrior." "Did you not know?" Yang Jun explained. "Ever since he regained his youth, he frequently seeks me out for training. He seems to be recovering quite well." Lin Luo swallowed hard, saying, "You two old-timers should spare me." "What did you just say?" Yang Jun squinted. Lin Luo fell silent, treating it as if nothing had been said. "Let us do this. You choose one or the other," Yang Jun said with a smile. "And you must know that the water you splashed on my clothes is from my commendation uniform." Lin Luo sighed. "All right, I'll recruit you. Is that satisfactory?" Yang Jun, elated, exclaimed, "Then it's settled." With that, the general downed his tea and hummed a tune as he departed. Outside, chaos erupted. War had begun. This conflict marked the final phase of the planetary project. The Eagle Nation showcased its formidable technological and military prowess to the world, revealing the terrifying nature of this empire. Their aircraft carriers, submarines, and planes transported everyone back to the harrowing era of the Asian War. People realized that the era of the Eagle Nation had arrived. Within a mere month, multiple nations that had contemplated opposing the planetary project chose to join instead. Thus, apart from Huaxia and the Bear Nation, virtually all other countries had committed to the planetary project. Some of these nations were required to allocate 70% of their economies, others 50%, while some even contributed their entire national resources. This constituted the entirety of the report on the planetary project. Owen stood firm, gazing at Timuse as he handed over the documents. Timuse wore a broad smile. The planetary project had enabled the citizens of the Eagle Nation to surpass others, transforming them into the elite of the Blue Planet. Consequently, his approval ratings had surged significantly. Beside him, Blake remarked, "The Starlink network has been completed. Together with the planetary cannon and space station defenses, I am confident we can obliterate extraterrestrial threats before they reach us, if we can seize their technology." Timuse smiled slyly. Currently, humanity's strongest weapon was the nuclear bomb. Eagle Nation's scientists estimated that even if the adversaries possessed superior technology, they would be unable to withstand the might of nuclear weapons. Moreover, having traversed vast distances, they would inevitably lack supplies. "National leader, I believe it is time to address Huaxia," Owen suggested. Timuse's smile immediately faltered. The mention of that name gave him a headache, as the secrets of G3 remained in Huaxia's hands. "The 18th generation superfighter is now in its final testing phase," Owen continued. "Really?" Timuse's eyes gleamed. "Provided it passes inspection, utilizing the resources of the planetary project would allow the Eagle Nation to achieve mass production in no time. The power and capabilities of the 18th generation superfighter, X-18, would be sufficient to penetrate all of their air defense systems. At that point, their defenses would be rendered utterly ineffective against this aircraft. Prepare immediately," Timuse commanded with a smile. "Yes," Owen bowed and turned to leave. Behind him, only Timuse's melodious laughter echoed. Among the list were retired soldiers, outstanding students, victorious lawyers, and wealthy merchants. Qin Yuan handed the list to Lin Luo, who glanced at it and nodded slightly. Qin Yuan then remarked, "You're quite bold. General Yang is quite formidable." Lin Luo's lips twitched. "Old Qin, could we not discuss this? My head is pounding." Laughter erupted among those nearby. "Let us proceed," Lin Luo said, "but we will test it for a period first." After that, he handed Zhu Yuhui a set of blueprints, stating, "Substitute the induced genes with this version." "Understood," Zhu Yuhui replied. With everything instructed, the second human evolution plan commenced. The duration was set for 1 month. On the first day, these elites found the environment challenging. They were required to do nothing but consume medication and large quantities of food daily. It should be noted that these foods contained immense energy. Consequently, A soldier like Yang Jun, who ran 1,000 laps around the track on the first day, astonished everyone. In the following days, they adapted considerably. Though one lawyer named Zhang since struggled with the environment. Logically, as a lawyer, he should excel in communication. Lin Luo personally inquired about him. Upon learning Lin Luo's identity, the bespectacled man expressed surprise, saying, "It's fine, I can endure." "Do you suffer from claustrophobia?" Lin Luo asked. "No," Zhang Xin shook his head. "I am unsure why I feel this way. Ever since entering here, I have felt restless, as if something significant is about to occur." Lin Luo merely offered words of comfort, assuring Zhang Xin that he could leave at any time if he wished. For the following 10 days, no changes occurred. And Lin Luo found time to test another of his abilities, the power of flight. He ventured to an open area and scanned his surroundings. Ensuring no one else was present, Lin Luo understood the necessity of keeping his ability to fly a secret from too many people. One must inevitably accept things step by step. Xia Qian furrowed her brow, pondering whether she could truly be considered human. However, the subsequent scene left her utterly astounded. She witnessed Lin Luo gently exhaling, his hands moving downward as if harnessing energy. Gradually, her gaze followed Lin Luo as he ascended, rising a full meter into the air. Xia Qian gaped in astonishment. As a special forces soldier, she had encountered numerous extraordinary feats, including remarkable strength and speed. Yet, flight was simply inconceivable. From his aerial vantage point, Lin Luo marveled at the experience of soaring effortlessly. He had anticipated that an ordinary human would feel fear when suspended high above the ground. Yet he felt none of that. Instead, an innate sensation enveloped him. Xia Qian, her eyes wide with disbelief, observed him intently. Lin Luo glanced down, smiling as he requested, "Could you check my speed?" After a prolonged moment of shock, Xia Qian regained her composure. 10 minutes later, they determined that Lin Luo had reached a remarkable speed of 200 meters per second. With the speed of sound at 340 meters per second, Lin Luo's velocity had already surpassed half of that threshold. To claim he was not astonished would be disingenuous. This was merely the beginning. One could only imagine the potential if he were to advance to a higher level. The thought of humanity truly transcending such speed was unfathomable. "Are you not curious about how I accomplished this?" Lin Luo chuckled at Xia Qian's struggle to find words. "If you wish to know, you would inquire. What is not meant to be known, we shall not ask," Xia Qian replied nonchalantly, though her eyes betrayed an insatiable curiosity. Just as Lin Luo prepared to further explore the sensation of flight, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the urgent voice of Qin Yuan. "Lin Luo, return immediately. General Yang is in trouble." Chapter 56. The Awakening of the Mighty. Upon arriving at the Hope biological base, Lin Luo found himself surrounded by soldiers, their gazes hostile. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Although he bore the title of chief engineer, he was intercepted before entering. The officer blocking his path, a major general, glared at him. "If something has happened to Yang, I will hold you accountable," he thundered. "What is your name?" Lin Luo inquired. "You have no right to know," the officer retorted, his agitation palpable. "Why did you agree to participate in such a perilous experiment?" As his anger escalated, he attempted to confront Lin Luo physically, but Xia Qian intervened. Stepping in front of Lin Luo and pushing the man aside, she recognized that he was no match for Lin Luo. The officer was Chen Ming, a major general promoted by General Yang. Stunned, he watched as several soldiers raised their weapons. "Xia Qian, I am your superior. My duty is to protect him," Chen Ming shouted. Xia Qian, unfazed by the guns aimed at her, calmly replied, "My suggestion is that you instruct your men to lower their weapons and apologize." Chen Ming hesitated, then laughed, preparing to retaliate when a voice interrupted. "Chen Ming, do you truly believe that Yang's support grants you impunity?" Turning to see the elderly figure at the entrance, Chen Ming was left bewildered. Lin Luo also paused, then nodded slightly. The figure was, of course, the national leader. As he approached, he surveyed Chen Ming, commanding, "What are you dawdling for?" Chen Ming faltered, gritting his teeth before finally murmuring, "I apologize." Lin Luo did not deign to glance at him, stating, "I will go in first." "Very well," the elder replied. Once Lin Luo had entered, the elder remarked, "Setting aside the fact that Yang volunteered, Lin Luo's contributions to our nation far surpass even Yang's, perhaps even my own." Chen Ming trembled, realizing the gravity of his error. The elder ignored him, pressing onward, but paused briefly to say, "You should prepare a resignation report." Chen Ming stood frozen, his legs weak, as the elder continued on his way. As Lin Luo arrived hastily, Qin Yuan quickly moved aside. "Do not rush," Lin Luo instructed. Entering the room, he saw General Yang convulsing, foam escaping his mouth, while the doctors frantically checked his condition. His blood pressure soared dangerously, threatening to rupture. Administer a sedative. Heart rate is declining. Another doctor reported. The sedative is ineffective. Prepare a level 3 emergency protocol. If necessary, we may need to resort to surgery. The medical team proceeded with traditional procedures, though each felt a rising dread. This individual had contributed immensely to their nation. Lin Luo approached, glancing at the heart rate monitor. Then commanded, "You all need to exit." The doctors hesitated, for they were the finest in the country. Upon noticing Lin Luo's insignia, realization dawned on them. This was the man who had transformed the lifespan of their nation, a god in the eyes of all doctors. Zhu Yuhui, come in, Lin Luo called. Zhu Yuhui entered. Hastily presenting data, everything was normal until today, after General Yang finished exercising. His heart rate increased, and our staff gave him some ice water. The food was tested and found safe. The personnel were also confirmed to be without issues. As he spoke, Yang's convulsions intensified. Lin Luo felt Yang's forehead. It was burning hot. Based on this temperature, it exceeded 50 degrees, a staggering figure. Could it be due to chronic consumption of bear meat, causing an excess of energy within? Zhu Yuhui speculated. Lin Luo seemed unfazed, asking instead, "What about the blood?" "It is here," Zhu Yuhui replied, quickly presenting the blood report. "All results are normal." Lin Luo took the report, discarding it dismissively. "Bring the gene analyzer." Zhu Yuhui, suddenly enlightened, rushed to retrieve it. Lin Luo examined Yang's blood with the analyzer, noting normal chromosomes and active genes, with exceptionally high blood flow. Lin Luo squinted, discerning a lengthy, red chromosomal chain. This was the hidden power of chromosomes. "Which gene reagent did General Yang take today?" "The 5th generation," Zhu Yuhui responded. "Continue to administer it," Lin Luo instructed. His words left the room in stunned silence. The doctors were dumbfounded. From a traditional medical perspective, Lin Luo's approach seemed reckless. "Yes," Zhu Yuhui hesitated for only a moment before turning to grab a syringe and proceeding. "Add more," Lin Luo urged, watching as the blood began to boil. Sweat formed on his brow. "More." Yang's condition grew increasingly complex. His eyes turned crimson. All eyes widened as the next moment sent shockwaves through the room. Blood began to pour from Yang's nostrils, and the medical instruments displayed violent spasms of his internal organs. 2 doctors attempted to rush in for assistance, but Lin Luo coldly commanded, "Leave." One doctor, his eyes reddened, pleaded, "Please, let me save General Yang." "Leave," Lin Luo repeated coldly. The 2 doctors, eyes brimming with desperation, ultimately retreated in anguish. Outside, Qin Yuan remained silent, quietly observing. He understood that the doctors were not mistaken. At this moment, the only person he could place his trust in was Lin Luo. If there was but one individual capable of saving Yang Jun in this world, it was Lin Luo. The sight of blood startled Zhu Yuhui, prompting Lin Luo to command, "Stop." "What comes next?" Zhu Yuhui inquired. Lin Luo gently touched Yang Jun's forehead, uttering something astonishing. "Wait. Wait. Wait for what?" "Wait for death." Many witnesses could not bear to look at Yang Jun's anguished expression. Only Lin Luo clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Yang Jun as he softly urged, "Hang on, Elder Yang. If you endure, there will be vast horizons ahead." In a void of pain, Yang Jun felt as though his body was on the verge of splitting apart. Was he destined to die? Perhaps so. He had lived long enough, vanquishing countless enemies, and it seemed his time had come. Yet, he sensed that something remained unfinished. His consciousness began to blur, when suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, a voice belonging to an elder. "Old Yang, we cannot succumb to death. Our homeland still suffers greatly. It needs us." In that instant, Yang Jun's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a warrior awakened. Chapter 57, Arrival at the Galaxy in the Distant Depths of Space. At the edge of the Milky Way, sunlight barely illuminated this desolate area, where only drifting meteors traversed. After a considerable time, a resounding noise broke the silence, and a colossal metallic craft appeared in the void. This metallic vessel was nearly the size of half a crescent moon, emitting brilliant sparks as it soared at an astonishing speed, surpassing even that of light. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the machine projected a booming mechanical announcement. The language was neither that of Huaxia nor any tongue from Blue Star. The broadcast was brief, translating to just 3 phrases. Entered Y12 signal target point in the Milky Way. Repositioning target, Blue Star. Time, 3 months. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, every heart within the vicinity ceased to beat, as the machine's heart rate, which had once been at its peak, transformed into a flat line. In that instant, despair engulfed everyone. An elder stepped through the door, rushing to Yang Jun's bedside, his eyes brimming with tears. Nearby, several soldiers cast unfriendly glances at Lin Luo. Stand down. The elder barked. The soldiers, with reddened eyes, glared at Yang Jun, ultimately saluting sharply before departing. Lin Luo's emotions were tumultuous. He had anticipated that humanity's breakthrough would be fraught with challenges, yet he had not foreseen that the first to transcend would teeter on the brink of life and death. The elder sat by Yang Jun's side, gripping his hand tightly. They were comrades, having fought side by side against external threats to restore peace to their homeland. Their bond transcended mere hierarchy. It was one forged in the fires of life and death, a revolutionary friendship. The medical room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak, save for the rhythmic beeping of the machine, until, suddenly, the machine ceased its sounds. Look, Zhu Yuhui exclaimed, breaking the stillness. Everyone lifted their gazes to witness the machine's readings surge once more, reminiscent of the time when it had operated on the elder. This time, however, Yang Jun's life indicators ascended steadily, resembling a flat line climbing straight up. Ultimately, the machine could no longer track it. The elder felt Yang Jun's grip tighten around his hand, and he exclaimed in delight, Lin Luo? Lin Luo? Lin Luo hurried over, observing Yang Jun's rapid breaths. Do you know how to perform emergency respiration? He asked the two doctors. Yes, they replied, rushing in with an oxygen mask. As Yang Jun inhaled the oxygen, his body trembled violently. One doctor glanced at the machine's reading and asked, Is everything all right? Yet no one answered him. Only Zhu Yuhui turned to Lin Luo, whose face radiated a smile. Zhu Yuhui beamed in response. If Lin Luo believed everything was fine, then it must be true. His gaze ignited with fervor, eagerly anticipating what would transpire once Yang Jun awakened. Moments later, Lin Luo and the others exited the medical room. Following the urgent respiratory aid, Yang Jun fell into a deep slumber. No one could ascertain how long he would sleep, yet the machine indicated that his life signs were no longer visible. Nevertheless, his pulse, heart, and brain activity remained exceptionally stable. You must understand them, the elder said to Lin Luo, his tone apologetic. Yang Jun is of utmost importance to them. Lin Luo paused, then replied with a smile. The military has my utmost respect. They are unwavering in their duty to the nation. I bear no ill will towards them. The elder nodded, relaxing into his seat, then spoke softly. However, such a situation as today must never occur again. Lin Luo turned to see the elder's serious expression. As night fell, Lin Luo sat before his computer while Xia Qian handed him a cup of coffee, saying, Shen Ming has been dismissed. Lin Luo replied with calm acknowledgement. In truth, you don't care about him, Xia Qian remarked. Indeed, he is aligned with General Yang. Elder Yang may have misjudged him. Lin Luo stated. I believe his mistake was minor. Setting down his coffee, Lin Luo continued. His error lies not in defying me, but in his reckless actions. Xia Qian paused. Have you ever commanded troops in battle? Lin Luo queried. No. A true general must look beyond mere force, Lin Luo clarified. Moreover, Chen Ming may not genuinely care for Elder Yang. His aim was simply to leverage Elder Yang's situation to bolster his own influence within the military. That is why the nation dismissed him. If you wish, you may investigate. Xia Qian appeared taken aback, then slightly bowed, murmuring, I apologize. Lin Luo chuckled. What is there to apologize for? If you don't understand something, ask. There's no need to be all stoic. Xia Qian remained silent, bowing once more before departing. Lin Luo returned to his computer, sorting through Yang Jun's blood reports. If all went as expected, humanity's first evolved being was on the brink of completion. No, that should be the second. Was it the first or the second? Lin Luo gazed at his hands, then stared vacantly into the depths of space. Does my existence count as evolution? My existence is not merely for my survival. It is also for the sake of those I wish to protect. Yang Jun suddenly opened his eyes wide as darkness enveloped him. He had no intention of rising. He knew he had not slept long, yet it felt as though he had slumbered for eons. Elder Yang has awakened. Elder Yang has awakened. Medical personnel rushed in, their faces alight with joy upon seeing Yang Jun instantly. The entire biological base erupted into commotion, with personnel bustling about. Yang Jun tore the needle from his wrist. The medical staff attempted to intervene, but he declared, I'm fine. I'm going to summon Chief Engineer Lin. The medical personnel hurriedly exited, only for Yang Jun to call them back. What is it? They asked, anxious, fearing he was unwell. Yet Yang Jun clutched his stomach, stating, First, give me something to eat, preferably meat. The surrounding medical staff halted in their tracks. Chapter 58. The Era of Madness. A few hours later, everyone stared in astonishment at the bowls and plates before them. Yang Jun had seemingly consumed half a bear. Given the average human appetite, Even a single bare leg would suffice for most. Bring me more, Yang Jun declared. The nearby medical personnel paused, then tentatively suggested, Mr. Yang, you have already eaten quite a bit. Perhaps we should conduct a physical examination first. But I'm still hungry, Yang Jun replied with a pitiful expression. At that moment, Lin Luo arrived. Noticing the pile of dishes and hearing Yang Jun's plea, he was momentarily taken aback. Yang Jun, seeing Lin as a savior, exclaimed, Lin, you're just in time. Help me out here. Lin Luo forced a smile and addressed the medical staff. Get him some more. Understood, the staff nodded eagerly. Since yesterday, a coded message had been swiftly disseminated, stating, henceforth in Huaxia, anyone daring to oppose Lin Luo would be deemed to have opposed a national leader. Those who threaten Lin Luo would be regarded as enemies of the state. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun's excitement was palpable, akin to that of a child. Lin Luo approached him and inquired, do you feel any discomfort? Yang Jun paused, then replied, no, I feel quite invigorated. And anything else? Lin Luo pressed. Yang Jun fell into contemplation before earnestly stating, I'm very hungry. Does that count as a feeling? Lin Luo was left speechless. Half an hour later, on an open ground outside the base, a testing device was set up. This machine, known as a force tester, was designed to measure strength. Everyone was tense. While Yang Jun appeared animated, lightly bouncing in a manner reminiscent of a Thai boxer, he remarked to Li Dong, I remember when I first tested this thing with the national leader, I completely overwhelmed him. Li Dong remained silent, but Lin Luo interjected, Director Li, I suggest you stand back. Li Dong shot Lin Luo a glance and retorted, is he really going to blow up the machine? At this, laughter erupted among the group, especially from the equipment staff. For an average person, a punch delivering 50 to 100 pounds of force is quite formidable, while special forces typically start at 200 pounds. In his youth, Yang Jun rightfully earned the title of Oriental, with a recorded strength of 308 pounds. The machine, however, was designed to withstand 3,000 pounds, equipped with a robust safety system. Lin Luo chose not to press further, merely smiling as he stepped back. Yang Jun then declared, I believe I can break my limit this time. Perhaps I can exceed 500 pounds. At this statement, Lin Luo's smile widened. Had these individuals underestimated the power of the genetic lock? Yang Jun prepared himself, stepping back and firmly planting his feet. His technique was far more professional than Lin Luo's. With a fierce shout, he delivered a powerful punch to the force tester. Boom. Everyone's eyes fixated on the machine's display, but in the next moment, all gasped in shock as the machine lurched backward. Bang! The machine shattered into pieces, components soaring into the air and scattering around. The first instinct of some was to scream and seek shelter, particularly the female researchers, who shrieked in fright. Li Dong, standing nearby, was unfortunate enough to be struck on the head by a piece of metal. He merely clutched his head and shot Lin Luo a glare filled with reproach. Lin Luo laughed heartily, while Yang Jun stared in disbelief at his own fist. I, a man over 70, am this strong? After a moment of reflection, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, what a thrill! What a joy! Everyone gasped in astonishment, their gazes shifting from Yang Jun to Lin Luo. What kind of future was this young man poised to bring to humanity? Yang Jun's punch today would be historically significant, demonstrating to all that once the genetic lock is unlocked, humanity would transcend its former limitations. Thus, prepare for the dawn of a mad era. In the deep of night, the Hope biological base was ablaze with lights, with no one resting. Data analysis and summaries were underway. Among the group was a soldier named Li Ming, whose physical prowess exceeded that of General Yang Jun. Young and disciplined, he adhered to a rigorous exercise regimen, particularly in the presence of his idol, General Yang. I find this perplexing, Zhu Yui remarked, what exactly is amiss? Given a youthful body, adaptability should naturally surpass that of an older physique. In the data, Li Ming's metrics greatly overshadowed his own. Lin Luo remained silent when a medical staff member rushed in, exclaiming, Chief Lin, another individual is about to unlock their genetic lock. Who? Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. Zhang San, the staff member replied. The lawyer? Lin Luo paused, then hurried over. Upon arrival, he found Zhang San convulsing violently. However, armed with the knowledge gained from the previous case, the procedure was significantly simpler. In addition to administering the genetic serum, Lin Luo had developed a genetic antibody serum using Yang Jun's blood. This serum could greatly alleviate the agonizing suffering experienced on the brink of death. After all, not everyone possesses the same indomitable will to survive as Yang Jun. Once Zhang San fell into a deep slumber, Lin Luo's eyes clouded with doubt. Why Zhang San? And not Li Ming? At the western base of the Eagle Nation, the alarm blared urgently, prompting all personnel to rush to the Aircraft Development Center, forming two lines to welcome the arrival of Timuse. Timuse strode along the red carpet, smiling as he entered. At that moment, the massive egg-shaped structure opened with a click, leaving everyone momentarily stunned before their expressions ignited with fervor. Timuse trembled with excitement. With its perfect curves, sleek new design, cutting-edge energy system, and formidable firepower, this aircraft possessed the capability to soar into outer space. The X-18, the Eagle Nation's 18th-generation fighter jet, had finally arrived. This heralded a new era where no one would dare challenge the Eagle Nation on Blue Star. Blake smiled at Timuse, saying, "Mr. National Leader, decades ago, our aircraft traversed Huaxia's land with ease. Now, we have replicated history once again." Timuse returned the smile, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Huaxia and the Bear Nation were thorns in their side. Once eliminated, the entirety of Blue Star would belong to them. Chapter 59, The Heavenly Soldier Project. Ding. You have absorbed a new attribute. Ding. As this is your first experience with mental absorption, your mental strength has significantly increased. Ding. You have unlocked a new domain of human genetics. Note, mental strength is an exceedingly rare field. Each awakened individual inherently possesses unique mental skills. Ding. Reward points, 1 million. In his room, Lin Luo, initially pondering the mysteries surrounding Zhang San, was suddenly interrupted by the notifications. He glanced at his attributes in astonishment, noticing a substantial increase in his strength and 1 million points added to the point store. I must have been too anxious during Mr. Yang's test to notice the system's alerts, Lin Luo speculated. Genetic lock. Mental strength. Thus, Yang Jun's awakened genetic ability must pertain to strength. Lin Luo quickly reached a conclusion. And as he was documenting it, Zhou Hai approached, stating, "Chief Lin, here is Zhang San's personal profile you requested." Lin Luo accepted the document and began to read. Zhang San, a distinguished lawyer from Sanye City, has previously aided numerous renowned corporations, achieving remarkable turnarounds. He is now the chief attorney for the Ma Group, often referred to as the Pete Silo of Sanye City. A glance at his resume reveals a graduate of a prestigious university, followed by self-directed doctoral studies. His wife and son lead a healthy and happy life, with no apparent issues. What is this disc? Lin Luo inquired. It seems to be an interview video of Zhang San from years ago. There's not much to see, replied Zhou Hai. Let's watch it, insisted Lin Luo. All right. Zhou Hai agreed, inserting the disc into the computer, and soon the screen flickered to life. The footage, over a decade old, depicted a youthful Zhang San on stage, exuding vitality, as if engaged in a stand-up comedy routine. Stop, Lin Luo suddenly commanded. Zhou Hai promptly complied. Rewind a bit, Lin Luo requested. Zhou Hai obliged, and upon Lin Luo's nod, pressed play once more. In my life, the most perilous moment occurred on Mount Tai, when my son nearly fell off a cliff. To save him, I lunged forward, pushing him back while I plummeted towards the precipice. In that moment, I felt utterly hopeless, yet it seemed fate had other plans. A tree broke my fall. My hand was torn by the branches, blood flowing profusely, but I endured for 40 minutes until rescuers arrived. From that day forward, I realized there was little to fear in this world, as I had already faced death, Zhang San recounted. Lin Luo murmured, he has died once. Zhou Hai interjected. What's wrong with that? Yet Lin Luo replied, although Li Ming possesses robust health, he is akin to a soldier who has never seen battle, isn't he? Nowadays, who dares to challenge our Huaxia? There have been no wars in recent years. Exactly, Zhou Hai affirmed. I have finally unraveled the truth behind the gene lock. Meanwhile, at the western base of the Eagle Nation, Owen glanced at his stopwatch with a smile. Mr. Guochang, please observe. Timuse looked up to see an aircraft descending rapidly. The powerful wind compelled everyone to shield their faces. Timuse's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the circling X-18, swallowing hard. Has it already circled Blue Star? Owen smiled, but did not respond, waiting for the soldiers to disembark from the X-18. Report, Owen commanded. Mr. Guochang. Pilot Richard has completed the inaugural flight of the X-18. The mission lasted 30 minutes, traversing the Huaxia sea and airspace. Upon hearing this, Timuse was elated. What does it mean to fly around Blue Star in half an hour? The speed of sound takes 32 hours to encircle Blue Star, while light speed is merely 13 seconds. Although the X-18 does not reach light speed, it is incredibly close. He quickly inquired, what was Huaxia's reaction? Huaxia's air defense radar detected the X-18's presence, but could not track it, and there was no response from them, the soldier reported. Excellent, Timuse exclaimed joyfully. He turned to Owen and asked, how long until mass production? Given the current economic situation, with global resources concentrated here, it will take just 6 months, Owen replied. Hearing this, Timuse laughed heartily. In 6 months, I hope we can tread upon Huaxia's soil, just as our ancestors did. Mr. Guochang, Blake interjected. We still lack a justification for war. Timuse pondered. Historically, wars must be waged for a reason, just like in a previous conflict, where soldiers went missing. G3. Owen interjected with a smile. G3 is the rationale. We simply need to tell the world that Huaxia's secret possession of G3 constitutes an act of anti-globalization. Owen chuckled. At that point, the whole world will support us. Reasonable. Timuse laughed heartily, prompting the two others to join in his mirth. Are you certain? Lin Luo asked. Absolutely. Yi nodded, handing Lin Luo the tracked flight trajectory of the X-18. Regrettably, its speed was too great. At that moment, a throng of individuals entered the room. Pausing to salute Lin Luo, who promptly returned the gesture, Yi surveyed the newcomers and was momentarily taken aback. The heads of the Strategic Bureau, Security Bureau, Eastern and Southern Armies, and Air Force were among them. These individuals represented the zenith of Huaxia's leadership. You stay, Lin Luo told Yi. Yi hesitated, but soon nodded, respecting Lin Luo's wishes. However, the gathering of such prominent figures raised questions about their purpose. At that moment, the final man entered, the elder followed by Yang Jun, both approaching and taking their seats at the forefront. He scanned the room and declared, Before we commence, I must reiterate that this meeting is classified. Anyone who leaks information will be guilty of treason. Silence descended as the dignitaries scrutinized Lin Luo. They had heard of him and were aware of his reputation. Yet his youth left them astonished. Chief Lin, please, the elder gestured. Lin Luo rose and approached the center of the room, surveying the assembly with an aura that rivaled the elder's. This confidence stemmed not only from his self-assurance, but also from his formidable prowess, which surpassed that of everyone present. The sight left the dignitaries in awe. Lin Luo's voice resonated in each ear. This is a time of peace, yet imperialism's ambitions linger. We are pursued from the front and threatened from behind. Not only must we deter the imperial powers across the ocean, but we must also confront the potential extraterrestrial threats. Recent intelligence indicates that the Eagle Nation's planetary program has been fully deployed, with the 3-star fusion plan in outer space completed. New fighter jets have been produced and have already crossed into our airspace. The leaders of the Air Force grew visibly troubled at this revelation. However, I reiterate, they are not our adversaries. They are unworthy. Our true opponents have reportedly entered the Milky Way, even our solar system. Huaxia stands at a critical juncture. Lin Luo addressed the assembly, but there is no need for fear. Our human genome map has been completed. The initial phase of the human evolution plan is now ready. What follows will be the main event. The territory of Huaxia will be safeguarded by our own people. We must promptly initiate the human evolution plan, rapidly developing a legion of superhumans to defend our homeland. I have named this initiative the Heavenly Soldier Project. Chapter 60, The Million-Strong Army of Heavenly Soldiers. The Heavenly Soldier Project. The room was filled with astonishment. The concept of heavenly soldiers existed solely in the ancient myths of Huaxia. Yet, the name Lin Luo bore significant weight, as they would be combating foes from the heavens. Only the Heavenly Soldier Legion could stand against them. February marked the transition between spring and winter, a lively month across the land of Huaxia. It was the time of the Huaxia New Year, a period filled with joy and festivity. Yet, beneath this celebratory atmosphere, many noticed peculiarities. Numerous veterans were being recalled, and there were whispers of uncertainty. Even my neighbor's older brother was taken away by military vehicles. Unbeknownst to many, a certain individual had been injured and hospitalized, reportedly rendered permanently unable to stand. It was rumored that he had been summoned for a significant purpose. Could it be that the enigmatic chief engineer had unveiled a new biological technology? This speculation ignited fervor among the masses, elevating the topic to unprecedented heights. The mysterious chief engineer, already the most talked-about figure in recent months, had become the subject of increasingly fantastical tales. Amidst the fervent discussions, an astute netizen unearthed a striking statistic. Over 1 million individuals had been summoned by the state. I sensed that the nation was poised for something monumental. How I wished to be among those called forth. What could this million signify? Chief Engineer Lin. A soldier stood at attention, presenting a document to Lin Luo. Lin nodded and inquired, how much time remains? 3 minutes, Lu Kaoken replied, glancing at the clock. The awe in his heart was beyond imagination. Lin Luo, once his subordinate a year ago, had now ascended to such heights. Lin nodded once more, scanning the document. Progress must be made gradually. Currently, the gene reagents are insufficient, and the technology has yet to reach a stable maturity. Therefore, we must advance a select group of individuals. These individuals were akin to Yang Jun and Zhang San, having faced death and returned from its threshold. They had transcended the limits of the human body. Before him, a vast square was teeming with over 100,000 people, a sea of heads. Beyond this square, there were 9 others of similar size across the nation. The air buzzed with anticipation. What did the state require of us? Do not question, we are veterans. If the nation needs us, we shall respond. Indeed. Yet, we have all served our time. We are aging. Can we truly return to the battlefield? The gravity of this statement silenced many. For numerous attendees bore the scars of battle, having danced with death. At that moment, a resounding horn blared, igniting the blood of many veterans, rekindling memories of their youth. The call to assemble, the familiar sound of the assembly horn. Silence fell over the crowd as a young man emerged from the city gate of the square, causing everyone to pause. They had expected a high-ranking official or a military leader, but instead, a youth stood before them. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Luo. He stood there. Cameras trained upon him, and this scene was broadcasted to millions. Lin Luo? Who is he? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Clearly, they would not heed the commands of an unknown figure. At that moment, the massive screens across the 10 squares displayed Lin Luo's introduction. Chief Engineer of the Human Completion Project, Lin Luo. Is it really him? The Chief Engineer is but a youth. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd erupted in disbelief. How could it be that the Chief Engineer of the Human Completion Project was merely in his 20s? This name was etched in the hearts of the nation. Having saved countless lives, his longevity project had allowed many on the brink of death to survive, including numerous veterans present. Marvelous. Indeed, our homeland can produce such youthful brilliance. Many exclaimed, some cheered, and others shouted in approval. At that moment, respect and admiration filled the air. How could such an accomplished individual not address them with authority? Ladies and gentlemen, you are all warriors and civilians alike. You hail from every corner of our great nation. You share 2 commonalities. First, you are children of Huaxia. Second, you have all danced upon the precipice of death. Many of you bear injuries, the marks left by the Grim Reaper. But fear not. These are merely the scars of your past battles against death. In the near future, you shall fully recover. As these words echoed, the crowd gasped, exhaling in unison. Some in wheelchairs gazed at the screen in disbelief. You did not mishear. You will recover and grow stronger. You will embark on the next initiative, the Human Evolution Project. Before you will lie 2 choices. First, to depart from here. Second, to join the Celestial Legion. Human Evolution? The Celestial Legion. Had the words not appeared in real-time subtitles, many would have thought they were dreaming. What absurdity was this? Yet, they believed and anticipated. For Lin Luo had once shown them miracles. The voices of the crowd swelled, brimming with expectation, excitement, and fervor. They understood that their youthful chief engineer would guide them toward an uncharted path for humanity. March arrived, winter had passed, and spring had taken its place. Standing atop a mountain, Xia Qian gazed at Lin Luo, who floated above, her emotions complex. Though she had awakened her genetic locks, she wondered why she could not achieve what Lin Luo had. Within a month, the Celestial Legion expanded rapidly, every aspect proceeding with meticulous order. Lin Luo, soaring through the air at the speed of Tier 3 flight, heard the system chiming incessantly. Ding. A strength-type geneticist has awakened, strength enhanced. Ding. A speed-type geneticist has awakened, speed enhanced. Lin Luo felt as if he were in a dream. The ability to absorb infinity, no wonder it was termed a hidden talent, so terrifically formidable. As these individuals grew stronger, so too did he. His attributes were likely to become extraordinary. Hovering thousands of meters above, he surveyed the land of Huaxia, which lay still and quiet. Yet to Lin Luo, it resembled a slumbering dragon, poised and waiting to awaken. Chapter 61. Luring the Enemy in August 15th. The world continued its slow march along the trajectory of history, the planetary project rendering nations mere puppets. As people began to realize that the proclamations of the Eagle Nation had been an elaborate ruse, this deception had exacted a heavy toll, labor, economy, and talent. Yet, they had no alternatives, driven by fear of extraterrestrial threats and an inability to resist. Regularly, they were subjected to the self-important speeches of Timus, once a month. Just as today. However, this day was different. The first image to appear was not what they expected. A fighter jet streaked across the sky at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a spark of electricity flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion. Something shot past the screen, moving at a velocity so great it defied capture by the human eye. What was this? Had aliens arrived? The recent explosion appeared to have originated from the 6th-generation fighter jet of the Sun Nation. What? Did they not claim to possess the world's most advanced technology? The world was thrown into chaos as this image emerged. The screen shifted, revealing Timu's figure and voice. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing is indeed the sixth-generation fighter jet of the Sun Nation. However, it serves as today's backdrop. The scene transitioned again to showcase an X-18 aircraft, with the Eagle Nation's flag prominently displayed. This revelation sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. The 18th-generation fighter jet, the Warhawk 18. The X-18. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the fruits of the planetary initiative. It shall aid in defending the alien beings from the depths of the cosmos. It will emphatically convey to those extraterrestrial entities that Blue Star belongs to humanity. Everyone swallowed hard, compelled to acknowledge that Timu possesses a remarkable gift for oratory. Even though all were acutely aware that he was merely spinning fanciful tales before the arrival of the aliens, it would assist us in addressing another matter, G3. Indeed, a certain nation in the East holds the secrets of G3. Though it appears to have sealed its borders, it occasionally sends emissaries claiming to exchange resources. Yet, everyone understands this is nothing but blatant extortion. In this crucial moment of human unity, we shall not permit such circumstances to prevail. Timu, his gaze icy, proclaimed loudly, "Friends, we shall employ this latest model of fighter jet to compel them to surrender G3. The room erupted in astonishment. Was the inevitable clash between East and West finally upon us? Yet, could the once mighty Eastern nation, having retreated for a year, still retain its grandeur? Under the Arctic, the Bear Nation remains impenetrable. Continue the assault. Still no breakthrough. The assembly hall was enveloped in a suffocating silence. With a resounding thud, Jonathan slammed his hand upon the table, his eyes now brimming with anger and urgency as he exclaimed, "What on earth is Huaxia doing? We cannot simply disregard it. We are merely allies. Do you comprehend?" Jonathan turned sharply to address a fellow legislator, declaring, "After Huaxia, we are next." Once more, silence fell over the room. Alas, we have exerted ourselves to the utmost. Jonathan sighed, expressing his bewilderment at the mindset of this nation, how they suddenly closed their doors without warning. Perhaps only when the flames of war truly encroach upon their territory will they comprehend the gravity of the situation, just as it was in bygone days. On the morning of August 18th, the blaring of air raid sirens roused many from their slumber, only to witness police vehicles and military personnel taking control of various thoroughfares. What transpired? Are we at war? Panic began to spread. However, the officers and soldiers merely smiled, assuring the populace, "It is not wartime. Merely a drill. Rest assured. Trust in the nation." Despite their reassurances, perceptive individuals recognized that something monumental was afoot. Nevertheless, the citizens of Huaxia exhibited remarkable awareness, and within a mere morning, countless individuals were evacuated to air raid shelters, cooperating with the authorities. This way, a police officer guided a mother carrying a child into the shelter. "Thank you, officer." The polite child saluted, addressing the policeman. "No need for thanks," he replied with a smile. "Listen to your mother, behave here, and you will soon be able to come out." The child nodded, preparing to turn back, when suddenly he spotted a disciplined troop moving swiftly in the distance. "Uncle, what is that army?" he exclaimed. The officer and the mother turned to look, but there was no army in sight, not a single figure to be found. The child, understanding their disbelief, insisted, "I truly saw a troop." The officer and the mother merely smiled, claiming their belief. Across the nation, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. Target, 100 nautical miles. Target, 90 nautical miles. Target, 60 nautical miles. The target is about to enter our waters. In the Tianjin Wartime Command Center, Yang Jun paced back and forth, his expression betraying no unease. In fact, there was a hint of exhilaration. Half a year had passed since the Celestial Legion had been established. What was there to fear from the Eagle Nation? He gazed at the screen, chuckling. Feign resistance, and open the waters. Yes, the command was immediately disseminated to all locations. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Lin Luo stood atop a hill, with Yi beside him, stating, "X-18 is about to enter our airspace. Shall we initiate the cosmic assault?" The cosmic assault, a formidable weapon designed by Yi to counter extraterrestrial threats, existed only in theory. No one had ever witnessed its true potential. Yet, facing the diminutive X-18, it would pose no challenge. "No need," Lin Luo declared as he soared into the sky, leaving Yi and Xia Qian momentarily stunned. What was his intention? Was he truly going to confront X-18 head-on? Both swallowed hard. Having witnessed the emergence of various geniuses within the Celestial Legion over the past 6 months, yet none had witnessed Lin Luo in action. To them, he was merely a chief engineer, a scientist. Chapter 62. Bring it on. Lin Luo had his own plans. The energy of the cosmic cannon was of utmost importance. One of the heaviest weaponry available. The future of humanity could escape the shackles of high-tech reliance. However, humanity could also grow stronger through the amalgamation of high technology. Lin Luo ascended, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Yi and Xia Qian exchanged glances, both stunned, before synchronously swallowing hard. They surmised that the man was indeed going to confront X-18. Sister Xia Qian, one inquired. Are you truly his bodyguard? At the oceanic base, Owen, clad in military attire, surveyed the command center. Now, 8 hours had elapsed since the commencement of the Eastern Return Initiative. On the ocean, warships, submarines, and aircraft carriers were poised, while X-18 soared far above. In the expanse of space, the Trisolaran star chain loomed. They had no possibility of failure. Advance, Owen bellowed. As time progressed, a deluge of intelligence flooded in. At 1 o'clock, maritime progress is smooth. Resistance encountered. At 2 o'clock, successful advance. Should we delve deeper? Proceed. At 5 o'clock, encountered fierce resistance, but successfully advanced again. Report. We can commence the beach landing. Charge. Owen shouted, his excitement palpable. He watched the command center's screen, eagerly awaiting good news. Would negotiations or surrender arrive first? Hey, buddy, where's everyone? A squad clad in Eagle military uniforms stepped onto the land, scanning their surroundings. Yet, after a lengthy search, they found no one. It was as if the area had been evacuated in advance. Buddy, upon hearing our arrival, they must be trembling in fear, one joked, eliciting laughter from the others. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. One soldier felt an unsettling chill at his back and turned to see a middle-aged man materializing behind him. The soldier instinctively swallowed, raising his weapon. Alarmed, he realized he had not seen this person moments before. Others grew alert, their pupils dilating. When had this man appeared here? What is this guy doing here? One soldier shouted. The middle-aged man smiled in Huaxia's tone. It is quite impolite to enter with weapons. He stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura. One soldier, unable to withstand the pressure, squeezed the trigger. Yet, another gust of wind swept through, and the soldier shivered, sensing a presence behind him. Turning around, he indeed saw the middle-aged man, accompanied by his mocking words. Remember, within 7 steps, the fist strikes fast. The soldiers froze, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped them. They scarcely comprehended how they had succumbed to unconsciousness. High above, overlooking the earth, Richard felt elated, even exchanging jest with fellow members of the aerial battalion. As the inaugural pilot of the X-18, he had already visited this place once before. He was quite familiar with it. Hey, I need to head back early. My wife is waiting for me at home. She mentioned purchasing a rather alluring outfit. Richard chuckled heartily. Another crew member laughed and assured him, don't worry. Even if they manage to spot us, they won't be able to hinder us. You should be more concerned about what to wear tonight. Laughter erupted in the cockpit. However, the next moment, they were startled by an ear-piercing scream. Ah, Richard? Richard? They called out loudly, but received no response. What transpired with Richard? He had been joyfully laughing until he heard a sound from outside the window. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of a human head. He froze momentarily, unable to react, before turning back. Gradually, his mind caught up, and he swiftly turned again, still seeing that head. No, it was a person, an Eastern face. Richard trembled all over. He suddenly recalled that they were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, traveling at great speed. It was indeed Lin Luo's flying prowess, which had reached level 3 after considerable investment. Was there someone outside? A ghost? Richard shouted in alarm. In the satellite department. This area was designated as a temporary aerial command center, with Wang Lechen serving as the commander for this operation. His position was exceedingly high, and he was a senior commander within the Celestial Army. X-18 detected. The Celestial system is under Yi Yi's control. Should we summon him? While the technicians were preparing their reports and suggestions, Wang Lechen was deep in thought when someone suddenly shouted, Heavens! Immediately after, a collective gasp filled the hall. Everyone looked up at the large screen. Wang Lechen also raised his gaze to the screen. What did he see? Chief Lin. He was momentarily stunned. However, the shock in his eyes mirrored that of everyone present. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a figure was flying alongside the aircraft. This person was the esteemed scientist, the chief engineer of the Human Completion Project. God, have I seen a deity? One technician exclaimed, voicing the thoughts of all. Only in Wang Lechen's eyes was there a glimmer of something more. He scanned the room and declared, what happens today must not be disclosed. Those who violate this order will face military consequences. Richard's terror was palpable. He attempted to swiftly change course and prepare his weapons for an attack, disregarding any commands, solely intent on eliminating this apparition. It It was too terrifying. My heavens. As Richard was turning, Lin Luo climbed onto his aircraft. Richard shouted, "What are you doing? What do you want?" He saw Lin Luo raise his fist. Upon witnessing this, Richard felt a bit reassured. The X-18's protective glass was crafted from the most advanced carbon diamond molecular structure, utilizing cutting-edge technology. It could even withstand a certain degree of a nuclear explosion. Thus, the dragon fist. In the sky, a surge of dragon energy enveloped the glass. At that moment, Richard thought he was hallucinating until he heard two resounding sounds. Bang, crack. Richard stared in disbelief as the glass shattered, and Lin Luo's head thrust through, a powerful gust of wind causing Richard's hair to stand on end. His heart momentarily ceased beating. He gazed at Lin Luo, filled only with despair and fear. Yet the man before him was carefree, pulling him closer and saying, "Hand it over." "No," Richard screamed. But how could an ordinary human contend with a being like Lin Luo? Owen paced back and forth, anxiously awaiting news. Why had no squad communicated with him? For instance, requesting an attack or updating him on the situation. However, several hours passed without a single word. It felt as though he had entered a ghostly void, devoid of sound. Contact. More contact. Owen's hair was nearly torn out in frustration. What was happening? What on earth was going on? Just then, the nearby computer emitted a series of beeps. The technicians glanced over, momentarily stunned. It displayed an external intrusion. As a professional technician, he immediately prepared to defend, but the virus was astonishingly outrageous, appearing directly on the big screen. The display revealed two numbers, 15441. What did this mean? Coordinates. The technicians quickly regained their composure. Owen was also taken aback. At that moment, the satellite switched views. It was a small island. A tiny island in the vast ocean. Zoom in. Owen sensed something was amiss. As the image drew closer, fear gripped them. Owen saw their nation's soldiers lying lifeless on the ground, utterly silent. Nearby, their pride, an X-18 fighter jet, lay quietly as well. Everyone in the hall stood up, for they saw a message emblazoned on the aircraft in Chinese. "Those who offend Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how far." Owen swallowed hard. At that moment, a soldier entered and announced, "Reinforcements from the second unit are on the way. Should we initiate an attack?" "Retreat." Owen shouted frantically, "Retreat now." The soldier hesitated, confused by the sudden change from urgent support to retreat. Why did the expressions of those in the hall turn so pale? A day, no, half a day passed, and Huaxia returned to its former tranquility. People emerged from the air raid shelters, seeing no fires or destruction. They remained unaware that during this half-day, foreign forces had intruded, while a mysterious unit and a young hero had safeguarded their peace. It seemed that training had indeed paid off. Ha ha ha, I worried for nothing. I should go exercise now. I wonder when the human completion project will finally come to us. The people of Huaxia remained carefree, eating and drinking as usual. Meanwhile, a massive assembly of the Celestial Army convened hastily from various locations. They numbered 1 million, yet only 10,000 were deployed this time. The actual combatants were even fewer. At the military airport in Tianjin, several major generals looked up at a blue aircraft speeding overhead. They gaped in astonishment, swallowing hard as dust swirled around them. The descent lasted less than 30 seconds, and that was only because the person on board was not a professional pilot. He was a scientist. No, he was a deity. The savior of Huaxia. "Salute," Yang Jun shouted. In an instant, several generals stepped forward, performing a respectful military salute. Such a display had only previously been reserved for the highest authority in Huaxia. Now, there was another. Lin Luo opened the aircraft door and gazed down at the neatly arranged Yang Jun and the others, momentarily taken aback, before leaping down and asking, "What are you all doing?" Yang Jun and the others patiently waited until the salute concluded. Then Yang Jun stepped forward and said, "You scared me to death." The other generals were also sweating profusely. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that this person had soared thousands of meters into the sky and commandeered a fighter jet. What was this? Movies would never dare to portray such a narrative. You need not follow suit. Lin Luo, aware of their astonishment, remarked, "In the future, you too shall possess such capabilities." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his words, until a general swallowed hard and queried, "Is that truly the case?" Lin Luo responded, "Could you have ever imagined possessing such abilities?" The expressions of the audience shifted to one of excitement. Indeed, humanity once could not fathom the prowess of today's military forces. However, we have yet to discover the genetic makeup of flying organisms on Blue Star. Lin Luo smiled and stated, "I have always said that the sky shall not be the limit for humanity." With a change of topic, he continued, "Let us examine this fighter jet." The crowd regained focus, and Yang Jun surveyed the surroundings, asking, "Is this the 18th generation fighter jet?" With that, he gestured for the technical department to approach. This fighter jet undoubtedly held significant research value. The technology behind this aircraft from the Eagle Nation was derived from extraterrestrials. If we could extract this technology, it would not only enhance our understanding of aliens, but also propel humanity forward in interstellar navigation. Who would have thought we would once again be navigating through the intricacies of Eagle's strategies? Yang Jun chuckled as he patted the fighter jet. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Black Palace of the Eagle Nation, where phones rang incessantly and meetings were held. The commander, Timuse, was in a fit of rage in his office, while Owen, Blake, and all the senior officials kept their heads bowed, afraid to speak. "I demand an explanation." "An explanation?" Timuse barked as he glared at Owen. Owen, being rather reserved, was at a loss for words. Initially, the assault had gone smoothly, and he believed victory was assured as they encountered minimal resistance on the enemy's maritime defenses. To his astonishment, within just half a day, the first wave of personnel had suffered nearly complete annihilation, with only a few surviving in a state of delirium. The X-18 fighter jets had disappeared without a trace. There was no scientific rationale to elucidate these events. "If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, we shall convene a military council. At that point, we shall all be ousted from our positions," Timuse fumed. The gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone as their pupils dilated in realization. At that moment, a soldier entered, saluting and presenting a document. "Sir," he began, but Timuse was in no mood for pleasantries. His previous joy had transformed into fury. "Here is the data returned from the X-18, the soldier reported. Chapter 64. Unknown Forces. A group gathered around a computer, but after several minutes, all they could hear were the sounds of the wind, the clamor, and the laughter of pilot Richard. The atmosphere darkened as the pilots were discussing their celebration upon returning from combat. Yet, tragically, they would never return. Just as the mood grew somber, a sudden cry of alarm pierced the air. "What is happening? Richard? Richard?" A chilling voice echoed. "What do you want? What do you want?" The crowd's pupils constricted in terror. They had heard something. A second voice, unmistakably in Chinese, resonated through the air. "Find someone to translate, quickly," Timuse shouted. "What is going on? Were the ships not deployed?" Indeed, there had been no signs of artillery fire, nor any unusual movements detected from satellites. Logically, one would think a day would suffice to resolve the conflict. The online discourse surged with speculation. Among them, officials from the Eagle Nation questioned the cessation of hostilities. However, the once vocal officials had now fallen into a profound silence. By afternoon, a startling revelation emerged. The operation continued, but with unforeseen complications. The crowd paused. A video surfaced, showcasing a fleet of warships and aircraft carriers hastily retreating towards their base, their speed indicative of a panicked flight. The internet erupted. None were oblivious. The Eagle Nation had always been assertive, and if they could prevail, they would never grant their adversaries an opportunity. Timuse had even delivered a speech to the world, asserting that this battle would undoubtedly take place. Yet, the question lingered. Why had they failed? Nations worldwide received this information, each reacting differently. The nation of Russia had observed the enemy's carriers moving eastward through their satellites. However, due to Ally protocols, they could not continue tracking once the vessels entered eastern territories. At this moment, John Aleph and a cadre of analysts exchanged puzzled glances. They had analyzed the situation for hours, yet the disparity in combat capabilities was glaring. They could not comprehend it, nor could they fathom the rationale behind it. The Chinese, like clever rabbits, could we have underestimated them? One analyst ventured. Consider this. Since the dawn of the new millennium, this nation has faced little adversity. The Chinese have a penchant for remembering history. Their past subjugation due to backwardness led to their current seclusion. I find it hard to believe they are merely afraid. Perhaps their isolation is for another reason? What other reason? John Aleph retorted, dissatisfied with such analysis. Your speculation is meaningless. After some contemplation, the analyst responded, I once visited China, where I heard whispers of mysterious powers in the East. Could that be the case? The others frowned, questioning the audacity of such claims, fearing John Aleph's wrath. Unexpectedly, John Aleph replied, there may be some merit to that possibility. A profound silence enveloped the room. Simultaneously, nations such as the Sun Never Sets and Fuzhang commenced their investigations. Yet, none dared approach the eastern waters, having concluded the following. They had come, they had lost, and they had suffered a devastating defeat, alongside the presence of an unknown force. 1 month later, Lin Luo sat in the primary seat of the conference room. His status in China had reached unparalleled heights. While Yang Jun served as the commander of the Heavenly Army, in the hearts of the soldiers, Lin Luo was the true strategist. Currently, we had devised 5 military branches. The first, the Power Corps, which constituted the main force, was named the Vanguard Army, with me serving as the commander. The Speed Corps, composed of soldiers skilled in agility, was designated as the Infiltration Army, with General Wen Tianqing at the helm. Wen Tianqing stood and saluted Lin Luo before resuming his seat. The third branch, the Medical Corps, was led by General Cheng Rue. The fourth, the Hidden Dragon Corps, would comprise the elite force of the Heavenly Army, small in number but proficient in ambush tactics. At this juncture, Yang Jun turned to Lin Luo and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Li Donglei?" Lin Luo nodded, saying, "He is inherently cunning. He will suffice." The crowd chuckled, the atmosphere lightening. The final branch, the Night Corps, would serve as the reserve force, comprising a select few individuals with psychic genes, albeit limited in size. Yang Jun regarded Lin Luo, stating, "Establishing this unit will be crucial. Information warfare is indispensable at any time." Lin Luo asked, "Who do you have in mind?" Yang Jun sighed. "This unit differs from conventional forces and is entirely unlike previous information units. I truly have no candidates." "Allow me to propose one," Lin Luo said, handing a dossier to Yang Jun. Upon glancing at it, Yang Jun was taken aback. "Zhang San, isn't he that lawyer?" he inquired, astonished. "I have observed him. His thoughts are intricate. Moreover, when your genetic lock ailment first manifested, Zhang San had already sensed it in advance." Lin Luo remarked, "However, he has not received systematic military training. Trust me, he possesses significant potential." Yang Jun exchanged glances with the surrounding generals, but he quickly responded, "Indeed." Although Lin Luo held a prominent position, he was not entirely familiar with certain rules of Huaxia. Elevating someone directly from an ordinary citizen to a general was unprecedented, even beyond what the national leaders could achieve. Yet, this time, it was Lin Luo who spoke up, as the higher-ups had already convened and decided that whatever Commander Lin suggested would be adhered to, regardless of its correctness. After the meeting, as the others departed, Chen entered. He was not involved in military operations and thus had not participated in the recent discussions. "Is there something you need?" Lin Luo smiled. Chen sat down and said, "There are matters I would prefer not to trouble you with, but they require your counsel." "Speak." "The Heavenly Soldier Corps requires a substantial amount of food. It is not merely a question of quantity, you understand." Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Lin Luo erupted into laughter and glanced at Xia Qian beside him, who stepped forward, opened her notebook, and handed it to him. "You young man, always prepared?" Chen glanced at it, astonished. Chapter 65. The Slave Plan. The Heavenly Soldier Corps is a product of genetic modification. To continuously enhance their capabilities, they must consume high-grade genetic organisms. For instance, bear meat serves as a supplement for strength, while that of felines enhances speed. These foods require no elaborate processing. Simple cooking suffices. Furthermore, Lin Luo and his team have developed new algorithms indicating that the fresher the food, the greater the energy it can yield. However, due to environmental protection laws, many of these animals are classified as protected species. Thus, the issue of sourcing these ingredients must be addressed. This is a high-grade genetic chart of 308 species of animals. With this chart, we can breed these creatures in abundance, Lin Luo stated. Rest assured, national treasures are not included. Chen smiled. In recent years, humanity has recognized the importance of animals and has taken measures to protect them. If Lin Luo succeeds with this plan, Blue Star may return to an era of flourishing wildlife. I understand you wish to advocate for open borders, but the time is not yet ripe, Lin Luo remarked. The forthcoming 9th generation of genetic reagents will be national in scope. Some who have departed should not return. Chun's eyes narrowed. He could envision the chaos that would ensue when the world learned of the advancements in evolution, with people rushing toward Huaxia like madmen. Very well. Chun nodded, though he voiced concerns. Will the Eagle Nation complicate our execution of this plan? Lin Luo smiled. In the past, perhaps. Now, they certainly will not. It had been a considerable time since their last offensive, and the Eagle Nation appeared tranquil. However, the situation for Timuz was dire. He was being relentlessly questioned by a multitude of parliament members. The failure of the war and the loss of soldiers incited certain legislators to attempt to provoke a full-scale war, but Timuz had forcibly suppressed such attempts. To this day, the origin of the voice from the skies remains a mystery. Does Huaxia possess 18th-generation fighter jets? No, it could not be. Yet, Richard's anguished cries and Huaxia's declaration, "Bring it forth," remain unsolved enigmas. They had translated the words, but struggled to comprehend their meaning. Consequently, Timuz found himself with a mountain of information regarding Huaxia, all of which was futile. Currently, there were thousands of agents who had vanished while attempting to infiltrate Huaxia. That land to the east was undeniably complex. Report. An agent exclaimed as he entered. Speak your mind. Timuse rubbed his temples. Huaxia is re-emerging on the world stage. What? Today? An abundance of diplomats from Huaxia departed the country, establishing contact with numerous nations. The agent continued. According to confidential sources, they seem intent on exchanging G3 for resources, as they did previously. Timuse narrowed his eyes. Simultaneously, we have also received communications from them, the agent added. Timuse paused, and the agent continued. Should we dispatch the ocean fleet to impede their progress? Upon hearing this, Timuse became agitated. Impeded? For what purpose? The agent, puzzled, replied, what shall we do now? If we do nothing, how will other nations perceive us? Timuse was momentarily taken aback. The sudden emergence of Huaxia stirred global ripples, with a plethora of bilateral reports surfacing. Once again, Huaxia employed the same strategy, gathering resources and animals. This time, however, the focus was primarily on animals. Moreover, they were not merely exchanging G3 antidote blueberries. They were also offering numerous high-tech innovations, some of which were classified, exclusive technologies of Huaxia. What was the Eagle Nation's stance? Had they not vowed to thwart all of this? Huaxia seemed to have reached an impasse, resorting to technology for trade. Yet, what were they planning to do with the plethora of animals? Not only animals, but I heard they also transported vast amounts of grain back. Enough sustenance to last them 2 to 3 years. This suddenly caused a bottleneck in maritime traffic, with Huaxia's transport vessels dominating the routes, while the internal affairs of Huaxia remained shrouded in mystery. Consequently, pressure mounted on the Eagle Nation, with numerous netizens criticizing them and attempting to incite a war between the two nations. Unfortunately for them, the Eagle Nation remained as immovable as a turtle. At this moment, a secret satellite infrared report reached the Black Palace. It was from a private weather satellite that had previously collaborated with Huaxia, granting it surveillance rights over its territory. Is this an individual? Timuse and his associates gaped. They observed a model of an aircraft, alongside a model of a person. The aircraft was undoubtedly the X-18. Yet why was there a person flying alongside it at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Divine. Timuse's hands trembled. He realized the folly of his previous decisions. Had they truly been battling the divine? Ancient Huaxia was filled with numerous myths and legends. Could it be that everything was not mere fiction, but reality? Timuse found it hard to fathom, while Owen beside him remarked, Mr. Leader, what if it is merely a holographic projection? We have no recordings. Silence. Timuse barked. Then explain why our X-18s at 10,000 meters have vanished entirely, and why our soldiers have mysteriously disappeared. Owen fell silent. Relay my orders. Timuse's eyes widened. Without my command, no one is to disturb Huaxia. All of Huaxia's legitimate requests must be honored. The others, including Owen and the senior officials, were left speechless. They recalled a saying, the unknown is the most terrifying. What powers lay within Huaxia? The Milky Way sparkled with countless stars, resembling innumerable silver pearls densely embedded in the deep black night sky. The galaxy stretched like a faintly glowing white ribbon across the star-filled expanse. However, this beautiful scene was abruptly shattered by a tremendous mechanical roar. In the distance, a colossal beast soared swiftly, awakening the celestial bodies. The meteors collided with the colossal creature as if eggs striking a hard surface, shattering upon impact. This was not a primordial beast, but rather a massive spacecraft. Humanity could scarcely comprehend its magnitude. Ding. Approaching target blue star. The civilization level is set at 075, with a difficulty rating of simple. The race is classified as a lower-grade ape-like species, intended for labor or as sustenance for secondary interstellar giants. The vanguard has been mobilized. As they spoke, thousands of small spacecraft, resembling meteors, were launched from a colossal ship towards the distant blue planet. The 7,584th Star Slave Project has commenced. Chapter 66. Dawn Operation. Good morning, Professor. On the International Space Station, Michel awoke early, greeted by a colleague. He smiled, poured himself a cup of coffee, and admired the view of the blue planet. From this perspective, Earth appeared truly beautiful, enveloped entirely by azure seas. Suddenly, the machinery flickered rapidly. Startled, Michel opened his computer to see a red dot emerging on the screen, moving faster than light. It originated from the direction of Jupiter. Remembering that the vanguard was in that vicinity, he quickly ordered, identify the object. Yes, the staff sprang into action. With their current technology, they could not traverse such vast distances, but they could utilize numerous probes and satellites for identification. Soon, they concluded, the size is comparable to a space station. Suspected to be a meteor. Michel exhaled in relief, inquiring, location? A meteor of that size posed no threat to Earth. Locking onto its precise position and reporting to Earth to prepare defensive measures, the staff responded. Although Michel was from the Eagle Nation, he still held concern for the blue planet. Yes, just as the staff began calculating its trajectory, one of them suddenly froze, trembling with fear. "Ah!" he shouted, causing those nearby to pause, wondering what was wrong. Looking over, they were all shocked to see Michel spill his coffee, the scalding liquid splattering onto his skin without him even flinching. All eyes were glued to the screen, which was inundated with countless red dots. Gulping nervously, he exclaimed, "They have finally arrived." An urgent report was immediately received at the headquarters of the Eagle Nation on Earth, prompting a nationwide state of emergency. A joint organizational meeting was convened, with Themis personally attending. Humanity now faced a true crisis. "I require the cooperation of all nations. Do not conceal anything. But do not worry, the Eagle Nation will protect your safety, intercepting danger in outer space." This meeting was broadcast globally, causing worldwide uproar. Are aliens truly coming? What is happening? Look at the video provided by the Eagle Nation Space Department. Just an hour ago, the department had transmitted footage from a space probe, revealing the very scene Michel had witnessed, those innumerable red dots. Are they meteors or their spacecraft? I'm a bit frightened. What if they are not here to invade? Would you bring such a large entourage when visiting someone else's home? The world erupted in chaos, yet the strategy from the Eagle Nation remained singular: annihilation. They would not allow any flying objects to enter the blue planet's atmosphere. In Tianjin, Lin Luo was training in his Dragon Fist, having invested heavily in flight power, leaving him with only the Dragon Fist technique to master. In his points shop, several new skills became available, such as Dragon Blood Power and Void Slash, all exceedingly costly, some exceeding millions. However, Lin Luo was not greedy. Mastering one technique was already a significant advantage. "Commander Lin," a sharp knock interrupted, and Lin Luo turned to see a soldier adorned with a purple gold dragon medal standing respectfully outside. Lin Luo frowned slightly. "A vehicle is waiting for you," the soldier announced. Rising, Lin Luo's companion, Xia Qian, quickly fetched his coat. As he walked, Lin Luo instructed Xia Qian, "Have ye come find me?" "Understood," Xia Qian nodded. Upon entering the Military Strategic Research Institute, Lin Luo noticed the grave expressions on everyone's faces. He spotted Yi among them. "Here are the images sent back from our southern dipper," Yi said, approaching with a computer. Lin Luo looked at the screen, which was filled with a swarm of red dots, resembling ants. "What is their size?" he inquired. "Not large, comparable to ordinary meteors, heading straight for Earth." Lin Luo furrowed his brow. The intention of the approaching objects was becoming clear. Are they spacecraft? Everyone turned to Yi, awaiting his verdict. The 18-year-old hesitated before responding. "I cannot determine. Our current technology can only identify this much. If they all descend, how great a threat would they pose to Earth?" Lin Luo pressed. "At least a significant portion of the surface would be affected. If they lack explosive materials, the damage might not be severe," Yi replied. "What is the timeline?" 2 weeks. Yi exhaled. Lin Luo paused, taken aback. 2 weeks? That is quicker than anticipated. At that moment, Chenin interjected. "The Eagle Nation has already arranged an interstellar interception net. We will utilize the celestial system to attempt to intercept them in space." Lin Luo remained silent. After a long moment, Chenin turned to Yi, who sighed. "The speed of the objects exceeds light. We are unlikely to intercept them." Chenin grew anxious. "Then what is the purpose of our heavenly soldier plan?" "Of course it has significance," Lin Luo replied, his eyes brightening. "As I have previously stated, their intention is unlikely to be annihilation. It is far more probable that they seek enslavement. Therefore, prepare to welcome the enemy." At that moment, an elder abruptly turned, standing tall and surveying the room. "Chenin, present." Chenin responded. "Nationwide alert level 1. All personnel to enter bomb shelters." "Yes." Yongjun, present. "The Heavenly Soldier Legion will take over national security affairs, dispersing across various locations and entering a state of emergency. Everything must prioritize the safety of the populace." "Understood." Lin Luo. The elder's gaze fell upon him, and all eyes turned to Lin Luo. "Present." Lin Luo faced the platform, where the elder declared, "You will be responsible for all actions in this operation. Every matter and every individual will adhere to your command. Disobedience will be treated as treason. This operation is codenamed Dawn." Chapter 67. Interstellar Interception. Half an hour after the Dawn plan was initiated, orders were dispatched nationwide. Please remember, this is not a drill. All non-compliance will result in the use of alternative measures. The safety of the populace is paramount. At the moment the order was given, the country was in shock. Some were notified to head to bomb shelters, realizing for the first time that vast underground bunkers had been excavated in many cities' remote areas. In the northwest, southwest, and atop the Qinghai Plateau, numerous bomb shelters lay hidden, capable of accommodating 14 billion people. This was truly staggering. However, the title of infrastructure behemoth for China was not given lightly. In truth, many of these shelters had been prepared long in advance. But a significant portion was initiated after the Eagle Nation's recent actions. The Strategic Bureau had clearly recognized the inadequacy of existing shelters and thus launched an ultra-large-scale infrastructure plan. I am astounded. The facilities in these air raid shelters are rather impressive, equipped not only with beds, but also televisions and other amenities. That said, what exactly is the government planning? I have heard that this time it is not merely an exercise. Everyone is filled with trepidation, as they remain oblivious to the true circumstances. Clearly, those in power have no intention of revealing the reality to them, for they require a stable environment for evacuation. Most importantly, what can they do if they are informed? 3 days after the Dawn operation, cities across the nation have transformed into ghost towns, with most production, aside from major munitions factories, coming to a standstill. The National Grain Reserve Bureau has begun distributing food supplies across the country, provisions that were recently exchanged from around the globe. In contrast to the urgent actions taken by Huaxia, the citizens of the Eagle Nation are brimming with confidence. They have meticulously planned the STAR project and established an interstellar interception network fortified by the Trisolaran defense system. The ambitions of the Eagle Nation are grand. They aspire to completely conquer the inhabitants of the Blue Planet, and for this purpose, they have organized a live broadcast. This broadcast will be transmitted via satellite to television channels worldwide. They even declined a request for assistance from the Bear Nation, clearly indicating that this achievement belongs solely to them, and no one else may claim it. To this end, they have prepared a variety of promotional slogans. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready with your popcorn? Join us in cinemas, on television, or online to witness a live broadcast that rivals a science fiction blockbuster. Rest assured, your safety will not be compromised. In just a few days, the reputation of the Eagle Nation has soared, regardless of the circumstances. It is undeniable that the Eagle Nation wishes to assist the Blue Planet. As for their exploitation of the world, let that be forgotten for now. People trust the Eagle Nation, have faith in their technology, and believe that this will indeed be a remarkable broadcast. Thus, the Blue Planet continues to spin, and life proceeds as usual. It appears that everything is of little concern to them. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be tall individuals to bear the brunt of it. On November 24th, with less than half a day remaining before the predicted approach of the Blue Planet, Lin Luo entered the command center, where everyone stood in unison to salute him. Approaching the large screen, he found Yi and a host of scientists seated before him, all anxiously gazing into space. As time drew nearer, the tension and anxiety among the gathered individuals became palpable. At that moment, Liu Kaoken entered. Glancing at Lin Luo as he reported, the nationwide evacuation is nearly complete. Lin Luo noted the word nearly. Indeed, given the vastness of the nation, not everyone is obedient. He nodded, and Liu Kaoken stepped aside. Lin Luo then inquired, "How many hours remain?" A professor replied, "The target is approaching Jupiter's position, less than 3 hours away." Hearing this, Lin Luo furrowed his brow, his own anxiety mirrored in his gaze upon the screen. He fervently hoped that his suspicions were unfounded, that the Eagle Nation Star Project would succeed, and that they could save this Blue Planet. If so, let them be hailed as saviors. Activate the celestial system. Prepare to assist with the interstellar interception. Yes, International Space Station, 1 hour and 48 minutes remaining. Michel had not slept in quite some time, having consumed a substantial amount of stimulants to remain alert. He needed to be fully engaged, a burden for a scientist of his age. Yet, he was indispensable here. As he watched the seconds tick by, the breaths of those around him grew increasingly rapid. 1 hour and 47 minutes. 1 hour and 46 minutes. 59 minutes. The broadcast commenced. Buzzing. An hour prior, the Eagle Nation connected the satellite television feed, directly transmitting the visuals to channels across various nations, accompanied by a male and female commentator duo. Their banter was filled with pride. The visuals displayed the moon, the starry sky, the space station, and the weaponry of the Starlink project. Our interception network is extraordinarily robust. Not even a meteorite, or a mosquito, for that matter, could penetrate it, the female commentator, Anna, declared with a smile. The male commentator, Jack, laughed heartily, adding, "Mosquitoes cannot survive in space." As the conversation shifted, the screen transitioned to personnel in action. There, on the moon's temporary base, the formidable planetary cannon, previously showcased for its might, was primed and ready. It was to be the first line of defense. According to predictions from Eagle Nation scientists, it could intercept up to 80% of unidentified flying objects. After all, the power of nuclear weaponry is no trivial matter. As the visuals changed, the system emitted a series of beeps, and everyone noticed the countdown entering its final 10 minutes. The screen shifted once more to a distant satellite, revealing a red fireball igniting in the depths of space. At that moment, many around the world stood up, some in front of televisions, others at their phones or computers, their eyes alight with excitement. Unidentified flying objects. Humanity. The blue planet is indeed not a solitary civilization. They were witnessing history. They're coming. On the space station, Michel felt an impending sense of dread as he fixed his gaze on the red glow, shouting, "All personnel, enter emergency combat readiness. Initiate the interstellar interception plan." And across the globe, people heard his voice and erupted in fervor. Shoot them all down. The blue planet is not a place you can invade. Haha. Wouldn't it be great to capture a few aliens? Rest assured, whatever you can conceive, the Eagle Nation has already envisioned. They dreamt of the future, and few harbored concerns about what lay ahead. Chapter 68. The final line of defense, Jupiter's direction. From a great distance, a crimson glow was visible. Initially a small spark, it gradually expanded. However, as it enlarged, a multitude of fiery trails emerged behind it, causing many to gasp in shock. The sheer volume of those flames resembled a swarm of bees, their speed rendering them almost impossible to capture on camera. Lin Luo, seated in the command room, observed as one of the feeds shifted to the Eagle Nation's global broadcast. His pupils scanned the visuals, and he could hear the voices of the personnel on the moon. Planetary cannon activated, preparing to predict the trajectory of the flying objects. Locking on. Locked. Awaiting the target to enter firing range. In the Eastern War Zone, Zhang Xin also occupied a command center, his hand trembling around a cup of water. As the commander of the Night Army, Lin Luo had tasked him with assisting the main forces in annihilating the enemy. Since unlocking the genetic code of his mental abilities, Zhang San's senses had sharpened significantly, transcending mere physical perception to a profound intuition. It was akin to when he sensed Yang Jun was in imminent danger. He had once inquired of Lin Luo about humanity's future, to which Lin Luo had replied, "Be born, survive." Just as before, it was a vague answer, devoid of grand declarations. Indeed, survival has always been the fundamental challenge for humanity. Zhang Xin stepped out onto the balcony of the base, gazing up at the starry sky. As he heard the broadcast announce, the target is about to enter the designated trajectory. Planetary cannon preparing for launch. Countdown, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Zhang Xin clenched his fists tightly. Let everything be intercepted in the vastness of outer space. He, Zhang San, longed to return to his previous life as a top lawyer. At the moment the deafening alarm sounded, all attention was drawn to the screen. They finally beheld the appearance of the flying object clearly. A spaceship. It is indeed a spaceship. Someone shouted. Without needing to call out, everyone could see it. These flying objects were not the conventional shapes imagined by humanity. Rather, they were elongated and elliptical, resembling meteors. However, the shimmering metallic machinery on their surfaces revealed their true nature. A spaceship. An extraterrestrial vessel. Some shrieked in terror, while others rejoiced in ecstasy. Who could have anticipated that they would witness an alien spacecraft? In that instant, UFO enthusiasts were elated, for they had truly seen a spaceship, feeling that their lives were now complete. Some were even reluctant to see this act of annihilation unfold. A few contemplated dialing the National Security Agency of the Eagle Nation, attempting to thwart the impending action. Yet, everything was already set in motion. The Eagle Nation was not foolish. This blue planet did not welcome other races. After all, they firmly believed in the dark forest theory. No different races could coexist. Launch. Boom. 10 planetary cannons on the moon simultaneously activated, constructed from resources gathered worldwide. The 10 cannons aimed at the same spot, loading nuclear warheads and preparing for launch. Supercomputers began their calculations, entering trajectory. Launch. At that moment, the images before the people began to distort into a hazy blur. However, they could see the vastness of space, as 10 crimson beams shot forth from the moon. Simultaneously, the distant red object entered the firing range. Under everyone's gaze, the two clusters of red light collided. Meanwhile, Jack stood up at the commentary station, excitedly shouting, "Begone, aliens! This blue planet does not welcome you." Finally, in the instant when the beams converged, all eyes were filled with light. The unfolding scene became indistinct. Yet in their hearts, they could envision that under such overwhelming firepower, these extraterrestrial vessels would be reduced to mere dust in the deep void of space. Everything would merely become fodder for future conversations. Nothing more. Lin Luo watched as the moment of fiery intersection unfolded. A rippling mushroom cloud erupted in the cosmos. Zzz. A surge of radiation directly interfered with the satellites. Staff members immediately reported, switched to interference mode. Switched. Zzz. However, the signal interference remained significant. Gradually, the images became clearer, revealing the flames slowly dissipating. Lin Luo could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart. He desperately wished that the scene he would witness next would be a starry void devoid of any remnants. Yet, the moment the flames completely vanished, Lin Luo's hand struck the table forcefully. Bang! The table collapsed with a thunderous crash. The command room fell into a hushed silence. No one spoke. Not even the sound of keyboard clattering could be heard. All eyes were fixated on the screen, not on the extinguished flames, but on the crimson flying object, which had traversed through the fire unscathed. Their trajectory remained unchanged, and their appearance showed no signs of alteration. They continued on a straight path toward the blue planet. WTF? All spectators witnessed this scene. Jack, who had been animatedly narrating, clutched his head in disbelief. The planetary cannon was their prime showcase, boasting weaponry more powerful than hydrogen bombs. Yet, the adversary showed no signs of damage. The audience worldwide gasped in shock, rising to their feet as tension filled the atmosphere. The breach of the planetary cannon signified the complete collapse of the Eagle Nation's first line of defense. The might of the opponent was undeniable. Voices echoed through the images. First line of defense, failure. Requesting activation of the second line. Permission granted. Second line of defense, activate. Activate. At that moment, on the space station, Michel stared intently, his legs trembling. From here, he could see the approaching flying object. As a scientist, he possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Yet he understood that these extraterrestrial beings could only bring destruction to the blue planet. He pressed the activation button while silently praying. The second line of defense was humanity's final bastion. Oh God, please protect us. Chapter 69, Declaration of Failure. The Interstellar Interception Network comprised 3 lines of defense. But after the first was breached, the remaining 2 merged into one. The scientists of the Eagle Nation were not foolish. If the adversary could breach the planetary cannon's coverage, it indicated extraordinary defensive capabilities. Thus, alternative methods had to be explored. Ultralaser electromagnetic beams and magnetic field interference were employed. The scientists believed that any machinery would fear the power of strong magnetic field disruptions. Coupled with the ultralaser electromagnetic beams from the Starlink system, success was inevitable. This was not mere speculation, but the culmination of countless scientific validations. Previously, scientists had arrived at 2 analytical conclusions. First, if it were merely a meteor, it could never breach the planetary cannon's coverage. Second, if it were a spacecraft, it might breach the coverage, but it could never surpass their defensive line. Jack smiled at the camera and remarked that silence in the command room was finally pierced by a rising tension. Lin Luo moved to the back and began directing. Yi, activate the celestial system to assist the Interstellar Interception Network. Yes. Can we ascertain the situation inside via satellite? Report to Chief Lin. It is currently indeterminate. The opponent's shell is composed entirely of impenetrable metals. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, gazing at the approaching flames on the screen. If it were merely a meteor shower, it would be a breathtaking spectacle. However, if it heralded only destruction and death, the implications would be vastly different. Can we locate the potential impact area in Huaxia? Lin Luo inquired again. The flight trajectory shows deviations, but we can estimate partial results. Someone stood up to report. Open it. Lin Luo scanned the screen, astonished to see a multitude of red dots clustered along the coastlines of various nations. Due to globalization, most developed cities and populations were situated in coastal areas. These beings were coming for humanity. Damn it. Lin Luo turned and commanded, send this to the Heavenly Soldiers Corps. Yes, the Heavenly Soldiers Corps has been deployed. Hearing this, Lin Luo looked again at the images in space. Countless spacecraft were approaching the second line of defense of the Interstellar Interception Network. Will we succeed this time? Beep, beep, beep. Professor. Someone turned back, boarding the lifeboat, glancing back at Michel. Michel was in utter agony, glancing back multiple times at the International Space Station. This space station was his life's work, and now it was about to unleash a powerful magnetic field to disrupt signals. Working in conjunction with Starlink to complete the final interception, Michel realized that waiting was no longer an option. He entered the lifeboat, clasped his hands together, and prayed as he gazed at the increasingly near extraterrestrial vessel. Oh God, save us. At that moment, This top scientist from the Eagle Nation had come to understand the gravity of the situation. From a scientific perspective, nuclear weapons were a technological advancement that surpassed humanity by a century, while magnetic fields were a product of the evolving era. If the opponent can indeed withstand a nuclear strike, would they genuinely fear a magnetic field attack from you? Michel was reluctant to trust his instincts. In that moment, he wished to believe in miracles, miracles bestowed by God. With a resounding thud, the escape pod ejected from the space station, surrounded by a multitude of flickering red lights. Magnetic interference activated. Blue Star, this is space. The magnetic field has been initiated, and the Starlink system is primed for an assault at any moment. Space. This is Blue Star. Authorization to attack granted. Affirmative, command received. Over. At the Starlink control station, a 5-star general watched as the spacecraft detached from the space station. Witnessing the stunning spectacle before him, he clenched his fist and declared loudly, Starlink activated. For humanity, eliminate them. With a crackle, a vast array of magnetic interference was set in motion, and simultaneously, the Starlink system, encircling Blue Star, became fully operational. Starlink, conceived by scientists from the Eagle Nation 5 years prior, was envisioned as a celestial weapon above the expanse of space. However, humanity's technological prowess had yet to reach that pinnacle. This was the first generation of weaponry, super laser beams, specifically designed to target ultra-dense metallic substances. Over the past 5 years, scientists from the Eagle Nation had gathered metal samples from thousands of meteorites worldwide, ultimately concluding that super lasers were effective against these materials. Presently, no metal on Blue Star could withstand such formidable penetration. Initiate. With a whoosh, a total of 14, 355 satellites worldwide activated simultaneously, producing a myriad of blue beams that interconnected the satellites. From the depths of outer space, it resembled an immense, woven blue fishing net, a truly spectacular sight. Originally dubbed the Blue Spider Web by the scientists of the Eagle Nation, the scene revealed alien vessels approaching the space station's location. Beep, beep, entering the magnetic interference zone. Launch. The 5-star general bellowed. At that moment, the multitude of satellites unleashed powerful laser beams towards the distant target. Whoosh, whoosh, beams converged from various angles into a singular trajectory. At that instant, a colossal stream of red energy surged forth, intertwining with the blue beams. Everyone paused. What was that? It was the satellite system of Huaxia. Huaxia had also engaged. They possessed such formidable weaponry. The converging red and blue beams collided violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom. In the next moment, the universe erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. How beautiful! The Eagle Nation truly was formidable. Viewers worldwide gasped at the display of power. It was hard to fathom that the Eagle Nation had achieved such technological advancements. Jack and Anna leapt with joy at the commentary station, astonished by the magnificent visuals and the might of their own nation. Long live the Eagle Nation, they shouted, and the barrage of comments echoed their sentiments. Yet, all eyes remained fixed on the screen, and as the joyful expressions shifted, a sense of dread began to creep in. What is happening? Someone screamed, covering their face. They had witnessed the red alien vessels breach the laser beams, crashing directly into the space station. The diminutive space station appeared as an ant amongst the alien fleet, easily crushed. Then, they collided violently with the Starlink interception net. Bang! In the next instant, viewers saw the satellites being obliterated by the alien vessels. 1, 2, countless satellites. The explosions lit up the cosmos, akin to splendid fireworks celebrating peace. The 5-star general in the control center watched as the alien vessels barreled toward him, laughing maniacally. But with an undercurrent of fear and concern, he knew he was about to meet his maker. Humanity's last line of defense had failed. Chapter 70. I am Lin Luo. It was now nightfall. In the Eagle Nation's ground command center, a technician stood with reddened eyes, addressing the bustling hall. Choking back emotion, he proclaimed, "Call for failure. All personnel in space have perished. The Starlink system is incapacitated." At that moment, someone quietly began to weep. The control room fell silent, save for the sounds of sorrow. The screen went black, leaving viewers worldwide in stunned silence. What had happened? Had they failed? Could it be that humanity was to face annihilation? In that moment, a realization struck the populace. If the Eagle Nation succeeded, they would be immortalized. But what if they failed? Panic and anxiety swiftly permeated the minds of all. In the wake of the final defense's collapse, governments initiated emergency response plans. Nations such as Fuzhang and the Sun Never Sets began urging citizens to seek shelter in bomb shelters, advising them to remain indoors if necessary. However, many governments soon recognized a troubling fact. Some satellites in outer space had malfunctioned due to the collisions, and most of these satellites were interconnected. Suddenly, communication became their primary concern. They scrambled to inform the public to take refuge while desperately attempting to reach the Eagle Nation for any contingency plans. At 8 p.m. in Tianjin, on this moonless night, the sky was enveloped in darkness. Lin Luo stood atop a high-rise building, gazing up at the heavens. He lit a cigarette. At that moment, Yi approached, his demeanor serious and somber, lacking his usual joviality. Lin Luo understood that something monumental was imminent. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered, illuminating the entire sky. Moments later, a red fireball burst through the thick, dark clouds, entering their view. One, then two, and soon an increasing multitude. The sky was aglow as if it were day. That crimson light surged toward the earth. Lin Luo felt his breath quicken. He understood that at this moment, humanity's fate was on the brink of transformation. Would they survive amidst the cracks, or become mere dust in the annals of cosmic history? Lin Luo, I am ready. Yi stated. Yes, Lin Luo replied, turning to extinguish his cigarette. When will we be allowed outside? Please cooperate with our procedures. I am asking when we will be allowed outside. Inside the bomb shelter, impatience grew among many. Though provisions were available, most were accustomed to a life of freedom and longed to return home rather than remain in the confines of the shelter. However, the personnel stationed at the entrance appeared equally perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. They had received no directives, only orders to enforce compliance. Yes, it is an order. Please cooperate with our procedures. At that moment, a forceful staff member responded, inciting the ire of a nearby woman who retorted, I am going out today. And you can't stop me. Here, day after day, they were left to watch television and use their phones, feeling utterly helpless. The staff attempted to restrain her. Yet more and more individuals joined in. This scene was not isolated. Similar occurrences transpired in bomb shelters nationwide. The inevitable outcome often manifests as suppression or, alternatively, as release. In recent days, many have ventured outside. At this moment, all the lights in the air raid shelter suddenly illuminated, and to everyone's astonishment, armed individuals approached the entrance. Fear gripped the crowd, and the staff nearby gulped nervously, inquiring, which military unit do you belong to? Despite their uniforms, the attire was unfamiliar. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information, replied the leader. From this moment forth, we take control here. Control? By what means? An elderly lady retorted angrily. I demand to speak with your superior. The leader maintained a calm demeanor. There is no need to rush. As he spoke, the large screen in the shelter flickered to life, and all the televisions within the shelter turned on automatically, crackling to life with vivid imagery. The crowd began to regain their composure and retreated. At that moment, a young man appeared on the screen. Who is this? They wondered, astonished. As they had anticipated the presence of a venerable elder they held in high regard. Instead, it was someone else. Greetings. I am Lin Luo. From an underground air raid shelter in Jiangbei City. Zhang Ming had been rather bored these past few days, but fortuitously reunited with his dormitory brother Lu Tao. I wonder how Lin Luo and the others are faring. Lu Tao remarked, something must be amiss. As they conversed, the screen flashed again, revealing the prior scene. Both men froze and then leapt from their beds, with Lu Tao's head crashing against the iron frame above. Lin Luo, he shouted, momentarily disregarding his pain, staring blankly at the familiar figure on the television. This startled many nearby. It was indeed Lin Luo, the fifth member of their dormitory. Unfortunately, today, we must meet. If I could, I would wish this moment would never arrive. Lin Luo's voice continued. What does he mean? They questioned. Can he not speak properly? Is he perhaps the elder's son? Many furrowed their brows, particularly the elders, who disapproved of Lin Luo's manner of speaking. However, Lin Luo's next words shifted the atmosphere entirely. I am the chief engineer of the Human Completion Project. What? The chief engineer? Not academician Zhou Hai. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at the young man on the screen. This revelation shattered all their prior illusions. The astonishing Human Completion Project was orchestrated by someone so youthful. It was truly unfathomable. At this moment, Lin Luo continued, I regret to inform you that a great calamity is about to befall Huaxia. Before his words could settle, millions of air raid shelters nationwide erupted in chaos. Chapter 71. Extraterrestrial beings. It seems we are indeed on the brink of war with the Eagles, the crowd speculated. In truth, they had been speculating wildly before entering. The only force capable of compelling Huaxia to such extremes was the Eagle Nation. Suddenly, the scene shifted to outer space. The crowd paused. What spectacle was unfolding before their eyes? A swarm of spacecraft resembling meteor showers, visuals of lunar cannons engaging the vessels, and the final shattering of the Starlink network. What is this? A new film? Someone rubbed their eyes, suspecting a mix-up. Some even exclaimed it was an epic blockbuster. However, Lin Luo's voice abruptly cut in. Our threat does not originate from the blue planet, but from outer space. Yes, extraterrestrials have arrived. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a firestorm of reactions. Is today April Fool's Day? Are there really aliens? Are they invading our blue planet? Questions, excitement, and terror surged forth, a natural human response to the unknown, especially when the unknown pertained to extraterrestrial beings, a subject long pondered yet unresolved. If you wish to leave this place to encounter the aliens, you may. However, we cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing this, the elderly women and the troublemakers fell silent. This was a critical moment for Huaxia and humanity at large. I hope everyone can unite. The Human Completion Project was conceived to confront this crisis. Please trust us. Trust the government. While you shelter in the air raid shelters, our valiant Huaxia soldiers await on the ground. Let us wish for their safe return. As he concluded, Lin Luo prepared to exit the screen. He glanced at the unspoken words on his speech, pondered, then looked straight ahead and declared, I believe humanity will prevail. Click. The screen went dark. The staff and viewers, including Yang Jun, were profoundly moved. Lin Luo's final words resonated deeply with them. Humanity must prevail. How can we lose? This is our home. Eagle Nation, New Gold Mountain, alas. A group of fervent astronomy enthusiasts stood atop a mountain, telescopes in hand, enamored with the cosmos and yearning for the extraterrestrial realm. This is it. This is the spot, exclaimed a tall, burly man. Based on their observations and extensive data calculations, they believed a spacecraft would land here. The group gasped in excitement. Some wielded cameras and smartphones, while others had prepared gifts, convinced that extraterrestrials were benevolent beings capable of communication. Approximately 10 minutes later, a tremendous roar reverberated through the mountainous terrain. It's coming, it's coming. The burly man shouted. Wow, how advanced. No wonder the planetary defense couldn't stop them. Haha, we are witnessing history. They raised their cameras to capture the moment. And some even began live streaming. Boom. The craft neared the ground, not softly descending, but crashing with a resounding impact. Accompanied by a massive explosion, dust and debris billowed forth. As the towering mountain was pierced through, this moment was captured on film. Within mere minutes of the live broadcast titled UFO Strikes Site, the viewer count skyrocketed from a handful to millions. I believe we are about to make history, the male host declared, his voice brimming with exhilaration. The audience rejoiced. Humanity's innate curiosity for the unknown has persisted since time immemorial. Viewers, the dust seems to be settling. We must advance to explore. Friends, the smoke is quite dense. Cough. Cough. We need to hurry, or the aliens might escape to another location. I believe we can communicate effectively. The group of 8 ventured into the hazy dust. As they approached, they beheld the indentations in the earth and, looking forward, finally spotted an elliptical shape standing upright several hundred meters away. In the vastness of space, it appeared minuscule. However, here, it loomed extraordinarily large. After all, it was a spacecraft the size of a space station. The 8 individuals trembled with excitement, snapping photos frantically, while the host showcased various angles to the audience. Hurry up and approach, urged the viewers. At that moment, the group hesitated, previously trembling with excitement. Their senses sharpened as they recalled that the occupants were unknown beings. I have a gun, I'm not afraid. A robust man brandished a firearm, declaring his intentions. The onlookers, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Some even cautioned him against revealing the weapon prematurely, lest it be perceived as a display of aggression. Fear not, I know my limits. Let us proceed, he replied with a grin, taking the lead. As time passed, they drew ever closer to the spacecraft, until they finally arrived within a mere 10 meters of it. Heavens! The 8 individuals gazed upward in astonishment at the vessel. Its formidable metallic structure and intricate patterns exuded a level of advanced technology far beyond anything found on Blue Star. Quick, search for extraterrestrial beings, one exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a sharp sound echoed as they looked up to see a door on the elliptical spacecraft drop open. The group halted, their attention fixated on that portal. Millions of viewers in the live stream were equally transfixed. From within the opening emerged a standing green creature, with legs slightly bent and adorned with small, pointed spines. Its arms, too, were somewhat curved, ending in sharp claws at the wrists, accompanied by a band-like accessory. The creature was clad in an armor resembling metal, obscuring the details of its form. Upon closer inspection of its head, the skin remained a deep green, featuring facial features and striking azure eyes. Yet its countenance lacked the smoothness typical of humanity. Its hair was notably coarse, The most striking feature was a hollow helmet perched atop its head, reminiscent of a tightening spell. Overall, it towered over humans, its size more than double that of an average person, undoubtedly a monstrous figure by human standards. Confronted with such a being, an immediate sense of dread enveloped them. The robust man, however, displaying remarkable courage, stepped forward and greeted, "Greetings. I am from Blue Star." The creature remained silent, merely scanning its surroundings. "Host, extend your hand in greeting," urged the broadcaster. The host hesitated, torn between eagerness and fear. "Allow me," the robust man said, advancing closer to the alien entity. With a playful smile, he continued, "Welcome to Blue Star. We are a friendly planet." He extended his hand, heart racing as he drew nearer to the alien's appendage. He made contact and turned back, exclaiming, "Friends, did you see that?" In the distance, the onlookers were filled with envy, while the live stream erupted with excitement. However, the broadcaster noticed a shimmering light emanating from the alien's helmet. Suddenly, the alien's eyes turned crimson, and with a swift motion, it lashed out with its claws. A terrified scream erupted, not from the robust man, but from the seven behind him. The man had no time to react. The creature severed his head in one swift motion, clutching it tightly. The ensuing scene was one that would haunt the seven and millions of viewers for eternity. Chapter 72. The land of Huaxia. The seven individuals retched violently. Even expelling their previous meal, they had witnessed the alien creature devour the severed head whole, blood pooling on the ground alongside the fallen body, instilling a visceral fear and disgust deep within them. The creature let out a roar, sweeping its gaze forward. In that moment, realization dawned upon the seven. They needed to flee. However, from the rear of the spacecraft emerged multiple alien beings, leaping several meters to block their escape. As they observed the advancing creatures, a sense of understanding washed over them. One drew a firearm, trembling, pleading, "Stay back, please." The alien approached him. Bang! The gun fired. Yet the bullet was deflected by a shimmering blue barrier surrounding the creature. No. The millions of viewers watched, stifling their discomfort and fear, yet the images became increasingly obscured. The final shot captured by the camera revealed a severed head, eyes wide with disbelief and tinged with red veins. In the southern reaches of Huaxia, deep within the forest, an old farmer sensed the ground tremble beneath him and rose unsteadily, muttering, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" His wife, half awake, dismissed him, "Nonsense. Perhaps a rock fell from the mountain." The farmer considered this, but unease gripped him as he heard a distant roar. He switched on the lights and grabbed a flashlight, stepping outside. Yet upon exiting, he was taken aback, followed by a startled cry. "What is it?" His wife groaned, now alert. Upon reaching the door, she too was astonished to behold a walking green creature outside. "What is that?" she shrieked. "Fetch a knife," the farmer commanded, summoning courage. Trembling, the wife rushed to retrieve a weapon, but the green being advanced rapidly. Just as the farmer prepared to confront it, a gunshot rang out, startling both him and his wife. At that moment, a voice boomed from outside, and the couple witnessed an individual kick down the iron-barred window. "Ah!" The wife gasped in terror, brandishing the knife defensively. "I am a soldier of Huaxia," the newcomer declared. Upon hearing soldier, the couple froze, the farmer quickly lowering the knife. In this nation, the word of a soldier commanded unconditional trust. The farmer, quick to react, asked, "Sir, what is happening outside?" "Shoo," the soldier gestured for silence. "Follow me." The couple rose quickly and followed him through the window. Once outside, the old farmer turned and beheld a scene he would never forget, a battalion of soldiers, clad similarly to their rescuer, charging forth. Some soldiers leaped several meters high, while others sprinted with the swiftness of a cheetah. They clashed with the monstrous creatures, gunfire erupting around them, interspersed with heart-wrenching cries of despair. As they moved along, the farmer could feel the urgency emanating from the soldier. "Sir, just tell us where to go, and we shall follow," he offered. The soldier paused, listening to the distant cries, clenched his fists, and replied, "A safe outpost lies a few hundred meters ahead. Make your way there. I fear more beasts may come," the wife began, but the farmer silenced her, asserting, "Very well. Sir, we shall comply. You must return to assist your comrades." "Thank you," the soldier replied, gratitude evident in his eyes as he nodded and departed. "What are you doing?" The wife questioned, still trembling. "What is truly happening? Are these soldiers normal humans? How can they move so swiftly? And did you see how easily they shattered our iron window?" But in the next moment, she fell silent, observing the farmer standing upright, albeit slightly askew, rendering a solemn yet earnest salute. "These soldiers are the children of the people. They must survive." The farmer clenched his fist, leading his wife swiftly down the mountainside. Behind them, The forest blazed, the sounds of battle echoing, mingled with the anguished cries of humans and monsters alike. Lin Luo sat in the hall, appearing composed. Yet his heart ached profoundly. Nearly 10,000 spacecraft had descended upon Huaxia, the scale of the event far more dire than imagined. Thus, casualties were inevitable. Nevertheless, he could not betray any sign of unease, for he was the commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, various reports reached him. It was confirmed that the most advanced technological firearms posed no threat to their adversaries. The extraterrestrial beings seemed to possess a formidable protective shield. The monsters were immensely powerful, with sharp claws that feasted on human flesh. The weapons utilized by the celestial soldiers were technological marvels, capable of unleashing a beam of energy in an instant. The Heavenly Legion had suffered considerable casualties. While they had managed to injure some aliens, those creatures appeared remarkably resilient, fleeing upon injury, making effective kills exceedingly difficult. We were in the process of analyzing the enemy's weaknesses, but if this continued, the losses for the Celestial Legion would become increasingly severe. This was the footage transmitted by General Yang Jun. A soldier bent down to hand it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo pondered, realizing that this was not what he had anticipated. Beside him, Yi quickly took the footage and placed it on the player. On the screen, Yang Jun was engaged in combat with the monster. As a first-generation gene-lock awakener, his abilities were among the finest. His full-powered punch was not merely a force of 3,000 pounds. Given his evolved strength, combined with a burst of speed, that punch was at least 6,000 pounds. The intensity of such power, when it struck the creature's shield, astonishingly failed to shatter it. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. This monster was exceedingly formidable. My goodness, was there truly no better solution? Stop. At that moment, Lin Luo suddenly exclaimed. Silence enveloped the room. Yi hastily pressed pause, and Lin Luo squinted, scrutinizing the footage. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he could still perceive a ripple on the protective shield from Yang Jun's punch. A mere ripple. Yet it did not escape Lin Luo's keen observation. The Celestial Legion's inadequacy lay not in their strength, but rather in their failure to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities. Advanced technology. Was it? Quite impressive indeed. He suddenly rose, speaking coolly. Relay the command. Break the enemy with force. If one person's strength is insufficient, then let it be two. Let us concentrate our power at a single point and shatter their protective shell with the might of our gene locks. In central Huaxia, within a vast air raid shelter, people trembled in fear, their cries mingling with shouts of terror. Outside this shelter lay the landing site of a spaceship. Thankfully, the Celestial Squad had arrived in time. Otherwise, the inhabitants of the shelter would have become the monster's prey. However, witnessing the Celestial Squad embroiled in a fierce battle, with many injured and dead, filled the onlookers with sorrow. Initially, they had been astonished and delighted by the Celestial soldiers' capabilities, but they could not have anticipated that the Heavenly Legion would prove ineffective. Could it be that the human restoration plan could not even save humanity? At that moment, a soldier from the Speed Brigade rushed in with remarkable swiftness, faster than any vehicle. Yet, no one marveled at this. They merely stared at the growing casualties and the approaching extraterrestrial monsters, gripped by fear. Commander Lin Luo has given the order. Break the enemy with strength. All units, concentrate your assault on a single point. No matter how tough their shell, it can be breached. Instantaneously, the hundreds of soldiers from the Celestial Legion brightened with determination. The name Lin Luo had unknowingly permeated their very DNA. Whatever he commanded was deemed right. Kill. The captain of the Celestial Squad shouted. Let them witness the might of our Heavenly Legion. Huaxia's land is not to be tread upon by just anyone. If they come, they shall not leave. Chapter 73, The Battle Machine. Curse them, shouted a soldier with a severed arm, charging forward with his remaining arm. Everyone surged ahead. They were the Power Brigade, the main force. During the charge, some soldiers perished directly beneath the monster's sharp claws, while others fell victim to the devastating rays from its arm bracelet, leaving gaping wounds. Yet, they forgot their fear. Together, they unleashed a flurry of punches upon the creature. Bang! The impact felt like fists striking iron. Nonetheless, their eyes burned with fervor. But what of it? The monster roared, flinging them aside, claiming another soldier with its claw. Grief engulfed the onlookers, but at that moment, a distinct crack resonated. The captain of the Celestial Squad's eyes widened. He saw the bracelet on the creature's arm suddenly shatter. In that instant, the blue protective shield seemed to vanish. Elated, he leaped and delivered a devastating punch. The speed and power of his blow were such that he hardly realized it. Yet, by the time he did, his fist had already penetrated the creature's skull. This scene was nothing short of shocking. The captain felt a sticky sensation on his arm as he withdrew, observing the monster collapse, its eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't help but smirk. Without advanced technology, you are nothing but a waste. A waste. They have been slain. They have been slain. The inhabitants of the air raid shelter erupted in jubilant cries. Meanwhile, the Celestial Legion surged forward, invigorated. Long live Commander Lin Luo. They shouted, charging ahead. If one attempt failed, they would try again. Again and again. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour. An hour later, outside the air raid shelter. The ground was soaked in blood. Some green, some red. Human heads scattered, but more numerous were the bodies of the monsters. Collect the bodies for the heroes. The captain's eyes were bloodshot. Soldiers do not shed tears. He did not weep. Behind him were those he needed to protect. He had to move on. The Celestial Squad, burdened with sorrow, collected the bodies of their fallen comrades. Heads. Though they faced more enemies ahead, the battles had grown simpler. Yet, casualties remained. These were comrades with whom they had trained for months. Who could have foreseen this day? Salute. Suddenly, a loud voice resonated from behind. The soldiers of the Celestial Legion turned to see a neatly organized group standing outside the shelter, gazing at them, performing a military salute. This was a salute solely belonging to Huaxia. People only salute those they respect. Effective kills. We have found the weakness. A communications officer leapt from his seat upon receiving the report. Joy erupted in the command room, with some embracing and celebrating. The staff member hurried to Lin Luo, gazing at him with utmost admiration, and said, Commander Lin, here is the battle report from the Huazhong campaign. Lin Luo, initially elated, suddenly sobered, asking, how many have died? 13, and several brothers remain unconscious. The medical personnel have been dispatched swiftly, the staff member replied, his tone noticeably somber. Lin Luo frowned. This wave had resulted in the death of 50 extraterrestrial beings, yet at the cost of 13 brothers. This price was hard to accept. However, Lin Luo stated, as long as we find a way, things will improve in the future. Yes. The staff member was taken aback by Lin Luo's words of comfort and quickly looked up, saying, the bodies are being urgently transported to Tianjin. Lin Luo nodded. After a while, Yang Jun also relayed some battle reports. Lin Luo's method proved effective. Though somewhat brutal, it had finally opened a pathway. 3 hours later, Yang Jun reported that the extraterrestrial beasts within Huaxia had retreated, opting to hide, making them difficult to track. Shall we pursue while we are victorious? Yang Jun inquired over the phone. Senjiang-san. We can chase them, Lin Luo contemplated before responding. Let us not pursue for now. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the people in the air raid shelter. Understood. Yang Jun nodded without hesitation. As Lin Luo placed the phone down, Zhang Sen inquired, do you sense something amiss, General Lin? Lin Luo nodded in affirmation. Taking a seat, he remarked, have you noticed it too? Zhang Sen replied. A force capable of developing technology infinitely more advanced than that of Blue Star could not possibly be mere brutish thugs. Yet their technology is undeniably formidable. Lin Luo continued. However, the beam emitted by their wristbands and its destructive power far exceed our most advanced lasers by several magnitudes. The protective shield they possess is utterly absurd. Our rocket artillery proves ineffective against it. Only concentrated force can penetrate their defenses. The structure of their shield warrants further investigation. It's a simple analogy. A chopstick cannot pierce a balloon as swiftly as a toothpick can. Yet, piercing the balloon with a chopstick is not an unattainable feat. Zhang Sen nodded in agreement, stating, I suspect these beings are merely controlling combat machines. Lin Luo concurred, having harbored the same thought upon learning of the extraterrestrial entity specifics. A race capable of interstellar travel could not possibly manifest in such a primitive form. With this thought, he glanced up at the sky, only to find nothing visible. He mused, all will be revealed through the dissection of these alien beings. Across the expanse of Huaxia, a profound silence enveloped the land. Many remained unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Those who had witnessed the events were engulfed in a bittersweet relief of survival, tempered by a looming dread for the future. Nevertheless, a sense of reassurance lingered, for a mysterious force stood guard beyond their borders, endowed with powers surpassing human capabilities. This was their Huaxia army. They felt immense gratitude towards the young chief engineer who had been able to forge such a formidable military. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, elsewhere in the world, many were not so fortunate. Chapter 74. Alien genes in the southern regions of Asia. A small boy with dark skin lay on the ground, retreating slowly as he beheld the monster advancing towards him, crying out, O God of Brahma, save me. Miracles failed to manifest. The creature savagely tore the boy to shreds. Blood painted the streets, a river of crimson flowing without restraint. Such a scene was unbearable to witness, resembling a hellish nightmare. This horror was not confined to this nation. It echoed across the Eagle Nation, the land of the rising sun, and beyond. The entire world was gripped by fear. People finally recognized that the tanks and fighter jets they had trusted crumbled before the might of the monsters, utterly incapable of breaching their protective shields. They exhausted one method after another, yet remained powerless against their adversaries. At the International Joint Conference, a representative from the Bear Nation exclaimed, "Your 18th-generation fighter jets are nothing but a joke." The Eagle Nation was aware of the impending arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations, and you should have spoken up sooner. The Eagle Nation's representative retorted angrily, "Did you think we would have solutions had we disclosed this information? Are you not aware of your own technological limitations?" The Bear Nation representative frowned and shot back, "What has your planetary initiative achieved beyond the harvesting of humanity?" The Eagle representative fell silent. The once grandiose proclamations now reduced to ridicule. The monsters were now rampaging across Eagle territory. "I believe we must all remain calm," interjected the representative from Llama Nation. With this, representatives from both nations took their seats. After a brief silence, the Bear Nation representative spoke again. "If all else fails, we should resort to nuclear power." The Eagle representative chuckled. "Heavy weaponry is utterly ineffective against their shields. What use would nuclear bombs serve?" The Bear Nation representative insisted. "Then let us destroy Blue Star itself. I would rather perish at my own hands than become sustenance for those abhorrent creatures." The other attendees exchanged incredulous glances. Indeed, the Bear Nation was known for its combative spirit. However, while some yearned for death, others still clung to life. "I believe the invaders' intention is to conquer. Perhaps we should consider surrender," suggested a representative hastily. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into another heavy silence. Surrender? Was it truly humanity's only recourse? Yet, this battle had only begun a mere day ago. Was human civilization so feeble? "Take a look at this report," Yi said, approaching Lin Luo and presenting a document. Lin Luo glanced over it. It was authored by a foreign expert in biological behavior. It stated that the alien beings would retreat after consuming sufficient sustenance, approximately enough to sustain 10 individuals for 24 hours. "We previously conducted experiments, sending bears and other animals, but it appears they show no interest in these creatures, targeting only humans. It is as if it were preordained," Lin Luo mused, narrowing his eyes at the name, Tom. "He is dead," Yi informed him. "A monster invaded his underground lab." Lin Luo's expression darkened. It was evident that the outside world was undergoing unspeakable horrors. However, at this moment, Huaxia was overwhelmed with its own crises, let alone contemplating salvation. At that moment, 2 individuals donned in protective gear entered, reporting, "General, the bodies of the alien beings have been transported to the Hope biological base." Lin Luo nodded and immediately proceeded there. Upon his return to the Hope biological base, all operations were already underway. Zhu Yuhui led the dissection efforts. "These creatures possess remarkably resilient life forces. Observe the placement of this heart," Zhu Yuhui indicated, signaling his assistants to capture important footage. Noticing Lin Luo's arrival, he slightly lifted his gaze, and Lin Luo gestured for him to continue. "What is the status?" "The fragments of the wristbands have been sent to the Ministry of Science," Zhu Yuhui replied, examining the head of the creature. "I intend to dissect the head first. We have yet to ascertain the function of this helmet." Subsequently, the dissection commenced in earnest. Head, body, arms, and so forth. To their astonishment, the creature's bones proved as formidable as steel. The hardness was beyond comprehension. Even more bizarre were the claws protruding from its arms, appearing somewhat uncoordinated. Zhu Yuhui remarked, "I believe we must commence genetic research now." Lin Luo readily agreed. As Zhu Yuhui prepared the gene extraction device, Lin Luo suddenly recalled something and turned to Qin Yuan. "Old Qin, do you remember our last visit to examine that alien skull?" Qin Yuan paused, his eyes reflecting surprise as he replied, "These two are not the same." "Exactly." Lin Luo nodded. After a short while, Zhu Yuhui returned with the gene extraction device. They now possessed a comprehensive set of genetic equipment that Lin Luo had acquired through the system. Upon examining the multitude of genetic combinations, Zhu Yuhui was momentarily taken aback. "Chief Engineer Lin, you should take a look at this." As Lin Luo glimpsed the genetic map, he heard a notification chime. "Ding. You have encountered the subgreen aberrant species. Ding. This species exhibits enhanced psychic genes." "Enhanced psychic genes?" Lin Luo paused. "Ding. Obtaining a complete genetic map may bestow such powers. Note, extracting from a living subgreen aberrant will facilitate the acquisition of enhanced psychic genes." Lin Luo was astonished. It seemed that thoroughly studying this creature could yield significant benefits. What's wrong? Zhu Yuhui inquired, noticing Lin Luo's distraction. Nothing, Lin Luo contemplated briefly before stating, I need to step out for a moment. I leave the subsequent tasks in your capable hands. Understood. Zhu Yuhui did not inquire about Lin Luo's intentions. He observed Lin Luo's departure and intended to remove the helmet from his head. However, as soon as he began to pull it off, he suddenly felt a tugging sensation. Hesitant to exert too much force, he sought the source of the issue and turned to look at his head, instantly gasping in shock as he exclaimed, Master Lin, look. Lin Luo turned back and was equally taken aback by the sight before him. Indeed, clenching his fist, he felt a surge of sorrow and indignation. There, on the helmet, was a slender line resembling metal, directly connecting to the brain of the alien beast before them. Chapter 75. The Roar of the Dragon from the Results of G3. It became evident that the adversary's aim was to enslave the inhabitants of Blue Star. Thus, when Lin Luo witnessed these extraterrestrial beasts descending upon Blue Star and wreaking havoc, he was somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that they would arrive with advanced technology to intimidate them. Now, everything made sense. This so-called alien beast was likely a creature from some distant planet in the cosmos. They might be akin to humans. Yet, they had been invaded and enslaved. The helmet served as a means of control. These individuals sought to intimidate us while ensuring that their slaves were well fed. Lin Luo clenched his fist, veins protruding. The others swallowed hard upon realizing that the monsters they had vanquished were, in fact, beings just like them, enslaved entities. If humanity were to falter, they too would become akin to these creatures, mere puppets. If humanity lost its value, it would simply be food for these monsters. In the northern regions of Huaxia, as December approached, the air was filled with biting winds and swirling snow. Such harsh weather rendered it unsuitable for human travel, nonetheless. A small squad patrolled vigilantly beyond the forest. They were a unit of the Heavenly Soldiers, tasked with ensuring the safety of the air defense shelters in the area. At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky. No, it did not truly land. Given the weather conditions, it was impossible. Instead, two figures dropped directly from the heights. The Heavenly Soldier squad quickly approached and saluted, having received prior notification that their commander Lin was arriving. They observed the two individuals land safely, and did not find it unusual, as Lin Luo was accompanied by Zhang San, the commander of the Kamikaze Corps, leading them to attribute the feat to Zhang San's prowess. Only when Zhang San descended did he repeatedly survey Lin Luo, feeling a sense of disbelief. Just moments ago, when Lin Luo had suggested they jump together, Zhang San had feared Lin Luo was contemplating suicide. It turned out that Commander Lin concealed remarkable abilities. As the squad stood at attention, gazing at Lin Luo and Zhang San, their hearts swelled with excitement, never expecting to encounter the living embodiment of their commander in person. Lin Luo noticed that some soldiers bore scars on their faces, while others had bandaged wounds. He nodded solemnly, patting each on the shoulder, and remarked, "You have worked hard." This statement did not evoke bitterness. Instead, it ignited their spirits. The squad leader declared, "Commander Lin has bestowed upon us these abilities to defend our homeland. We protect not only ourselves, but also our loved ones." Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement, signaling them to relax as he inquired, "What is the situation?" "We have utilized your methods, breaking through their defenses with sheer force. It has proven effective. These monsters are peculiar. Blades and firearms fail to harm them. Yet our physical strength seems to affect them," the squad leader explained. Lin Luo refrained from responding to their queries and asked, "What is the status of the monsters?" The squad leader realized he had spoken too much. Lin Luo's presence indicated urgency, prompting him to quickly state, "Those creatures fled into the depths of the mountains upon realizing they were outmatched. We are adhering to orders to prioritize the safety of the people. Is it this forest?" Lin Luo inquired. The squad leader nodded affirmatively. Lin Luo exchanged glances with Zhang San, who also nodded. As they advanced, the squad leader asked, "Commander Lin, what are you planning?" Zhang San interjected, "We require a living specimen." The squad leader hastily volunteered, "Allow me to call for assistance." "No need," Lin Luo replied. "We are uncertain how many extraterrestrial beings have landed here. You must remain on site." However, the squad leader was concerned for their safety. Zhang San nearly chuckled. He too had been curious about why Yang Jun had not accompanied them until they disembarked from the aircraft, where he fully comprehended the situation. "There is no need for concern. He is with us," Lin Luo reassured, gesturing towards Zhang San. Zhang San grimaced, thinking, "I am not that formidable." The squad leader, being rather earnest, insisted on accompanying them with two soldiers, almost prostrating himself in his plea. As they continued onward into the forest, the ground was obscured by snow. rendering any footprints invisible. Lin Luo glanced at Zhang San, who nodded in affirmation. Lin Luo shut his eyes, and the next moment, he opened them abruptly, pointing towards the northern direction, proclaiming, "This way." The group followed, traversing several hundred meters without any findings. "Are we on the wrong path?" the squad leader questioned. Lin Luo gestured for silence. Crouching down, he could still discern footprints beneath the thick snow. Lin Luo and Zhang San exchanged glances, with Lin Luo stating, "Even if they are being controlled, such advanced beings possess an innate ability to sense danger. It is akin to wild beasts, capable of sensing human presence from afar and fleeing swiftly." "Hurry," Lin Luo urged, quickening his pace towards the footprints, prompting the others to follow suit. However, as they progressed, Zhang San grew increasingly uneasy. If Lin Luo's assertions held true, these creatures possessed not only an instinct for danger, but were also the aggressors. Zhang San's eyes widened in realization as he warned, "Be cautious." Just then, several trees came crashing down nearby, and the sounds of monstrous growls echoed as 4 extraterrestrial beings lunged forth from the surroundings. Zhang San gritted his teeth, recalling, "I almost forgot. We are the prey." These alien beasts bared their sharp teeth, and Lin Luo focused intently on their razor-like claws. These appendages could slice through bone as though it were mere tofu. Yet, the claws of the beast they had previously captured were unable to cut through wood, appearing soft and feeble. "Protect Commander Lin," the squad leader shouted, positioning 3 men in a triangular formation around him. The 4 alien beasts leapt, their claws poised to strike. The squad leader gritted his teeth, regretting not insisting on bringing more men. At that moment, Lin Luo stepped forward. "Commander Lin," the squad leader yelled, but could not halt Lin Luo's advance. The other squad members gasped in disbelief. Had Lin Luo lost his mind? Yet, he continued to approach the monstrous creature. The squad leader panicked, realizing he could not reach Lin Luo in time. If the creature's claws landed their mark, Lin Luo would surely be torn to shreds, becoming their meal. As he sprinted towards Lin Luo, he heard Lin Luo murmur, "If survival is the goal, this force should suffice." While the squad leader stood in shock, he witnessed Lin Luo leap into the air, pausing momentarily before unleashing a powerful punch. At that instant, a resounding roar echoed, leaving the squad leader, his team, and even Zhang San questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Chapter 76. The Horn of Counterattack. As the dragon's energy manifested in Lin Luo's hand, it swiftly descended upon the beast, attempting to tear him apart. The 3 members of the squad, along with Zhang San, watched in disbelief, fearing their eyes were deceiving them. Suddenly, a series of sounds broke the silence. The crack of the protective shield, the impact of the dragon energy against the creature, the explosion of the beast in midair, and the collective gulp of the 4 onlookers. They gazed at their normally composed commander, now filled with frustration and regret, mumbling about his failure to control his strength. Zhang San, the squad leader, and the other team members were taken aback by the sight of the beasts that had intended to counterattack, now filled with terror at the sight of their comrade bursting in the air. Despite being under control, their instinct for survival prevailed. Realizing the overwhelming strength of their opponent, they howled in fear and fled. However, Lin Luo was not one to let them escape easily. With a powerful leap, he took to the air, leaving them in awe. "My goodness, our commander is truly a superhuman," the squad leader exclaimed. The other team members nodded vigorously, their eyes alight with admiration. While Zhang San felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, he finally grasped that within the heavenly soldier core, Lin Luo was not only the most intelligent, but also possessed unparalleled martial prowess. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo had subdued one of the beasts beneath his foot, delivering a crushing blow that rendered it unconscious. The beasts, having lost their protective capabilities, exhibited strength roughly 5 times that of an average human. While this power was not particularly formidable, it was their protective shields, wristbands, and claws that instilled fear. He lifted the creature carefully, unwilling to entrust it to anyone else, and commanded, "Let us proceed." The others, still in shock, were roused by Lin Luo's call. As they made their way back, Lin Luo glanced at the helicopter overhead. Holding the beast in one hand and Zhang San in the other, he instructed the squad leader, "I rely on you to maintain vigilance here. Should you require assistance, ensure it is reported." "Understood," the squad leader replied, wiping sweat from his brow. He felt somewhat guilty for not contributing in any significant way this time. After saluting them, he watched as they ascended into the sky, feeling anxious once more. Upon returning to the air defense area, the patrolling soldiers rushed over, asking if they had captured anything. "Indeed," the squad leader affirmed. "Is Commander Zhang really that formidable? Aren't the Spirit Wind Corps supposed to be weak in combat?" one soldier questioned. The 3 team members exchanged glances, wanting to boast about Lin Luo's might, but hesitated, fearing the information might be confidential. After all, Lin Luo had not given permission to share such details. The squad leader nodded, his brow furrowing as he fabricated, not just powerful, he is practically divine. Unexpectedly, one soldier retorted, "Don't be absurd. In my eyes, there is only one deity, and that is our commander Lin Luo. Even if he were powerless, it would not diminish my admiration for him." Hearing this, the three men broke into a cold sweat. "Are you sure he is powerless? It seems you are the one talking nonsense." Upon their return to the base, the gathered personnel had cleared a spacious area. Astonished to see Lin Luo had indeed brought back a live specimen. "To avoid any mishaps, I'll remain here with Academician Zhu," Lin Luo instructed. Everyone nodded, confident in Lin Luo's ability to manage the situation. Once they dispersed, Zhu Yuhui conducted various tests on the creature. Displaying no fear, he was rather exhilarated. Understandably so, given his history of producing groundbreaking research. The creature's heartbeat was astonishingly 20 times faster than that of a human. Zhu Yuhui recorded results that were almost unbelievable. As he examined the beast, his gaze settled on its razor-sharp claws. He reached out to touch them, but Lin Luo intervened. "Do not touch that," Lin Luo warned sternly, tossing a diamond towards the blade. Zhu Yuhui swallowed hard as the diamond shattered upon contact. "It was soft and pliable when it died," Zhu Yuhui remarked. Lin Luo remained silent, pulling out various gene analyzers to conduct a forced examination of the creature's genetics. At that moment, the creature's eyes widened in alarm. "Be careful, Commander Lin," Zhu Yuhui shouted. The beast swung its blade violently, yet Lin Luo's fist was swifter. He struck the creature once more, rendering it unconscious. As the gene analyzer rapidly extracted its genetic information, Zhu Yuhui was left in awe. Compared to human DNA, the vitality of this creature was extraordinary, and its genetic makeup was remarkably peculiar. Lin Luo, however, focused intently on the claws. Where would its genes reside? He scanned the area, but found nothing. Zhu Yuhui then said, "Commander Lin, there are significant changes in the genes here. It should be what you're looking for." Zhu Yuhui was astute enough to realize that Lin Luo's insistence on capturing a live specimen meant that there was a crucial difference between the dead and living. During Lin Luo's absence, Zhu Yuhui had already memorized the intricacies of the creature's genetics. Lin Luo directed the gene analyzer to rapidly extract the required DNA. Soon, a structured genetic chain emerged. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the gene manifestation." Ding. "You have acquired the blueprint for the production of the blade of the subgreen race." Ding. "You have received a reward of 3 million points." Ding. "You have successfully deciphered the alien gene for the first time, unlocking a new skill, Swift Blade. This skill requires a base attribute of level 5 strength and level 6 speed. Currently, requirements not met." Ding. "You have absorbed the creature's genetic material, enhancing your rapid healing ability to level 4. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the blueprint for the blade. It was undoubtedly an exceptional reward. His first thought was, a weapon. Lin Luo attempted to discuss the possibility of a lightsaber with Yi, but was informed that the current technology on Blue Star rendered lightsabers mere toys, hardly worth consideration. This blade, however, was perfectly suited for the members of the Heavenly Soldier Corps. As he surveyed the blueprint, he noted one of the materials listed, subgreen star bones, a small quantity. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "Advanced aliens, you have truly delivered gifts to us ahead of time." "What did you say?" Zhu Yuhui, unable to hear clearly, turned to Lin Luo, who was now brimming with excitement. "It is time to sound the horn of counterattack." To his astonishment, these creatures held such immense value. Alien biology, truly, was remarkable. He wondered about the genetic composition of the noble overseers in space. Chapter 77, Needle and Thread at the Conference Table. Yang Jun and the others watched as Lin Luo entered. They had been urgently summoned half an hour earlier, signaling impending action. "Relay the orders. Effective immediately. The Heavenly Soldier Corps will commence a cleansing operation to eradicate all extraterrestrial beasts. Each unit must strive to minimize casualties and avoid reckless actions." "Understood." Yang Jun and the others responded loudly as they rose. Lin Luo pondered for a moment before adding, "Do not discard their corpses, bring them all back." The room fell silent for a moment before everyone hurriedly affirmed. Lin Luo did not elaborate further and departed directly. After his departure, Zhang San called out to General Yang, saying, "General Yang, did you notice that when Commander Lin mentioned the alien corpses, his eyes sparkled?" Yang Jun chuckled in response, saying, "You, as a lawyer, are always overly suspicious. The light in Commander Lin's eyes is a manifestation of wisdom. Do not speak of him in such a manner behind his back." Zhang San wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the generational gap with the older generation. By the way, Yang Jun took a step forward before retreating slightly, adding, "Do not call me general anymore. I am now the commander of the celestial troops." Zhang San sighed, squinting his eyes and sweetly forcing a smile. "Very well, General Yang." In the expanse of space, the colossal spacecraft continued its flight, having launched numerous small spacecraft without haste towards Blue Star. They meandered through the solar system, seeking potential civilizations. Their journey was not solely for the purpose of devouring a single blue star. Within the upper deck of this behemoth stood an alien of human size, with deep red skin and a humanoid resemblance, yet distinctively different. Their ears were larger than those of humans, and most notably, their heads were considerably larger. They were the apocalyptic beings, a third-tier civilization. The apocalyptic civilization had originally been a second-tier civilization, but, with rapid technological advancements, began interstellar exploration. Gradually, they came to a realization: to ascend to higher civilizations, it was imperative to establish a sufficient number of colonies. Assimilating other civilizations to elevate their own was the swiftest path forward. The subgreen beasts represented their 783rd colonized planetary species. Typically, they would plunder resources, annihilate planets, and slaughter species. However, the subgreen beasts were not advanced and remained in a barbaric state. Fortunately, they were strong and possessed extremely sharp claws, which spared them from extermination. The apocalyptic beings controlled these subgreen beasts using advanced technology. These creatures, classified as second-tier beasts, exhibited formidable offensive capabilities and served as their enforcers. Currently, the apocalyptic beings had devised a highly efficient colonization strategy, capable of achieving the subjugation of lower civilizations without direct intervention, relying solely on the labor of their enslaved colonists. In simpler terms, it was a system of exploitation, continuously harvesting laborers who, in turn, would harvest other laborers. Ahead, at star 715, the source of civilization was detected. But unfortunately, communication was severed. Within the starship's cabin, an apocalyptic being hurriedly approached and bent down to speak to a seemingly mature fellow apocalyptic being. He was the leader of the 9th Colonization Fleet, known as Vorbalamida in the Huaxia language. What caused the severance? Vorbalamida inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. Preliminary assessment suggests it was interrupted by other colonizers. Vorbalamida paused, anxiety creeping in as he asked, "What level are they?" "Currently unclear. But the history spans at least several million years." Upon hearing this, Vorbalamida exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "The solar system is remote. It should not yield any advanced civilizations." "Not necessarily. Take a look at this." The other being bent down, presenting Vorbalamida with a fragment, saying, "This fragment contains information about Blue Star, dating back millions of years." Vorbalamida picked it up and was instantly rendered speechless. A fierce wind howled, and heavy snow fell, creating particularly harsh December weather. "Old man, do not worry, we are fine." Members of the celestial troops politely declined the food and clothing offered by the elderly. Smiling as they explained, "As soldiers, we cannot accept gifts from the civilians." The old man gazed at the swirling snow and then at the attire of the celestial troops, remarking, "In the dead of winter, how can you not feel cold?" The soldiers of the celestial troops merely smiled gently and gradually explained their unique circumstances. Currently, air raid shelters across the land were largely in a state of silence. The alien beasts occasionally emerged to cause disturbances, but were repelled by the celestial troops one by one. The team stationed here observed that these alien beasts were becoming increasingly feral, likely due to a lack of food, as they fed on humans. The protection of the Huaxia military had deprived them of sustenance. Soon, some discovered the remains of bears or tigers in the forest, further validating this theory. "Can we still go out?" A man in a suit approached and asked. After posing the question, he lowered his head, adding, "I apologize. I do not mean to pressure you. I simply miss my wife and children on the other side." Upon hearing this, the entire air raid shelter fell silent. Could they still venture outside? With such formidable alien beasts on Huaxia's land, they were utterly defenseless. At that moment, a horn sounded in the distance. Everyone looked up. It was the assembly call of the Huaxia military. The soldiers, upon hearing it, felt their blood awaken. In the distance, a convoy slowly approached, filled with numerous soldiers, all adorned with a red character for Tian and the Huaxia national flag. Squad 738, present. The leader of the station's celestial troops stood at attention and saluted. "I am the commander of the 7th Company of the Celestial Troops. Commander Lin Luo has issued orders to immediately transition from defense to offense. Restore peace to the land of Huaxia," the leading soldier announced. The crowd was momentarily stunned, as was Squad 738. "What's wrong?" Are you afraid? The commander frowned. No. Squad 738 shouted in unison. We have long awaited this moment. The leading soldier waved his hand, and Squad 738 joined the ranks of the main force, leaving 2 individuals to guard the air raid shelter. Once on the vehicle, the commander of Squad 738 declared, I have longed to tear those alien pests to shreds. Upon hearing this, the commander frowned slightly, evidently displeased. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? As the squad leader pondered, he heard the commander say, Commander Lin has ordered that all slain alien beasts must be brought back intact. If you tear them to shreds, how shall we report to Commander Lin? The crowd paused. The commander turned and shouted, Did you all hear that? Not a single thread or fiber from those monsters should be left behind. Chapter 78. The elimination plan. Any oversight will result in military discipline. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, though inwardly anxious. Commander, it shouldn't come to that. Commander Lin. The comprehensive elimination plan has been initiated. The celestial troops have mobilized a total of 700,000 soldiers for combat. A soldier reported quickly to Lin Luo, who nodded in acknowledgement. As the soldier exited, Yi entered, still wearing his characteristic bright smile, saying, Brother Lin Luo, did you call for me? Lin Luo handed him a blueprint, saying, Take a look at this. What is this? Yi accepted it, pausing briefly before looking up at Lin Luo, then quickly returning his gaze to the blueprint, muttering, Impossible. This can work? It defies science. For several minutes, he continued his murmurs. Lin Luo inquired, Can it be done? Yi remained skeptical, replying, I can give it a try, but it truly lacks scientific basis. How is the research on alien technology coming along? Is there anything we can pilfer for our use? Still under study. After saying this, he took the manufacturing blueprint and left, continuing to mutter to himself, while Lin Luo smiled behind him. The items provided by the system were inherently unscientific. Otherwise, how do you think you came into existence? A resounding explosion echoed through the air as a celestial soldier leaped with remarkable agility over the apex of the blast, reminiscent of a scene from a martial arts drama. They were the Speed Brigade, the most agile soldiers in the heavenly army. Even though the soldier in question was portly, he gazed at the monstrous creature roaring before him. Its combat prowess intensified by days of hunger, making it increasingly irritable. The creature suddenly raised its hand, directing a luminous ring towards the airborne soldier. The ring began to absorb energy, and the soldier's pupils dilated in alarm. The power of that hand ring was terrifying, and even a glancing blow would be fatal. At that moment, 2 soldiers from the Strength Brigade approached with synchronized precision, launching their attack. Their immense strength pinned the alien beast to the ground. Yet the creature thrashed violently, its sharp claws aiming directly for their necks. However, they were resolute in not letting it succeed. Initially, they had deemed these monsters manageable, but now it was evident that they were too slow and too weak. Unlike their adversaries, these creatures showed no capacity for growth. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As they ducked to evade an attack, they simultaneously unleashed their fists. With a resounding strike, they shattered the creature's protective barrier. In that fleeting moment, the beast's eyes reflected panic and a plea for mercy. Yet, the celestial soldiers felt no sympathy. They understood that their opponents were mere slaves molded into combat machines. This was Huaxia, the realm of humanity. Thus, they struck in unison, their fists crashing into the creature's heart. In an instant, the anguished wail of the monster reverberated through the air, accompanied by the soldier's furious exclamation, Die! It is your weakness that has led you to this fate. Their fists penetrated the creature's flesh, obliterating not just its body but the very stone behind it. This scene was utterly astonishing, and the entire battle unfolded in less than 3 minutes, succinct and decisive. Despite possessing advanced technological defenses, the celestial soldiers' might was more than enough to crush them. Such spectacles were occurring nationwide as the mysterious army battled the alien beasts. Following the execution of the comprehensive eradication plan, conflicts erupted across various regions, drawing the attention of many. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a video lasting a mere 48 seconds was uploaded to Douyin, garnering over 10 million views within a minute and surpassing 100 million within 10 minutes. The identity of the mysterious army remained unknown to me. Were they special forces? Surely not. Could mere special forces achieve such feats? Observe their speed, they surpassed vehicles. And a soldier's fist shattered marble. These creatures evoked no pity. When they preyed upon humans, they showed no compassion. It was evident that this was the result of Chief Engineer Lin's human completion project. The internet erupted with this revelation. In recent times, people had been confined to air raid shelters, relying on the internet for entertainment, occasionally tuning into live streams or watching television. Discussions regarding Chief Engineer Lin had never ceased. When would we be able to become like them? Calm down. Did you not hear the government urging us to exercise? Yes, I'll search for fitness videos right now. In an instant, people began rummaging through their dusty fitness video collections, sparking an unexpected nationwide fitness craze within the air raid shelters. This was the basic situation. Lin Luo watched the battle video while listening to the reports from the information officer. What are the casualty figures? Lin Luo inquired. The officer responded excitedly. Throughout the entire battle, there have been no fatalities. Only a few soldiers sustained serious injuries, but they were successfully rescued by medics. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo smiled. War inevitably incurs losses. Initially, they might struggle, but humanity possesses an exceptional ability to learn and adapt, continuously improving tactics and techniques, especially the Huaxia army. After all, being the world's foremost military power is no trivial matter. While Huaxia implemented its comprehensive eradication plan, the rest of the world descended into a nightmarish catastrophe. Many nations remained unable to mount an effective offensive against the monsters. One nation attempted a bold and gruesome strategy, utilizing human bait to lure numerous beasts into a single location before launching a nuclear strike. Unfortunately, the result was that the creatures emerged unscathed. Currently, countries worldwide found themselves in a state of despair, with citizens living in constant fear. Thus, across the vast ocean, an agenda was presented at the International Union Organization. The title of the proposal was lengthy, but it could be succinctly summarized in 2 words: surrender. Chapter 79, The Bladeless Blade in This World. No one is unafraid of death. Those who claim not to fear death either possess a belief stronger than death itself or are utterly despondent about life. Hence, no one wishes to perish. Thus, the proposal to surrender was born. 1. Attempt communication with the extraterrestrials. 2. Offer human prisoners as sustenance for the alien beasts. When the proposal was announced, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood that prisoners was a euphemism. If enacted, the outcome would be dire. After all, the ranks of prisoners included many heinous individuals. Ultimately, it would be the impoverished who suffered the consequences, while the wealthy and powerful would remain untouched. I oppose this. A representative from the Bear Nation stood up, exclaiming, "What difference is there between this and death? We, the Bear Nation, would rather die standing than surrender to those monsters." His words resonated with only a few nations, while the majority remained silent. Behind many national representatives, capitalistic forces held sway. To them, human lives were negligible. As long as they survived, that was enough. The Bear Nation representative was acutely aware of these dynamics and promptly left the assembly hall, his assistant hurrying to catch up. Yesterday, tens of thousands more perished, the assistant reported. The Bear Nation representative fell silent for a moment before speaking. What about the situation domestically? His eyes sharpened as he asked, "Are they truly preparing for a judgment plan?" There is a saying in the Bible, Judgment Day, also known as the end times. The assistant remained silent. This was classified information, and he was aware, but could not disclose it. The representative's eyes gleamed with insight as he remarked, "You need not speak. I already know." He looked up at the azure sky, which appeared to him as an ominous void, much like the future of humanity. December 11th was unexpectedly bright and sunny. The heavenly army hoisted the last corpse onto a vehicle, dismissively clapping their hands. "Captain, what do you think Chief Engineer Lin intends to do with these monster carcasses?" "It's truly repulsive." The squad leader beside him replied, "Why are you talking so much? Criticizing Chief Engineer Lin behind his back is truly distasteful." The group erupted in laughter. One soldier scratched his head and said, "I wasn't criticizing. I was merely curious." "Curiosity is no excuse," the squad leader retorted, his eyes gleaming. "Chief Engineer Lin must have his reasons." A chorus of nods followed, in their hearts. Chief Engineer Lin was akin to a beacon of light. Thus, anyone who dared to speak ill of him would face their wrath. The squad leader hummed a tune as he boarded the vehicle. "The lifeless body of the extraterrestrial beast behind me represents the last one identified by Huaxia. Currently, all regions are entering the final phase of operations, with directives from above to ensure complete eradication, leaving no trace behind." At this moment, Lin Luo at the research center received a report. Contemplating briefly, he instructed Xia Qian, inform them to remain vigilant. "Only after thorough inspections can we release anyone." Xia Qian nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, a great furnace within the research center blazed with fierce flames, and the personnel donned heavy protective gear due to the burning of nuclear fuel. If this were to be revealed to the world, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, for they were forging a weapon using nuclear material. The mere thought of this would incite fury. However, it was a necessary measure. as the blueprints mandated the use of ignited nuclear fuel, requiring immense energy and temperature. I still believe it's implausible, Yi remarked while studying the schematics. How could the bones of such a creature possibly be integrated into a weapon? Internally, he trusted Lin Luo, but this was a new frontier, devoid of any scientific foundation. Lin Luo merely chuckled, saying, "If it fails, it's your inadequacy." Yi laughed heartily, scratching his head. At that moment, the temperature surged to its peak, prompting a technician to urgently announce, "We have precisely 48 hours. Control the temperature to prevent an explosion. Activate the cryogenic vaporization device." Simultaneously, another staff member approached Lin Luo and Yi to report, "All settings are as planned. Is it time to proceed?" "Let us proceed," Lin Luo replied, filled with anticipation. Soon, a curved blade appeared before them, resembling a scythe of death. However, it was shorter and less curved than one would expect. Upon closer inspection, it hardly seemed a formidable weapon due to its thinness, giving the impression that it could easily be snapped. Moreover, it appeared dull. Disappointment swept through the personnel, including Yi, who had tirelessly labored for days to develop it. Lin Luo, however, picked it up and instructed, "Bring forth some diamonds." Moments later, a large piece of diamond was presented, reputed to be the hardest material on Blue Star. If they could cleave it, its worth would be validated. Lin Luo raised the blade and swung it down decisively. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, envisioning the impending sound of shattering. Instead, they were met with a stunning sight. The blade sliced effortlessly into the diamond, smooth and silent, reminiscent of a knife through tofu. This creature's claw is indeed remarkable, Lin Luo mused with a smile. He began to comprehend that the genetic capabilities of the Yalv people were manifesting in this claw, akin to a genetic lock in humans. "Let us commence mass production," he boldly declared, tossing the blade to Yi, who was so startled he stumbled backward, embedding the weapon into the ground. As Lin Luo walked away, Yi cautiously grasped the blade, only to find it impossible to lift. Naturally, this blade, while appearing light, weighed 500 pounds. Without divine strength, one could not hope to wield it. Straining, he asked, "What shall we call this weapon, Lin Luo?" Without pausing, Lin Luo replied, "Wu Feng." On December 12th, at noon, the inhabitants of the air raid shelter completed their routine training, engaged in discussions about new developments. "I've noticed my stamina has significantly improved. My back no longer aches, and my legs feel fine. My heart isn't racing anymore." "Get lost," came the jovial reply. Within the shelter, the atmosphere was far more relaxed than before. Suddenly, the lights brightened, and the large screens shifted from fitness videos to a live broadcast. "It's Chief Engineer Lin," someone exclaimed, excitement palpable in their voice. Instantly, conversations erupted anew. "What has happened now?" Chapter 80. The Judgment Plan. It would be disingenuous to claim that fear did not linger, as the situation outside remained uncertain. The only information available was the previous 48-second video, which had amassed hundreds of billions of views. In that fleeting time, some had even analyzed it frame by frame, conducting extensive studies. "Hello everyone. I am Lin Luo." The familiar opening line evoked memories of the first time they had witnessed his appearance. Initial astonishment had transformed into profound respect. "I appreciate everyone's cooperation during this period. Our soldiers have eradicated all extraterrestrial beasts within Huaxia. From today, Huaxia shall briefly return to normalcy." This announcement sent the air raid shelter into a frenzy. People yearned for freedom. If not for dire circumstances, none would willingly remain in such a place. They chanted Lin Luo's name, rushing out of the shelter to breathe in the liberating air, despite the heavy snowfall. On this day, the land of Huaxia flourished once more, as people returned to their homes, reuniting with distant friends and relatives, exchanging pleasantries. Lin Luo's name echoed throughout, dominating discussions across forums and media as they delved into his identity. Yet, how could a classified identity ever be unveiled? Coincidentally, a media outlet inquired about Zhang Ming and Lu Tao's past conversations in the shelter regarding having once shared a room with Lin Luo, but both feigned ignorance. "We were drunk. How could we possibly know Chief Engineer Lin?" "Alcohol is prohibited in the shelter," a reporter insisted. Zhang Ming paused, squinting as he replied, "Apologies. I can get tipsy even from water." "Yes, me too," Lu Tao nodded. They longed to reveal to the reporters that Lin Luo was their roommate, their youngest brother. However, they feared that such revelations might affect Lin Luo. Even the slightest hint was unacceptable. They understood that keeping this pride within was sufficient, having once shared 3 years with such an extraordinary individual. Zhang Ming chuckled once the reporters departed. Lu Tao quickly added, "He still owes me $10. What does it matter if a brother owes you a little cash?" "I was just saying," You owe me 20 bucks, and I haven't pressed you about it. After that, both burst into laughter. At the National Security Center, when Lin Luo entered, the room was already filled with people, including the elder. Upon his arrival, everyone except the elder rose to their feet, gazing at Lin Luo. Apologies for my tardiness, Lin Luo said apologetically. In meetings of such magnitude, lateness is generally frowned upon. However, they understood the weight of Lin Luo's responsibilities. Whether waiting a few minutes or several hours, they bore no complaints. He took a seat beside the elder, a position that was singular and indicative of Lin Luo's stature. The elder stood, surveying the assembly, and declared, I thank you all for your cooperation and efforts during this time. I hereby announce that Operation Dawn has reached a splendid conclusion. Let us observe a moment of silence for the soldiers and civilians who perished in this operation. Everyone, please rise, bow your heads, and close your eyes. After a minute, the assembly sat down in unison, and the elder's expression shifted from solemnity to a smile as he remarked, the reports from various regions have come in, and life and work are gradually returning to normal. However, we must not become complacent. Lin Luo interjected. These extraterrestrial beasts are merely a tactic employed by their colonizers. The true threat has yet to arrive. Although I am uncertain why they have not acted yet, we must be prepared for anything. Thus, the highest state of alert cannot be lifted. The elder nodded and, looking at Lin Luo with a smile, said, Before you arrived, we were considering granting you a break. Now, thanks to your words, we find ourselves at a loss for how to proceed. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment, while the elder chuckled and signaled to his assistant, who promptly stepped forward and handed Lin Luo a document. This was an informational file detailing the current situation on Blue Star, revealing that in some populous nations, tens of thousands lose their lives daily to these extraterrestrial beasts, with some regions suffering losses as high as 100,000. It is unimaginable how many would perish in a nation as populous as Huaxia if not for the Celestial Army. The scale plan. Lin Luo frowned. The others narrowed their eyes at the mention of this plan, which was a surrender strategy discussed by the International United Organization and was already in effect. These individuals truly possess audacity, Lin Luo expressed in anger. To them, human life holds little value. The elder continued, as Lin Luo flipped through the document and noted that several countries had withdrawn from the plan. During this period, we have also received numerous distress signals from various nations. Although they are unaware of our circumstances, they seem to cling to a desperate hope. The elder inquired, What are your thoughts? Lin Luo understood that the elder was asking whether they should assist these other countries. While Huaxia had stabilized, many other nations remained in dire straits. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Luo responded swiftly. Establishing a unified front for humanity is something I have considered, but the time for that has yet to arrive. Our priority must be ensuring the safety of our own citizens. If we are to provide assistance, it must be done strategically and in order of priority. My principle is that the lives of the Celestial Army take precedence over all else. I see. The elder squinted, quickly grasping the implications of Lin Luo's words. At 7 p.m., 2 companies of the Celestial Army gathered in North China, personally led by Yang Jun, who bid them farewell. Remember, preserving your lives is paramount. Yang Jun reiterated to the 2 company leaders. Understood, they nodded and turned away. Yang Jun added, prompting the 2 leaders to quickly turn around. Commander Lin instructed that the bodies must be brought back. They are valuable, do you understand? Yes, the 2 leaders nodded, sweating, thinking to themselves that this instruction had been repeated 10 times. The Yang Jun of old would never have behaved this way. Let us depart. Yang Jun waved his hand. At this moment, the 2 leaders heft a heavy weapons package onto their backs, boarded a military vehicle, and the 2 companies set forth towards the northern borders in a grand procession. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Bear Nation, Smolensk, a historical scene was unfolding. The battle for Smolensk. The Bear Nation's army encircled the city with a steel barricade, confronting the formidable extraterrestrial beasts. Alas, they could not halt their advance. The steel barricade inflicted no harm upon them. I believe it is time to initiate the preemptive judgment plan. In the Congress building, John Aleph surveyed the room with piercing eyes. He was known as the Emperor of the Bear Nation, acting with decisiveness. He was one of the few leaders still using the military to defend the lives of the people. The others trembled in fear. The judgment plan is essentially a self-destructive scheme. Yet, they had to make a decision, for tomorrow, the last line of defense in Smolensk would be breached, and the Congress building would not withstand the onslaught. They must evacuate the city and concede it to these extraterrestrial beasts. Smolensk has never shed tears, but today, it does. Chapter 81. Yura. This is a disgrace for the Bear Nation. They are a warrior people. They once braved the flames to defend against outsiders and protect this city. Yet today, they found themselves forced to make such a choice. Ultimately, John Aleph stood, gazing forward, and declared, "I announce the formal initiation of the Judgment Plan. If one nuclear bomb cannot annihilate them, we possess 10, 100, 1,000. I believe there is nothing that overwhelming firepower cannot resolve." Silence enveloped the room. The first step of the Judgment Plan, the obliteration of Smolensk. This city, built by their own hands, shall be destroyed by them. Yura, on the walls of Smolensk. A squad of well-equipped bear soldiers shouted loudly. Before them, several monsters were ravenously tearing at the corpses of their comrades, igniting the fiery spirit of the warrior within them. When has the bear nation ever felt so humiliated? They shouted and charged forward, completely forgetting the command they had received. They were the last line of defense, meant to protect the civilians' escape. Smolensk is abandoned. Let them die? Their eyes burned with fury as they rushed ahead. The captain led the charge, wielding a bayonet rifle, forgetting life and death, oblivious to orders. Until, with a furious roar, a monster forcefully repelled him. The captain fell to the ground. Witnessing the creature's sharp claws descending upon him, he finally came to his senses. This was a scene he had witnessed before. His skull would be torn apart, becoming sustenance for these monsters. He shouted in despair, closing his eyes. However, after a long while, he felt no pain. And it was only when the surrounding clamor intensified that he opened his eyes. From this perspective, he saw a tall figure appear before him. And with the setting sun behind, the figure seemed even taller. "Hey, are you all right?" The figure spoke. He could not understand. "Yes." The other spoke in a language foreign to the bear nation. The figure seemed to notice his confusion and turned to a nearby comrade, saying, "Hey, do you speak bear language?" "Speak of what? I graduated elementary school. Can you not be more cultured? We are in another country. Refrain from calling me I. We are a friendly nation, understand?" The figure remarked. The soldier chastised did not respond, turning to charge forward. At this moment, the bear nation captain finally noticed the insignia on their shoulders. Huaxia. The captain was taken aback, clearly surprised, though he did not comprehend foreign languages. He recognized the name Huaxia and smiled faintly, saying, "Coconut silk, lettuce, Nambo Bay." Just as the captain felt lost, he heard the roar of the beasts, snapping him back to reality. This was a battlefield of carnage. He attempted to persuade these people to withdraw, but as he stood, he witnessed a shocking scene. He saw a Huaxia soldier sliding toward the enemy, hands wielding a blade approximately 0.7354 meters long, as the monster's claws came crashing down. Yet the soldier's speed could only be described as superhuman. With a firm stance, the Huaxia soldier leaped several dozen meters, greeting the sunset, stepping upon the light, and with a single stroke, cleaved down. Crack. 1 stroke. Severed hand. 2 strokes. Severed foot. 3 strokes. The head fell to the ground. This spectacle left the bear nation soldiers' pupils dilated in shock. What the? Was it this simple? They could not fathom this reality, as this monster could not even be destroyed by their tanks. Who were these people? The seasoned soldier from the Huaxia army, having completed his task, methodically sheathed his blade and proceeded towards the next extraterrestrial beast. At that moment, the captain from the bear nation realized that there were not merely 2 Huaxia soldiers present. There were dozens of them. Despite facing a multitude of alien creatures, they had swiftly turned the tide in their favor. In that instant, the soldiers from the bear nation found themselves questioning their very existence. This spectacle was mirrored in other nations such as Babbage and Alpaca. Yang Jun reported to Lin Luo that they were ready to set out. Lin Luo nodded without turning back. "What are you studying now?" Yang Jun inquired. "We have secured a victory. A brief respite would not be amiss," he added, genuinely concerned that Lin Luo appeared fatigued. Although it seemed Lin Luo had done little, Yang Jun understood that his mind was relentlessly engaged in contemplation. He yearned to alleviate some of Lin Luo's burdens, yet recognized his own limitations. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Lin Luo offered a wry smile. "I wish we could, but those noble advanced civilizations in space do not permit us a moment's rest." Yang Jun paused, realizing his blunder. Lin Luo then turned to Yi and asked, "How goes the deciphering of this wristband's protective shield?" Yi responded, "There is some progress, yet the spacecraft remains impenetrable. It appears to be a one-time use vessel." Lin Luo furrowed his brow, confirming their suspicions that these were indeed discarded battle slaves. "What are your intentions?" Yang Jun questioned. "While we have established a foundational strength, you must know, Yang, what the primary element of modern warfare is: air supremacy." Yang Jun's pupils dilated. "Indeed," Lin Luo continued, "we still lack the means to refine effective flight genes." Yang Jun pondered, asking how Lin Luo had acquired his own flight capabilities, but reconsidered. realizing that if Lin Luo wished to share, he would have done so already. Such a species likely did not exist on Blue Star. Lin Luo mused. I wonder if those extraterrestrial beings in space possess such capabilities. Yang Jun nearly choked on his drink. Incredulous that Lin Luo was already contemplating the genes of others before they had even engaged in battle. However, I fear their aerial combat capabilities may be overwhelming, leaving our heavenly soldiers at a disadvantage, Lin Luo remarked, lightly tapping his pen against the table. Then we shall utilize fighter jets as our transport, after all. Do we not possess replicas of the X-18? Yang Jun suggested. He hesitated for a moment before stating that is likely no longer available. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, his expression turned grave. What? You say you've discovered traces of alien beasts near Zhufeng? Were you not instructed to conduct a thorough investigation? Immediately dispatch nearby celestial soldiers and ensure the safety of the civilians first. After he hung up, Yang Jun informed Lin Luo, I must step out for a moment. Lin Luo nodded, understanding that such matters did not require his constant oversight. The domestic situation was manageable. Even if a rogue creature appeared, it was not beyond control. From a distance, Captain Genelef stood atop a temporary command hill, gazing at the colossal city in the distance, the capital of the Bear Nation. Yet, in a short while, it would vanish, utterly erased from the map. Team 237, comprising 33 members, had yet to make their presence known. An aide reported, they are the last team remaining. After a moment of silence, he added, the scheduled time for the judgment plan has arrived. Should we wait a little longer? Genelef replied, indeed. One more second could mean a miracle. The aide took a step back, aware that Genelef was not angry with him, but rather grappling with the reality that if they did not return, the likelihood of their survival was slim. Let us wait another 3 minutes, Genelef finally decreed. The aide was taken aback, having never witnessed Genelef in such a weakened state. The great emperor of the Bear Nation, once commanding and decisive, now appeared frail. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. Everyone's eyes widened. A miracle! A miracle! Yura! The crowd erupted as they beheld a vehicle adorned with the flag of the Bear Nation. Prepare for the judgment plan, Genelef commanded. Yes, the aide nodded. A soldier nearby exclaimed, Commander, there is someone in the passenger seat who seems to be speaking. Are there pursuing enemies? Genelef anxiously glanced over, but saw none. As the vehicle accelerated towards the hill, the distance shrank to a mere 100 meters. They finally discerned the voice of a soldier from the passenger seat. Stop the attack. Smoko, we held our ground. The crowd paused. As the vehicle came to a screeching halt, the soldier jumped out and urgently implored, Mr. National Leader, please cease the bombing plan. Smoko is secure. What? The crowd froze, processing the revelation. Huaxia people. They gasped in astonishment, as if listening to a legendary tale unfold. I swear by the name of the Almighty, the soldier insisted. Genelef's eyes sparkled with hope, a smile forming on his lips, until he abruptly recalled something and rushed toward the rear, shouting, Quick! Stop the missile launch. He hastened into the main camp. Mr. National Leader, what is the matter? The aide inquired. Without a word, Genelef squinted at a small black box ahead. It was the control panel for the Bear Nation's nuclear arsenal. Countdown, 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Genelef seized it. 9 seconds. To terminate the program, please enter the password. 8 seconds. 1 second. Safety disengaged. Genelef, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The aide asked, Mr. National Leader, do you know what you are doing? Genelef beamed, looking at the control room personnel with joy. No need to detonate. Our capital has been saved. In that moment, everyone in the control room stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, in the city of Smoko, the battle had concluded. Let us clean up thoroughly. Not a single strand of hair should be overlooked. We also hope to earn General Lin Luo's commendation. The last team in North Huobi received praise from him, and they were over the moon. We cannot fall behind. We must bask in the glory as well. The squad leader remarked. The soldiers of the Bear Nation were deeply moved. These Huaxia individuals not only aided them in vanquishing the monsters, but also assisted in clearing the battlefield. Such profound gratitude. Is this what it means to be allies? No need to trouble yourselves. We can manage. A Bear Nation squad leader stepped forward. However, the Huaxia squad leader could not grasp his words. The Bear Nation captain gestured for his team members to assist, but the Huaxia leader promptly interjected, No, we can handle it ourselves. Despite the language barrier, the soldiers of the Bear Nation felt even more touched. Indeed, true brothers. The Bear Nation squad glanced at the unsheathed blade firmly planted in the ground by the Huaxia team and swallowed hard, pointing at the weapon. The gesture implied, May I touch it? Having witnessed their comrades wielding the blade to vanquish foes, He was eager to discover the secrets of this extraordinary weapon. Although the captain of the Huaxia team struggled with a language barrier, he managed to comprehend the situation this time. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Whoa!" The captain of the bear team, filled with excitement, attempted to draw his knife, but it refused to budge. Despite his efforts, it remained immobile. With a third attempt yielding no results, the Huaxia captain burst into laughter. Under his gaze, he effortlessly lifted the unarmed weapon and, in a friendly gesture, draped his arm around the bear captain's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yura! Yura!" The bear captain, drenched in sweat, could only stare fixedly at the single-handedly lifted weapon, pondering the vast disparity between individuals. As night fell, Lin Luo returned to his quarters and found Xia Qian waiting at the door. Upon his arrival, she opened the door for him. "How many did you take down this time?" Lin Luo inquired with a smile. "7, with one heavily injured," Xia Qian replied earnestly, revealing her remarkable talent for awakening both speed and strength gene abilities. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that there was no need for such seriousness, and waved his hand, preparing to rest. Xia Qian added, "Commander Yang called, saying that the creatures at Zhufeng are not extraterrestrial beasts." "Not beasts?" Lin Luo was taken aback. "Then what are those enormous footprints?" Xia Qian explained that the local ethnic minorities were obstructing their investigation, claiming it was their mountain god. Mountain god? Lin Luo paused. Having completed 9 years of compulsory education, he found it hard to believe such tales. He searched for Zhufeng mountain god on his computer and discovered an abundance of discussions online. In 1973, an expedition team in China encountered a snow mountain and was presumed dead, only to be found the next day at the foot of the mountain. According to the survivors, they had been rescued by mysterious beings. In 1983, a local man, who had been missing for days, returned home just as preparations for his funeral were underway, claiming he was saved by the mountain god. In 1999, a team set out to find the mountain god, but they uncovered only enormous footprints in hidden areas of the snow mountain. After reflecting on these accounts, Lin Luo stood up and declared, "It seems we must pay a visit to Zhufeng now." Xia Qian hesitated before quickly saying, "I'll prepare the plane right away." "No need," Lin Luo smiled gently, suddenly appearing behind her and lifting her by the back of her clothing. In the next instant, they found themselves soaring high above the ground, miles away. Xia Qian looked down and swallowed hard. Is this what it feels like to fly in the sky? Yet, she felt uncomfortable, as though he treated her like a mere chick. Nevertheless, she decided to appreciate the breathtaking scenery below. Time flew by, and when Xia Qian felt her feet touch the ground, she could already see Yang Jun. "What brings you here?" Yang Jun exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Luo. "This is a matter I could handle myself," he added. Lin Luo scanned the surroundings and replied, "Perhaps this is not a trivial matter." Chapter 83. The World Watches. Yang Jun was taken aback. What did Lin Luo mean by that? In the office, Chen sifted through various documents, as extraterrestrial affairs had been entrusted to Lin Luo, freeing him from many responsibilities. "Look at this pile of letters. It has exceeded 1,000,000. His assistant remarked with a smile. "They are all expressions of gratitude and well wishes for Commander Lin Luo." Shonen rarely lifted his head but smiled, saying, "Without him, we would have fallen to the same fate as they did." However, his smile quickly faded. "What's wrong?" The assistant, who had been by his side for many years, quickly noticed the change in his expression. "Lin Luo has contributed so much here, yet we feel powerless to assist him," Shonen confessed, feeling a pang of guilt. "Is Lin Luo still unmarried?" the assistant asked. "Yes," Shonen nodded, pausing briefly before turning to his assistant. "Are you suggesting?" He stopped, saying no. "We cannot be certain if Lin Luo would appreciate that during such a critical time when he is already burdened. Exactly because he is burdened, we should exert more effort." "Shouldn't we?" the assistant replied cheerfully. "We are not forcing anything upon him. We are not reviving feudal practices here." Chenin pondered for a while before stating, "But we have no suitable candidates. A person as outstanding as Lin Luo must be paired with someone equally remarkable. Perhaps we should hold a talent show." A gold digger would not do. Chenin rejected the idea. "We could use another premise for the competition, such as a talent performance or selecting a spokesperson for the national team." "That sounds promising," Chenin smiled. "You handle the arrangements for this. It is not the right time, at least until the war concludes. Afterwards, I will ask Li Dong to gauge Lin Luo's sentiments." "You are truly cunning. You let Uncle Li take the fall," the assistant chuckled. Chenin frowned, causing the assistant to quickly suppress his laughter. At that moment, a communications officer entered, saying, "A call from the north." "Read it," Chenin instructed. The assistant began to read, which was merely a letter of thanks and a request for a visit. "It seems the matter has been resolved." Chenin nodded, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Our heavenly soldiers team arrived just in time, preventing their trial plans. The communications officer reported, handing Chun a document. Upon seeing it, Chun winced and said, "Indeed, they are a battle-hardened nation. When they cannot win, they resort to self-destruction. Fortunately, they arrived in time." The two bystanders chuckled, and the communications officer continued. Additionally, some supporting regions sent gifts, totaling this amount. Chun paused, inquiring, "How much do you mean?" The officer handed him the information. Chun smiled, saying, "A wealthy benefactor is indeed wealthy." "What else?" The officer added. "Currently, our heavenly soldiers are quite popular abroad, with many places reaching out for reinforcements." The officer reported. "How should we respond?" Chun, without looking up from the documents, replied nonchalantly, "Did you just say something?" The reputation of the heavenly soldiers aiding other nations had undoubtedly spread. Their fierce combat style and formidable abilities had left the countries of Blue Star in shock. My goodness, they truly possess martial prowess. What is happening in the East? How have they achieved this? Rumors of divine myths from the East. Could they be true? Several videos showcasing the heavenly soldiers defeating extraterrestrial beasts had garnered billions of views, igniting fervent speculation among the populace. Theories of theology and martial arts emerged, with some even suggesting that these soldiers might be time travelers. These increasingly bizarre conjectures were laid before Thamuse, who was at his wit's end, unable to comprehend the situation. "Which one do you think it is?" Thamuse asked. No one could provide an answer, even among the so-called top-notch think tank of the Eagle Nation and the world. "Incompetence!" Thamuse erupted, his face flushed with anger. "Have you made contact with them?" "We have contacted them, but received no response," Blake replied. "Incompetence! Incompetence!" Thamuse fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Blake. "Where are your agents? Your spies? They possess so much information that we are unaware of. How are you managing your duties?" Reflecting on the past war, the reasons for their easy victory had become painfully clear. Blake offered a bitter smile, burdened and unable to voice his frustrations. The leader of the think tank then interjected. "Sir, I believe our most pressing concern now is to avoid further offending them. We must exert every effort to mend the relations between our two nations." Both Thamuse and Blake paused, taken aback. A year ago, this statement might have held some weight, but today, is there truly any hope left? Beneath Mount Ju, ice and snow stretch for miles, enveloping the entire plateau. Here, one can behold the azure sky and the distant peaks, which are renowned as the pinnacle of the world. "Take me to see the footprints," Lin Luo said. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped that Lin Luo was referring to the unknown creature. They arrived at the foot of Mount Ju, and Lin Luo scanned the surroundings, noting that they were not far from a nearby village, approximately 4 or 5 li away. The altitude here was roughly 2,700 meters, already quite high. Although protective measures had been taken for the footprints, the inclement weather had since covered them with snow. "Look at this image," Yang Jun remarked, handing over the picture. "Should we call in zoologist?" "No need," Lin Luo replied, shaking his head. Upon seeing the image, he was taken aback, for it resembled exactly what he had seen online prior to their arrival. The print resembled a bear's paw, yet its surface area was 3 times larger than that of a human hand, with massive fingers and a palm that was distinctly human-like rather than bear-like. "Report." A soldier rushed over, exclaiming, "We found it." "Found what?" Yang Jun inquired urgently. "We discovered an extraterrestrial beast," the soldier said excitedly, suddenly noticing Lin Luo and standing at attention, exclaiming, "Greetings, Commander Lin." His voice trembled with enthusiasm. Lin Luo nodded slightly, which only heightened the soldier's excitement. "Did you kill it?" "It's already dead," the soldier replied, "but not by our hands." Both Lin Luo and Yang Jun were momentarily stunned. Upon reaching the scene, they couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the pool of blood and the unmistakable signs of a struggle. The extraterrestrial creature had met a grisly end. "Are you certain it wasn't our people?" Yang Jun asked. "Absolutely. I've already ruled that out," the soldier affirmed. Lin Luo crouched down to inspect the neck of the extraterrestrial beast, which bore a 5-clawed scratch. Observing the blood on the ground, he noted both green and red hues. The red was clearly not from the extraterrestrial creature. Subsequently, Lin Luo entered the village, where the elderly village chief expressed evident excitement upon seeing them. "Ababa Amos," he exclaimed. "The mountain god is a divine spirit, the protector of the earth. You must not harm him." The translator conveyed. Lin Luo smiled gently, replying, "Chief, we do not wish to harm him. Rather, it is the monster that has harmed him, and perhaps he needs our assistance." Amokaba, the old chief, clearly remained skeptical. How could the mountain god be injured? Lin Luo then stated, "Recently, did you not hear the howls of wild beasts and the fires? That was the mountain god protecting you. Look, this monster is what he killed. Lin Luo showed him the photo, yet the old chief remained unconvinced. Noticing his doubt, Lin Luo pulled Yang Jun forward, stating, "We are soldiers of Huaxia. We would never lie." This time, the old chief finally believed him. He informed Lin Luo that indeed, a few days prior, he had heard the sounds of a struggle, but it was too dark and there were fires, so he did not dare venture outside, instructing the villagers to remain indoors. "Has anyone gone missing in the village?" Lin Luo inquired. Barasi, the old chief, shook his head. Lin Luo clasped his hands in gratitude and ultimately departed. Yang Jun remarked, "It's fortunate we managed to convince him." However, Lin Luo's gaze had taken on a more cautious demeanor as he replied, "What I said was not mere persuasion." Yang Jun paused. "This extraterrestrial beast is a slip in our intelligence network. Judging by the timeline, it was driven out by us and had likely targeted this village. However, the mountain god struck it down outside the village." Hearing this, Yang Jun was left speechless. "Do you truly believe there are gods in this world?" "No." Lin Luo shook his head, "But all beings possess a spirit. Is it possible that on this blue planet, aside from humanity, there are no other highly advanced species?" In the vicinity, a group watched as the Huaxia soldiers voraciously consumed their meals, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was not that they were stingy, but rather that this group of soldiers had an insatiable appetite. Just a small contingent devoured the equivalent of nearly 10,000 people's rations. Can eating make one this strong? The leader of the beleaguered team from the Bear Nation had grown quite familiar with them. The Huaxia team leader paused, then broke into a grin, saying nothing further. Since Commander Lin did not indicate whether he could speak, it was best to refrain from discussion. After indulging in a hearty meal, the leader stood up and addressed his companion. "Have all the extraterrestrial beast carcasses been loaded? We must prepare to return. Please extend my regards to your elders." Jonas replied gratefully. He understood that the friendship between nations was inherently fragile, primarily based on self-interest. This time, Huaxia had proactively offered assistance, and Jonas realized how wise it had been to ally with Huaxia. In addition to the extraterrestrial beast bodies, we have also loaded some oil and your preferred foods as tokens of gratitude. Furthermore, I kindly request that you convey to your superiors my wish to personally visit your esteemed country. After speaking, Jonas stood at attention, and everyone followed suit, saluting and even bowing as he said, "Thank you for saving us and for rescuing Smoker." The Huaxia soldiers returned the salute, exchanging polite words, yet with no intention of refusal. However, they were unaware of the exaggerated nature of the provisions Jonas had mentioned. In the vastness of space, the apocalyptic star people scoured the entire solar system and even beyond, yet they found no signs of biological worlds, which left them feeling somewhat disappointed. If they could enslave 2 civilizations in such a star system, their return to apocalyptic star would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. In this light, the current civilization of the blue planet appeared nascent. Valbaramida observed the fragments in his hand, feeling a tinge of panic, but soon his demeanor shifted to a grin. "However, there is still some connection. Perhaps this time we can locate the treasure civilization." The deputy captain and others nearby were elated. "Let us set off," Valbaramida declared. To the blue planet. There were several other planets along this trajectory that they could explore, for although this solar system may now be in decline, it must have once been splendid. The time was also ripe. The inhabitants of the blue planet should be terrified by our slave warriors and eager to surrender. Yes. Turning around, someone began to operate the controls. As Valbaramida spoke, he glanced at the fragments in his hand, while the deputy captain beside him hesitated to speak. He noticed that numerous signal sources had suddenly vanished. These signals were the controls for the subgreen star beings. Normally, if they disappeared, it would indicate that they had perished. However, according to their previous data, the strongest power on the blue planet was a nation known as the Eagle Nation. Yet, this strongest force posed no threat in their eyes. Had they made an error? The deputy captain pondered and could only arrive at this conclusion. The distance was too great. The signals might not be detectable. After all, this solar system was an exceedingly remote desert star system. Nevertheless, even if the subgreen beasts were dead, they remained indifferent. After all, they were merely slaves. Nothing more. In the following days, Lin Luo searched the valley, aware that it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet he pressed on until the final day. He even ascended to the summit of Mount Zhu. The cliffs were sheer, and standing atop the peak allowed for a close view of the stars and moon. However, looking down proved daunting for those with a fear of heights. After a thorough search yielded no results, Lin Luo was preparing to return to Tianjing when a soldier beside him remarked, "Is that snow tinged with red?" Lin Luo turned to look, his pupils widening in shock. On the white cliffs, a massive figure seamlessly blended into the snowy mountains. If it weren't for Lin Luo's remarkable eyesight, one would hardly discern the presence of a creature clinging there. The being seemed to sense Lin Luo's gaze, abruptly widening its eyes. In that moment, their eyes locked. A gaze of astonishment met with one of delight. The surrounding soldiers were utterly bewildered, and the creature leapt into the air, astonishingly capable of hovering without wings. At that instant, Lin Luo was filled with ecstasy. The creature lingered momentarily in the air, casting a taunting glance at Lin Luo, as if to say, "Come, chase me." The creature then ventured into the distance, seemingly devoid of any intent to attack. It soared through the cosmos in search of its next hiding place when suddenly, it heard a cheerful hi. It could not comprehend human language, yet it recognized the presence of a human. Turning its head, the creature's plump face twitched upon seeing the very human it had just provoked, now standing shoulder to shoulder with it. "Hi," Lin Luo greeted with a warm smile. Having lived a long life, he had never encountered such a request. The creature paused, scanning Lin Luo up and down, its terrified eyes mirroring those of a human. It let out a roar and inexplicably accelerated. Its speed was unimaginable. After flying for about 10 minutes, it glanced back and, relieved to find nothing behind it, exhaled deeply. Yet suddenly, it felt a collision. Pain surged through it, and upon opening its eyes, it saw that same friendly smile and heard the words, "I am a good person." The creature stepped back and almost immediately veered in another direction. Its body exhibited intense tremors. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, recognizing it as a manifestation of panic. When creatures encounter beings more powerful than themselves, they instinctively flee. It was evident that the creature understood Lin Luo could fly faster than it. Nevertheless, it chose to escape rather than attack. As Lin Luo hesitated on whether to pursue, he noticed 2 visible wounds on the creature's back, bleeding profusely due to its frantic movements. Lin Luo quickly closed the gap, and each time he caught up, he patiently explained, but the creature simply changed direction to flee. With no other choice, Lin Luo resolutely drew his fingernail across his arm, gesturing with his palm to cover the wound, then pointed at its back. In that moment, the creature finally comprehended. After a moment's hesitation, it came to a stop. "I mean no harm," Lin Luo reassured, indicating its back again. "Thank you for saving those villagers." 30 minutes later, Lin Luo looked at the creature, now bandaged like a mummy, and felt somewhat speechless. It was no wonder. He was not a trained medic. And this was a commendable effort. Though it might not be aesthetically pleasing, it was practical. The creature, entirely snow-white, had a large head and belly. Yet its arms and legs were quite robust. With a belly that size, do you often steal food from the villagers? Lin Luo joked, playfully tapping its belly. The creature snorted in disapproval, clearly not fond of having its belly tapped, but it understood it could not overpower Lin Luo. "Being chubby is not your fault," Lin Luo said as he sat on the ground. "What is your species, and how did you come to be here?" His curiosity was piqued. However, he received no answers. In fact, it seemed the creature could not comprehend his words at all. At that moment, the creature stood alert, scanning its surroundings. Lin Luo understood that Yang Jun and the others must be approaching. The creature roared at him, signaling its intent to depart. Lin Luo smiled gently and nodded. This creature exhibited remarkable intelligence. Before leaving, it turned back, letting out a roar that seemed to express gratitude. Lin Luo waved goodbye amicably. Once the creature had completely vanished, he retrieved a hidden test tube filled with its blood and sighed. "I am truly benevolent. Caring for animals is a responsibility we all share." However, the greedy human remained unaware that the departing creature had clutched a few strands of his black hair in its paw, revealing a silly grin. This was the genuine smile. Upon returning to Tianjing, Lin Luo and Yang Jun were summoned for a meeting. "This matter must remain confidential," Lin Luo stated. "The spiritual beings between heaven and earth often defy conventional theories. Just as dolphins rescue humans, this creature is essentially a kind-hearted giant, unperturbed by worldly affairs. That is the best for it," Lin Luo continued. "I thought you would have killed it," Yang Jun remarked. "You immediately resort to violence. Too brutal," Lin Luo countered. "In this world, beyond violence, there exists human sentiment and decency. You see, I saved it, and it willingly provided me a vial of its blood. This is the essence of human connection," Lin Luo asserted earnestly. "Are you certain it was voluntary?" Yang Jun, though not foolish, was somewhat slow to grasp the nuances. Lin Luo turned his head away, feigning ignorance of Yang Jun's words, and shifted the topic. "For some reason, I feel I've encountered this rotund creature before. Back in elementary school, you never went to Zifeng. We investigated your background. I can even bring your deskmate to you," Yang Jun quipped. At that moment, the elder entered the office, noticing them and smiling. What brings you such joy? Lin Zhongxua said we cannot disclose it, Yang Jun replied. Lin Luo felt a bead of sweat trickle down, thinking, is this elder toying with me? The elder chuckled heartily, seemingly unperturbed, and said, sit down. In addition to them, Li Donglei, Chunin, and Wu Wenbo were present. Here is the battle report. The elder handed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo glanced at it and nodded. These nations are indeed quite generous. The impetus behind this support stems from a genuine desire to assist. Of course, the collection of those otherworldly beast corpses is another contributing factor. If we do not intervene, their lives would be at stake. Thus, they are willing to assist, Chunin added. I have already ordered the troops to withdraw, the elder stated. The nations outside are clamoring for our aid. He then looked up at Lin Luo. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and responded. Given the current stability of the situation and the resolution of the allied forces, we can consider extending aid to other nations. After all, our demand for those extraterrestrial corpses is substantial. They are valuable resources, and we need to equip all heavenly soldiers with the finest. However, before Lin Luo could finish his thought, the elders present all displayed cunning smiles. They must seek our assistance. Li Donglei laughed unpleasantly, finally seizing an opportunity to interject. But as those words fell, the group frowned. A twinge of nervousness gripped Li Donglei as he realized he had misspoken, only to hear the elder's reproachful voice. Donglei, what nonsense are you spouting? We are a benevolent nation, offering assistance to all with goodwill. Your mindset is flawed. Indeed, all present, including Lin Luo, nodded in agreement. Li Donglei fell into a state of self-imposed silence, concluding it was better for him to remain silent. Urgent intelligence. Urgent intelligence. A soldier from a small nation in the desert continent burst into the office, startling the national leader. He inquired sharply, what is the matter? Huaxia has responded. They have agreed to our deal. The soldier exclaimed. The national leader paused, then joy surged within him as he asked, really? See for yourself. The soldier quickly presented the information. Good. The national leader's eyes brimmed with tears. This scene unfolded across numerous nations. And this news reached all nations on Blue Star in no time. In the Black Palace, Themis felt a mix of joy and anxiety upon hearing the news. They too had provided a quotation. However, Huaxia was completely unresponsive to their calls. Raise the offer. Raise the offer. Timuse shouted frantically, as if driven mad. Chapter 86. The Super Ability Gene. Days later, the world was in an uproar. Official media from the East announced that they would simultaneously dispatch celestial legions to support 8 countries. This declaration exploded in popularity. The entire globe was engulfed in chaos. Once thriving coastal regions had turned into desolate wastelands, while previously barren areas were now bustling with activity. However, this was but a fleeting moment. If these monstrous entities were not dealt with, they would inevitably invade these lands. Consequently, the populace of developed nations exerted pressure on their leaders to urgently request aid. Riots even broke out at one point. Yet, these nations bore their troubles in silence. Not only could they not communicate, but they also dared not offend the East. Since they ignored our plight, we shall apply pressure through other means. On the night of December 13th, Timuse summoned the people of Fuzhang, demanding they unite and apply public pressure on the East. The Fuzhang representatives were disheartened. Who would dare provoke the East? Yet, as they had always followed the directives of the Eagle Nation, they had no choice but to comply. Perhaps there was a way. They had always feared international public opinion. Fuzhang relayed the message back home, and after some discussion, a consensus was reached. On the morning of the 14th, Fuzhang and 3 allied nations issued a statement. The East, as a major global power, should shoulder the responsibilities befitting its status. Humanity is one. You cannot act selfishly. Simultaneously, to stir controversy, they hired online commentators, generating widespread debate globally. Eventually, this escalated into discussions of merging and waging war. Throughout this turmoil, the East remained silent until 2 p.m. on the 14th. When a representative from the East publicly released a video on the official International Union website. Due to various reasons, we have decided to permanently blacklist these 3 nations, denying them trade and support. This announcement sent shockwaves through the internet. Such a display of strength. If you wish to manipulate public opinion, we shall simply blacklist you. The representatives of the 3 nations were left dumbfounded, as if their defenses had crumbled, seizing the opportunity to apply further pressure. Unfortunately, after being blacklisted, the East paid them no heed. Instead, news emerged from within the alliance that the Gallic Rooster had established contact with the East. The world buzzed with speculation. Lin Luo disregarded the external chatter. The biological blood sample he obtained from Zhu Feng proved to possess extraordinary capabilities. Ding. Congratulations, host, for coming into contact with the Super Ability Gene Series. Ding. This gene series exists solely within unique biological gene chains. Ding. Successfully deciphering it will yield its special gene chain. The Super Ability Gene Series. Lin Luo pondered. Genes related to strength are higher-level genes. And if we speak of super abilities, perhaps it truly is a flight gene sequence. With this thought, he immersed himself in his work. However, this endeavor consumed 3 days and nights. The deciphering of this gene was exceedingly complex, far more intricate than that of extraterrestrial beasts. It was astonishing that such a creature existed on Blue Star. Zhu Yuhui, too, toiled for 3 days and nights, but maintained his fervor, suggesting they might dive into the ocean to capture one, as there could be more. Lin Luo chuckled, saying, Dr. Zhu, do you truly expect me to fish for a needle in the ocean? Zhu Yuhui paused, then offered a wry smile. I was merely joking, I wouldn't dare. Let's take a break. Lin Luo noticed a soldier from the Purple Gold Dragon standing at the door with a document, prompting him to step outside. Zhu Yuhui, seeing Lin Luo leave, continued to delve into the genes, reflecting on how he had wasted 10 years in a mental institution. Now, he had access to a wealth of knowledge. Upon stepping outside, the Purple Gold Dragon soldier said, I have brought document number 909. He handed it to Lin Luo with a salute before stepping back. Lin Luo opened it to find it read, Human Unified Front Plan. The first page prominently stated, Bilateral Equal Trade Protection Agreement. As Lin Luo read further, he couldn't help but smile. The so-called equal agreement was anything but. It stipulated that to gain protection from Huaxia, the nations must accept the allocation of resources, technology, weaponry, and labor to Huaxia. In simple terms, Huaxia would refrain from interfering with their sovereign rights, but could unconditionally allocate all their resources. Lin Luo quickly signed his name and handed it back to the soldier, saying, Reply to them. This plan is feasible. Understood. The soldier saluted and departed swiftly. Lost in thought, Lin Luo suddenly heard a shout and hurried back to the laboratory, where he found Zhu Yuhui exuberantly gesticulating. Upon seeing Lin Luo, he exclaimed, Come look. Lin Luo approached the gene apparatus and was greeted by a long, blue wave. His eyes widened with excitement. Is this what we were searching for? Zhu Yuhui inquired. Lin Luo examined the gene blueprint displayed on the apparatus as the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for deciphering the Super Ability Gene Blueprint. Flight. Ding. You can now produce flight gene serums. Ding. Due to the rarity of this gene type, the system will provide material exchanges, capped at 3 million units, with each costing 100 points. Ding. You have received 3 million reward points. Ding. Your first encounter with the Super Ability Gene has enhanced your flight power, automatically granting you the skill, 3,000 Thunder Steps. 3,000 Thunder Steps? Lin Luo paused, wondering what skill this entailed. He had yet to master the previous skill, Swiftblade. Zhu Yuhui, noticing Lin Luo's daze, waved his hand in front of him. Lin Luo snapped back to reality, smiling at Zhu Yuhui. Dr. Zhu, weren't you just saying that humans cannot fly? Zhu Yuhui halted, swallowing hard, and asked excitedly. Could this blue energy gene chain be? Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Zhu Yuhui dramatically collapsed to the floor, laughing maniacally. In his mind echoed Lin Luo's earlier proclamation. We are about to change this era. Chapter 87, The New Legion. On the morning of the 16th, Tamuse returned to his quarters, preparing to sleep after an eventful day. The chaos in the Eagle Nation, due to extraterrestrial beasts, claimed thousands of lives daily, creating immense pressure domestically. He was astute. Initially, he had tasked other nations to act. If Huaxia had initiated their blacklist, the Eagle Nation would likely face a revolution. The silence from Huaxia signified an opportunity. Just then, a loud knock resonated at the door. Tamuse, who had been settling in with the First Lady, was immediately irritated, exclaiming, What is it? Report. The visitor hurriedly replied, The representative from Huaxia has arrived. So what? Why make a fuss? Tamuse was initially annoyed but suddenly attentive, asking, You mean the Huaxia representative is here? Yes, the visitor confirmed. They just arrived. Should we meet? Of course. Tamuse responded with uncontained joy, rushing out. While the First Lady called after him, Dear, put on your pants first. In the reception room, Chunin sat quietly. Other nations did not require his level for negotiations. But the Eagle Nation was different. Establishing a unified front for humanity was Lin Luo's vision. The resources of Blue Star were excessively dispersed, detrimental to future development. The sooner this unity was formed, the better prepared humanity would be to confront extraterrestrial threats. At that moment, Thermos entered with a smile, saying, Ah, Mr. Chunin. What a pleasure to see you again after such a long time. Chunin squinted slightly, rising with a mere semblance of politeness. He recalled the last encounter with Thermos, and how their roles had now reversed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shannon swiftly addressed the matter at hand, stating, "Do you understand why the Gallic Rooster has received our support?" Thermos maintained his courteous smile as he replied, "You are a friendly nation, assisting others." Shannon interrupted, "No, we are not." Thermos paused momentarily, yet his smile remained intact. This was a transaction. Shannon presented Thermos with a document in the language of the Eagle Nation, declaring, "This is the 909 agreement." Upon examining it, Thermos's complexion turned pale. The contents of this agreement were more outrageous than the planetary initiative, as it stipulated unconditional terms. "We can promise not to interfere with any changes in sovereign rights. We will merely mobilize resources. Furthermore, we will not wage war against any nation. All interpretative authority belongs to us," Shannon stated calmly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Thermos exclaimed, his neck reddening with indignation. "When have we ever endured such humiliation? This is tantamount to surrendering our nation entirely." Shannon appeared unperturbed, as if he had not heard him, and continued, "In addition, we offer you 3 options. First, sign the 909 agreement. Second, we will permanently blacklist your nation." Shannon then raised his gaze slightly, adding, "Thirdly, in 3 days. The initial mobilization of resources on this list will triple." Thermos's face turned ashen with fury. Shannon rose and extended his hand, yet Thermos, in his anger, could not bring himself to shake it. Unfazed, Shannon retracted his hand and proceeded towards the door. Halfway, he suddenly halted and said, "The declaration of the 3 nations. Do you truly believe we are unaware of your manipulation behind the scenes?" Thermos froze, sensing the coldness in his tone. The atmosphere reached a freezing point, and in that moment, Thermos felt a palpable threat. On the morning of the 15th, Jonah Lev delivered a public address in the Arctic, announcing the lifting of the first-level alert status for the Bear Nation. Simultaneously, he boldly declared his intention to join the 909 agreement. This statement ignited a global frenzy. The world found itself enmeshed in the media narrative surrounding the Celestial Empire, the Heavenly Soldiers, the 909 agreement, and the origins of the Heavenly Legion remained shrouded in mystery. This was undoubtedly tied to the Celestial Empire's continued closure of its borders. After all, should the gates open now, a flood of refugees would surge in. The status of citizenship in this nation had become more coveted than that of the world's wealthiest elites. Regrets were most keenly felt by those who had departed before the borders were sealed, having doubted the nation's future. Now, they awakened to the reality of their misjudgment. Some attempted to reconnect with the consulate, but regrettably, they received no response. A confidential notice had already been issued. Henceforth, identification would be stringently scrutinized, with each person assigned an individual document, crucial for the future national agenda. In the afternoon, the Gallic Rooster and other nations publicly announced their statements endorsing the 909 agreement. This proclamation sparked extensive debate. People remarked on the swift alignment of interests, asserting, "It is no exaggeration. I recommend excluding them from the Southern Moon Alliance." There was widespread agreement, as many voiced their condemnation. However, this could not halt the progress of the world. The barbarians, alpacas, and others subsequently declared their joining of the 909 agreement. At this juncture, some nations began to grow anxious, with Japan and its allies leading the charge. They were closely watching the eagles across the ocean. Should they acquiesce, the Japanese would find themselves in an awkward position, as they had been permanently blacklisted. The Human Evolution Initiative could now advance to its next phase. Lin Luo regarded Qin Yuan and others before him, and spoke, "Elders Qin and Zhou, I entrust you with the research pertaining to the nationwide gene initiative." Understood, Qin Yuan and Zhou Hai nodded in agreement. Presently, ordinary citizens remained hesitant to unlock their genetic potential, as the risks were significant and could lead to fatal consequences. Elder Fong, please temporarily oversee the collection of genetic maps and related matters, Lin Luo instructed. Certainly, Fong Jinqiuo replied affirmatively. After meticulously arranging matters with Li Zhu, Lin Luo produced a genetic map, the one depicting flight genetics. He proclaimed, "I believe a historic moment for humanity is upon us." Excitement gleamed in the eyes of Qin Yuan and the others. Lin Luo had previously asserted that the skies would not be the limit for humanity. Now, that aspiration was on the verge of realization. Reflecting on the past, who could have imagined this moment would arrive so swiftly? I hereby announce the establishment of the Heavenly Legion Air Force, named the Divine Dragon Corps.